Chapter 1. The Cursed Pawnshop. Antique Street. Lu Fei walked through the bustling street toward the less populated area. He continued until he reached a small, inconspicuous pawnshop in a remote and quiet location. The shop's decor was very ancient, but didn't appear old instead. It had a unique charm shaped by years of history. Above the entrance, a wooden plaque carved from ancient sandalwood displayed the words in an artistic manner. Cursed Pawnshop. This was a family business that had been passed down through generations. It was previously managed by his grandfather, and now it was handed over to him. Their pawn shop was quite special, unlike ordinary pawn shops. They never accepted gold, silver, or jewelry in the conventional sense, but specialized in collecting items of special value related to the supernatural. For example, mahjong made from human skulls, knives used by executioners in ancient times to behead people, and coffin boards dug up from old graves. His grandfather often said that cursed items can harm or help people. Through their pawn shop, these items could be transformed from evil to treasure, becoming lucky charms that assist people. Mahjong made from skulls could guarantee wins in gambling. Executioners' knives could protect people from misfortune, and coffin boards could lead to promotions and wealth. They could heal, save lives, avert disasters, and even change fate. These transformed cursed items attracted countless dignitaries and wealthy merchants, and it was said that even royal family members visited during its peak. People in the underworld all knew that items from the Cursed Pawnshop were priceless. However, those glorious days were long gone. The Cursed Pawnshop had fallen into decline for many years. Lu Fei took down the sign that read, "The shopkeeper is out. Please call if needed," opened the door, and stepped inside, a hint of frustration appearing on his youthful face. Still no news from Grandpa. 3 years ago, his grandfather went out to collect cursed items and never returned, leaving behind a note and a bank card. "Xiao Fei, do not look for me, focus on your studies. After 3 years, you may reopen the Cursed Pawnshop. That if you can receive 3 cursed items within a month, continue the business. Otherwise, take this money and leave as far as you can." The money left by his grandfather was enough for Lu Fei to live comfortably for the rest of his life. Now, 3 years had passed. Lu Fei graduated from university and returned to the Cursed Pawnshop as per his grandfather's instructions. Although his grandfather had advised him not to look for him, Lu Fei still set aside some time each day to wander around Antique Street, inquiring about any news regarding his grandfather. But it was as if his grandfather had evaporated from the world, leaving no clues behind. "There's plenty of time. First, I'll complete the task Grandpa set, officially reopen the Cursed Pawnshop, and then slowly search for him. If he returns one day, at least the shop is still here." Lu Fei motivated himself and began cleaning the pawn shop to welcome customers. However, their shop was located in such a remote area that there was almost no foot traffic. It had been half a month since they opened, and not a single customer had come. At this rate, it would be impossible to receive 3 cursed items within a month. Should he take the initiative to inquire around this antique street? Old things are the easiest to harbor cursed items. As Lu Fei pondered, he suddenly noticed someone outside. Under the old locust tree, diagonally across from the pawn shop, a young woman in a white dress stood, casting a scrutinizing gaze towards the Cursed Pawnshop. Is she here to pawn something? Lu Fei looked a couple of times, suddenly narrowing his pupils. Wait, what's wrong with her shadow? He saw that the woman had more than one shadow beneath her feet. But before he could take a closer look, she hurriedly walked towards the Cursed Pawnshop. "Excuse me, is this the Cursed Pawnshop?" A slightly hoarse voice sounded as the woman in white entered, and the air in the room seemed to cool a few degrees. She looked around the shop's environment, uncertainly asking, "Yes, this is the Cursed Pawnshop. How may I assist you?" Lu Fei stood up and deliberately turned on the lights. The woman appeared to be around 25 or 26 years old, tall and slender, with a delicate oval face that was exceptionally beautiful, but her skin was as pale as that of a corpse under the bright lights. She had a large dark mass beneath her feet with more than one shadow. At least a dozen shadows trailed behind her like a bizarre string of balloons. Lu Fei was startled. What kind of dirty things did this woman attract? "Great. Is Master Lu here? I want to pawn something." The woman's haggard eyes lit up with joy as she took out a yellowed, old business card. It bore Lu Fei's grandfather's name and the seal of the Cursed Pawnshop. This was a business card his grandfather had given out before. So she was an old customer. Lu Fei quickly asked, "Miss, do you know my grandfather?" "I don't know him. My name is Xie Yao. The card was given to me by an elder in my family, instructing me to find Master Lu." The woman turned her head, glancing around anxiously. "I'm sorry, my grandfather is not here. My name is Lu Fei, and I am the current shopkeeper of the Cursed Pawnshop. Please tell me what you would like to pawn." "What? Where'd he go?" Xie Yao's body swayed as if she had received bad news. "Miss Xie, be careful." Lu Fei quickly brought over a chair for her to sit down. "When will Master Lu be back?" "Money is not an issue." Xie Yao grabbed Lu Fei's arm with urgency in her eyes. "Ah." Lu Fei instantly felt goosebumps. Her hand felt like an ancient block of ice, radiating a chilling aura that scraped against his flesh like a knife. Her body was so cold, yet she was still wearing a dress. Cold and unaware, a sign of impending death. If these strange phenomena were related to the item she wanted to pawn, it was likely to be something very ominous. Chapter 2. The Ominous Item. Lu Fei's eyelids twitched. Either there were no customers, or right off the bat, it was a cursed item. Was this a deliberate act by the heavens? But he couldn't show fear in front of a customer. He calmly said, "Monsieur, my grandfather will not be back anytime soon. Whatever you want to pawn, I can help. I understand everything my grandfather does." You? Xiao's eyes were filled with skepticism. The reason was simple. Lu Fei was too young. Could a pawn shopkeeper without sufficient knowledge and rich experience identify the quality of items? Moreover, what she wanted to pawn was a cursed item related to her life. Lu Fei could understand her feelings after all. No one would feel at ease handing their life over to a stranger. He needed to present some genuine items to gain her trust. So, he kindly said, "Monsieur, you must be exhausted lately and often have nightmares, right? Furthermore, your sense of touch has become numb, making it difficult for you to perceive temperature. Even when drinking boiling water, it's hard for you to feel the heat." Xiao was slightly taken aback, looking at him and asking, "How did you know?" Yesterday, she almost burned her esophagus tea that time. She was at home, and outsiders had no way of knowing. Lu Fei smiled and did not explain. It was a joke with that long string of dirty things following her. It was hard not to notice. Of course, she couldn't see it herself. This was Lu Fei's ability. He was naturally able to see more things than others. "Monsieur, to be frank, if this continues, you might fall seriously ill in less than 3 days." "Only 3 days? Are you sure?" Xiao's eyes widened as she tried hard to control her emotions. "Monsieur, if you don't believe me, you can leave right now. Our evil item pawn shop never begs anyone to do business." Lu Fei had been quite tactful, not directly saying she would be dead in 3 days. "But considering you have my grandfather's business card, I still want to say one more thing. You might as well take out the item you want to pawn for me to appraise. If you're not satisfied with the result, you don't have to pawn it. If you think it's acceptable, we could discuss further." Appraise is jargon, meaning to identify. Xiao weighed her options for a moment, seeming to have no better choice. She gritted her teeth and took out a palm-sized black jewelry box from her small bag, placing it on the coffee table. "The item I want to pawn is inside. Ever since I put this thing on, my nightmares have begun. To be honest, I hope more than you do that you can figure out what this thing really is. But right now, I don't believe you. I believe this business card. Rest assured, Miss Xia, I will certainly do my best." Lu Fei solemnly put on specialized gloves. After all, this was his first official appraisal, and the item inside could very well be something sinister. So he couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. Taking a deep breath, he mentally prepared himself. He carefully opened the box, but upon seeing the contents inside, he was instantly dumbfounded. "What is this?" Filled with confusion, he looked up at the pale-faced Xiao and tentatively asked, "Miss Xia, are you sure this item is affecting you?" "I am absolutely sure. Ever since I put it on, I've been having the same nightmare every night." Xiao's tone was very firm. "No, it's not a dream, it's real." Lu Fei was even more puzzled and asked, "What kind of dream?" Xiao seemed reluctant to recall it, her pale fingers gripping her name brand bag tightly. After a pause, she said, "In the dream, there's a very vague shadow that looks like a person standing by my bed, staring at me. I'm very scared, but I can't move or make a sound. I don't know how to describe that feeling even though I can't see its face. I can feel its gaze filled with malice. If it only appeared once by chance, I wouldn't think much of it. But it appears by my bedside every night. My consciousness is very clear. I can even see it without opening my eyes. This can't be explained by dreams. I suspect it's not just a simple piece of jewelry. I threw it in the trash outside." But at night, long eyelashes trembled, and an uncontrollable fear surged in Xiao's eyes. Lu Fei listened attentively, not interrupting. The shadow not only didn't disappear, but instead multiplied. "When I woke up in the morning, the thing I clearly threw away was back around my neck. I tried many methods afterward, whether I threw it in the river, burned it in the fire, or smashed it. Nothing worked. Instead, it seemed to anger it. Every time I threw it away, another shadow would appear in my dream. Until last night, my bedside was filled with them. They were all staring at me." Xiao stared intently at Lu Fei. "Can you imagine that feeling? You don't know what they did to you or why they're staring at you. You can only feel yourself withering away rapidly, running out of time." Lu Fei nodded. If what she said was true, it was indeed quite frightening. Xiao took a deep breath and said, "So, Manager Lu, can you tell me what this thing is? Why is it haunting me?" However, Lu Fei pushed the jewelry box back. "Sorry, Miss Xia, I can't help you." "Why?" "Because you're lying. The thing inside is not an evil object at all." Chapter 3. Who is lying? Xiao froze in place, her face filled with astonishment. She was stunned for a full 3 to 4 seconds. "What did you say? I'm lying? Why would I lie?" "That's for you to ask yourself. I admit your story is well-crafted, but the evil item pawn shop deals with evil items, not stories," Lu Fei said with a stern face. If you can't accept this evil item, just say so. There's no need to use such a ridiculous excuse." Xiao felt insulted and angrily clenched her fists. Lu Fei picked up a bundle of black hair from the jewelry box. "Miss Xia, Is this the item you want to pawn? There was no sinister aura on the hair. It was just the most ordinary hair. No way. Xie Yao was shocked, suddenly standing up, grabbing the jewelry box, and checking it repeatedly. That was clearly a necklace. How did it turn into hair? Then, she took her bag and dumped everything out onto the coffee table, frantically searching. Where is it? I clearly put the necklace in this box before I left. How did it turn into hair? Her expression didn't seem to be feigned, and more importantly, the dirty things on her body couldn't be faked. Lu Fei pondered for a moment and had a guess, saying, Miss Xie, if you aren't lying, then there's only one other possibility. What possibility? Xiao stopped her hands, looking nervously at Lu Fei. You were bewitched by an evil object and mistook the item. It knows you're going to deal with it today, Lu Fei said in a heavy voice. It knows. Evil objects typically act on residual thoughts or grievances, attaching themselves to objects and affecting people, all based on instinct. It's quite rare for them to know what someone wants to do. What should I do? Manager Lu, can you go home with me to get it? Xiao felt a chill down her spine and was almost on the verge of collapse. She really couldn't face that necklace alone anymore. Lu Fei felt a bit apprehensive too. After thinking for a moment, he said, I can, but I have one condition. Xiao hurriedly said, money is not a problem. Miss Xie, don't rush. The amount and how to pawn it can be discussed after I finish the appraisal. Lu Fei picked up his grandfather's business card. Afterward, I want to meet the person who gave you this business card. Xiao was taken aback. She had prepared for Lu Fei to ask for a lot of money, but instead, he made a request unrelated to money. Her expression was a bit strange, but she immediately agreed. Not a problem. Now describe the necklace to me. I don't know much about materials. It's a string of beads, made of something between jade and stone, grayish-white with a hint of yellow, very unique. Grayish-white with a hint of yellow? Lu Fei had a bit of a guess in his mind. Wait a moment. Let me prepare. He turned around to the back of the shop to get some things and put them in his backpack. Dealing with evil objects was inherently a dangerous task. A small mistake could cost one's life. That I end this line of work. The profits are high, but the risks are even greater. But this is his first business deal. No matter how dangerous it is, he cannot back down, or else he will not qualify to be a master of the evil arts. Moreover, the other party still has his grandfather's business card. His grandfather never easily handed out his cards, so the other party's elder must have had a close relationship with him. Miss Xie, we can leave now. Locking the door, the two hurried out of the antique street and hailed a taxi to Xie Yao's house. The sun was setting. A small villa, tinted by dusk, came into Lu Fei's view. This is my home. I like peace and quiet. Aside from the housekeeper, I'm usually the only one here. Xie Yao led Lu Fei into the villa. The interior was stylishly decorated, surprising him with her apparent wealth. Miss, you're back. As soon as the door opened, a middle-aged woman in her 40s came forward to greet them. Wu Ma, don't mind me. I have something important to do. Seeing that time was not on their side, Xie Yao was anxious and hurried upstairs with Lu Fei under the housekeeper's surprised gaze. On the second floor, in the master bedroom, Xie Yao turned on the light, mustering her courage to look around. Over there, she pointed to the dressing table, where a necklace was neatly displayed. Lu Fei took out a pair of leather gloves from his backpack and put them on before walking over to pick up the necklace for careful examination. It felt cold to the touch. The necklace was made up of irregularly shaped beads, grayish-white in color, worn to a sheen with a faint yellow glow. Each bead was engraved with a strange symbol, with dark energy swirling around it. Lu Fei counted there were a total of 14 beads. With this material and this ominous energy, he confirmed it. Human bone necklace. Lu Fei gave his appraisal. What? Despite having prepared herself psychologically, Xie Yao's body still trembled uncontrollably upon hearing Lu Fei's answer. Made of human bones? That's right. There's an item in Tibetan Buddhism called a kapala, made from the skull or finger bones of high-ranking monks. They believe that this kapala can aid in their cultivation. The more powerful the monk, the more effective the kapala. Lu Fei looked at Xie Yao curiously. But not everyone can wear a kapala. Ordinary people can't bear it. Very few would collect such sinister artifacts. How'd you come by this, Miss Xie? The villa didn't even have a display case. Its modern decor suggested she didn't seem like someone who would appreciate such collectibles. Xie Yao forced a smile. Do you believe me if I say I don't know? I can't remember where the necklace came from. But I can assure you, I definitely didn't buy it. I don't like these things at all. I believe you, as evil objects can confuse people's minds. They can not only dazzle the eyes, but also affect memories. Lu Fei understood. This offered Xie Yao a slight sense of comfort. She had confided in others before, but they only suggested it was due to work stress and advised her to rest more. Some things are truly hard to empathize with, if you haven't experienced them yourself. She asked, so this necklace is a kapala? No, that's the strange part. Lu Fei shook his head, frowning as he examined the human bone necklace. Kapalas do not have engravings. Every bead on this necklace is inscribed with something. What does it say? Does it have any special meaning? Xie Yao was quite puzzled. I can't understand it. It looks like some kind of rune. There are 14 beads in total. I don't know if that has any special significance. That Lu Fei spoke honestly, recalling the stories his grandfather had told him about sinister artifacts, but couldn't think of anything that corresponded to it. Can you take it? This was what Xie Yao was most concerned about. Chapter 4. Human Bone Necklace. This is an evil object, so of course, it can be collected by the evil arts. Lu Fei placed the necklace back on the dressing table. Holding it for too long made him feel uncomfortable all over. However, simply taking the necklace won't solve any problems. We need to find out exactly what this necklace is to treat the symptoms and solve Miss Xie's nightmares. Collecting evil objects is never as simple as just taking them away. It also involves dealing with the evil spirits attached to the items. Xie Yao was clearly a smart woman and quickly understood Lu Fei's meaning, asking, "How can I cooperate with you? If you don't mind, I'd like to stay and observe for a night to figure out how this necklace is causing trouble." That would be perfect. After this exchange, Xie Yao no longer doubted Lu Fei's abilities. Gratitude was still fresh in her heart. How could she mind? The night sky darkened. Night soon fell. The surroundings were eerily quiet, darkness enveloping the exquisite villa. Following Lu Fei's advice, Xie Yao went to bed early. Lu Fei moved a chair and sat in the corner. "Please take care of this, Master Lu." Xie Yao bit her lip and crawled under the silk quilt after turning off the light. The spacious master bedroom was instantly cloaked in darkness, with only a little light seeping in from the street lamps outside. Facing an evil object alone for the first time, Lu Fei felt a bit nervous. Although he had been influenced by his grandfather for many years and had extensive theoretical knowledge, he had never actually practiced before. He hugged his backpack, carefully staring at the necklace on the dressing table. Time ticked by. Outside, the shadows of the trees swayed. The master bedroom was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Xie Yao on the bed remained motionless, seemingly already asleep. The necklace on the dressing table showed no signs of movement. Everything appeared calm. Gradually, Lu Fei began to feel sleepy, pinching his thigh to keep himself awake. Could it be that with an extra person, the evil thing won't come out? It was already past 1 a.m. Lu Fei's legs had gone numb, so he got up and walked to the dressing table. The necklace lay quietly in front of the mirror of the grayish-white. Yellowing bone beads exuded a cold, deathly aura, and the strange symbols appeared even more eerie in the dim light, like eyes that seemed to blink. Suddenly, one of the bone beads rotated slightly, as if an eye had opened. It moved. Lu Fei's alarm bells rang, and he hurriedly took a palm-sized peachwood knife from his backpack, keeping a close watch on the necklace. Peachwood wards off evil. This peachwood knife had been specially treated, effective against bone-related evil objects. It had previously belonged to an old gentleman who had pawned it to the evil arts, but never returned to redeem it, so it became property of the evil arts. But after waiting for a while, the necklace showed no signs of movement. Could I have seen it wrong? Lu Fei was uncertain, hesitating whether to test the peachwood knife, when a strange sound suddenly echoed behind him. Creak, 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 creak. The sound gradually became clearer, coming and going in a rhythmic manner. It was quite familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. Sharpening a knife. When he realized it, every hair on Lu Fei's body stood on end. In the dead of night, who was sharpening a knife? Housekeeper Wu Ma's room was on the first floor. She had already gone to her room, and Xie Yao had instructed her not to come out at night. Moreover, this sound of sharpening clearly came from the master bedroom. It was just him and Xie Yao here. Xie Yao was still asleep. Lu Fei turned his head and was stunned. The bed was empty. Xie Yao was gone. Where's she? Lu Fei rushed to the bedside and pulled back the silk bedding. The sheets still bore the imprint of Xie Yao's sleep, but the blanket was cold as ice. But Lu Fei had clearly seen her on the bed just a minute ago. In the blink of an eye, she was gone. Lu Fei suddenly felt something was wrong and turned to look at the dressing table, his heart jolting again. The human bone necklace was also missing. Oh no, could something have happened? Lu Fei took a deep breath, desperately trying to calm himself. Don't panic. Xie Yao just disappeared. She must not have gone far. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of grinding knives was particularly clear in the night. As soon as the sound appeared, Xie Yao vanished. There must be a connection between the two. Lu Fei listened carefully and realized the grinding sound was coming from the bathroom of the master bedroom. He stepped forward and cautiously peered inside through the half-open door. The spacious bathroom had white tiles that glimmered with a cold light. A slender figure was squatting barefoot on the cold floor tiles, with her back to the door, grinding a knife repeatedly. The sound of metal grinding against stone was particularly piercing. "Monsieur?" Lu Fei tentatively called out to the figure. There was no response. She continued to grind the knife, her movements methodical, as if she was doing something extremely important. Lu Fei swallowed hard and stepped into the bathroom, finally seeing more clearly. Her long hair was messily draped over her back, and she wore a pure white dress, but her skin was even paler than the dress. It was indeed Xie Yao. She held a sharp boning knife, her head lowered, grinding it with force. Her movements were stiff, and her eyes were tightly closed, like a moving corpse. Lu Fei's heart raced, and for a moment he hesitated to approach. In the dead of night, a woman with disheveled hair, squatting in the darkness, sharpening a knife. Who wouldn't be afraid? This was probably not sleepwalking. She was entranced. But strangely, Lu Fei did not see that necklace on her. No matter what, I need to wake her up first. This is too dangerous. In this situation, waking her abruptly might affect her mentally. But Lu Fei couldn't care less. That thin, sharp boning knife gave him an ominous premonition. He cautiously moved forward, reaching out to Xie Yao. Whatever Xie Yao was doing, He had to make her stop. But before his hand could touch Xiao, the grinding sound abruptly ceased. Xiao stood up without warning, slowly turning around in the dim light, her posture extremely eerie. She was barefoot, her toes pointed, her body slightly leaning forward, her head hanging down, and her disheveled long hair covered her face completely. It was as if something was lifting her by the neck, and the boning knife in her hand glinted with a cold light. Is she ghosting? Lu Fei's heart suddenly raced. Content summary. This is a peculiar pawn shop that specializes in collecting items of special value and malevolent nature. Money from dead mouths, executioner's knives, grave mushrooms, and meat spirit mushrooms. These cursed objects can harm or help people. Once pawned and sold by the shop, they can transform evil into treasure. Promotions in rank and wealth, dispelling disasters, and even changing fate. There are no distinctions of good or bad in things, only the human heart is never satisfied. On certain late nights, this pawn shop receives many strange customers. Chapter 1. The Evil Pawn Shop. Antique Street. Lu Fei walked through the bustling street toward the less crowded area. He walked until he reached a secluded and quiet spot in front of an inconspicuous little pawn shop. The shop's decor was very antiquated, yet it did not appear old. Instead, it had a unique charm that had been washed by the passage of time. Above the main door, a plaque made of ancient sandalwood was intricately carved with a few large characters. Evil Pawn Shop. This was a family business that had been run by Lu Fei's family for generations. It was previously managed by his grandfather, and now it was handed over to him. Their pawn shop was quite special. Unlike ordinary pawn shops that never accepted gold, silver, or jewelry in the worldly sense, they exclusively accepted items of special value and malevolent nature. For example, mahjong made from human skulls, executioner's knives used for beheading in ancient times, and coffin boards dug up from old graves. His grandfather often said that cursed objects could both harm and help people. These items, once handled by their pawn shop, could transform evil into treasure, becoming lucky charms that assist people. Mahjong made from human skulls could ensure a win at gambling. Executioner's knives could protect against calamities, and old coffin boards could lead to promotions and wealth, healing the sick, averting disasters, and even changing one's destiny. These reformed cursed objects attracted countless dignitaries and wealthy merchants, and it was said that at its peak, even members of the royal family had visited. People in the martial world knew that items from the evil pawn shop were worth their weight in gold. However, all that glory was in the past. The evil pawn shop had long fallen into decline. Lu Fei took down the sign that read "Owner is out. Please call," opened the door, and stepped inside the pawn shop, a hint of frustration appearing on his youthful face. Still no news from Grandpa. 3 years ago, his grandfather went out to collect cursed objects and never returned, leaving only a note and a bank card. "Xiao Fei, do not look for me. Focus on your studies. After 3 years, you may reopen the evil pawn shop. That if you can receive 3 cursed objects within a month, continue the business. Otherwise, take this money and go as far as you can." The money left by his grandfather was enough for Lu Fei to live comfortably for the rest of his life. Now, 3 years had passed. Lu Fei graduated from university and, as per his grandfather's instructions, returned to the evil pawn shop. Although his grandfather had advised him not to search for him, Lu Fei still set aside some time each day to wander around the antique street, trying to gather any news related to his grandfather. But it was as if his grandfather had evaporated from the world, leaving no clues for Lu Fei. There's plenty of time. First, I'll complete the task given by Grandpa, officially reopen the evil pawn shop, and then slowly search. If he returns one day, at least the shop will still be here. Lu Fei encouraged himself and began to clean the shop in preparation for customers. However, the location of his pawn shop was too remote, and there was hardly any foot traffic. It had been half a month since the shop opened, and not a single customer had come. At this rate, it would be impossible to receive 3 cursed objects within a month. Should he take the initiative and inquire around this antique street? Old things are the most likely to yield cursed objects. While Lu Fei was deep in thought, he suddenly noticed someone outside. Under the old locust tree across from the pawn shop stood a young woman in a white dress, looking towards the evil pawn shop with a scrutinizing gaze. Is she here to pawn something? Lu Fei glanced a couple of times and suddenly narrowed his eyes. Wait, what's up with her shadow? He saw that there seemed to be more than one shadow beneath the woman's feet. But before he could take a closer look, the woman hurriedly approached the evil pawn shop. "Excuse me, is this the evil pawn shop?" A slightly hoarse voice sounded, and as the woman stepped inside, the air in the room seemed to cool a few degrees. She looked around the shop uncertainly and asked, "Yes, this is the evil pawn shop. How can I help you?" Lu Fei stood up and intentionally turned on the lights. The woman appeared to be around 25 or 26 years old, tall and slender, with a delicate oval face that was exceptionally beautiful, but her skin was pale, as if she were a corpse. Under the bright lights, there was a dark, shadowy mass at her feet, not just one shadow. At least a dozen, like a large bunch of balloons eerily trailing behind her. Lu Fei was taken aback. What kind of dirty things had this woman brought in? "Great. Is old Master Lu here? I want to pawn something." The woman's haggard eyes lit up with joy as she took out a yellowed old business card. It bore Lu Fei's grandfather's name and the seal of the evil pawn shop. This was a business card his grandfather had given out in the past. So she was an old customer. Lu Fei quickly asked, "Miss, do you know my grandfather?" "I don't know him. My name is Xie Yao. The business card was given to me by an elder in my family, instructing me to find old Master Lu at all costs." The woman looked around anxiously, her head turning from side to side. "I'm sorry, my grandfather is not here. My name is Lu Fei, the current owner of the evil pawn shop. Please tell me what you want to pawn, and I can assist you." "What? Where'd he go?" Xie Yao's expression turned pale as if she had received dreadful news, and she swayed unsteadily. "Miss Xie, be careful." Lu Fei quickly moved a chair over and invited her to sit down. "Will old Master Lu return?" "Money is not a problem." Xie Yao grasped Lu Fei's arm tightly, her eyes filled with urgency. Lu Fei instantly felt goosebumps. Her hand felt like a block of ancient ice, radiating a chilling aura that scraped against his flesh like a knife. She was so cold yet still wearing a dress. Being cold and unaware of it is a sign of impending death. If these strange phenomena were related to what she wanted to pawn, it was likely a highly dangerous item. Chapter 2. The Dangerous Item. Lu Fei's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. Either there were no customers, or they came in with a dangerous item right away. Was this a deliberate act by the heavens? But he couldn't show fear in front of customer, so he calmly said, "Miss Xie, my grandfather won't be back for a while. Whatever you want to pawn, just tell me. I understand everything my grandfather did." "You?" Xie Yao looked at him with suspicion. The reason was simple: Lu Fei was too young. Could a pawn shop owner without sufficient knowledge and rich experience discern the quality of items? Moreover, what she wanted to pawn was something that concerned her life. Lu Fei could understand her feelings after all. No one would feel at ease in trusting their life to a stranger. He needed to present some genuine items to earn her trust. Therefore, he kindly said, "Miss Xie, you must be exhausted and weak lately, often having nightmares, right? Also, your sense of touch has become numb, making it difficult for you to perceive temperature. Even when drinking boiling water, you struggle to feel the heat." Xie Yao was slightly startled and looked at him. "How did you know?" "Yesterday, she almost burned her esophagus. At that time, she was at home, and outsiders had no way of knowing." Lu Fei smiled and did not explain. Of course, it was hard not to notice the long string of dirty things following her. Naturally, she couldn't see it herself. This was Lu Fei's ability. He was naturally able to see more things than others. "Miss Xie, to be blunt, if this continues, you might fall seriously ill within 3 days." "Only 3 days? Are you sure?" Xie Yao's eyes widened as she struggled to control her emotions. "Miss Xie, if you don't believe me, you can leave right now. Our evil pawn shop never begs anyone to do business." Lu Fei had put it quite tactfully, not directly saying she'd meet her end in 3 days. "But considering you have my grandfather's business card, I still want to say one more thing. You might as well take out the item you want to pawn for me to appraise. If you're not satisfied with the result, you don't have to pawn it. If you think it's acceptable, we can continue our discussion." Appraise is a term used in the trade, meaning to identify an item's value. Xie Yao weighed her options for a moment. It seemed she had no better choice. Gritting her teeth, she took out a palm-sized black jewelry box from her small bag and placed it on the coffee table. "The item I want to pawn is inside. Ever since I put this on, my nightmares began. To be honest, I hope even more than you do that you can figure out what this thing really is. But right now, I believe not in you, but in this business card. Rest assured, Miss Xie, I will certainly do my best." Lu Fei solemnly put on specialized gloves. After all, this was his first formal appraisal, and the item inside could very well be something ominous. He couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. Taking a deep breath to prepare himself mentally, he carefully opened the box, but was instantly dumbfounded by what he saw inside. "What is this?" Confused, he looked up at the pale-faced Xie Yao and tentatively asked, "Miss Xie, are you sure this item is what affected you?" "I am absolutely sure. Ever since I wore it, I've had the same nightmare every night." Xie Yao's tone was very certain. "No, that's not a dream, it's real." Lu Fei was even more puzzled and asked, "What kind of dream?" Xie Yao seemed reluctant to recall, her pale fingers gripping her branded small bag tightly. After a pause, she said, "In the dream, there's a very vague shadow, resembling a person standing by my bed, staring at me. I'm very scared, but I can't move or make a sound. I don't know how to describe that feeling. Even though I can't see its face, I can feel its gaze full of malice. If it only appeared once, I wouldn't think much of it. But it shows up on my bedside every night. My mind is very clear. I haven't even opened my eyes, yet I can see it. This can't be explained as a dream. I suspect it's not just a simple piece of jewelry, so I threw it into the trash outside. But when night fell, her long eyelashes trembled, and an uncontrollable fear surged in Xie Yao's eyes." Lu Fei listened seriously, not interrupting. The shadow not only didn't disappear, but there was also an additional one. "When I woke up in the morning, the thing I clearly threw away was back around my neck. I tried many methods. Afterward, no matter whether I threw it in the river, burned in the fire, or smashed it, nothing worked. Instead, it seemed to anger it. Every time I threw it, the shadow in my dream would increase by one. Until last night, my bedside was filled with them. They were all staring at me. Xie Yao stared intently at Lu Fei. Can you imagine that feeling? You don't know what they have done to you or why they are staring at you. You can only feel yourself withering away rapidly. The time is running out. Lu Fei nodded if what she said was true. It was indeed quite terrifying. Xie Yao took a deep breath and said, "So, Master Lu, can you tell me what this thing really is? Why is it haunting me?" Lu Fei, however, pushed the jewelry box back. "Sorry, Miss Xie, I can't help you." "Why?" "Because you're lying. The item inside is not an evil object at all." Chapter 3, Who is Lying? Xie Yao froze in place, her face full of astonishment. She was stunned for a full 3 or 4 seconds. "What did you say? I'm lying? Why would I lie?" "That's something you need to ask yourself. I admit your story is well-crafted, but the evil pawn shop deals with evil objects, not stories," Lu Fei said sternly. If you can't take this evil object, just say so. There's no need to use such a ridiculous excuse." Xie Yao felt insulted and clenched her fists in anger. Lu Fei pulled out a strand of black hair from the jewelry box. "Miss Xie, is this what you want to pawn?" There was no trace of sinister energy in the hair. It was just the most ordinary hair. "That's not right," Xie Yao exclaimed in shock, jumping up to grab the jewelry box, checking it repeatedly. That was clearly a necklace. How did it turn into hair? Then she picked up her bag and dumped everything on the coffee table, frantically searching. "Where is it? I clearly put the necklace in this box before I left. How did it turn to hair?" Her expression didn't seem feigned. More importantly, the dirt on her body couldn't be faked. Lu Fei pondered for a moment and had a guess, saying, "Miss Xie, if you aren't lying, then there is only one other possibility." "What possibility?" Xie Yao stopped her hands, looking nervously at Lu Fei. "You were bewitched by an evil object and mixed up the items. It knows you're going to deal with it today." Lu Fei's voice was heavy. "It knows?" Evil objects usually act on residual thoughts or grievances, attaching themselves to items to affect people, driven purely by instinct. It's rare for them to know what a person wants to do. "What should I do?" "Master Lu, can you come with me to get it?" Xie Yao felt a chill run down her spine and was nearly on the verge of collapse. She couldn't bear to face that necklace alone anymore. Lu Fei felt a bit intimidated too. He thought for a moment and said, "I can, but I have one condition." Xie Yao hurriedly said, "Money is not a problem. Miss Xie, don't be anxious. How much to pay and how to pawn it can wait until after I finish the appraisal." Lu Fei picked up his grandfather's business card. "After it's done, I want to meet the person who gave you this card." Xie Yao was taken aback. She had prepared herself for Lu Fei to ask for a huge sum, but instead, he made a request unrelated to money. Her expression was a bit strange, but she quickly agreed. "Sure. Now describe to me what that necklace looks like." "I don't really understand the material. It's a string of beads, made of something between jade and stone, grayish-white with a hint of yellow. Very special." "Grayish-white with a hint of yellow?" Lu Fei had a guess in his mind. "Hold on, let me prepare something." He turned around to the back of the shop to grab some items and put them in his backpack. Dealing with evil objects was inherently dangerous. A slight mistake could lead to death. In this trade, the profits were high, but the risks were even greater. But this was his first business deal. No matter how dangerous, he couldn't back down, otherwise he wouldn't be qualified to be the master of the evil brand. Moreover, the other party had his grandfather's business card. His grandfather never easily handed out business cards, so the other party's elder must have had a close relationship with him. "Miss Xie, we can leave now." Locking the door, the two hurried out of the antique street and took a cab to Xie Yao's home. The sunset was descending. That a small villa, tinged with the hues of dusk, came into Lu Fei's view. "This is my home. I like peace and quiet. Aside from the housekeeper, I'm usually alone here," Xie Yao said as she led Lu Fei into the villa. The interior was tastefully decorated, and he didn't expect her to be quite wealthy. "Miss, you're back." A middle-aged woman in her 40s greeted them as soon as the door opened. "Wuma, don't mind me for now. I have something important to do." Seeing that time was running out, Xie Yao was anxious and hurried upstairs with Lu Fei under the housekeeper's surprised gaze. On the second floor, in the master bedroom, Xie Yao turned on the light, gathering her courage to look around. There it is. She pointed to the dressing table, where a necklace was neatly placed. Lu Fei took a pair of leather gloves out of his backpack, put them on, and walked over to pick up the necklace for a careful examination. It felt ice gold to the touch. The necklace was made up of irregularly shaped beads, grayish-white in color, already worn to a sheen, with a faint yellow glow. Each bead was engraved with a strange symbol, and a hint of black mist seemed to swirl around. Lu Fei counted there were a total of 14 beads. With this texture and this ominous energy, he confirmed it. "Human bone necklace." Lu Fei gave his appraisal. "What?" Despite having prepared herself mentally, Xie Yao's body shook uncontrollably upon hearing Lu Fei's answer. "Made of human bones?" "That's right. In Tibetan Buddhism, there's a type of ornament called kapala made from the skull or finger bones of high monks. They believe this kapala can aid in their cultivation. The more powerful the monk, the better the effect of the kapala." Lu Fei looked at Xie Yao with curiosity. "But not everyone can wear a kapala. Ordinary people can't handle it. Very few would collect such sinister items." "Miss Xie, how did you come by something like this?" There wasn't even a display shelf for antiques in the villa, and the decor was quite modern. She didn't seem like someone who appreciated collectibles. Xie Yao forced a smile. "Do you believe me if I say I don't know? I can't remember where the necklace came from. But I can assure you, I definitely didn't buy it. I don't like these things at all. I believe you, of course. Evil objects can confuse people's minds. They not only capture the eye, but can also affect memory. Lu Fei expressed understanding. This brought a bit of comfort to Xie Yao. She had tried to confide in others before, but they only said she was under too much work pressure and advised her to rest more. Some things are really hard to empathize with unless you experience them yourself. She asked, so this necklace is a coppola? No, that's the strange part. Lu Fei shook his head, frowning as he examined the human bone necklace. A coppola is not inscribed with characters, but each bead on this necklace has something engraved on it. What are they engraved with? Do they have any special meaning? Xie Yao asked, puzzled. I can't understand. It looks like some kind of runes. There are 14 beads in total. I don't know if that has any special significance. Lu Fei spoke honestly, recalling the stories his grandfather had told him about evil objects, but couldn't think of anything that corresponded to this. Can you take it? This was what Xie Yao was most concerned about. Chapter 4. The Human Bone Necklace. This is an evil object, of course. The evil brand can take it. Lu Fei placed the necklace back on the dressing table. Holding it for too long made him feel uncomfortable all over. However, simply taking the necklace won't solve any problems. We need to understand what this necklace truly is to effectively address Miss Xie's nightmares. The evil brand collection of evil objects has never been as simple as just taking the item away. It also involves dealing with the evil spirit attached to the object. Xie Yao was clearly a smart woman. She quickly understood Lu Fei's meaning and asked, how can I assist you? If you don't mind, I would like to stay and observe for a night to figure out how this necklace is causing trouble. That would be perfect. After this exchange, Xie Yao no longer doubted Lu Fei's abilities. She was grateful and wouldn't mind at all. The sky darkened. Nightfall came quickly. The surroundings were quiet and desolate, darkness enveloping the exquisite little villa. Following Lu Fei's suggestion, Xie Yao went to bed early. Lu Fei moved a chair and sat in the corner. Thank you, Master Lu. Xie Yao gritted her teeth, turned off the light, and nestled in her silk quilt. The spacious master bedroom was plunged into darkness, with only a faint light filtering in from the street lamp outside. Facing an evil object alone for the first time, Lu Fei felt a bit nervous. Though he had absorbed a wealth of theoretical knowledge from his grandfather over the years, he had never truly practiced. He held his backpack, carefully watching the necklace on the dressing table. Time ticked by. The shadows of the trees danced outside the window. The master bedroom was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Xie Yao lay still on the bed, seemingly fast asleep. The necklace on the dressing table remained completely still. Everything appeared calm. Gradually, Lu Fei began to feel sleepy. He pinched his thigh to keep himself awake. Could it be that with one more person, the evil spirit won't come out? It was already past 1 a.m., and Lu Fei's legs had gone numb. He decided to stand up and walk to the dressing table. The necklace quietly lay in front of the mirror, the gray-white, yellowish human bone beads exuding a cold, lifeless energy, with the strange symbols looking even more eerie in the dim light, like a series of eyes that seemed to open and close. Suddenly, one of the bone beads rotated slightly, as if an eye had opened. It moved. Lu Fei's alarm bells went off. Immediately, he hurriedly took out a palm-sized peachwood knife from his backpack, keeping a close watch on the necklace. Peachwood wards off evil, and this peachwood knife had been specially treated to have a certain restraining effect on bone-related evil objects that had belonged to an old gentleman who had pawned it to the evil brand after the redemption period had passed. It became the property of the evil brand. But after waiting for a long time, the necklace showed no signs of movement. Did I see it wrong? Lu Fei was uncertain, hesitating whether to test the necklace with the peachwood knife, when suddenly a strange sound echoed behind him. Scrape, 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 scrape. The sound gradually became clearer and more rhythmic. It was familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. Sharpening a knife. When he realized what it was, Lu Fei's hair stood on end. In the dead of night, who was sharpening a knife? Housekeeper Wu Ma's room was on the first floor. She had long gone to her room, and Xie Yao had instructed her not to come out at night. Moreover, this sound was clearly coming from the master bedroom. It was just him and Xie Yao here. Xie Yao was still asleep. Lu Fei turned around and was immediately stunned. The bed was empty. Xie Yao was gone. Where is she? Lu Fei quickly walked to the bedside and lifted the silk quilt. The sheets still bore the imprint of Xie Yao's presence, but the bedding was cold. But Lu Fei had clearly seen her on the bed just a minute ago. However, in the blink of an eye, she was gone. Lu Fei suddenly felt uneasy and turned to look at the dressing table, his heart giving a sudden jolt. The human bone necklace was also missing. Oh no, could something have happened? Lu Fei took a deep breath, trying his best to calm down. Don't panic. Xie Yao just disappeared. She must not have gone far. Crack, crack, crack. The jarring sound of knife sharpening was particularly clear in the night. As soon as the sound emerged, Xie Yao vanished. There must be a connection between the two. Lu Fei listened carefully and discovered that the sound of sharpening was coming from the bathroom of the master bedroom. He stepped forward, cautiously peering inside through the half-open door. The spacious bathroom, with its white tiles, emitted a cold, eerie glow. A slender figure was squatting barefoot on the cold tiles, facing away from the door, sharpening a knife repeatedly. The sound of metal scraping against stone was particularly grating. Miss Xie? Lu Fei tentatively called out to the figure. There was no response. She continued sharpening the knife, her movements methodical, as if she were engaged in something of utmost importance. Lu Fei swallowed hard and stepped into the bathroom, finally getting a clear view. Her long hair was messily cascading down her back, and she wore a pure white dress, but her skin was even paler than the dress. It was indeed Xie Yao. She held a sharp boning knife in her hands, her head bowed as she sharpened it with force. Her movements were stiff, and her eyes were tightly closed, resembling a moving corpse. Lu Fei's heart raced, and for a moment, he hesitated to approach in the dead of night. A woman with disheveled hair, squatting in the dark, sharpening a knife who wouldn't be frightened? This was likely not sleepwalking. She seemed enchanted. But strangely, Lu Fei did not see the necklace on her. No matter what, I need to wake her up first. This is too dangerous. In this situation, waking her up carelessly could affect her mentally. But Lu Fei couldn't think of that now. That thin and sharp boning knife gave him a very ominous feeling. He cautiously approached, reaching out towards Xie Yao. Whatever Xie Yao was doing, he had to make her stop. However, before his hand could touch her, the sound of sharpening abruptly ceased. Xie Yao stood up without warning, slowly turning around in the dim light, her posture extremely eerie. She was barefoot, her toes pointed, her body slightly leaning forward, her head drooping, her messy long hair covering her entire face. It was as if something had lifted her by the neck, the boning knife in her hand gleaming with a cold light. Ghost tiptoeing. Lu Fei's heart leapt into his throat. Chapter 5. On tiptoe, possessed by a ghost at this moment, Xie Yao was no longer herself. Lu Fei's body was tense all over. After a stiff standoff for 2 seconds, Xie Yao's body suddenly moved, but she didn't lunge towards Lu Fei. Instead, she ran out on tiptoe. Miss Xie. Lu Fei hurriedly chased after her. However, in the dim master bedroom, where could her figure possibly be? She ran so fast. Yet there was not a single sound of footsteps. Lu Fei was sweating profusely. Controlled by an evil entity, she could do many incomprehensible and terrifying things, either harming others or herself. If she wasn't in the master bedroom, then she must have run downstairs. Lu Fei rushed out of the master bedroom and stood in the corridor, looking down. The spacious, high-ceilinged living room was only illuminated by the shimmering light of a huge crystal chandelier above, while the entire first floor was engulfed in darkness. Like a stagnant pool of water, he could see no sign of Xie Yao. He took out his phone, using the flashlight to hurriedly run down the stairs. After just a few steps, he suddenly felt something grab his ankle fiercely. He stumbled, losing control as he fell forward. But luckily he reacted quickly and grabbed the handrail in time to avoid falling. Lu Fei rolled up his pant leg and saw a dark claw mark on his ankle. The skin in that area numb and unfeeling. He threw a handful of incense ash around. In the dim light, it seemed like something was fading away. Then, holding onto the handrail, he cautiously made his way down the stairs, finally arriving on the first floor. The thick, double-layered curtains were drawn, making the entire first floor airtight. Eerie and silent, Lu Fei carefully glanced around, always feeling like a pair of eyes were coldly watching him from the darkness. Just as he was carefully searching, he suddenly heard a voice coming from behind. He quickly turned around, and just in time saw Xie Yao's figure flash past the corner of the stairs. He immediately chased after her and discovered there was a door behind. The door was half open, the door panel swaying slightly, and a cold, eerie air seeped out from inside. Lu Fei raised his phone. In the dim light, a staircase extending downward came into view, and Xie Yao's pale figure vanished like a ghost at the end of the stairs. It was the basement. Lu Fei had a very bad premonition. The descent went smoothly this time, and the basement was spacious. It was a dedicated gym. Miss Xie. Turning the corner, Lu Fei finally saw Xie Yao. At the end of the gym, there was a large mirror covering an entire wall. Xie Yao stood in the middle facing the mirror, her hair disheveled, repeatedly mumbling something. Her eerie appearance sent chills down his spine. What was she saying? Lu Fei couldn't think too much. The urgent matter was to take away the bone-cutting knife in her hand. He cautiously approached Xie Yao, and when he got close enough, he grabbed her wrist holding the knife. Xie Yao suddenly turned around, grabbing Lu Fei's wrist in return. Her eyes, filled with red veins, stared fiercely at Lu Fei through her messy hair. In the next moment, Lu Fei was horrified to see a series of grotesque black shadows appearing behind her in the mirror. In the mirror, those shadows moved. Twisted black hands grabbed Xie Yao's head, slowly tearing her shadow out of her body. The soul. They wanted to pull her soul out. Lu Fei's eyes widened. At that moment, he finally understood what the necklace was. A soul-sucking chain. A necklace that could draw out a person's soul, created in an extremely cruel way. Each bone bead could contain a vengeful spirit. Those black shadows were the souls sucked into the necklace. This was a rare item. What kind of person had Xie Yao offended? A flash of inspiration struck his mind. Finding an opportunity, he circled around to Xie Yao's back and thrust the peachwood knife towards the black shadows in the mirror. Crack! The peachwood knife and the mirror shattered simultaneously. The mirror's surface cracking like a spider web, the black shadows twisted and disappeared, and bone beads scattered on the ground. Xie Yao slumped down, unconscious. The bone-cutting knife clattering to the side. But the human bone necklace did not relent. The gray-white beads rolled towards the two of them. This thing was too ferocious. The peachwood knife lost its effectiveness after just one use. Lu Fei quickly picked up Xia Yao and ran desperately up the stairs, making it to the entrance in one breath. But the door was closed. Lu Fei clearly remembered that he hadn't closed the door when he came in. He twisted the doorknob with all his might, but it wouldn't budge. The door was locked from the outside. Lu Fei was alarmed. Who locked the door? Chapter 6. The Poison of the Human Heart. There were only 3 people in the villa, besides Lu Fei and Xia Yao. Who else could have locked the door from the outside? The answer was obvious. Clatter. At this moment, the bone beads had already rolled up the stairs, like malicious eyes quickly approaching the two. They had to get out. Lu Fei had no time to think about this. He put down Xia Yao, took a deep breath, and rammed the door with all his strength. The door was made of solid wood, extremely heavy, and when Lu Fei slammed into it with all his might, it only quivered slightly. Since he couldn't get out, he could only take a gamble, with the bone beads just a few steps away from them. Lu Fei disregarded the intense pain in his shoulder, bit through his middle finger, and squeezed 2 drops of blood into the incense ash. Lu Fei sprinkled the incense ash mixed with his blood around, forming a circle that enclosed himself and Xia Yao. Just as the circle was completed, the bone beads caught up and were just blocked outside. The bone beads jumped anxiously, glaring at the two with malice, but dared not cross the incense circle. It worked. Lu Fei let out a slight sigh of relief. The living body has 3 fires, commonly known as yang fire. The 2 drops of blood from his middle finger represented 2 yang fires. By sprinkling the incense ash mixed with his blood around, he could form a protective circle burning with yang fire. It was impossible to subdue this thing tonight. He could only do his best to hold on until dawn. Night is yin, day is yang. Evil entities usually only cause trouble at night, and as long as dawn broke, those vengeful spirits would return to the beads. The bone beads watched hungrily, and Lu Fei gritted his teeth to endure. A night of anxiety felt longer than ever. Just as he was about to reach his limit, dawn finally broke. The bone beads fell to the ground with a thud, turning into a necklace and becoming immobile. Lu Fei's tense body relaxed. The human bone necklace was temporarily no longer a threat. After catching his breath, Lu Fei forced himself to wipe away the incense ash on the ground, then carried Xia Yao to hide in the gym below. After a long while, there was a click, and the lock turned. The basement door was pushed open, and a slightly plump middle-aged woman's face peeked in. She looked around, and then stepped down the stairs. It was the nanny, Wu Ma. Huh, where are they? Upon reaching the gym, Wu Ma found no one, and a look of confusion appeared on her face. Are you looking for me? A cold voice rang out from behind her. Startled, she turned around just in time to see a knife handle smashing towards her. Bang! The knife handle struck her squarely in the face, and Wu Ma staggered back with a cry of pain, blood streaming from her nose. Lu Fei, however, did not linger. He carried Xia Yao and dashed out of the basement, locking the door behind him. Returning to the living room, he tossed the bone saw aside, placed Xia Yao on the sofa, and then pulled back the thick curtains to let the sunlight in. After doing all this, he could no longer hold on. Collapsing exhausted against the massive floor-to-ceiling window, gasping for air. Bang, bang, bang. There were sounds of banging and ugly curses coming from the basement door. Lu Fei ignored them. After a while, Xia Yao opened her eyes groggily. Her head hurt, and she thought she had been dreaming again. She supported her head and struggled to sit up from the sofa, immediately checking the necklace on her neck, only to be taken aback. Her neck was bare. There was no necklace. Miss Xia, you're awake. Lu Fei's voice came from the side. Xia Yao turned her head and saw Lu Fei coming out of the kitchen carrying 2 plates of food. Although he looked tired, his expression was calm. Shopkeeper Lu, am I saved? Xia Yao asked anxiously. Yes. Lu Fei placed 1 plate of food in front of Xia Yao and began eating from the other plate without hesitation. With Lu Fei's affirmative reply, the tension in Xia Yao's shoulders relaxed, and tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. She covered her face with her hands and took a while to calm down. I'm sorry, I lost my composure. It's fine. I seem to have dreamed of many things last night. What exactly happened? Miss Xia, there's no rush. First, eat something to regain your strength, and I'll explain everything slowly. Lu Fei pointed to the milk and bread in front of her. Xia Yao was anxious and took a few sips of milk before looking at Lu Fei. This necklace is not just a simple human bone necklace. It is a deliberately crafted evil item called a soul-sucking chain. Lu Fei placed the human bone necklace on the coffee table and continued to eat while slowly explaining. Jewelry made from human bones, apart from the Gabala, includes another type. Some people, in memory of their deceased loved ones, will make jewelry from the deceased's bones to wear, which, although somewhat perverse, can be understood emotionally. However, your necklace is different. It was made by skinning and taking the bones of a living person. Therefore, it carries a great deal of resentment. As soon as someone wears this necklace, the tortured soul will vent its resentment on the wearer, haunting them every night and tormenting them to the point of mental collapse. When the wearer is mentally unstable, that is when their soul is drawn into the necklace. Each bead of human bone represents a soul filled with resentment. The dark shadows you saw in your dreams are the souls that were absorbed into the necklace before you. They will vent their resentment on you. As time goes on, they will come out one by one to torment you until your soul is absorbed into the necklace. Xia Yao's face turned extremely pale. If I hadn't found you, would I have died last night? She asked, trembling. No, You wouldn't die. Lu Fei shook his head. You would become a living dead person without a soul, only obeying the commands of the necklace's owner. Chapter 7. Death or living dead. Xie Yao thought she wouldn't hear anything scarier than death again. But Lu Fei's answer once again refreshed her worldview. Let me put it this way. Anyone whose soul is absorbed by this necklace will become a living dead person without a soul. On the surface, they appear no different from ordinary people. They still need to eat and sleep, but in reality, they are soulless puppets, only obeying the commands of the necklace's owner. Therefore, this human bone necklace is also called an obedient chain or a controlling chain. If you want someone to obey you unconditionally and give you everything, just have them wear this necklace. Xie Yao's face turned more distressed than ever, and she asked in a low voice, who is the owner of the necklace? The person who gave the necklace? I can't be sure. Generally speaking, the person who made the necklace is the owner. But it's also possible for someone to pay for someone else to make one. Lu Fei finished his last sip of milk and continued. This deliberately crafted evil item is different from other evil items that act on instinct. It has a strong purpose. Its existence is to absorb people's souls and turn them into its slaves. It was created by some evil sorcerers in ancient times to harm others. I had only heard stories related to it from my grandfather. I never expected such evil items really exist. This was the reason Lu Fei hadn't thought of it initially. It's a rare item, and even spending money might not guarantee getting it. Whoever is spending so much to deal with you must have a deep grudge against you. It shouldn't be hard to find, right? No need to look. I've remembered who gave me the necklace. Xie Yao closed her eyes, her long eyelashes trembling, revealing a complex cold smile. The ridiculous thing is that I don't have a deep grudge against him. On the contrary, in a few months, we are supposed to get married. Huh. Lu Fei was dumbfounded. Getting married soon? So that means he is your fiancé? He never would have guessed that the person trying to harm Xie Yao was actually her future partner. But for what purpose? Moreover, Xie Yao was not the first victim. Many had already had their souls absorbed by the necklace before her. Could her fiancé be an evil sorcerer? Lu Fei shook his head and glanced at the basement door, saying, Miss Xie, there's one more thing I need to tell you. Please go ahead. Last night, you sleepwalked into the basement. When I tried to save you, the door was locked from the outside. Locked? By whom? She is currently locked in the basement. Lu Fei did not answer directly. Xie Yao, being so clever, quickly figured it out. I've been at your house for 3 years, and I've treated her well, yet she betrays me. Xie Yao took a deep breath. Her eyes filled with indifference and determination. Shopkeeper Lu, thank you. Not only did you save my life, but you also helped me see some people's true colors. Lu Fei felt some sympathy for her. Being schemed against by her fiancé, no matter how strong she was, her heart couldn't be in a good place. But Lu Fei himself had little experience with emotions and didn't know how to comfort her. Forget it, let's talk business. Miss Xie, you overestimate me. I came to collect evil items. This is part of my job. If possible, let us talk about the price of the necklace now. How would you like to pawn it? Dead pawn or living pawn? Dead pawn is equivalent to selling the item to the pawnshop, while living pawn means pledging the item to the pawnshop, which can be redeemed later for money. Xie Yao adjusted her emotions and said with some concern, if possible, I would certainly choose dead pawn, but won't this necklace bring you trouble? It won't. Although the evil item is powerful, as long as you find a way to restrain it, it can be easily subdued. Lu Fei said as he picked up the salt shaker from the kitchen and sprinkled salt on the necklace. The necklace emitted a hissing sound as black smoke rose. After the black smoke dissipated, the light yellow oil sheen on the surface of the necklace also disappeared. The soul-sucking chain is most afraid of salt. As long as salt is sprinkled on it, it loses its ability to absorb souls and can no longer harm anyone. Lu Fei smiled. Isn't it interesting? Such a cruel evil item has such a simple way to restrain it. Yes, but apart from your evil pawnshop, who else would think of that? Xie Yao forced a smile. However, with the soul-sucking chain losing its effect, can you still make money from it? Speaking of which, you saved my life. I should be paying you a reward. Don't worry, Miss Xie. Our evil pawnshop never makes a losing deal. Although this necklace has lost its soul-absorbing effect, it still has other uses. Oh, what are they? Miss, you don't need to worry about it. Anyway, it's not harmful. That's not what I meant. I just didn't want you to make a trip for nothing. I heard that the evil brand has the ability to turn evil into treasure, so I must have been unnecessarily concerned. Xie Yao smiled apologetically. Can I give you the necklace? If it's a gift, then it's not a pawn. Lu Fei shook his head and declined. This is the rule of the evil brand. A transaction is a transaction, and one must sever karmic ties through trade. In the business of yin and yang, one cannot easily interfere in others' affairs. Otherwise, one will be plagued by karmic troubles. However, if it's a business deal, that's another matter. Then I'll consider it worth 1 yuan. Okay. Lu Fei took out a pawn ticket and a pen from his backpack, wrote down the transaction details and price. Human bone necklace, dead pawn, price 1 yuan. Miss Xie, please sign and stamp, and this human bone necklace will belong to the evil brand. Xie Yao signed and pressed her fingerprint without any hesitation. The pawn ticket was made in duplicate. Lu Fei rummaged through his bag and found only a coin. Miss Xie. Enjoyable transaction. He placed the coin in Xie Yao's hand, packed his things, and prepared to leave. Master Lu, I promised you that after everything is settled, I would take you to meet my family elders. However, I have some matters to attend to right now, and I will definitely keep my promise once I finish. I understand. Here's my contact information. Miss Xia, feel free to contact me anytime when you're free. Lu Fei left his business card, nodded, and left the villa with the human bone necklace. Xia Yao watched his figure disappear, turned around, and looked at the basement door with an extremely cold expression. Then, she picked up her phone and dialed a number. Help me check on 2 people. When can I get results the fastest? Antique Street. Lu Fei got out of the taxi and went straight back to the pawn shop to sleep. He was incredibly tired. After consuming a night's worth of yang energy, his body was severely depleted, and a simple breakfast wouldn't suffice to replenish it. Once he got home, he could no longer hold on and fell asleep immediately. He slept straight through until noon the next day. If it weren't for his growling stomach, he could have slept longer. He went out for a big meal, which made him feel a bit better. Looking at the human bone necklace, he couldn't help but feel excited. He had finally obtained an evil item through his own ability. The evil item from the dead pawn fully belonged to the evil brand, and Lu Fei could either keep it for himself or sell it. The evil spirit within the necklace had been removed, and it had the effect of helping someone gain attention, making them the center of focus wherever they went. However, there was a clear drawback. The necklace only attracted attention, regardless of whether that attention was benevolent or malicious. Wearing the necklace was akin to living under the scrutiny of the public. Any flaws would be magnified. One must be cautious in speech and actions, acting like a perfect saint. Lu Fei didn't want to be a saint. He planned to sell the necklace, and while making money was secondary, the main goal was to re-establish the reputation of the evil brand. He informed the owner of a nearby antique shop, Lu Fugue, about the necklace. Lu Fugue was aware of the evil brand and was straightforward. Within a couple of days, he found a buyer. The buyer was a small internet celebrity. Chapter 8. Burial Goods. The small internet celebrity had been live streaming for 2 or 3 years, always lukewarm, and was almost going crazy trying to get famous. She was willing to wear anything that could make her popular. Not only would she wear a necklace made of human bones, but she had also tried using a plate to raise a little ghost. However, she had encountered a scammer. That plate was fake and had no effect whatsoever. Bing bing, you need to think this through. Wearing this necklace means living under the public's watchful eyes. Every word and action will be scrutinized. If you have any dirt on you, it could very well be exposed. Lu Fei clearly explained the side effects to her. The evil brand wasn't a black market. Every transaction was made clear. Evil items could harm people or help them, but to obtain them, one must first pay the price. Bing Bing hesitated for a while. She had done some disreputable things in her quest for fame, but she wanted to be famous so badly that she thought even being infamous was still a form of fame. In the end, she gritted her teeth, took out all her savings, and borrowed some online, gathering a total of 500,000 yuan to buy the human bone necklace from Lu Fei. A necklace with clear side effects sold for 500,000. Buy low, sell high. This was the business of the evil brand. Grandpa had said that if the evil brand's business was done well, one wouldn't have to worry about fame or status. Lu Fei generously gave Lu Fugue 50,000. When you do business for me, you must be compensated. Little Master Lu, if your evil brand has any treasures to release in the future, be sure to tell me first. I will definitely help you promote them. Uncle Fugue, I appreciate it. No need for formality. It's my honor to cooperate with the evil brand. Having a connection with the evil brand made Lu Fugue feel good, and he worked extra hard. However, Lu Fei did not expect the results to come so quickly. The day after the human bone necklace was sold, another customer came to the door. Lu Fei, help me. The visitor was a tall, skinny guy, rushing into the pawn shop, sweating profusely and looking extremely anxious. Who are you? Lu Fei didn't recognize him at first. It's me. Who's he? Who's he? Why have you gotten so thin? Lu Fei was taken aback. Huzi was a worker at a nearby antique shop. He used to be tall and strong, standing at 1.8 meters, with arms as solid as stone. But now he was so thin that he was almost unrecognizable. His cheeks were deeply sunken, looking as if he hadn't eaten for months. I heard on the street that you can take in evil items, right? Huzi pulled out a copper coin from his pocket and tossed it onto the counter as if it were a poisonous snake. Quick, help me check if this thing is an evil item. Wait a moment. Lu Fei put on gloves and picked up the coin to examine it closely. The copper coin was round on the outside and square on the inside, very old. From its texture and color, it was indeed an authentic ancient coin, and a faint black energy was swirling around its surface. This black energy was different from the evil energy of the human bone necklace. The necklace held a killing aura. While this coin contained a sense of death, this ancient coin should be a burial item. Where did you get it? You really have some skill. You can tell at a glance that it's a burial item. Huzi quickly gave a thumbs up. So, is it an evil item? Whether it's an evil item or not depends on what you tell me first. Seeing Huzi's chapped lips, Lu Fei went to pour him a glass of water. However, Huzi waved his hands repeatedly as if he had seen something terrifying, saying, I can't drink. I can't drink. If I eat anything, I throw up. And even water makes me vomit. It feels like my intestines are about to come out. Can't eat anything. Lu Fei glanced at his complexion. His forehead was dark, and there were dark circles under his eyes, which indeed indicated that he was possessed. But strangely, he was so thin that he looked like skin over bones. Yet his stomach was distended, resembling a beer belly. This created a very bizarre contrast. Lu Fei couldn't help but become curious and urged. Then you'd better tell me how you got this copper coin. Once you clarify, I can help you. Huzi hurriedly recounted the origins of the copper coin. He had come across it while assisting his boss in collecting antiques. That day, his boss was in the house negotiating prices while he was waiting outside. An elderly man dressed like a farmer approached him mysteriously, asking if he was interested in buying an ancient coin for just 500 yuan. Over the past 2 years, Huzi had been accompanying his boss and had learned a bit about identifying valuable items. He recognized that this was a legitimate ancient coin, worth several thousand to 10,000 yuan in the market. He thought to himself, if he sold this ancient coin, he could make a few thousand, which would be equivalent to a month's salary. So, he didn't tell the boss and secretly took the ancient coin, planning to find an opportunity to sell it later. Unexpectedly, that night, his body started to have problems. He didn't know why, but his mouth felt particularly itchy, and he had an overwhelming urge to eat. Normally, he would eat at most 2 bowls of noodles, but that day he ate 5 bowls and still felt unsatisfied, afraid of overloading his stomach. He restrained himself and went to bed. However, as soon as he lay down, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, as if a knife was stirring in his intestines. Then came uncontrollable nausea, and he vomited all the noodles he had eaten. After vomiting, he felt an immense hunger and wanted to eat more, tossing and turning all night without a good sleep. He thought it was gastroenteritis and went to the pharmacy to buy some medicine. However, after taking the medicine, he vomited even more, unable to bear it any longer. He went to the hospital for a checkup, but strangely, the doctor couldn't find anything wrong and prescribed some stomach-nourishing medicine. The hospital's medicine didn't help either. He continued to vomit after taking it. In just a few days, he lost so much weight that he was hardly recognizable. At this point, even the most foolish person would realize it wasn't a physical problem, but that he had encountered something unclean. After thinking it over, Tiger recalled that he had taken that ancient coin, and it was most likely the problem. But he didn't know any masters. He had just heard that the evil shop could collect evil things, so he came with a try-it-out mentality. Lu Fei, you don't know, every time I eat something, I vomit. If I don't eat, I'm hungry. I'm so hungry it feels like my heart is clawing at my liver, and my teeth itch. I just want to bite someone, Tiger said, rubbing his teeth and staring at Lu Fei's neck with an eerie look, as if he really wanted to eat a person. Lu Fei quickly stepped back, creating some distance, and inadvertently noticed something in Tiger's mouth. Wait, Tiger, what's in your mouth? What? I haven't eaten anything, Tiger said, confused. Open your mouth, let me see. Tiger opened his mouth wide. Lu Fei turned on his phone flashlight and looked inside. After seeing the situation in Tiger's mouth, he suddenly jolted, almost dropping his phone. What's wrong? Lu Fei, what is wrong with my mouth? Tiger's heart sank at Lu Fei's reaction. Lu Fei composed himself before saying, teeth. He considered himself not a timid person. After experiencing the soul-sucking chain, he had seen quite a bit. But the situation in Tiger's mouth was truly bizarre. Don't scare me, what is wrong with my teeth? Tiger was on the verge of tears. You have a lot of teeth in your mouth. A row after another, sharp teeth. It looks like the mouth of an alien from the TV. Lu Fei suppressed his discomfort and took a photo of Tiger to let him see. Upon seeing the photo, Tiger trembled all over, his already sallow face losing any color. Why do I have so many teeth? Normal people only have 2 rows of teeth on top and bottom, but in his mouth, rows of sharp teeth were densely packed. It was horrifying. Tiger, you've probably been cheated, Lu Fei said. Did that old man clarify where this copper coin came from? He just said something about digging it out from his family's ancestral grave. Don't all antique sellers say that? Tiger said with a mournful face. Lu Fei pondered. Even if it's a burial item, it shouldn't be this sinister. There are plenty of burial items on Antique Street. Unless what? It's the mouth money from a dead person. Tiger's face turned pale instantly. As a member of the antique world, he certainly knew what mouth money was. Mouth money, also known as bite money, is a funeral custom left by ancient people. It is placed in the mouth of the deceased, usually jade or copper coins, symbolizing that the deceased carries treasure to bless their descendants or to be reborn into a wealthy family in the next life. Wealthy families would use jade, while ordinary families would use copper coins. It is said to be the only wealth the deceased can take with them. Imagine if you worked hard all your life and finally saved some money, only for someone else to take it. Wouldn't you feel immense resentment? So, anyone who dares to take this money would be haunted by the deceased until they die. Even the greediest grave robbers wouldn't dare to touch it. That old bastard knew it was mouth money and still sold it to me. I've been terribly cheated, Tiger shouted angrily. But now was not the time to settle scores. Preserving his life was the priority. Lu Fei, this mouth money must be an evil object, right? You have to take it. He looked at Lu Fei with hopeful eyes, as if he were looking at a savior. I can take it, but first, we need to resolve the resentment on it. Otherwise, you'll still end up dead, Lu Fei said. Then how do we resolve it? Actually, the simplest method is to return the copper coin and offer some offerings, sincerely apologizing to the deceased. But if you do that, I won't be able to take the money. You'll have to handle it yourself. There are only 7 days left this month. Although I really want to quickly receive the second piece of an object, I still need to make things clear to people. The evil pawnshop never engages in deceitful transactions. They would never let customers take risks just to collect evil objects. If there is an easier solution, they will definitely inform the other party. Tiger's face showed bitterness. I don't even know where the person is buried. That old bastard is most likely a fraud. And it's uncertain if it's from that village. Before I find him, I'll either starve to death or vomit to death. Lu Fei, is there any other way? Preferably one that can take effect today. Saying this, Tiger rubbed his jaw with his thick fingers as if his teeth were itching again. Lu Fei thought for a moment and said, there is, but it's quite risky, and I'm not sure if it will work. As long as it can get rid of this thing, I'm not afraid of taking risks. Tiger hurriedly nodded. Okay, you go prepare some things first. Lu Fei found paper and a pen and wrote a list for Tiger. Buy according to what's on the list, you can't miss a single item. And buy as many incense, candles, and paper money as possible. Tiger took the list, squinting at it, becoming increasingly confused. Pig's head meat, soaked white rice, raw eggs, white tofu, locust flower wine, incense, candles, paper people, what is all this? These are all things that ghosts like to eat. Whether you were cheated or not, ultimately, you took someone else's stuff. First, prepare a table of offerings to apologize to them. Then wire their copper coins at the end. Copper coins are the most important. If you're going to give me the copper coins, you naturally have to buy one to return as an offering. It's best to get an ancient copper coin of comparable age. Don't buy a fake to fool the dead. Lu Fei urged. Stop dawdling. Hurry up and prepare. You must buy everything before sunset. Try to send it away tonight. Okay, since it concerned his own life. Tiger didn't dare to delay and immediately took the list to go shopping. Meanwhile, Lu Fei prepared some other things. In the afternoon, Tiger returned, carrying big and small bags, dripping with sweat. I finally gathered everything. He was so exhausted that he could hardly catch his breath and plopped down on the ground, gasping for air. Normally, carrying this much wouldn't be a problem for him. He usually ran errands for his boss and relied on physical strength for a living. But he had been tormented by the copper coin and hadn't eaten or drunk anything for several days, leaving him severely weakened. The fact that he could still move was entirely due to sheer willpower. Lu Fei, the things you wanted were too mixed. I ran to several places to gather them. You check if they're okay. After checking one by one, Lu Fei nodded. These are all fine. What about the copper coins? Here, I was afraid of losing them. So I put them in the innermost part of my pocket. Tiger wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and pulled out a coin from his pants pocket. A pained expression appearing on his sunken face. I didn't dare ask my boss to buy it. I got it from another antique shop. And this one coin cost $2,000. Adding these other things, miscellaneous items, I spent several thousand in total. Sigh, that old bastard really ripped me off. Once I'm better, I'll definitely settle the score with him. Don't worry about the money. Just consider it spending for peace of mind. Lu Fei took the coin from him and frowned. This coin is fake. How is that possible? The owner of the treasure pavilion personally guaranteed me it was genuine. Tiger stared blankly. I checked it myself. Your skills aren't up to par. This coin is crafted quite well, almost indistinguishable from the real thing. However, it lacks the charm that comes from the passage of time, what we call the old flavor. Lu Fei shook his head. So I've been conned again. Tiger struggled to get up, his bony body trembling. Damn it, this is bullying. Going to him is useless. Once the item leaves the counter, the money and goods are settled. If you go to him now, he won't acknowledge it. So what should I do? Without this coin, how can I send that dead person off? Tiger was panicking. Don't rush, I'll think of a way. Just wait for me here. Lu Fei said, and left for Linglong Pavilion to find Lu Fuguwei. Lu Fuguwei brought out a whole box of ancient coins and told Lu Fei to choose at will. Lu Fei picked through them and finally selected one that was closest in age. Uncle Fuguwei, how much is this? Don't mention money. If you like it, I'll give it to you. Lu Fuguwei waved his hand cheerfully. That is not acceptable. We need to be clear about money between brothers. Lu Fei insisted on paying. Worried about a potential trick. Lu Fuguwei symbolically accepted 100, smiling. You can handle evil objects, right? I have a friend who seems to have encountered something dirty. So there was a request. No wonder he was so generous. Oh, what happened? Not long ago, he brought a statue home, said it could change his luck. But soon after the statue arrived, bad things started happening to his family one after another. He suspects there is a problem with the statue. What do you think? Without seeing it with my own eyes, I can't say. But there are many taboos when inviting spirits. If you're not careful, you might invite something else instead. Can you handle this kind of thing? If it's an evil object, I can, but I'll need to finish what I'm dealing with first. With business coming in, Lu Fei was eager. But right now, he had to solve Tiger's trouble first. When he returned to the evil shop, Tiger was already anxiously waiting. Without waiting for Tiger to speak, Lu Fei picked up the items on the ground. I got real money now. Let us go find a less crowded intersection. Chapter 10. Sending off the vegetables near the antique street. There was a secluded street with hardly any pedestrians. A few sparse streetlights emitted faint glows. Tiger stood at the intersection, looking around at the dark surroundings, feeling a chill run down his spine. Lu Fei, aren't we supposed to send that dead person off? Why are we in this dark place? The intersection has heavy energy. To let it manifest, we need to come to a place like this. Lu Fei looked around and placed a pile of items down. What? We still need to make it appear? If it doesn't show up, how will you apologize? Stop dawdling. Hurry and set the items down. Using the light from the street lamp, Lu Fei and Tiger carefully arranged the items they bought during the day at the intersection. Pig head meat, roasted chicken, soaked white rice, raw eggs, white tofu, dried fruits, sweet cakes, apples. A total of 8 large bowls. Lu Fei, do these items have any significance? Why do ghosts like to eat these? Tiger asked curiously. As the saying goes, humans eat yang food, and ghosts eat food, Lu Fei explained while arranging. Pig head meat, roasted chicken, sweet cakes, and fruits are commonly used offerings for worship. Soaked white rice, raw eggs, and white tofu are things ghosts love to eat. The locust tree is een. Locust flower wine is best for ghosts. 8 large bowls, plus a bottle of wine, make a proper meal for ghosts, called sending een vegetables. Tiger listened, stunned, and admired. Isn't your family in the pawn business? How do you know all this? Our pawnshop specializes in dealing with evil objects. If we don't understand, how can we make a living? Lu Fei patiently replied, explaining that it was all taught to him by his grandfather. Then he directed Tiger to place paper figures on either side of the 8 bowls. What are these paper figures for? They're called Golden Boy and Jade Girl. Serving it while it eats. If it's willing to eat this table of een vegetables, then we can talk. Tiger was astonished. With so much prepared, 8 large bowls, plus Golden Boy and Jade Girl, I'm showing enough sincerity. It shouldn't make things difficult for me, right? I can't guarantee that. Just be sincere. By the way, do you have cigarettes? In case it likes to smoke, it's better to have some than none. I have. Tiger quickly pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. It was a brand he usually smoked. Not great, but still a gesture. After setting everything up, Lu Fei took out incense ash and sprinkled a large circle outside the 8 bowls. Lu Fei, what does this mean? These are things ghosts love. Drawing a line keeps other wandering souls from being attracted. After finishing all the preparations, Lu Fei checked the time. It was just past midnight. Let us start. He instructed Tiger to light the incense and candles, placing them in front of the 8 bowls. Then he burned paper money facing the bowls, inviting the deceased to come eat. No matter what, whether it's an older brother or sister, I didn't mean to take your money. I was also tricked by that old man. With grievances on one side and debts on the other, you should seek him out for payment. After this meal, I hope you'll let me go. I'll burn you more paper, Tiger chanted as he burned the paper, worshipping the surroundings. But after half an hour, the 8 bowls remained silent. Lu Fei, why is there still no response? Is it not willing to let me go? Tiger was starting to panic. Don't worry. Keep praying. Lu Fei, too, was uncertain, but he couldn't show it. Otherwise, Tiger would panic even more. No matter what. With grievances on one side and debts on the other, please let me go. Tiger kept bowing. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind blew through. Paper ash danced in the air. The paper figures standing beside the 8 bowls began to tremble slightly. Tiger suddenly shivered, his eyes wide with fear. Lu Fei. Is it coming? I don't know. I can't see. Lu Fei squinted, scanning the area. He felt a cold presence, but couldn't find where it was. Keep going. Lu Fei turned around and saw Tiger stiffly squatting in place, a dazed expression on his face, his hand still in the motion of burning paper money. But the money hen made it into the fire pit, as if frozen in place by some spell. In the flickering firelight, it seemed a strange black shadow was perched on his back. It's here. Lu Fei's heart raced, trying to remain silent so as not to provoke it. After a few seconds, Tiger suddenly raised his head, staring intently at the 8 bowls of een vegetables with an eerie gaze. His mouth opened, making a grinding noise that made one's teeth ache, drooling from the corners of his mouth. Then, he grabbed the food from the bowls and stuffed it into his mouth frantically. Grease smeared all over his face, making pig-like grunting sounds as he devoured the food without chewing. The scene was both disgusting and terrifying. Lu Fei felt goosebumps all over as he watched from the side. But he couldn't intervene. He knew that the dead person was using Huzi's body to eat. As long as the dead was willing to eat, it was a good thing. However, the way he was eating looked like a starving ghost. Wait, a starving ghost? Lu Fei's expression changed slightly as he looked at Huzi again. His body was skin and bones, but his belly was bulging. This wasn't just a resemblance. It was clearly a starving ghost. Lu Fei's heart sank. Starving ghosts are greedy, and he didn't know if this portion of offerings was enough for it. If it wasn't full, wouldn't it be counterproductive? Sure enough. Just a few minutes later, the 8 big bowls of offerings were devoured by Huzi in a whirlwind. It seemed he wasn't full yet, as he turned around, his vacant eyes fixed on Lu Fei, constantly licking his teeth with his tongue. That gaze was quite creepy. Lu Fei steeled himself and placed the copper coin he bought in front of him. As long as he accepted this copper coin, it would be settled. Brother, my friend knows he was wrong. This is the money he owes you. Please be merciful and let him go. But Huzi didn't look at the copper coin. He just kept staring at Lu Fei, drooling. Lu Fei felt something was off and cautiously stepped back. As soon as he moved, Huzi also moved, letting out a strange cry and lunging at Lu Fei like a starving dog after food. Lu Fei quickly ran away, and Huzi missed his target. His thin body, with its large belly, lost balance and fell to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Fei splashed a tube of rooster blood over him. Huzi's body twitched as if electrocuted, and then his bulging belly began to writhe strangely, his expression filled with pain. Finally, he vomited. But what came out wasn't what he had just eaten. It was a mass of thick black goo that smelled terrible. After he vomited a huge puddle, he continued to gag. Lu Fei hurriedly endured the stench and sprinkled a handful of fragrant ash into his mouth, finally stopping his vomiting. Otherwise, he would have thrown up his own intestines. Lu Fei dragged him to the side and splashed some cold water on his face. He slowly opened his eyes, and his first words were, "Did you send it away?" Lu Fei shook his head. Huzi's emaciated body trembled, the light in his eyes dimmed, and he hoarsely said, "Am I going to die?" "No, In fact, there's hope. Lu Fei took out the copper coin and said with bright eyes, I know what this copper coin is. I have to say, you're really lucky. This is a rare good thing. Chapter 11. The Starving Ghost's Curse Lucky? Did I hear that right? Huzi's sallow face twitched, unsure whether to cry or laugh. I've almost been tortured to death by this thing, and you still say I'm lucky? Do you want this kind of luck? The fragrant ash stuck in his throat made him stutter. Didn't you give the copper coin to me? This good thing is already mine. Lu Fei chuckled and helped Huzi sit up. You rest for a bit. I'll clean this up. After saying that, he packed the bowls, dishes, ash, and other things into a plastic bag, then shoveled a lot of dirt to bury Huzi's vomit. Even if this place was desolate, it was still an intersection. How could others walk through if it was dirty and messy? Lu Fei wasn't someone with a moral obsession, but he didn't like to affect others because of his own issues. Huzi leaned against the streetlight, gasping weakly, and seeing Lu Fei's relaxed expression. He couldn't help but feel hopeful. Lu Fei, am I really saved? Of course. You're not just trying to make me happy, right? You can rest assured. I know right from wrong. Even if you can't save me, I won't cause you trouble if I die. Even if you come to find me, I won't be afraid. Lu Fei interrupted him impatiently. Not to mention, you won't die? At least not now. I already know what that is, and knowing is half the battle. Huzi's hollow eyes brightened again. So what is it? Let's go back first. The energy here is heavy, and your young fire is weak right now. It's like a house with the door wide open. Any dirty thing can come in. Lu Fei tossed everything into the trash can, patted the dirt off his clothes, and helped Huzi up. Huzi, in his 20s, looked like a frail old man, his tall body deeply hunched over as Lu Fei supported him, walking slowly. A 20-minute journey took them a full hour to return to the pawnshop. Lu Fei placed him on a chair, took the keys, and went to the backyard bedroom. He opened an old cabinet and took out a very old yellow talisman. He lit the talisman and placed it in a cup of water, making a cup of talisman water, and handed it to the half-dead Huzi. Drink this. Are you saying I didn't vomit enough? Huzi protested. This is talisman water. It has the effect of calming evil spirits. After you drink it, you won't feel so bad, and maybe you'll be able to eat. Really? Huzi took the cup with trembling hands. If it's that good, why didn't you give it to me sooner? I was saving you money. Talisman water costs 200 a cup. Lu Fei said seriously, if we can send that starving ghost away tonight, you won't need to spend that money. Unfortunately, it's not that simple. Oh, by the way, buying the copper coin cost 100, so remember to give it to me later. In reality, this yellow talisman was left to him by his grandfather, and he was reluctant to part with it. You have a pretty good heart. Huzi forced a smile, holding the cup and cautiously taking a small sip. After waiting a moment and finding there were no signs of vomiting, he finished the rest. Damn, I haven't eaten for so long. Even a cup of water tastes so good. Huzi smacked his lips, and just as he put down the cup, he felt a warm current surging in his belly, spreading throughout his body. His cold, numb limbs were relieved, and his bulging belly shrank significantly. Even his itchy teeth felt much better. It really works. Huzi was both shocked and delighted, and his gaze towards Lu Fei changed. I'm really impressed. Lu Fei? No, brother Lu Fei, please tell me. What exactly is that copper coin? How do we deal with it? Lu Fei took out the copper coin and looked at it under the light before saying, this is called starving ghost money. What does that mean? It's a special kind of evil object. The conditions for a copper coin to become starving ghost money are very strict. It's not just about digging it out of a grave. First, it has to be the mouth money of the dead, and secondly, the dead must be a starving ghost. Lu Fei smiled at Huzi. There are plenty of mouth money, and there are many starving ghosts, but the chances of these two coming together can be said to be 1 in 10,000. So if you're not lucky, what is it? Huzi shook his hands repeatedly. I don't want this kind of luck. Just tell me how to deal with it. To break this starving ghost curse is simple yet complicated. Mainly, it requires some soil from the grave of a starving ghost. Huh. ISNT, that's still impossible. Huzi's face fell again. I don't even know where it's buried. How can I find its grave soil? Don't worry, I have a way. Tomorrow we'll go to the village where you collected the copper coin, and the rest will be up to me. It's getting late. Let's sleep. If you don't rest well, where will you get the strength to dig a grave tomorrow? Lu Fei patted Huzi's shoulder. Seeing Lu Fei so confident, Huzi put all his questions aside. After being tossed around, his body really couldn't take it anymore. Leaning on the sofa, he almost fell asleep as soon as he closed his eyes. After drinking the talisman water, his body felt warm and was no longer tortured by vomiting. This sleep was the most restful he had in days. The next morning, Tiger finally could eat normally. Sitting at a roadside stall, he was biting into a steaming meat bun while wiping away tears. The way he was eating, Lu Fei really wanted to pretend he didn't know him. Take it easy, the talisman can work for 3 days. And that's enough time to deal with that starving ghost. You don't understand what it feels like to be hungry for days and nights. Even if I can't find a grave, I'd rather die full than die starving. It's better to be killed by someone than to die of hunger. Tiger ate 6 baskets of buns and still wanted to pack some for the road. This moved the roadside stall owner, who insisted on giving him 2 more baskets of buns. The village selling copper coins was in a remote county below Jiangdu. To get there faster, Tiger borrowed a van from a friend. The ride was bumpy, and while eating, Tiger drove, finally arriving at the village entrance after half a day. My boss was collecting ancient pottery bowls at a house on the west side of the village. Let us inquire there. If old Wang, the one selling copper coins, is from the village, we should be able to find out. After filling his stomach, although Tiger was still thin, he looked much more spirited. He parked the car and, relying on his memory, led Lu Fei into the village, easily finding that house. The homeowner was a middle-aged man with dark skin and yellow teeth. Since he had just sold an ancient pottery bowl, he remembered Tiger. "Uncle, I'd like to ask you about someone." Tiger offered him a cigarette. "Go ahead." The middle-aged man tucked the cigarette behind his ear. "Is there an old man in the village who wears black cloth clothes and green rubber shoes, and is very thin? Aren't all old men like that? Just give me a name." "I don't know his name." Tiger scratched his head, trying hard to remember. "I recall he has a big black spot on his neck and several on the back of his hands." "Black spots?" The middle-aged man was taken aback, his expression becoming strange as he looked at Tiger and asked, "Why are you looking for this person?" Chapter 12. Meat-eating village. Seeing that the other party recognized him, Tiger immediately got excited and gritted his teeth, saying, "I'm looking for that old Wang." Lu Fei quickly interrupted him, saying, "We're looking for that elderly gentleman to buy antiques. Last time he showed one to my friend, but we had to leave in a hurry and didn't get a good look, so we're back to ask if the old man was indeed from this village." The middle-aged man would probably cover for him, thinking Tiger was there to settle a score. After Lu Fei finished speaking, he nudged Tiger with his elbow. Tiger quickly reacted and nodded vigorously. Yes, we're looking for him to buy antiques." "Buying antiques? When was that?" To their surprise, the middle-aged man's expression became even stranger. "A few days ago. It was the day my boss came to your house. I was waiting outside when that old man brought an antique to ask me if I would buy it. You didn't misidentify him, right? He really had black spots on him? Even if he turned to ash, I'd recognize him. I would never mistake it." Seeing Tiger so adamant, the middle-aged man's eyes widened in shock. "That's really rare. They from Huangjiao village actually willing to sell those treasures?" Tiger eagerly asked, "Uncle, do you know him?" "I don't know him. The people in their village don't like to interact with others. However, there is a hereditary disease in their village. And when people get old, they develop black spots. If you didn't misidentify him, he must be from Huangjiao village." "Where's Huangjiao village?" "It's just over that mountain." I didn't expect that. So many people used to go to their village to collect antiques, but they were reluctant. Now they actually take the initiative to sell treasures. Lu Fei curiously asked, "What treasures do they have in their village? Are they famous?" "I've heard there's an ancient tomb that contains quite a few treasures." The middle-aged man glanced at them. "You don't know, huh? He didn't say much to us, just showed us an item." "Then you'd better be careful." The middle-aged man lowered his voice and said mysteriously, "Their tomb is quite sinister. Many tomb raiders have set their sights on it. Guess what? Several groups have gone, and none returned. So dangerous?" Lu Fei and Tiger exchanged glances, both feeling that the ancient tomb must be the grave of a starving ghost. The things inside the ancient tomb are good, but it's too ominous. Very few people can handle it. "If you really want to collect antiques, I have a family heirloom." "Thanks, uncle. But we'll go to Huangjiao village first." Tiger stuffed the whole box of cigarettes into the middle-aged man's hands. The middle-aged man wasn't polite, directly stuffing the cigarettes into his pants pocket, and kindly reminded them, "If you really want to enter the village, don't go empty-handed. The people there have strange tempers. Many antique collectors have been chased out." Tiger rolled up his sleeves. "I'll handle them." Lu Fei held him back and asked the middle-aged man, "What should we do?" "The people in their village love to eat meat. They can have meat 3 times a day, so we call them the meat-eating village. 100 years ago, there was a famine in this area, and while others had no rice to cook, their village had meat to eat. If you bring some meat over, it'll be easier to talk." "Eat meat?" Tiger looked puzzled. "How about this? I see it's not easy for you to make this trip. I have some free-range chickens at home. Just take 2. I want to make a profit. Just give me 200 yuan. 200? There are plenty of valuable treasures in that ancient tomb. If you can really collect a few, you'll definitely make a fortune. What is 2 chickens worth?" Before Tiger could respond, Lu Fei nodded first. "All right, you catch us 2 roosters, the ones with red crowns." "Sure." The middle-aged man quickly caught 2 red-crowned roosters, stuffed them into a snakeskin bag, and handed them to Tiger. Tiger, still confused, handed over the money, and it wasn't until he left the village that he realized. "Lu Fei, did I get scammed again? What meat-eating village? I think he just made up that nonsense to sell me 2 chickens." Lu Fei laughed. "Not necessarily. We're facing an ancient tomb, and those roosters might come in handy. The back mountain didn't have a road, so the 2 could only walk up." Tiger wasn't fully recovered yet, panting heavily. Lu Fei was better off. Following the winding mountain path, when they reached halfway up, they saw a very large Huangjiao tree. The trunk was so thick it was exaggerated. 2 adults could barely wrap their arms around it, and it must have been at least 100 years old. However, this towering tree had long since withered, leaving only a bare trunk twisted toward the sky, exuding an air of desolation and sorrow. Behind the Huangjiao tree, there were many old village houses. This should be it. Lu Fei squinted, examining the withered ancient tree. This kind of tree is usually a feng shui tree for a village. Such a sturdy tree indicates that the village must have been prosperous and thriving. Unfortunately, the tree had died, and the village's feng shui must have declined as well. Tiger admired him greatly, saying, "Lu Fei, you even understand feng shui?" "Just a little." Lu Fei smiled. "When I was young, I often heard my grandfather talk about feng shui, fate, and taboos. My grandfather said that those in the business of evil things must understand everything to avoid pitfalls. He unconsciously learned a lot. But his grandfather always wanted him to study hard, so he never had the chance to apply it. A feng shui tree of this size is not easy to die. The trunk was dark and blackened, looking like it had been struck by something. Did the village undergo a significant change? Then, Lu Fei turned his gaze to the village. Surrounded by mountains and forests, the low, old houses were silently curled up. The earthen walls and gray tiles, the walls were like an old man's face, covered with ravines. Weeds poked through every corner, and trees overshadowed the courtyard, making it dilapidated and deep. It looked like an ordinary small village, but it gave him an uncomfortable feeling, and he couldn't pinpoint the problem. Who cares what's wrong with their village? I'm going to settle accounts with that old bastard. Tiger wiped his sweat and strode towards the village. Wait, if you go looking for him now, he surely won't take responsibility. Our purpose here is to collect soil from the grave, and we need to resolve the hungry ghost curse on you first, Lu Fei called out to him. Tiger thought for a moment and reluctantly pulled back his legs. That's true. Once I come back to life, I'll deal with him properly. As he spoke, he looked around. This mountain is quite large. I wonder where the ancient tomb is. Brother Lu Fei, I remember you said you would have a way once we got there? That's right. Lu Fei nodded. What method? Simple, it will find its way on its own. Lu Fei had Tiger hold the chicken while he took out the cursed coin, tied a red thread to it, and threw the coin onto the ground. A gust of wind blew, and the fallen leaves and weeds swayed gently. Then, the copper coin moved and actually stood up by itself. Chapter 13. The copper coin finds the way. What the hell? What kind of magic is this? Tiger exclaimed, his eyes wide in disbelief. You should know, Lu Fei didn't pull the red thread. The copper coin stood up by itself. This isn't magic, it's an instinct. Just like how anyone can find their own home when they reach their doorstep, it will find its own grave, and we just need to follow it. As soon as Lu Fei finished speaking, the copper coin rolled forward like a wheel. Hurry up. Lu Fei held the red thread and followed the copper coin. Tiger, forgetting his shock, hurriedly followed with the two chickens. The copper coin rolled over the ground covered in weeds and fallen leaves, heading straight in one direction. Lu Fei looked ahead and suddenly stopped, a puzzled expression on his face. What's going on? Why is it heading towards the village? Could the ancient tomb be in the village? No way. Who would build a grave right at their doorstep? Maybe it's behind the village? Tiger suggested. Let's try another direction. Lu Fei lifted the copper coin with the red thread and circled to the other side of the village, but something strange happened. The copper coin still rolled towards the village. Lu Fei tried 2 more times, but no matter which direction he went, the copper coin always headed towards the village. The direction was clear, without a hint of hesitation. It seems its grave is indeed in the village, Lu Fei frowned. This is too strange. Wouldn't it be considered unlucky to build a grave in one's own village? Brother Lu Fei, could there be a mistake? Tiger found it hard to believe. Would you mistake your own home's location? No, it wouldn't either. Lu Fei put away the copper coin and gestured to Tiger. Let's enter the village and see what's going on. The two walked towards the village, but before they could enter, the rooster in the snake's skin bag began to struggle, making uneasy clucking sounds. The struggle was so intense that Tiger almost couldn't hold on. What's going on? Does it know it's about to be eaten? Lu Fei thought for a moment and asked Tiger to open the snake's skin bag, plucking 3 blacktail feathers from each rooster. Brother Lu Fei, what's the point of plucking chicken feathers? Tiger asked curiously. There's an old saying, when the rooster crows, the world turns white. In ancient times, people believed that roosters were young birds that could dispel darkness. Therefore, rooster tail feathers can ward off evil. Lu Fei handed 3 tail feathers to Tiger. Strangely enough, as soon as he finished plucking the feathers, the rooster became listless and quiet, as if its spirit had been drawn away. I suspect this village is strange. The rooster might have sensed something, so we should be prepared. I used to think that talismans for warding off evil had to be blessed by great masters. But I didn't expect rooster feathers could work too. Tiger was in awe, feeling that the $200 spent were worth it. If we bought some talisman from a master, it wouldn't cost less than 1,000. The two tucked the rooster tail feathers away and carried the quiet, listless roosters into the deep, ancient mountain village. The trees in the village were particularly dense, and the light seemed dimmer than outside. There weren't many houses. They were all the oldest adobe houses, and behind the narrow, small windows, a few pairs of murky eyes were watching these uninvited guests with suspicion. Who are you? An old voice accompanied by a few gaunt old men came out, blocking the two. Seeing their appearance, Lu Fei and Tiger exchanged glances, regardless of their height or weight. These old men's faces, necks, and even the backs of their hands were covered in black spots of various sizes. They looked particularly terrifying. Old man, we're here to find someone. Suppressing his astonishment, Lu Fei put on a friendly smile. Who are you looking for? The leader was an old man in a faded Zhongshan suit, hands behind his back, with an air of authority on his aged face. An old man who wants to sell antiques to us asked us to come and collect. Lu Fei signaled to Tiger, who hurriedly handed over the 2 roosters. We came in a hurry and didn't bring anything as a greeting. It's just a small token of respect. Upon seeing the roosters, the old men's eyes immediately lit up, their murky old eyes shining with light, and their attitude did a complete 180. So you are 2 bosses. We truly neglected you. Please come in. The leading old man, the village chief, warmly welcomed Lu Fei and Tiger into his home, instructing someone to boil water and brew tea. Lu Fei observed that although there were dozens of people in the village, they were all old. Each one was gaunt, with black spots all over their aged skin, looking both weathered and frightening. Lu Fei had never heard of such a peculiar hereditary disease. What do the two bosses want to buy? The village chief asked gently. Looking at the two unfamiliar young men, Lu Fei tentatively said, I heard that there is an ancient tomb here with many good things inside. Those are just rumors from outsiders. What ancient tomb could a small village like ours have? We only have a few old items passed down from our ancestors. The village chief waved his hand. As long as it's genuine, old items are fine. Lu Fei responded to the village chief while reaching into his pocket, feeling the copper coin. He didn't know why, but after arriving in the village, the copper coin had become quiet. I'm really sorry, little boss, but we never thought of selling ancestral items. The village chief smiled apologetically, not knowing who told you about selling antiques. Tiger hurriedly said, an old man, dressed in black cloth, with a large black spot on his neck. He had also looked at us, but we didn't see the old man selling copper coins. It sounds like old Four, but that can't be. The village chief exchanged glances with the other elders, all showing strange expressions. Old Four has been dead for half a month. How could that be? I saw him just last week. The one who died definitely wasn't him. Tiger shook his head and exclaimed loudly, hearing him say that. The village chief and the other elders were also uncertain and asked in confusion, don't look at us, all having spots. Only Old Four has many on his neck. His memorial photo is displayed at home. Why don't I take you to see it? Good. Immediately, Lu Fei and Tiger followed the village chief to Old Four's home. In the dim, simple adobe house, a black and white memorial photo was placed on the cabinet. Tiger stepped forward to look, and in the frame, the emaciated old man had an expressionless face. Although only half of his neck was visible, it was still clear that there were large black spots. That's him. Tiger's pupils contracted, and he felt a chill all over. How could a dead person sell things to him? Did he encounter a ghost at that time? But it was broad daylight. The elders exchanged glances. After a moment, the village chief sighed heavily and said, I'm afraid that the fourth one can't swallow that breath. He originally insisted on selling the things left by our ancestors, and I disagreed. Unexpectedly, after that, he apologized to Lu Fei and Hu Zi. I'm sorry, two little bosses. We didn't expect him to still be restless after his death. Hu Zi looked at Lu Fei in a daze, seeking help. What should we do? Lu Fei also felt a bit confused. After thinking for a while, he said, Village chief, how about this? We go to his grave to burn incense, ask him to rest in peace, and then he won't bother us anymore. Chapter 14. The Inn House. I'm really sorry for causing you trouble. The village chief felt very guilty and hurriedly had someone prepare some incense, candles, and paper money, then took the two to the grave. His grave was not far behind the village. They could reach it in just a few steps. The two followed the elder through the middle of the village towards the graveyard outside. Lu Fei quietly observed and indeed did not see any grave mounds in the village. Why did that copper coin want to run into the village? While wondering, he suddenly felt the copper coin in his pocket move again, as if wanting to go somewhere. Lu Fei looked in that direction. It was the end of the village, where there was a small building taller than the other houses, obscured by high dirt walls and trees, exuding a mysterious aura. They arrived. The village chief stopped at a grove outside the village. In the dense forest, there were quite a few graves, and the years were not short. It was clear that they were indeed the village's cemetery. The village chief stopped in front of a new grave, and the tombstone read, Grave of Zhao Ligan. Fourth, you are confused. The things left by our ancestors cannot be sold randomly. Aren't you just causing trouble for others? You should be more peaceful in the future. The village chief sternly reprimanded at the grave. Then, Lu Fei went to burn incense. Hu Zi did not move. He was a bit reluctant. Even if this old bastard was a ghost, he had brought trouble upon himself. Why should he burn incense for him? Lu Fei did not force him. While burning incense, he secretly grabbed a handful of soil from the grave. After finishing, the village chief apologized to the two again and once again stated that their village had no antiques to sell, politely asking them to leave. Lu Fei said nothing more and pulled Hu Zi away. But not long after leaving the village, he stopped, took out the handful of grave soil. Brother Lu Fei, are you going to use this soil to dispel my hungry ghost curse? That means the old bastard selling copper coins is a ghost who died of hunger? Is he using his own money to cover his mouth? Hu Zi looked completely puzzled. Of course not. I just feel that the grave is not quite right and want to verify it. Lu Fei said as he squatted down and moved a stone, capturing 2 earthworms from inside. Then, he sprinkled the grave soil on the worms. The 2 worms twisted their long bodies and crawled away from the grave soil. Lu Fei squinted. Indeed, what does this represent? Earthworms, also known as soil dragons, live underground. They know best which soil is not safe to burrow into. Their lack of reaction to the grave soil indicates that there is no corpse energy in the grave. That grave is empty, just a facade for people to see. Hu Zi was stunned for a moment, then angrily clenched his fist. So the whole village is a bunch of liars. They are afraid we would cause trouble for that old bastard and deliberately tricked us into thinking he was dead. Lu Fei pondered. It seems that way. But wouldn't it be easier for them to just say that the 4th one isn't in the village? Why go through the trouble of building a grave and even taking a posthumous photo? Moreover, I observed that there were unfinished flower wreaths beside the grave. Inside the house, there were also traces of white cloth used to set up a mourning hall. I think they really held a funeral, not just to deal with us. Huzi felt a chill down his spine. Holding a funeral for an empty grave? Is he out of his mind? I suspect this village has secrets. But none of that is the most important. We need to focus on dispelling your hungry ghost curse. Let's just get the grave soil and leave. When Huzi heard him say this, he knew there was a chance, and he happily said, Brother Lu Fei, you already know where the grave of the starving ghost is, right? Exactly. We'll sneak in at night while the villagers are asleep. The sun gradually set. The nights in the mountains come a little earlier. A few scattered lights lit up in the village, and the surroundings were silent, only the sound of the wind blowing. The two sneaked into the village stealthily, approaching the small building at the end. As they passed the village chief's house, Lu Fei curiously glanced inside. Under the dim yellow light, the village chief and his wife were huddled over a bowl, wolfing down something with greasy mouths. The way they ate reminded Lu Fei of Huzi's appearance when he was possessed by the hungry ghost. Do they really love meat that much? Lu Fei shook his head, withdrew his gaze, and he and Huzi tiptoed through the village, smoothly arriving in front of the small building. The adobe wall was at least 2 meters high, with a big lock hanging on the wooden door. The inside was pitch dark, with no light at all. Let us climb in. Although the wall was high, it was not difficult for 2 young men in their 20s. The two climbed over the wall and landed on the ground. After waiting for a moment to ensure the villagers had not noticed, they turned on their flashlight and shone it at the small building. This flash startled both of them. The small building was too strange. With only one door and no windows, standing silently in the night, particularly eerie. This is a Een house for the dead. A Een house cannot see the light, so it must not have windows. Lu Fei quickly reacted, pushed open the door, and a chill immediately surged out from inside. The air was filled with a musty, gray smell and heavy death energy. The flashlight illuminated the interior, and in the middle of the small building was an ancient grave, curled up and lonely. I can't believe it. There really is an ancient tomb. That old bastard, the village chief, was indeed lying. Huzi's eyes widened, urging, Brother Lu Fei, quickly take out the copper coins and try. Lu Fei threw out the copper coin tied with a red thread. The coin stood upright upon hitting the ground and rolled towards the grave, making a clinking sound as it hit the tombstone. This is it. Lu Fei felt relieved. Although the village was filled with oddities, nothing was more important than saving Huzi's life. There was nothing else in the building. It seemed that this small structure was built specifically to hide this ancient tomb. The tomb was not large and made of bluestone. Probably due to being in the dark for many years, the stones were covered with moss, appearing ancient and dilapidated. This is the grave of a starving ghost. If we disturb the soil at its grave, it won't cause trouble, right? So we need to act quickly. Lu Fei instructed Huzi to place the copper coin they bought in front of the tombstone and bowed to the grave. Then, he asked Huzi to shine the flashlight while he carefully scooped out the soil from the cracks in the grave and packed it into a mineral water bottle. Huzi watched nervously, as if Lu Fei was not scooping grave soil but his own life. Just as they were focused, a strange wailing sound suddenly came from the grave. Woo woo woo, woo woo woo. The two were taken aback, then looked at each other in terror and hurriedly stepped back. The wailing sounded like a ghostly cry, particularly piercing in the eerie small building. They took out 3 black rooster feathers and held them in front of themselves. However, after waiting for a while, nothing terrifying came out. Lu Fei calmed himself, mustered his courage, and turned back to see that the sound was not coming from the grave, but from behind it. It seemed like it was not the starving ghost. The grave soil hasn't been filled yet. Leaving now would mean all efforts wasted. Lu Fei gritted his teeth and went back. The flashlight flickered, and Huzi followed him tremblingly. Under the trembling light, a face that originally belonged to a portrait appeared before their eyes. Chapter 15. The secret from 100 years ago. Oh my god. Is that a ghost? No way. Just as Huzi was about to feel scared, he suddenly realized that the scene in front of him was wrong. The old man was bound hand and foot, a cloth stuffed in his mouth, and he was excitedly mumbling towards him and Lu Fei, tears glistening in his old eyes. Clearly, he was a person. What the hell, what's going on? Huzi felt like his brain had completely crashed. The old man in front of him was the one who sold copper coins to him, Zhao Ligan. The villagers had held a funeral for the old man, built an empty grave, yet the old man himself was tied up in the dark house. Forget about him for now. Let's get enough grave soil first. Although Lu Fei was also filled with questions, he suppressed his curiosity and only approached the old man after getting enough grave soil. Woo woo woo, woo woo woo. Old Zhao was very agitated, his thin body writhing continuously, making unpleasant whimpering sounds towards the two, as if asking for help. Lu Fei, I need to find out if this old bastard is intentionally trying to trick me. Huzi gritted his teeth and said, keep it down. Lu Fei glanced outside. Huzi pulled out the cloth from Zhao's mouth, grabbed his neck covered in black spots, and said fiercely, you dare sell me the mouth money from a dead man? Are you tired of living? Zhao coughed a few times before pleading in a hoarse voice. I don't know. I really don't know. I just wanted to see if it was valuable, wanted to sell it for money and escape. Escape? What do you mean? Aren't you from this village? Please let me go. I'll bow and apologize to you if you let me out. There's no time. After 12 o'clock. It's the ancestors' festival day. Festival day? What festival day? Huzi completely didn't believe what he said. I'm begging you. Otherwise, when the festival day comes, you will die too. Zhao was sweating profusely, looking like he wasn't faking it. Lu Fei glanced at the time, calmly said, if you don't explain clearly, we won't let you go. It's you who is tied up, not us. We still have 2 hours, enough time to leave this mountain. This is our village's secret. Zhao's breathing became rapid, as if he was in some intense inner struggle, finally making up his mind and gritting his teeth to say, our village has a tradition that every year on the Ancestor's Festival Day, we must offer up a person. Otherwise, the whole village will die. Nonsense. Isn't your ancestor supposed to protect you? Why would he let you die? Huzi coldly retorted. Zhao hurriedly said, I'm not lying. It's because the ancestor died with resentment. Before he died, he vowed to curse our descendants with strange diseases. Lu Fei said, be clearer. He was also very curious about where this ghost money came from. Zhao sighed heavily, speaking hoarsely. The older generation in the village said that over 100 years ago, there was a famine in this area, and everything edible within dozens of miles was consumed, leading to many starving to death every day. Later, a master passed through our village and said we had offended the mountain god, which brought disaster. As long as we offered up a person, we could seek the mountain god's forgiveness and survive the famine. The ancestors discussed and chose someone, built a grave for him, and buried him. At this point, Zhao's voice grew quieter, instinctively glancing at the ancient grave. Buried alive, Lu Fei frowned. Zhao didn't speak, effectively confirming it. No wonder there is so much resentment. Being buried alive by your own kin, starved to death. You believe in such a monstrous thing? Not us, it was the ancestors back then. Zhao's face was bitter. They did it, but it has dragged us descendants down. As soon as we start growing black spots, we can't control the urge to eat meat, and after eating, we vomit. It's worse than dying. Every year on the festival day, we can't eat anything and will go mad, biting people everywhere, and someone always dies. Later they discovered that as long as someone is chosen to apologize to the ancestors on the festival day, the others won't get sick. After Zhao finished speaking, he noticed an eerie silence in the small building, looked up to see the faces of the two opposite him were unusually grim, and immediately shivered. In the end, it was decided by the village chief. I had no choice. Lu Fei felt a chill in his heart. There's an old saying, people say ghosts are terrifying, but ghosts say human hearts are poisonous. Yet he never imagined that human hearts could be so ignorant and cruel, to believe in the evil practice of sacrificing a living person to save their own lives. Their symptoms are just those of starving ghosts. No wonder such a big feng shui tree has died. He truly didn't know whether to pity them or think they deserved it. After pausing, he suppressed his emotions and asked, what about the copper coins? The master said that as long as the copper coins are placed in the ancestor's mouth, it can suppress the resentment. But it didn't work at all. Everyone still got sick and starved to death, unless a person was sacrificed to the ancestors as an apology. This year it was my turn. I didn't want to die. I thought that the copper coin was an antique, so I could sell it and run as far away as possible, but who knew I would still be caught? Zhao pleaded pitifully. Regardless of how these two young men found this place, he only wanted to grasp this lifeline with all his might. I didn't know the copper coins would affect the person. Just let me go. Whether you hit or scold me, I'll accept. Keep pretending. This thing has harmed your entire village. Do you dare say you didn't know? Lu Fei sneered. You don't think that selling this copper coin and making someone else take the blame will get you off the hook, do you? No, I never thought that. Zhao buried his head, clearly feeling guilty. You damned old bastard. Are you even human? You deliberately harmed me. Huzi's blood boiled, lifting Zhao up. Just as he was about to punch him, he heard footsteps outside. Oh no, they're coming. Zhao's face changed drastically. Let me go? I know a shortcut. I can lead you down the mountain. Otherwise, they will catch you too. Our village's secret cannot be known by outsiders. Am I afraid of you old geezers? Huzi refused to let go. But Lu Fei, with a serious expression, said, Huzi, don't be impulsive. With so many starving ghosts, if they go mad, it's not something two people can handle. Although Huzi hated Zhao immensely, preferring to fight to the death rather than let go of this vicious old man. He didn't want to implicate Lu Fei, so he forcefully threw Zhao aside. Lu Fei only loosened the bindings on Zhao's legs, keeping his hands still tied. As long as it didn't affect his walking. The sound of unlocking came from outside, and several beams of flashlight light flickered into the building. Chapter 16. Breaking the curse. Lead the way. Lu Fei pushed Zhao. Zhao stumbled, leading the two to the back of the small building. Kicking a board in the corner with his foot, the board lifted, and Lu Fei moved it aside, revealing a small hole about a meter high in the wall. Outside the hole was waist-high wild grass. This was a hole that those people dug to escape. Zhao crawled in like a worm, showing that he was particularly desperate to escape. Lu Fei and Huzi followed closely behind. The village chief and the old men had already chased in. Stop! Stop! The villagers roared from behind as Lu Fei and Huzi followed the panting Zhao, running far until they could no longer see the lights of Huangjiao village, then stopped to catch their breath. The mountain wind blew, and faintly, some unwilling howls could be heard coming from the direction of the village, like wild beasts, sending chills down one's spine. Cold sweat soaked his clothes, and Lu Fei's back felt icy. Huzi leaned against a tree trunk, trembling with fear as he cursed. Damn flesh-eating village. It should be called the man-eating village. Huzi, Lu Fei suddenly called him in an unusual tone, grabbing his arm and cautiously moving away from old Zhao. What's wrong? Huzi's heart sank as he looked at old Zhao. Old Zhao was hunched over in the overgrown grass and under the dim light of the flashlight. His cheeks were deeply sunken, while his belly was swollen like a balloon. The hungry ghost is acting up. Old Zhao's wrinkled mouth opened, drooling as it dripped down the corners of his mouth, his greedy eyes fixed on the two of them. Then, he let out a horrifying howl and lunged at them with his mouth wide open, full of sharp teeth. The two quickly dodged. Old Zhao's hands were tied behind his back. Lu Fei stepped forward, putting his foot on his back to keep him down. Huzi, come help. Lu Fei took out the rope he had used to tie up old Zhao earlier, and together with Huzi, they hurriedly bound the frail, old man tightly again. Old Zhao struggled like a dying fish, making incoherent noises from his throat. Lu Fei sprinkled some incense ash into his mouth and used 3 black rooster feathers to pierce his forehead and both temples, releasing a lot of black blood before he finally calmed down. Brother Lu Fei, am I going to act up tonight? Huzi looked at the inhuman old Zhao and realized how terrifying it must have been when he was possessed by the hungry ghost. Before, he felt more tormented. Now, he felt more fear. He couldn't imagine what would have happened if he hadn't found Lu Fei and had actually bitten someone. You probably won't. The effect of the talisman water lasts for 3 days, Lu Fei said, though he couldn't guarantee it 100. How about you tie me up too? I'd rather die than eat people. The thought made Huzi feel a wave of uncontrollable nausea. The fact that you can still think this way means you're very clear-headed. You'll be fine, Lu Fei comforted him. If you're really scared, just hold on to the rooster feathers. They ward off evil and can suppress evil spirits. Okay. Huzi hurriedly grasped the rooster feathers in his hand, and whether it was psychological or not, he indeed felt better. After a while, Huzi found himself still very clear-headed, and his mood finally relaxed. Brother Lu Fei, how should we deal with this old bastard? Once the hungry ghost dissipates, he can return to normal, Lu Fei replied. But we can't dispel it tonight. Otherwise, the dirty thing will fight us to the death. We have to wait until dawn. Doesn't that just give him an advantage? Huzi was very unwilling. You decide what to do. I'm only responsible for dealing with evil spirits. Lu Fei found a relatively dry spot to sit and rest. He took this risk not to help anyone take revenge. The evil organization is only responsible for solving the troubles caused by evil spirits for customers and nothing else. Huzi stopped talking, occasionally glancing at the unconscious old Zhao. Finally, the night passed. When the sunlight spilled into the forest, Lu Fei took out the hungry ghost money, the soil collected from the grave, and a bottle of cooking oil he had prepared in advance. First, he buried the hungry ghost money in the grave soil, then sprinkled the cooking oil on top. Once the oil saturated the soil, he placed it in direct sunlight to dry. Sizzle, sizzle. The soil began to boil, making sounds like an oil pan frying, with plumes of black smoke rising. When the black smoke dissipated, Lu Fei dug the copper coin out of the soil, wiped it clean with a tissue, and looked at it in the sunlight, breaking into a big smile. Done. Is that it? It was resolved so easily? Huzi's face showed a hint of disbelief. The hungry ghost that tormented him to the point of wishing for death was so easily resolved by Lu Fei. I can now guarantee 100 that you're fine. Lu Fei patted his shoulder. Huzi quickly licked the roof of his mouth with his tongue and discovered that all the extra sharp teeth were gone. Bathing in the sunlight, he felt an exhilarating sense of being human again. Brother Lu Fei, you're amazing. He was deeply impressed by Lu Fei. Then, he looked at the unconscious old Zhao, his expression turning cold. Is he the same? Exactly. What about the people in Huangjiao village? Same. Huzi took a deep breath and stared at old Zhao, saying in a deep voice, Brother Lu Fei, I can't kill, but I can't just let it go either. Please wait for me for a moment. Sure. Lu Fei nodded, curious, but didn't ask Huzi what he planned to do. Huzi grabbed old Zhao's feet and dragged him, stumbling toward the Huangjiao village halfway up the mountain, his tall figure gradually disappearing among the trees. That old bastard was quite wicked. Lu Fei felt no sympathy for him. Sitting under a big tree, Lu Fei examined the hungry ghost money, feeling somewhat complex. A small copper coin hid so many lives and evils behind it. He wondered who that so-called master was. Recalling old Zhao's words, he felt that the master's actions were using the people of Huangjiao village to nourish the hungry ghost money. The idea of sacrificing living people was proposed by the master, and the mouth-closing money was also instructed by him. What was he raising the hungry ghost money for? Who cares? It's none of my business. Anyway, this money is mine now. Lu Fei couldn't figure it out. So he shook his head and pushed the doubts aside, happily looking at the copper coin. The evil energy was resolved, and the hungry ghost money could no longer harm people, but it also had its special value. 2 hours later, Huzi returned from the mountain. He looked exhausted, but had a hint of satisfaction from avenging a great grievance. Lu Fei didn't ask what he had done. The two found a van and hurried back to Jiangqing. In the pawn shop, Huzi, how do you want to pawn this hungry ghost money? How much is it worth? Lu Fei took out the pawn ticket and a pen. How could I accept your money? Huzi waved his hand. That's the rule. Is it a dead pawn or a living pawn, and how much? Lu Fei asked seriously. Huzi scratched his head, thought for a while, and smiled. I heard that the evil organization can turn evil things into treasures. How much can this thing sell for outside? Chapter 17. The treasure dreamed of by businessmen. Lu Fei glanced at Huzi and replied casually, "That's none of your concern. The evil organization wouldn't disclose how much they sold the evil items for to the customers. Otherwise, it would cause a lot of unnecessary trouble. Brother Lu Fei, what do you think of me? I wouldn't think about that money. I was just curious." Huzi quickly explained, "I definitely choose a dead pawn. As for the price." He hesitated for a long time, then held up a finger and said, "How about 1 cent? As long as there's a number, any amount is fine." Lu Fei quickly filled out the pawn ticket and handed it to Huzi. "No problem. Just sign and stamp." After Huzi signed, the pawn ticket was made in duplicate, with each side keeping 1 copy. The transaction was completed. Huzi took out 2,000 yuan and insisted on giving it to Lu Fei, saying it was for the copper coin and talisman water. Lu Fei only accepted 300. Leaving Huzi so touched he didn't know what to say. "Brother Lu Fei, Huzi, repay grievances with vengeance and kindness with gratitude. If you ever need me, just let me know." After sending Huzi off, Lu Fei looked at the pawn ticket and the copper coin, letting out a long breath. Although the process was tortuous and dangerous, he had successfully received this second evil item. It's a nice piece of evil artifact, but it also has its drawbacks. After thinking for a while, Lu Fei decided that since he had no use for it himself, it would be better to sell it. In business, there must be both income and expenses. Only with movement can it thrive. So, he went to Linglong Pavilion. Lu Fugui was lounging in a recliner, proudly displaying his beer belly while watching beautiful women livestream. Upon seeing Lu Fei enter, he immediately got up. "Little boss Lu, that necklace of yours is truly amazing." His face was full of excitement as he held his phone out in front of Lu Fei. "Look, who is this?" Lu Fei stared for a long time but couldn't recognize her. Just as he was about to ask, he suddenly noticed that the female streamer was wearing that human bone necklace around her neck. He exclaimed, "Isn't this that little internet celebrity? The difference between her bare face and made-up face is too great." That's right, it's her. She suddenly became popular these past few days. Look at the livestream. The rockets are flying, and the gifts are pouring in. She must be making a fortune. Lu Fugui couldn't stop smacking his lips. The chain of attention is meant to attract attention. Lu Fei smiled and said, "Of course, the effect of evil artifacts is good, provided one is willing to accept the cost." Truly impressive. Lu Fugui was convinced. He had previously doubted Lu Fei's abilities, but seeing how astute he was, and given the reputation of the evil brand, he still helped out. Unexpectedly, this kid really had some skills. His gaze towards Lu Fei changed significantly. This kid must have inherited his grandfather's true teachings, right? I need to hold on to this big leg tightly. There will be plenty of opportunities to make money in the future. "Little boss Lu, please sit and have some tea." He offered his chair to Lu Fei and brewed some treasured tea guanyin for him, showing great enthusiasm. Seeing his eagerness, Lu Fei didn't rush to take out his goods and leisurely sipped his tea. The premium tea guanyin is indeed fragrant. "Did little boss Lu come to find me because you finished your previous tasks?" Sure enough, it wasn't long before Lu Fugui couldn't help but ask. "I've finished." Lu Fei nodded. "That must mean you've acquired another big treasure." Lu Fugui gave a thumbs up, buttering him up. "I heard that the evil brand is reopening, and many people want to come buy treasures. Stop flattering me, take a look at this." Lu Fei rolled his eyes, pulled out the hungry ghost coin, and placed it on his counter. "What is this?" Lu Fugui stared for a long time, unable to understand. "If I'm not mistaken, it's similar to the copper coin you bought that day." From the perspective of ancient coins, it was quite ordinary. "You're not mistaken. This is an ordinary ancient coin. To catch your eye at the evil brand, it must be extraordinary. Stop keeping me in suspense. Tell me, what kind of treasure is this?" "This is called the coin of turning the tide. Wearing this copper coin, no matter how much money you lose in business, you can turn the tide and make a profit." The name was, of course, given by Lu Fei, but its effect was not. The hungry ghost represents greed. At certain times, greed is not necessarily a bad thing. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Fugui's eyes lit up. "My goodness, this is a good treasure." Lu Fugui was a businessman himself. How could he not be tempted by something that could turn losses into profits? He swallowed hard and asked, "Can you sell this treasure to me?" "Uncle Fugui, you're joking. Why would you need this?" Lu Fei laughed. "This coin is only useful for those who are losing in business. Your business is doing so well, why would you need it? This guy, who is so focused on making money, wouldn't be willing to let himself take a loss, right? You're overpraising me. Business is tough these days, and I'm just barely scraping by." Lu Fugui wore a humble expression. There are countless people in business, but only a small portion can make money. A treasure that can turn all businesses into profits is simply a dream come true for a businessman. I'm afraid once the news gets out, many people will rush to get it. But wait, using this coin also has conditions. Lu Fei said calmly. "Please, little boss Lu, tell me." Lu Fugui listened attentively. "This coin can ensure profit, but once you start making a profit, it can no longer be used. Otherwise, it will have the opposite effect. Greed is not a bad thing at certain times, but excessive greed will inevitably backfire. Moreover, from now on, you cannot do anything unethical. If you do even one thing, regardless of how small, any money you earn will be lost in multiples. If it's a positive desire, then greed is a gain. But if it's negative, it will only lead you into an abyss." Lu Fugui immediately felt a sense of reverence. These conditions were a bit harsh. Who can guarantee that they will be a saint in their lifetime? not making a single mistake. However, he quickly smiled and said, even so, there will still be people rushing to buy it. Just the ability to turn losses into profits is enough to attract attention. I'll put the news out right away. Thank you, Uncle Fugue. You're too polite, it's my honor. Lu Fugue chuckled. Since you're done here, when can you go to see my friend? Set a time so I can make arrangements. Lu Fei was waiting for this question and said, I need a day to rest. How about tomorrow? With only 3 days left in the month, as long as he received another evil artifact, he would complete what his grandfather had given him. And he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. That must be fine. You rest well. I'll come pick you up from the pawn shop tomorrow. Lu Fugue escorted Lu Fei out the door and then hurried back to make phone calls to find sellers. The better the evil artifacts sell, the more benefits he would gain, so of course he was eager. When Lu Fei returned to the pawn shop, he finally showed signs of fatigue. After eating a little something, he collapsed into bed and fell asleep. He didn't know how long he had slept when he was groggily awakened by the ringtone of his phone. Who is it? Lu Fei fumbled for his phone under the pillow, asking sleepily. Boss Lu. A pleasant female voice came from the receiver, sounding somewhat familiar. Lu Fei paused for a moment, then remembered who it was. Miss Xia. He sat up and rubbed his eyes. Did I disturb you, Boss Lu? No, just say what you need. I promised to take you to meet my elders. I've finished handling my matters and finally have time to fulfill my promise. I wonder when you are free. Lu Fei glanced at the time. It was 5 p.m. Is it okay now? He didn't want to wait any longer for matters related to his grandfather. Of course. I'll come pick you up right away, Boss Lu. Xia Yao agreed readily. After hanging up the phone, Lu Fei rubbed his face, got up to wash up, and changed into a clean outfit. Before long, an elegant figure with a strong feminine charm walked into the evil brand. Miss Xia. Lu Fei stood up, feeling a brightness before his eyes. Xia Yao was still wearing her elegant white dress, but her entire demeanor was completely different. Her eyes were bright and shiny, her lips full and rosy, and her skin was naturally smooth and fair, like satin. The white dress outlined her exquisite body curves, though she wore only light makeup. She was radiant and captivating. The pearl earrings sparkled like morning dew, adorning her face on either side, making her look like a white rose about to bloom. Pure, and yet not lacking in feminine charm. If one didn't look closely, it would be hard to notice the hint of fatigue in her expression. It seems Miss Xia is in good condition, Lu Fei smiled. Thanks to Boss Lu, otherwise I wouldn't have had the chance to pull myself out of the mud. Xia Yao smiled faintly, her smile somewhat complex. In truth, Lu Fei was very curious about what had happened with her fiancé and why he would harm her like that. But that was her private matter, so he couldn't ask too much. Boss Lu, please. Lu Fei closed the door and walked alongside Xia Yao on the street. Antique Street is a pedestrian street where parking is not allowed, and Xia Yao's car is parked outside. Her appearance attracted many envious glances towards Lu Fei. Only Lu Fugue showed a knowing expression. No wonder she needed a day off. It turns out she had an appointment with a beauty. But is a one-day break really enough? Xia Yao's car is a very low-key white Mercedes, with a faint and pleasant scent of perfume inside. She drove Lu Fei through the bustling streets of the city, gradually heading towards the suburbs. Lu Fei felt a bit puzzled. Could it be that her family elders prefer peace and live in a remote area? Along the way, Xia Yao was unusually silent. Her fair and slender hands gripping the steering wheel, her eyes fixed ahead, leaving Lu Fei with a delicate profile, seemingly lost in thought. Lu Fei didn't want to ask too much, so he closed his eyes to rest, allowing her to take him further away. Mr. Lu, we've arrived. After a long while, the car stopped, and Xia Yao's pleasant voice broke the silence. Lu Fei opened his eyes and looked out the window. The air was fresh, with green mountains and clear waters, an area of beautiful forest scenery, though tombstones were faintly visible among the lush pine and cypress trees. A cemetery? Lu Fei was taken aback. Xia Yao led Lu Fei to a nicely positioned grave and showed an apologetic expression. I'm sorry, Mr. Lu, my grandfather has passed away. On the way here, I kept thinking about how to explain it to you, but I never knew how to start. Passed away? Then how could he send you to find the Xiezihua? Lu Fei felt greatly disappointed. The business card was given to me by my grandfather before he passed away, telling me to seek help from Xiezihua if I encountered any evil objects, Xia Yao explained, feeling even more guilty. At that time, I didn't think much of it. I just kept the business card as a keepsake of my grandfather. Later, because of that human bone necklace, I remembered it again. At that time, she was just trying her luck, not expecting Lu Fei to really save her. Afterward, she specifically learned about Xiezihua and understood what kind of existence it was. The cemetery was tranquil. This grave was quite large, away from the cluster of graves. Enjoying solitude, with a river nearby and mountains in the distance, offering an open view. The feng shui was excellent. The location was clearly chosen with care. Lu Fei looked at the tombstone, silent. He had hoped to find some clues related to his grandfather, but was disappointed again. I'm sorry, Mr. Lu. Can you tell me what you were looking for from my grandfather? Maybe I can help you. Xia Yao felt very guilty and wanted to do something to make up for it. After a while of silence, Lu Fei finally spoke softly. I'm looking for my grandfather. What? Xia Yao was astonished. Didn't you say that old Master Lu went far away? That's right. He left 3 years ago and hasn't come back since. I've been looking for him. I thought I could find clues here with your grandfather. I truly apologize for that feeling of losing a loved one. I can understand. I should have informed you earlier, but at that time, I was too eager to resolve the trouble. It's different. At least your grandfather is clearly buried here. As for my grandfather, I don't even know if he is alive or dead. Lu Fei smiled self-deprecatingly, showing no intention of blaming Xie Yao, instead waving it off lightly. Miss Xie, don't think too much about it. This matter has nothing to do with you. My grandfather is intentionally hiding from me. He doesn't want me to find him. But I'm just not that obedient. I've gone against him on countless matters since childhood, so this isn't a big deal. Hearing this, Xie Yao felt even worse. This matter ultimately stems from my shortcomings. Let me handle the inquiries. I know some people who are good at tracking. That would be great. Lu Fei was a bit surprised. He could tell that Xie Yao came from an extraordinary background and likely had considerable connections. Having her find someone to help would be much more useful than him asking around blindly. However, he didn't like to owe anyone favors for nothing. He glanced around and asked, Miss Xie, did you choose this cemetery location? It was chosen by my grandfather himself. He said being buried here would bring prosperity to descendants and ensure my safety. Xie Yao gently brushed away the fallen leaves from the tombstone, smiling as she spoke. After he passed, although I often encountered some troubles, I always managed to turn misfortune into good fortune and overcome difficulties. I often think that perhaps it really is my grandfather protecting me. The human bone necklace incident was also because if her grandfather hadn't given her that business card before his death, she might have become a soulless puppet. Lu Fei shook his head and said, no, the feng shui of this cemetery clearly harms the descendants. What? Xie Yao was shocked, her dark eyes looking at Lu Fei. How could that be? Mr. Lu, are you mistaken? I was raised by my grandfather. He is my only relative. He would never harm me. Such certainty was akin to how Lu Fei absolutely trusted his own grandfather. That is strange then. Lu Fei extended his hand, pointing to the trees on either side of the grave. Miss Xie, who planted those rose bushes in the woods? Xie Yao looked in the direction he pointed. There were several large clusters of roses between the trees, dark green vines spreading out, some even climbing up the tree trunks, growing quite vigorously. It was May, the season for blooming roses. Large clusters of pale pink flowers bloomed enthusiastically, and when the wind blew, petals fell, creating a beautiful sight. She wondered. There were no flowers when my grandfather was buried, and I didn't ask anyone to plant flowers nearby. They should be wild roses. Although roses are beautiful, their vines have thorns. The thorny vines surround the grave. No matter how good the feng shui is, it's ruined. Lu Fei frowned. Think about it. If you were pricked by needles every day, would you be comfortable? Chapter 19. The Antique Street Incident. Lu Fei and Xie Yao approached the clusters of roses. A faint floral fragrance wafted through the air. Lu Fei found a dry branch and used it to pull out a rose. Petals scattered, revealing a dense array of sharp thorns hidden beneath the lush leaves and flowers. The thorns of these roses seemed particularly numerous. The distribution of these roses was also quite interesting, just perfectly surrounding the grave. If they were wild, they shouldn't be arranged so evenly, right? Looking at those thorns, Xie Yao recalled her various misfortunes after her grandfather's death and couldn't help but shiver, saying, could it be that someone deliberately planted them here? I can't say for sure. What if they really are wild roses that grew by themselves? But in either case, it's better to find someone to cut them down soon. I'll arrange it immediately. Xie Yao's expression turned grim, as if she were being pricked all over. And she didn't want to wait even a moment longer. She immediately took out her phone to make a call. After arranging for someone, she calmed down and looked at Lu Fei gratefully. Mr. Lu, you've saved me once again. Miss Xie, you're being too kind. I don't know much about feng shui. What if I'm just overthinking it? No, you are definitely not overthinking it. The more Xie Yao looked at those thorny vines, the more she felt they resembled a spiked shackle. There is no such coincidence in the world. These roses were deliberately planted. I think I know who did it. Xie Yao's expression darkened. Before long, the people she called arrived, using tools to remove the roses one by one. Take them all back and burn them. Not a single one is to be left. Xie Yao commanded with authority. The workers complied, using a small truck to haul away all the thorny vines. Strangely, after the truck left, she immediately felt the constant sense of unease that had been surrounding her suddenly disappear. 6 months after her grandfather's death, Xie Yao often felt an unsettling sensation, as if something was targeting her in the dark, making her anxious, yet she couldn't find the reason. She had always thought it was due to her own stress. But now with Lu Fei's insight, she realized it was not the case. No wonder she has been facing difficulties everywhere. It turns out someone has been secretly harming her all along. If she hadn't brought Lu Fei to her grandfather's grave, even without the bone necklace, perhaps there would have been something else. You can avoid the first day of the month, but you can't avoid the 15th. Xie Yao didn't know what she had done wrong. She hadn't even stepped into her home for years, yet the other party still wouldn't let her go. Endless forbearance seemed to only embolden the other party. Xie Yao's hands clenched tightly, her nails almost digging into her flesh. Miss Xie, are you okay? Lu Fei's voice brought Xie Yao back from her anger and sorrow. The setting sun cast a warm glow over the cemetery, making everything look dim and yellow. Lu Fei stood in the sunset, his expression somewhat worried. Xie Yao felt a slight warmth in her heart, since her grandfather's passing. She seemed to have never felt true care again. I'm fine, Manager Lu. Are you free for dinner tonight? You've saved me twice, and I haven't even treated you to a meal. That's too unreasonable. Miss Xia, you don't have to be so polite. You helped me inquire about my grandfather's news. I should be the one thanking you. It's getting dark. Let's head back first. As the sun set, the small white Mercedes left the cemetery. The city lights began to twinkle. Lu Fei declined Xia Yao's offer for dinner, but she insisted on sending him home. The small Mercedes slowly stopped outside the antique street, and it was already completely dark. Thank you, Miss Xia. Lu Fei opened the door to get out. As the window rolled down, Xia Yao's fair and beautiful face showed a hint of disappointment as she looked at Lu Fei and said, Manager Lu, since the evil shop is also selling treasures, can I buy something for self-defense from the evil shop? Of course, but not right now. With business to attend to, I wouldn't refuse. But I can't use the previous treasures of the evil shop until I complete my grandfather's task. When will it be possible? Probably next month. I'll let you know then. That's great. I'll arrange it as soon as I get back. If there's news about old Master Lu, I'll inform you right away. Xia Yao checked the time. There were only 3 days left until next month, and her mood inexplicably improved, breaking into a smile. The Mercedes slowly merged into the night. Lu Fei returned to the antique street and walked into a noodle shop, preparing to eat something to soothe his empty stomach. This noodle shop was an old brand on the street, selling not only noodles, but also some braised snacks, and the taste was quite good. Most of the diners here were familiar faces. It was mealtime, and the noodle shop was bustling. However, the diners seemed to have lost their appetite, each discussing something with excitement. It seemed something big had happened in the antique street that afternoon. Poor Boss Liang's family. Yeah. I heard the floor in Duobao Pavilion was covered in blood. How could a good person suddenly go mad and kill his wife and child? He was sharper than a monkey in business. He didn't seem mentally unstable at all. Lu Fei's heart dropped. Boss Liang from Duobao Pavilion was the boss of Huzai. This matter was so strange. Could it be that he received something unclean? Exactly. Just a few days ago, I heard him boasting about acquiring an incredible treasure. When I asked him what it was, he wouldn't say, keeping it tightly wrapped, as if afraid someone would snatch it. It seems he wrapped up a disaster. If you ask me, he was just too greedy. Don't people in our line of work know that they shouldn't collect items with heavy evil energy? The diners shook their heads and sighed. Lu Fei asked, Brother, what exactly happened at Duobao Pavilion? Don't you know? Boss Liang went mad last night and killed his wife and child in the middle of the night. In the afternoon, his assistant Huzai went to check on him because he hadn't opened the door for a long time. As soon as he pushed the door open, he was hit by a strong smell of blood. It was overwhelming. When he walked in, he saw blood everywhere, and Boss Liang's wife and child's heads were neatly placed on the table. Boss Liang was sitting next to the table with a knife in his hand, covered in blood, looking scarier than a ghost. Huzai was so scared that he wet his pants on the spot and crawled out. The police arrived quickly, and after examining the scene, they said it was done by Boss Liang. How tragic. The expressions of the diners were heavy, losing the usual lightheartedness for gossip. Lu Fei felt a throbbing in his temples. How could a good person suddenly go mad? Who knows? 3 years ago, there was a similar tragedy in our antique street. But that person didn't harm anyone else. I heard he literally skinned himself alive. Don't mention it. I can't even eat now. Poor Boss Liang's wife and child. His son was only 6 years old, so cute and lively. The diners shook their heads in lament. What about Huzai? Lu Fei asked again. He hasn't come back since the police took him away. Maybe he's still being questioned. After such an incident, he definitely wouldn't want to return. Lu Fei finished his noodles without tasting them, still thinking about the tragedy on his way back to the pawn shop. If Boss Liang's sudden madness really had something to do with the antiques he collected, then that item must be quite an evil object. As long as the evil object remained, it could continue to harm others. But with Boss Liang's family dead and him in custody, no one knew what that evil object was or where it was. Was Huzai really having bad luck this year? Just having resolved the hungry ghost curse and then encountering such an event? Walking alone in the alley, Lu Fei suddenly felt a bit uncomfortable. It was a strange feeling, as if someone behind him was watching him with ill intentions. Who? He suddenly turned around. Chapter 20. Life for Wealth. The old locust tree cast swaying shadows under the streetlight. The cold, desolate street had only Lu Fei. Am I being paranoid? Lu Fei looked around, withdrawing his gaze with suspicion. He took down the sign that read owner out for business. Please call, opened the door, and headed straight to the backyard. At this time, there shouldn't be any customers. Lu Fei washed up early and went to bed. No matter how tragic or horrifying the incident at Duobao Pavilion was, it ultimately had nothing to do with him. Besides, it was very likely that there was no evil object at all. It was just people spreading rumors. The police had only taken people away in the afternoon. How could the investigation results come out so quickly? Thinking about having to go to Lu Fugue's friend's house to collect evil objects tomorrow, Lu Fei shook his head to dismiss his thoughts and closed his eyes to sleep. The next morning, he opened the door to the pawn shop. Lu Fugue arrived as promised, carrying a breakfast. Good morning, Manager Lu. Good morning, Uncle Fugue. If everything is fine, let's set off now. Lu Fugue drove a van, which was spacious and comfortable. On the way, the two inevitably talked about Duobao Pavilion. Old Liang was definitely set up. I told him long ago not to be too extreme in his dealings, to leave some room for others. But he wouldn't listen. Sigh. Uncle Fugue, do you know what he collected? Lu Fugue shook his head, his double chin wobbling along. I don't know the specifics, but it must be something dirty. I saw him come back from outside that day, holding something wrapped tightly in black cloth. Although I couldn't see clearly what it was, it had a gloomy aura and a murderous vibe. Having been in the antique business for a long time, I may not have the sharp eyes you guys from the evil shop have, but I have developed some insight. At that time, I felt something was off and tried to indirectly ask him what good stuff he had collected. He said it was a treasure that a big boss had been searching for a long time, and he finally got it from a family in the countryside. But he didn't tell me what it was, fearing that I might steal his business. Which big boss would collect something with murderous intent? I suspect he was scammed. And unexpectedly, something happened the next day, and it was so tragic. Lu Fei felt his scalp tingle. What kind of enmity is this? This method is too cruel. They say misfortune doesn't strike one's wife and children, yet the other party made Boss Liang personally kill his wife and children. That must hurt him more than being killed directly. Sigh, aren't there plenty of people in this world with no bottom line? Lu Fugui sighed and then flattered, saying if everyone in your evil sect were as kind and just as you are, only collecting evil objects and saving people to accumulate virtue, the world would have been at peace long ago. Lu Fei thought to himself that they weren't that noble. It was just a side business. Let us not talk about that. We're going to my friend S house to see some evil objects today. My friend S surname is Su. He is a prominent figure in Jiangqing. Lu Fugui didn't forget the purpose of today and quickly got back on track. Lu Fei also pulled his thoughts back and said, yesterday, you mentioned that their evil object is a statue? Yes. Their business has been a bit poor in the past 2 years. So they went to invite a master from another place and brought back a statue of a god to turn their luck around. Their business did improve. But Lu Fugui swallowed hard, his expression growing serious. However, their family members have been suffering one after another. What do you mean? As long as they make a deal, one family member will have bad luck. Either they are diagnosed with a terminal illness or they have an accident. Lu Fei's eyebrows twitched. That is so fierce. What kind of god did they invite? I only know it was invited back with a large sum of money from the South Seas. Lu Fugui sneered. Having heard that things from there were quite sinister, he didn't understand what they were thinking by going there to invite a god. If they really exchanged lives for wealth, it's probably an evil god, Lu Fei pondered. Evil gods are not easy to deal with. They are fiercer than ordinary evil objects. Lu Fugui took a glance at his expression and said casually, it's fine. When we get there, you can take a look first. If you can collect it, that would be great. If not, we won't lose anything. But I believe in your abilities, little Lu. There is no evil object you can't collect in this world. Uncle Fugui, were you a horse trainer in your past life? Lu Fei suddenly looked at him seriously. What do you mean? Otherwise, why do you like to flatter so much? Lu Fugui was taken aback, then chuckled awkwardly. Haha, everything I said is sincere. We've arrived. As he spoke, he turned the steering wheel and drove towards an exceptionally grand and imposing gate. On either side of the gate, there were pillars with coiling dragons. And behind the dragons was a huge landscape at the entrance. Beneath the towering and lush artificial mountain, there was a clear and babbling stream, with a huge milky white pillar rolling in the middle of the stream. In terms of feng shui, this is a layout that gathers wind and energy. Behind the landscape, there were lush and exotic trees, and some exquisite building outlines were faintly visible among the branches and leaves. Lu Fei was slightly surprised. Longting Valley. This villa area is well known in Jiangqing, and it is not the kind of place where you can live just by having a little money. People living here are either rich or noble. The rich are at the level of the richest, and the noble refers to the powerful. Lu Fugui, with his street-smart demeanor, has been mingling in the antique street for years, yet he has friends of this level? Could it be that this guy is hiding his true self? Lu Fei couldn't help but look at him a little more. The car is too shabby. It's embarrassing to drive in. I'll trouble little Lu to walk with me for a few steps. Lu Fugui parked the car in the parking lot outside Longsigu. No problem. The two walked to the grand gate, and Lu Fugui stepped forward, smiling and saying a few words to the tall security guard at the entrance. After the security guard communicated through the intercom, he let the two in. They walked around the huge landscape mountain and entered the villa area. Inside, there were pavilions and towers, winding paths leading to secluded places, and every grass and tree was very carefully arranged. Moreover, the area was so large that it resembled a super large garden. If Lu Fei had come in by himself, he would definitely have gotten lost. He couldn't help but straighten his clothes and thought to himself, if I had known, I would have changed into something more presentable. Now I'm dressed worse than the security guard. The number 9 courtyard is the Su family's. They arrived in front of a huge and imposing villa. And Lu Fugui stopped. Mr. Su has bought antiques from me a few times, thinking my prices are fair and I'm reliable. So he entrusted me to find someone to help. Don't look at their wealth and power. Actually, Mr. Su is quite approachable and easy to get along with. Lu Fugui said, pressing the doorbell. Who is it? A faint voice came. Mr. Su, it's me, little Lu. Lu Fugui showed a flattering smile at the camera. Please wait a moment. 2 seconds later, the heavy and solid carved door opened with a click. Little Lu, please. Lu Fei and Lu Fugui walked into the spacious courtyard together. Mr. Lu, right? Please follow me. An elderly man resembling a butler led them to a side hall of the villa. Gentlemen, my master is rushing back from the hospital and will arrive shortly. If you don't mind, you can go pay your respects to the Buddha mother first. At the entrance of the side hall, the butler spoke in a low voice, as if afraid that something might hear him. Pay respects? Isn't it an evil god? Do we still need to pay respects? Lu Fugui looked at Lu Fei. Lu Fei nodded. All right, let us go take a look. Please. The butler pushed open the big door. A wave of incense and ash hit their faces. The dimly luxurious side hall came into view. Lu Fei immediately saw the offering table placed against the wall inside. On the offering table, a statue covered in red cloth stood quietly. Chapter 21, Buddha Mother of Wealth. Incense smoke curled up, and the incense burner was filled with ash. While the offerings were all fresh food, it was evident that the Su family worshipped this statue every day with great devotion. However, the statue was tightly covered with red cloth, and the strange contours could be seen under the fabric, making it impossible to discern what it was. Excuse me, what kind of god is this? Lu Fei asked the butler, only to find that the butler hadn't entered and was merely standing outside with his head bowed. This is the Buddha Mother of Wealth, invited by my master from a temple in the South Seas. She is very esteemed. Buddha Mother of Wealth? This is the first time I've heard of it. Lu Fei had only encountered 2 evil objects and hadn't figured out the local ones yet, let alone the South Seas. However, the name clearly indicated it was related to wealth. How did you determine that the family's misfortunes are related to this Buddha Mother? Lu Fei wanted to ask more clearly. Stop. The butler suddenly changed his expression and interrupted him, looking fearfully at the statue. Guest, please mind your words in front of the Buddha Mother. During worship, do not touch the red cloth, otherwise, it will offend the Buddha Mother, and the consequences will be yours to bear. He seemed afraid of saying something wrong, treating it with great caution. Lu Fei's heart sank. Could it be that the statue could hear? As for how things are at home, it depends on your abilities, the butler said meaningfully. I understand. I will be careful. Lu Fei said cautiously. Then please. The butler made a gesture for them to proceed, then closed the door. The once spacious side hall suddenly became dim. The 2 incense burners on the offering table flickered, and the statue covered by the red cloth appeared even more eerie and mysterious. What the hell? Why close the door? Lu Fugui jumped in fright, quickly leaning closer to Lu Fei. The doors and windows were tightly shut, thick curtains drawn, and although the side hall was clearly airtight, a chill always surged behind the two. The 2 mustered their courage and walked towards the Buddha Mother. Shopkeeper Xiao Lu, I heard your grandfather has the ability to appraise treasures from a distance. You must have it too, right? Lu Fugui looked eagerly at Lu Fei. Don't worry, I don't. Lu Fei had no intention of comforting him. He realized that with each step he took forward, he felt an indescribable pressure. It was as if an invisible force was preventing him. The closer they got to the Buddha Mother, the more pronounced this pressure became, noticeable even to Lu Fugui. Oh no, did the Buddha Mother sense something? Lu Fugui whispered cautiously, like a thief. Don't panic, we haven't done anything disrespectful. Lu Fei maintained his composure and walked to the offering table. At times like this, even if he felt anxious inside, he couldn't show it. Whether facing evil entities or deities, one must not show fear, otherwise, they could be easily manipulated. A cold, sinister chill seeped from the red cloth. The Buddha Mother, although only half a person tall, gave an overwhelming sense of oppression from the offering table. Lu Fei wanted to look up and assess the situation, but felt an extraordinary heaviness in his head and shoulders, as if something was pressing down on him, causing his back to involuntarily bend. Lu Fugui was even more exaggerated, beads of cold sweat rolling down his forehead, his calves trembling incessantly, seemingly on the verge of collapsing. The Buddha Mother's oppressive aura was so strong. Could she truly be some deity from the South Seas? No. As Lu Fei felt the coldness on his body, he realized this chill was sinister and bone-chilling. It was clearly Yin energy. Yin energy suppresses Yang fire. No matter how different the deities from the South Seas were, they couldn't possibly emit malevolent energy like this. One must not bow down to evil. Otherwise, if the Yang fire weakens, fortunes decline, leading to either illness or misfortune. With that thought, Lu Fei steeled himself against the cold pressure, gritting his teeth and forcing his head up. But then came an even heavier pressure. As if it weighed 1,000 pounds. Lu Fei's ears buzzed, his scalp felt like it was about to explode, and the image before him distorted. The Buddha Mother statue spinning like a kaleidoscope. The world spun around him. Just then, he suddenly felt a warmth in his chest. A flash of golden light passed over him, forcefully pushing that pressure back. The pressure dissipated instantly. The candlelight flickered, and the red cloth draped over the statue swayed slightly. As if a black tail had flashed by, the red cloth quickly fell, as if covered by an invisible hand. Lu Fei's heart raced. The exorcism talisman on his chest turned to ashes. He had heard that the evil entity they might face today could be a malevolent deity from the South Seas. So he took a talisman left by his grandfather before setting out, just in case. He didn't expect to use it so soon. This so-called wealth Buddha Mother was indeed malevolent. Lu Fei almost fell for its trick without even seeing its true form. All of this happened in an instant. Lu Fugui only felt a gust of wind pass by. The cold pressure that had weighed on him suddenly vanished, leaving him completely unaware of what had just occurred. What just happened? He wiped the sweat from his face, looking at Lu Fei in confusion. He saw Lu Fei standing straight, looking directly at the statue with a serious expression, but without any sign of fear. Could it be that I just hallucinated? Lu Fugui was even more confused. However, the statue covered by the red cloth seemed to have grown even more sinister, making him feel increasingly uneasy. Lu Fei, let's finish the incense offering quickly and get out of here, he said quietly, reaching out his chubby hand to grab the incense on the offering table. It was unreasonable to worship foreign deities when they couldn't even pay respects to the domestic ones. But Lu Fei didn't move, showing no intention of worshipping. Lu Fugui's hand paused. He didn't take the incense, and quickly asked in a low voice, "What did you see?" "I don't have any X-ray vision." "How can I see anything?" Lu Fei shrugged. "Oh, come on, don't keep me in suspense. Hurry up and tell me." Lu Fugui was anxious, breaking into another layer of sweat. He felt that the Buddha mother was very sinister and worried that if they worshipped her, they would end up like the Su family. But he was also afraid that if they didn't pay their respects, it would offend the Buddha mother and lead to even worse misfortune. Should they worship or not? Just tell me clearly. Anyway, we don't have the habit of worshipping deities, Lu Fei replied indifferently. All right, I understand. Lu Fugui gritted his teeth and made up his mind. He would follow whatever Lu Fei decided. He had been in the antique street business for so many years and knew one principle well. When it comes to things you don't understand, you must listen to the opinions of professionals and never act recklessly. What did you see? Should we go outside and discuss it in detail? He didn't want to stay there any longer. Let's go. There's nothing to see here, Lu Fei nodded. He had already confirmed that the Buddha mother was an evil entity. But the housekeeper didn't allow them to lift the red cloth, and staying longer would only be more dangerous. The two left quickly. At that moment, the door to the side hall suddenly opened, revealing two people outside. For pairs of eyes met, big eyes against small eyes. Who are you? Why are you in my family's Buddha hall? The young man outside, dressed elegantly, shouted sternly. Lu Fugui recognized this person and immediately put on a smile. Stepping forward to flatter him, young Master Su, it's me, old Lu. Mr. Su sent us here. Chapter 22, Master Yang of the Mysterious Sect. The young man was indeed Su Mingxian, the eldest son of the Su family. Did my father send you? Su Mingxuan's face was filled with suspicion. He clearly didn't recognize Lu Fugui. After glancing at Lu Fugui and Lu Fei's attire and appearance, he showed a strong disdain. Even if my father called you to work, you shouldn't barge into the Buddha hall. Can you handle the trouble that causes? Young Master Su, you've misunderstood. Mr. Su said that things haven't been peaceful at home recently, and we are here to help you resolve your troubles. Lu Fugui explained without anger, smiling as he spoke. This is Lu Fei, shopkeeper Lu, who is well known in the evil business. What nonsense. Su Mingxian impatiently interrupted. I don't know you, nor do I know him. Outsiders shouldn't randomly enter my family's Buddha hall. Get out. All right, we'll talk outside. Lu Fugui awkwardly smiled, pulling Lu Fei out the door. Lu Fei frowned. Were the Su family this condescending? Don't just stand there at the door. Where's the housekeeper? Old Zhang, old Zhang. Su Mingxian shouted in dissatisfaction. The housekeeper rushed over. Young master, you're back. Tell me, are these two here because my father called them? These two are indeed guests of the master. The master is still on the way and instructed me to bring them to the Buddha hall for worship. I didn't expect the young master to return just in time to run into them. It's my fault for not explaining it to you beforehand. After the housekeeper confirmed, Su Mingxian was even more astonished. What is my father thinking? These two look completely unreliable. The fat one has an air of a street vendor, clearly just a swindler. The young one is nothing but a poor loser, probably just following the fat one to make a living. Even if things at home are urgent, it shouldn't come to this. He frowned. What have you figured out? Not waiting for Lu Fugui to respond, the housekeeper quickly reminded, young master, it's not appropriate to make noise in front of the Buddha hall. Su Mingxian looked reverently at the Buddha hall, his voice lowering, and commanded, in that case, old Zhang, take them outside for tea. My father should be back soon. Don't let them linger here. Yes. The housekeeper bowed in agreement and glanced at the middle-aged man next to Su Mingxian, asking, and this gentleman is? Master Yang is indeed a high-level figure in the Xianmen. Specially invited by me. Su Mingxuan's tone immediately became respectful. The middle-aged man was dressed in a tang suit, with a faint smile on his face, exuding the demeanor of a lofty person. Young master, the master has instructed that we need to pay extra attention when entering the Buddha hall, the butler said softly. I have my own measures. Su Mingxian waved his hand impatiently. The butler had no choice but to keep quiet, and asked Lu Fei and Lu Fugui to go drink tea in a corner. Lu Fugui, fearing that Lu Fei would be unhappy, quickly pulled him away. Lu Fei scoffed coldly in his heart. Su Mingxuan's face was pale, his eyes lacked spirit, and his lips were colorless. His temples were sunken in, and at such a young age, the crow's feet at the corners of his eyes were already prominent, showing signs of excessive indulgence. If he continued without restraint, he might not even be able to stand in the future. Su Mingxian turned his head, smiling, and respectfully made a gesture to Master Yang. Master Yang, please. Young Master Su, since your family has already invited others, I suppose there is no need for Yang. Master Yang replied without lifting his foot, and instead turned to leave, saying, I have matters to attend to, so I will take my leave. Master Yang, please don't go. Su Mingxian quickly explained, I didn't know my father would suddenly call someone over. Those two are obviously con artists. How can they compare to Master Yang? So many things have happened in my family recently. My grandmother, uncle, and mother have all been diagnosed with terminal illnesses, and the doctor says the situation is critical. That's why my father is so flustered. Master Yang, please help us. There will definitely be a generous reward afterward. Forget it. Money is a trivial matter. I, Yang, cannot stand by and watch someone die, Master Yang said with righteous indignation. Let me meet this Nanyang Buddha mother. Master Yang stepped into the Buddha hall. Su Mingxian was overjoyed and hurriedly followed him. The door of the Buddha hall slammed shut, and the large space instantly became dark and cold. Master Yang felt a chill in his heart, sensing an ominous premonition. After just a few steps, his pace slowed down, feeling as if his legs were stuck in mud, making each step particularly difficult. However, he could not show this in front of Su Mingxian and quietly took out a string of cinnabar beads, putting them on his wrist. The cinnabar warmed slightly, alleviating the obstruction and supporting him to walk to the offering table. This Nanyang Buddha mother has some ability. Cold sweat broke out all over him. And before he could react, he felt his body lower, his shoulders pressed down by an invisible cold force. It was so heavy that he couldn't lift his head. Beneath the red cloth, it seemed as though a pair of cold eyes were watching him from above. The red cinnabar beads on his wrist began to mold and turn black. This is bad, difficult to deal with. Master Yang realized he had encountered a tough opponent and quickly pulled out a protective jade talisman to hang around his neck. Once the pressure on his back eased, he suddenly raised his head. A wave of dizziness hit him. The Buddha mother statue covered by the red cloth had grown taller, seemingly rising inch by inch, almost filling the entire Buddha hall and occupying his line of sight. Master Yang, how is it? Su Mingxian cautiously asked, seeing his pale face. A mere Nanyang demon cannot defeat me. The words had already been spoken. Backing out now would mean losing the support of the Su family. He endured the dizziness and drew out a copper coin sword. This sword was made from 5 emperor coins, and the red tassel on the hilt had been soaked in black dog blood, a nemesis for all demons and evil spirits. Within Huaxia, how can foreign evils wreak havoc? Under Su Mingxuan's awed gaze, Master Yang swung the copper coin sword toward the Buddha mother statue. Boom! The red cloth fluttered. A fierce cold wind swept in, instantly enveloping both of them. Moments later, the Buddha hall was left in dead silence. In the front hall, Lu Fei and Lu Fuguei sat on a genuine leather sofa, drinking tea brewed by Butler Zhang. Lu Fuguei fidgeted as if he had needles in his buttocks, constantly shifting left and right, glancing toward the side hall and then toward the entrance. Little Lu, can you give me the lowdown? Are you confident about dealing with that Buddha mother statue? I haven't even seen what it looks like. How can I be confident? Lu Fei shook his head as he recalled the tale that had flashed beneath the red cloth. That Master Yang I've heard of before is not a con artist. He is a real master of Xianmen. If he captures the Buddha mother first, then the Su family's support will be out of our reach, Lu Fuguei said anxiously. What are you afraid of? Aren't you and Director Su friends? Lu Fei retorted, having previously found it strange how Lu Fuguei had the connections to know such wealthy people. Lu Fuguei scratched his head and said, let me be honest with you. I do know Director Su, but I've only sold a couple of antique vases to his wife, so we're not that familiar. This time, it's thanks to you. Director Su agreed to let me bring people over because he heard I knew someone from the Xianmen. Lu Fei was surprised. He knows about the Xianmen? Does he know my grandfather? Chapter 23. Gods should not be summoned casually. The Xianmen is famous. Who hasn't heard of your legends? It's just that your grandfather is too low-key. But Director Su probably doesn't know your grandfather. Otherwise, wouldn't he just go directly to the Xianmen to find you? Let us not talk about this. You need to think of a solution, Lu Fuguei urged. In fact, Lu Fei was also anxious. After all, there were only 2 days left in this month. If he couldn't collect the third piece of evil, he wouldn't be qualified to continue managing the Xianmen. The Xianmen would really just become a legend. How about we go take a look at the Buddha hall? Lu Fuguei set down his teacup and just got up when he saw a car driving in outside, instantly overjoyed. Director Su is back. The car door opened, and a distinguished middle-aged man stepped out. Butler Zhang stepped forward and respectfully said a few words to him. He nodded slightly and looked toward the tea room. That's Su Ligua, Director Su. Lu Fuguei excitedly waved at him. Sorry to keep you waiting. Su Ligua quickly arrived at the tea room. Not at all, Director Su. Your family matters are urgent. We don't mind waiting a bit. Lu Fuguei quickly asked with concern, how are the madam and the old lady? The doctor said it's not good. Surgery needs to be done as soon as possible. Su Ligua's brow showed signs of fatigue as he briefly mentioned it, and then looked at Lu Fei. And you? Hello, Director Su. My name is Lu Fei. Lu Fei politely nodded. Su Ligua was around 50, with a broad forehead and face, thick eyebrows, and bright eyes, exuding an air of great wealth and nobility. He was tall, with a bit of gray at his temples, embodying both elegance and dominance. Lu Qingxian, the old shopkeeper, is your grandfather? That's right. May I ask if he could come out of retirement? I'm sorry, Director Su. My grandfather is not in Jiangqing and cannot return in the short term. I am currently managing the Xianmen. Lu Fei explained this to those unfamiliar. Not in Jiangqing. A flicker of disappointment flashed in Su Ligua's eyes. When he heard Lu Fuguei claim to know the Xianmen shopkeeper, he thought the person coming would be the old shopkeeper, Lu Qingxian. Although Lu Fei was a descendant of Lu Qingxian, he seemed too young. How much of the Xuanmen's abilities could he have learned? Lu Fuguei quickly said, Director Su. Don't worry, young Master Lu is talented and capable. I have witnessed his abilities firsthand. He is absolutely on par with the old shopkeeper Lu. So, have you two seen the Buddha mother? What strategies do you have? Su Ligua, having fought in the business world for many years, had long since learned to keep his emotions in check and would never be like his son, lacking decorum and directly chasing people away. Lu Fei glanced at him. The area between his eyebrows and under his eyes was dark, and his complexion was dim. This was a sign of having come into contact with unclean things. The slight twitching of the eyelid, the bloodshot eyes, and the involuntary trembling of the fingers are all signs of anxiety and urgency. Clearly, the mind is in a state of turmoil, yet the exterior remains calm and unhurried. Those who can achieve the level of a billionaire indeed possess extraordinary temperament. To be honest, Mr. Su, I just arrived and only had a fleeting glance at the Buddha mother, and I do not know what exactly happened in your home. So I really cannot jump to conclusions, Lu Fei said honestly. You should tell us what happened after you brought the Buddha mother home. Lu Fugue added, Mr. Su, diagnosing an illness also involves observation, inquiry, and examination, right? Without understanding the situation, even the capable Xiao Lu would be helpless. Su Ligua twirled his jade ring. He was unsure of Lu Fei's abilities, but seeing the other party's sincere attitude and lack of boasting, he decided to give it a try. His son Su Mingxian had invited Master Yang over, so it would be good to compare both to see who was more capable. So he sat down and spoke slowly. The Buddha mother comes from a temple in the South Seas, as you may have heard, and was obtained for me by a familiar expert from the Xianmen. I spent a large sum of money to bring her home and set up a Buddha altar for proper worship. The effect of the Buddha mother was indeed good. The next day, a big business deal came knocking. However, right after I signed the contract, I received a call from home saying that my mother suddenly fainted and was hospitalized. The doctor said it was a heart condition. My mother has always been very health conscious, with her daily life and diet managed by someone, and she has always been in good health. There were no signs of heart disease before this. The doctor's explanation was that as people age, they inevitably develop various ailments. We reluctantly accepted this explanation and transferred my mother to the best hospital for treatment. 7 days later, the second big business deal was completed. The other party's demands were very low, as if they were rushing to give money. Again, at the moment of signing the contract, someone at home suddenly fell ill. My elder brother Su Limin was diagnosed with liver cancer. When the third business deal was completed, my sister-in-law had a car accident, injuring her spleen and endangering her life. Things do not happen in threes. I cannot convince myself this is a coincidence. Su Ligua took a slight breath, for the timing was too precise. Almost every time I finalized a business deal, someone at home would suffer an incident. Temples should not be worshipped indiscriminately, and gods should not be sought carelessly. Lu Fei asked curiously, some gods are not orthodox, although their effects may be good. The price paid is not ordinary. Did that expert not explain this to Mr. Su? That Buddha mother likely has a tail, possibly some kind of spirit. He assured me that as long as the red cloth was not lifted, there would be no side effects. When I discovered there was a problem with the Buddha mother, I could no longer contact this person. Su Ligua's gaze turned cold. Lu Fei and Lu Fugue exchanged glances. Clearly, the Su family had fallen into a trap. I originally planned to stop all business, but my son Mingxian just happened to sign a contract. This time, the person who got into trouble was my wife. Su Ligua clenched his fists. She was diagnosed with lung cancer. Now, all 4 of my family members are lying down, their lives hanging by a thread. One business deal, one life. If this continues, the Su family may face extinction. A trace of fatigue and torment finally appeared on Su Ligua's face as he heavily stated, regardless of whether it's you or Master Yang, whoever can save them will be the benefactor of the Su family. Lu Fugue quickly said, Mr. Su, you speak too heavily. It is our honor to alleviate your worries. Both Xiao Lu and I will do our utmost. Then he turned to Lu Fei and asked, Xiao Lu, since Mr. Su has made himself so clear, you should have a way, right? Lu Fei, however, appeared deep in thought and did not respond. Heart, liver, spleen, lungs, plus kidneys. Aren't these the 5 organs of the human body? Why are these specific areas falling ill? He looked up and asked, Mr. Su, can you confirm that someone falls ill every few days? Every 7 days. Are you sure? Absolutely sure. This timing is very regular, and given that it just happened, Su Ligua would definitely not misremember. Lu Fei inhaled sharply, as he thought of a possibility. If that evil entity succeeded, it was likely no one could save the Su family. Xiao Lu, did you see something by asking that? Su Ligua inquired. Lu Fei was about to answer when a strange cry suddenly came from the side hall. The villa was very quiet, and this strange cry sounded exceptionally jarring. Old Zhang, what was that sound? It seems to have come from the direction of the Buddha altar. The young master and Master Yang are inside. Could it be that they disturbed the Buddha mother? The steward's face changed dramatically. Chapter 24. The true appearance of the Buddha mother. Wasn't he told not to act rashly? With the safety of his own son at stake. Even Su Ligua, no matter how composed, could not sit still. He immediately stood up and hurried towards the Buddha altar. The steward panicked and ran along. Lu Fei and Lu Fugue exchanged glances and immediately followed. The group moved quickly and had just reached the side hall when the heavy door of the Buddha altar suddenly swung open with a bang. 2 people stumbled out. It was Su Mingxian and Master Yang, both pale, drenched in cold sweat, as if they had experienced a great fright, looking disheveled. Young master, are you all right? The steward quickly helped Su Mingxian up. Su Ligua suppressed his anger and asked, what happened? Just now, Master Yang was fighting with the Buddha mother. Su Mingxian could barely stand, hanging onto the steward like a noodle, his lips trembling as he spoke. What was the result? The master thrust out a sword and suppressed the Buddha mother. Upon hearing this, everyone present widened their eyes. Lu Fugui was even more unwilling to believe it. Could that yang really be that powerful? Su Ligua immediately glanced at the Buddha altar, seeing the Buddha mother still sitting upright on the offering table. The red cloth still draped over her, showing no signs of being suppressed. He could not help but question, Master Yang, what exactly happened? Master Yang got up from the ground, adjusted his disheveled clothes, and said, I dare not deceive Mr. Su. This Buddha mother from the South Seas is indeed powerful. I exerted all my strength to barely gain the upper hand and managed to suppress it. However, Mr. Yang can rest assured from now on. This Buddha mother will not cause any more trouble. As long as the red cloth is not lifted, it will sincerely bless the Su family. Not only will it ensure Mr. Su's business flourishes, but it will also ensure the prosperity of the Su family's descendants. Su Ligua frowned slightly. Just suppression, not complete eradication? He was not satisfied with this result, but seeing Master Yang's disheveled appearance, it seemed this was the best he could do. What about my sick family members? Their conditions will not worsen. As long as they are properly cared for and treated, there will be a day when they recover and return home. Master Yang's answer was ambiguous, failing to convince Su Ligua, who turned to look at Lu Fei. Xiaolu, what do you think? Lu Fei looked at Master Yang. There was a long bruise on his neck, as if something had choked him. Half of the money sword was scattered, and the tassels had turned black. His tang suit was stained with incense ash, and there were several tears in the hem. It really looked like he had been in a fight. Lu Fei then looked back at the Buddha mother statue inside, feeling that the previous cold pressure had disappeared. The Buddha mother no longer gave off an eerie and sinister feeling, as if it had transformed into an ordinary statue. Could it be that this Master Yang really managed to suppress the Buddha mother? After thinking for a moment, he asked, Master Yang, having battled with the Buddha mother, you must have seen its true form. What does it look like? I fought with it from a distance and did not see its true form. Master Yang glanced at Lu Fei with disdain and said, the battle of the Xianmen is profound and mysterious. It is not a brawl with knives and axes. Lu Fei did not mind his attitude at all. Instead, he gave a thumbs up in praise. Master Yang is indeed a remarkable person. I have one big question that I would like to ask Master Yang for clarification. Go ahead. Master Yang couldn't help but straighten his back. Since it is a deity, why can't the Buddha mother reveal her true appearance and must hide behind the red cloth? Lu Fei stared at him intently. Whether it was the master who sent the Buddha mother to Su Dong or this Master Yang who had dealt with the Buddha mother, both emphasized the same point. The red cloth cannot be lifted. Why? What does the Buddha mother have to hide? Master Yang was taken aback and said, the deities of Nanyang have many taboos, each with its own rules. What's so strange about that? Since Master Yang has already suppressed the Buddha mother, why bother with so many rules? Lu Fei smiled and said, why not ask Master Yang to lift the red cloth, so we can see the true form of the Buddha mother and put Su Dong's mind at ease? As soon as he finished speaking, all eyes in the room turned to Master Yang. Only Master Yang and Su Mingxian had been in the Buddhist hall earlier. What exactly happened was unknown to the others. Su Mingxian only saw him draw a sword. The outcome of the duel was still just his word. Lu Fugui was overjoyed. Lu Fei's move was brilliant. He posed a dilemma for Master Yang. If Master Yang dared not lift the red cloth, it would indicate that he hadn't suppressed the Buddha mother at all. If he did lift the red cloth, Lu Fei would have the opportunity to see what the Buddha mother truly was and find a way to completely subdue her. Master Yang, why are you still not moving? Are you afraid? Lu Fugui urged in a sarcastic tone. Lu Fei then said, how could that be? I heard that Master Yang is renowned in Jiangqing Xianmen, not only for his profound abilities, but also for his noble character. How could he resort to such deceitful acts like a charlatan? The two of them worked together to pressure Master Yang. Master Yang's face twitched. Neither leaving nor staying was a good option. Su Mingxian, hanging on the steward, regained some strength and shouted in dissatisfaction. Didn't you hear Master Yang say? The red cloth is a taboo and cannot be lifted. You all are incompetent and just want to make things difficult for Master Yang. How shameless. Dad, hurry and make them leave. People like this dirty are Su family's floor. Mingxian, do not be rude. Su Ligua reprimanded sternly. Is this how I taught you to treat guests? They are my invited guests. Su Mingxian shivered in fear, wanting to say something more, but was silenced by his father's icy glare. Su Ligua slightly bowed to Lu Fei and the others, then made a gesture to Master Yang, his attitude leaving no room for refusal. Master Yang, please. He would not be easily fooled by Master Yang's few words. To make him believe the Buddha mother would no longer cause trouble, something convincing had to be presented. To assess a person, do not listen to what they say, but observe what they do. Since Su Dong has spoken, then I will give it a try. Master Yang swallowed hard, forced an ugly smile, and walked back into the Buddhist hall. The others followed behind him. Lu Fugui quietly gave Lu Fei a thumbs up, but Lu Fei remained expressionless. Watching Master Yang's back, Master Yang stood in front of the offering table, cold sweat already beading on his forehead, with several piercing gazes behind him. He trembled and reached out to grasp the red cloth. Tentatively, he tugged lightly. The red cloth slipped a little, revealing the base of the Buddha mother. It was a pair of legs sitting cross-legged on a lotus pedestal, carved from blue stone. After waiting a moment and seeing nothing happen, Master Yang secretly exhaled, feeling relieved enough to pull the red cloth. The red cloth slowly slid down. The true form of the Buddha Mother was about to be revealed. At this moment, everyone's hearts raced, and they didn't even dare to blink. The red cloth fell completely. A strange fragrance wafted out, and the true form of the Buddha Mother appeared before everyone. All eyes looked up at the Buddha Mother, disbelief etched on their faces, and for a moment, they were all stunned. Chapter 25. True Yang splashes on the lotus pedestal. The Buddha Mother sat cross-legged, dressed in light gauze. One hand held a flower, and the other was embraced in front of her, with her arms piled high with gold ingots. It was indeed a representation of wealth. Although the entire statue was carved from blue stone, it was vividly lifelike, as if it could come to life. Her figure was graceful, and her appearance enchanting. With a smile at the corner of her mouth, her eyes were so soft they seemed to glisten with tears, gazing affectionately at the crowd. She was captivating and intoxicating. How could the Buddha Mother be so beautiful? Lu Fei was somewhat mesmerized, feeling a daze in his heart. Look, the Buddha Mother statue has no problem at all. Master Yang's voice came, kind and benevolent, luxurious and beautiful. Yes, so beautiful. So beautiful, the others echoed dreamily. Especially Lu Fuguei, who was nearly drooling. Wait. Lu Fei's heart sank. How could the statue be so seductive? As the fragrance spread, Lu Fei felt his head growing heavy, involuntarily drawn to the Buddha Mother. The Buddha Mother's eyes seemed to be able to capture souls. There is something wrong. Lu Fei decisively bit his tongue. The taste of blood filled his mouth. And under the pain stimulation, the scene before him suddenly changed. The Buddha Mother statue no longer appeared beautiful. Instead, she had a sharp face, slanted eyes, and fangs protruding from the corners of her mouth. Sinister and ugly, she was clearly a demon. Mind-controlling technique. This trick was not new. Many evil entities possess the ability to confuse people's minds. However, the Buddha Mother's mind-controlling technique was exceptionally powerful, capable of ensnaring so many people at once. Lu Fei bit his tongue because the blood from the tip of his tongue, also known as true Yang splash, contained human Yang essence, which could dispel evil and counteract the yin. His eyes were no longer deceived, and his mind regained clarity. Nonsense. Master Yang had not suppressed the Buddha Mother at all. It was all an act. He snorted coldly, preparing to awaken the crowd. But at that moment, the stone eyes of the evil entity actually began to move, turning a strange green. You have offended the Buddha Mother. You deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Master Yang shouted suddenly, lunging towards Lu Fei first. Kill him. Su Mingxian followed closely, gritting his teeth in apparent hatred. Soon after, Lu Fuguei and the steward, Old Zhang, joined in. These few surrounded Lu Fei, their expressions frenzied, their eyes white as if veiled in a layer of gauze. Only Su Ligua struggled nearby, holding his head in despair. Kill him! Kill him! They swung their fists at Lu Fei. Enough! Lu Fei did not retreat, shouting loudly as he raised his hand and slapped Master Yang hard. The slap landed with force, freezing Master Yang in place and leaving a red, swollen handprint on his face. Then, Lu Fei slapped Su Mingxian's face. Su Mingxian, feeling weak and empty, spun around like a top from Lu Fei's slap. Slap, slap, slap. The crisp sound of slaps echoed continuously in the Buddhist hall. Lu Fei slapped these two several times until his hands felt slightly sore before stopping and spitting out a mouthful of tongue blood towards the Buddha Mother statue. In an instant, everyone woke up, their eyes regaining clarity, looking around in confusion. Ouch, my face, it hurts so much. Who hit me? Su Mingxian and Master Yang covered their swollen faces, recalling the earlier scene, and Su Mingxian was instantly furious. You dare hit me? You must be crazy. Su Gongzi. You misunderstood. I was saving you, Lu Fei said calmly. Nonsense. Su Mingxian exploded in rage. Old Zhang, call the bodyguards and have them kill him. Lu Fei shouted. You all better take a good look at what the Buddha Mother really looks like. Everyone was taken aback, looking back at the Buddha Mother statue, and their faces instantly changed. What happened to her? Where's that beautiful Buddha? Lu Fei Dao. This is the true face of the Buddha Mother. You were all blinded by it just now. How could this happen? Su Mingxian was stunned, unable to believe what he saw. Lu Fuguei was the first to react, shouting. So, the Buddha Mother was never suppressed. Master Yang, are you fooling Director Su? Su Ligua's expression darkened, like a lion about to roar in anger. Master Yang's face immediately lost color, trembling as he said, How dare I deceive Director Su? I really did suppress the Buddha Mother just now. It told me directly that it surrendered. Young Master Su can testify. Earlier, he had thrust out the copper coin sword and suddenly felt a cold wind rush at him. He went blind for a moment and felt something tighten around his neck. Terrified, he desperately swung the copper coin sword. Suddenly, that force loosened. He woke from his daze, the words of the Buddha Mother surrendering echoing in his ears. Even if he had 1,000 guts, he wouldn't dare deceive the Su family. He truly believed he had suppressed the Buddha Mother. Young Master Su, please say something. He looked to Su Mingxian for help. Su Mingxian was also in a state of confusion. Lu Fei Dao, you were blinded by an evil entity and didn't even realize it. Do you know you almost harmed the entire Su family? As long as the Su family continues to offer it, It can continue to consume the vital energy of people's organs. Once the organs are gathered, no one will be able to save the Su family. What? Master Yang was taken aback, his body swaying. Su Ligua immediately asked, Little Lu, what does the vital energy of the organs mean? Director Su, the illnesses in your family are all related to the organs: heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and just one kidney short to gather all 5 organs, right? Lu Fei said slowly. Su Ligua nodded vigorously. Throughout history, there have been many cases of spirits pretending to be deities to deceive people. Some do it to gain offerings for help in cultivation, while others do it to consume people's essence. Every 7 days, spirits can consume a person's vital energy from their organs. Once they gather all 5 organs, they can transform into a human. At that time, they can take on the appearance of the Su family members, occupying their place. And the entire Su family would become its nourishment. After Lu Fei finished speaking, the entire Buddha hall fell into silence. A small evil statue could actually devour an entire family. Lu Fugui, not being a member of the Su family, also felt a chill run down his spine. Unable to stop shivering, he rubbed his arms, moving away from the Buddha mother and closer to Lu Fei. The statue of the Buddha mother on the offering table seemed to be able to eat people, becoming increasingly grotesque in everyone's eyes. Su Ligua took a deep breath, steadied his emotions, and said, Little Lu, what exactly is this spirit? How should we deal with it? I'm sorry, Director Su, I don't know. I can only see this much for now. Lu Fei asked again, how many days has it been since the last person fell ill? The Su father and son exchanged glances, their faces pale. 7 days. Today is the 7th day. Su Ligua's voice was hoarse. Lu Fei was astonished. What? Today is the last day? That's troublesome, if we can't think of a solution. I can't believe the entire Su family is in imminent danger. Cold sweat broke out on Su Ligua's forehead as he gritted his teeth. If we don't make a deal today, can we delay time? It's worth a try. Su Ligua immediately took out his phone, forcibly giving all company staff 3 days off. Anyone who dared to conduct any business during these 3 days would be made to suffer in Jiangxing. Little Lu, can you solve this evil entity within 3 days? Lu Fei said seriously. Director Su, you know the rules of our evil division, right? If you need me to deal with the evil entity, it must be given to me as an offering. Chapter 26. The last organ. Lu Fei was not here to do charity. He was here to collect evil entities. Only when the other party offers it to him will he take action. I understand the rules. Su Ligua decisively said, Little Lu, you can rest assured. If you can save my Su family, you will be our benefactor. Don't say just an offering. Even if it's a gift, I wouldn't refuse. However, Su Mingxian worriedly said, Dad, if Master Yang couldn't solve it, how can he? What if he is just alarmist? Shut up. Su Ligua glared coldly at him. How could the Su family have such a foolish son? What does that surname Yang amount to be compared with Little Lu? In fact, he didn't fully believe Lu Fei either, but compared to that surname Yang, the difference was clear. He wanted to see how Lu Fei would act. Su Mingxian did not dare to retort, lowering his head in grievance. Master Yang dared not say a word either. Su Ligua turned to Lu Fei and nodded. Little Lu, thank you for your efforts. I will do my best. Lu Fei was also straightforward, turning to examine the grotesque Buddha mother statue. A burst of true Yang splashed, only temporarily suppressing this evil entity. He needed to figure out what the evil entity was and how to counter it as soon as possible. Stepping on the red cloth on the ground, Lu Fei approached the statue. The strange fragrance in the air disappeared, replaced by a peculiar fishy smell. It was somewhat like the earthy smell after rain. What kind of entity with a tail could it be? Lu Fei walked behind the offering table and suddenly discovered a small hole the size of a fist behind the Buddha mother statue. The unpleasant earthy smell was emanating from this small hole. Is it hollow inside? It seems that the evil entity should be hidden inside. This statue is merely a shell to deceive people. Lu Fei turned on his phone flashlight and shone it inside. It was too dark, and the angle was limited. He could only see a mass of grayish-white stuff huddled inside, unable to discern what it was. Little Lu, did you find anything? The others were following closely behind Lu Fei, feeling very nervous and curious. Master Yang was left aside, knowing in his heart that he was doomed. He almost caused the Su family to be destroyed, and now the Su family had no time to deal with him. They would definitely settle the score later. Lu Fei put away his phone and said to Su Ligua, Director Su, to find the true form of the evil entity, we must smash this statue. This is not a problem. Little Lu, please arrange it. I will cooperate fully. Su Ligua immediately instructed the butler, Old Zhang, go call for more people right away. Director Su, don't be anxious. Lu Fei interrupted. The statue is the protective shell of the evil entity. If we recklessly smash it, it will definitely act in desperation and fight us to the death. What should we do then? It would be best to find something to restrain it. But the problem is, we can't see the true form of the evil entity. What kind of spirits could there be in Nanyang? Lu Fei paced back and forth in the side hall, thinking seriously. The others' heads followed his pace, not daring to interrupt, eagerly waiting for his answer. Unknowingly, Lu Fei had become the backbone of these people. A tail, a pointed face, the earthy smell. Lu Fei repeatedly pondered. And suddenly a spark flashed in his mind. He seemed to know what it was. But it wasn't enough, after all. It involved the lives of the entire Su family, and he needed to confirm one more thing. Director Su, let us talk outside. He glanced at the grotesque Buddha mother statue. Discussing how to deal with the evil entity in front of it could provoke it into a desperate fight. Which wouldn't be good? All right, little Lu, please. Everyone moved their feet, and then realized that Master Yang had disappeared at some point. This doggone thing really slipped away fast. Lu Fuguei cursed. Su Mingxian stretched his neck and looked around, but he never saw Master Yang, and his face fell. Su Ligua didn't care. The Su family had plenty of ways to settle the score later. Returning to the spacious and luxurious living room, the butler thoughtfully served tea to everyone. Lu Fei didn't care to drink and asked, Director Su, may I ask what the zodiac signs of your family members are? Zodiac signs? All of them. The 4 who are sick, and you and young Master Su. It's best to include all direct relatives. My mother is a horse. My eldest brother and sister-in-law are a monkey and a goat respectively, and my wife is a rabbit. Su Ligua did not understand why Lu Fei suddenly asked this. But he answered one by one. I am a tiger, Mingxian is a snake. That's right, I also have a daughter, who is a rabbit. Lu Fei nodded and said, if I guess correctly, if that evil thing is not dealt with in time, the next one to have an accident will be your daughter. Why? Su Ligua was shocked, clearly very concerned about this daughter. Because of the zodiac signs. Lu Fei explained softly. That evil thing does not dare to attack people born in the year of the tiger, dragon, or rooster, and is unwilling to attack those born in the year of the snake. Why is that? Not only Su Ligua, but everyone else looked puzzled. Because that evil thing is a snake. Lu Fei said firmly, but it is not a living snake. The earthy smell is actually the smell of a snake. A snake? Everyone shivered. Snakes are inherently sinister creatures, and snakes can become spirits. No wonder they are so powerful. Lu Fei then asked, Mr. Su, where is your daughter? She is studying abroad. Will it affect her? As long as she doesn't come back, it should be fine. Lu Fei felt a bit relieved and said, there is no time to lose. I will go prepare some restraining items right now. Whatever you need, just let me know. I will arrange for someone to prepare it. Lu Fuguei interjected. To deal with snakes, isn't it something like realgar? That's nonsense. Snakes don't like realgar. They purely dislike that kind of stimulating smell. Realgar cannot restrain snakes. Even essential oil is more effective than that. Lu Fei waved his hand directly. The best restraining items are, of course, their natural enemies. For example, the snake eagle that specializes in eating snakes. If we can find the beak of a snake eagle, that would be ideal, but snake eagles are protected animals. We cannot break the law. Su Ligua was a bit anxious. What else is there? Buy a black cat. Cats are like tigers. The so-called dragon and tiger fight can counter snakes. However, this is not very reliable. It's best to buy a rooster that is at least 5 years old. In mythology, roosters are called the star of the day, and roosters eat insects, which can suppress snakes. These 2 items are easy to buy. I believe we can capture that evil thing within today, without waiting for Su Ligua to give orders. The butler said, I will go buy them right away. After saying that, he hurriedly ran out. Before the restraining items are bought, everyone should not run around and stay together. In case of an accident, it's better to have each other for support. Good. Su Ligua nodded heavily. Finally able to relax a bit, he had completely trusted Lu Fei and began to reevaluate this young man. Young as he was, he had such advanced abilities, and he handled things steadily and thoughtfully, without any pretense. He was not someone who could be compared to those who seek fame and fortune. With such temperament and capability at such a young age, he would surely become a person who stirs up the world in the future. Just as Su Ligua was feeling this way, his phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and saw that it was his daughter calling. Xiaoning, why are you calling at this time? Dad, where are mom and grandma in the hospital? I want to see them. You focus on your studies. They are not seriously ill and will be discharged in a few days. You're lying. Mom and grandma are obviously very sick. I'm already at the airport. I want to see them. Su Ligua's face changed dramatically. What? You're back. Chapter 27. The rooster eats insects. Dragon and tiger fight. The atmosphere, which had just relaxed, instantly became tense again. Lu Fei said urgently, we cannot let her come back. If that evil thing gets to her, your whole family will be finished. Su Ligua certainly understood and shouted into the phone, Xiaoning, you go back to school immediately. No messing around. Then, he loudly instructed Su Mingxian, hurry up and buy your sister a ticket back to America. Su Mingxian fumbled to take out his phone. No, I'm not going back. On the phone, Su Ninger's voice was very stubborn. You are too much. Mom is so sick, and you won't even let me see her. You only care about your business. Xiaoning, trust Dad. I am thinking of a way to save them. Su Ligua was sweating, and after that, I will explain to you. If you come back now, everything will be in vain. Why? Su Ninger's words were cut off abruptly. After a second, there was a loud crash on the line, followed by chaotic footsteps and the mixed shouts of many people in panic. Someone fainted. Miss, are you okay? Call an ambulance, quick. The call was disconnected. Su Ligua felt cold all over, his fingers trembling. Xiaoning, has something happened to Xiaoning? Young Master Lu, do we still have a chance for the Su family? No one expected that Su Ninger would suddenly return. The living room was heavy with tension. It has just begun. There should be a chance. The evil thing absorbs the essence of the 5 internal organs, and it also needs time. Lu Fei forced himself to stay calm and quickly said, Mr. Su, You need to send someone to meet Miss Su and ensure she gets the best treatment as soon as possible to stabilize the situation. Uncle Fugue, come with me to the Buddhist hall to buy some time. Lu Fugue was stunned, pointing at himself. Me? What? You don't want to? No, I don't know anything. I'm worried I'll hold you back. You 1T. Come with me. Lu Fei said without hesitation, pulling him toward the Buddhist hall. Su Ligua also immediately took action, waving at Su Mingxian. Hurry up and take someone to the airport to save your sister. You must ensure her life, otherwise. Don't come back. I'm going now. Su Mingxian ran out of the living room, his legs weak. Su Ligua then called the butler again and learned that they had already bought the rooster and were on their way to choose a black cat. They split into 2 routes, sending someone to bring the rooster back first. Yes. After hanging up the phone, Su Ligua took a deep breath when no one was around. A trace of helplessness appeared on his face. If there were truly gods and Buddhas in this world, he would be willing to pay any price for the peace of the Su family. In the Buddhist hall, Lu Fei went straight to the statue of the Mother Buddha. The sharp-faced, droopy-eyed appearance of the Mother Buddha is just like the image of a snake's spirit in stories. I senti it? What Mother Buddha? More like a snake mother. The statue of the snake mother had a smirk at the corner of its mouth, holding a golden ingot in its arms, with a pervasive aura of negativity. Its stone eyes turned into eerie green vertical pupils, seemingly mocking Lu Fei coldly. So what if Lu Fei saw through its true form? It was still a step ahead of him. Uncle Fugue, I need to borrow something from you. What? Lu Fugue trembled. I need to borrow a mouthful of true yang blood. Lu Fei instructed him to bite his tongue. Lu Fugue was afraid of the pain, but thinking of this being the best opportunity to connect with the Su family, he gritted his teeth and bit his tongue, spraying a mouthful of blood onto the snake mother statue. A cold wind blew by, and the snake mother's green vertical pupils instantly turned back into stone eyes. It worked. Lu Fei was overjoyed. However, Lu Fugue felt dizzy and almost couldn't stand, having indulged in wine and pleasures for years. His physical condition was no match for Lu Fei's. A mouthful of true yang blood could still make Lu Fei vigorous. This time, he really pushed himself to the limit. He sat on the mat, panting heavily. Half an hour later, the 5-year-old red-crowned rooster was finally delivered to the villa. Young Master Lu, Su Ligua personally brought the rooster and rushed into the Buddhist hall at the fastest speed. Great. Just in time, Lu Fei took the rooster, quickly untied the ropes binding its feet, and threw it toward the snake mother statue. Cluck! The rooster flapped its wings and surprisingly flew up, landing directly on the head of the snake mother statue, pecking at it. Ding ding ding. The sharp beak collided with the stone, making a crisp sound. The statue's face actually showed signs of pain and fear. When will the black cat arrive? Lu Fei asked again. Soon, it's on the way. Su Ligua was anxious, wondering if there was still time. With the rooster suppressing the situation, there should be enough time. Lu Fei also didn't have complete confidence. At this point, he could only give it his all. He took out a small dagger made from dog teeth, planning to use it to draw blood from his middle finger to fight the snake mother if anything went wrong with the rooster. Everyone nervously stared at the rooster, not daring to breathe. For a moment, the Buddha hall was filled only with the sound of the rooster pecking at the stone. Crack! The rooster was quite large and fierce. After pecking vigorously, a crack appeared on the top of the stone statue. But everyone didn't have time to rejoice because a pungent black liquid flowed out from the crack in the statue. When the rooster came into contact with that liquid, it flapped its wings in pain and fell from the statue. Snake venom. Lu Fei's heart sank, preparing to cut his middle finger and fight desperately. At that critical moment, the black cat arrived. The butler stumbled into the Buddha hall and accidentally fell to the ground. A black cat, like a cloud, leaped out of his arms and pounced directly at the snake mother. Meow. The sharp claws of the cat sliced through the stone statue. The rooster also struggled to stand up, pecking at the bottom of the statue. Under this combined attack, the statue shook a few times and finally couldn't withstand it, shattering with a loud bang. Inside, a grayish-white long object finally revealed itself. Lu Fei's eyes lit up. It turned out to be a snake shed. The rooster and the black cat were both extremely interested in that snake shed and started to fight over it. Lu Fei took the opportunity to quickly put on gloves and collect the snake shed into his bag. The rooster and the black cat paused their fight, looking at Lu Fei simultaneously. Look, I didn't use this. It was originally mine, and I'll get you some treats later. Lu Fei grinned at them and zipped up his bag. After all the hardships, he had to secure this evil object. He couldn't let them take it away. Then, he checked the broken statue again. The gold ingots had shattered, revealing several milky white snake eggs inside. It seemed that the Su family had truly taken this place as their nest, laying eggs and raising their offspring here. Lu Fei felt a wave of nausea and waved to the 2 small creatures. These are yours. The rooster and the black cat ran over, competing to eat the snake eggs clean. Lu Fei finally relaxed completely, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and said to Su Ligua, Mr. Su, it's all good now. Su Ligua's heart was still racing. Although he hadn't participated in that battle directly, he felt it was thrilling. At this moment, he stopped and realized his back was already soaked with cold sweat, feeling icy. His mood still couldn't relax. Then my family. After today, it should get better. If Mr. Su is still worried, you can bring this evil object to me tomorrow. I'll keep it safe for now. Lu Fei smiled. I certainly trust you, young manager. Just then, Su Ligua's phone rang again. It was a call from Su Mingxian. Dad, my sister. Chapter 28. As expected. My sister is out of danger. The doctor said she had an acute kidney inflammation, and the data was very poor. If it couldn't be controlled, it might develop into kidney failure, but suddenly, for some reason, she improved. Now, my sister's condition is stable. Dad, has the family matter been resolved? Dad? Su Mingxuan's anxious voice came clearly from the phone. Su Ligua felt his dizzy brain finally calm down. He let out a long breath and said, "It's all good now. Take care of your sister." Then, several more calls came in. They were from people waiting at the hospital to report good news. Almost simultaneously, the 4 critically ill patients in the Su family all showed improvement. The doctors were amazed and exclaimed it was a miracle. Just as Lu Fei had collected the evil object, the response came. The effect was immediate. The legendary evil object was indeed as expected. Originally, betting the fate of the entire family on a stranger was quite a risky thing. But fortunately, he had bet right, and he was convinced. In less than a day, he felt like he had experienced the ups and downs of life. Initially, he started from scratch, and after several ups and downs in business, what kind of scenes hadn't he witnessed? But those fluctuations in business couldn't compare to the peril of today. At this moment, he could no longer hold on. He felt utterly exhausted. If it had been a moment later, the consequences would have been unimaginable. It wasn't just 1 or 2 lives. It was the entire Su family. His mother, brothers, wife, children, and even himself would have been slowly consumed by the evil creature, ultimately turning all the Su family members into nourishment for the creature. Thinking of this, Su Ligua couldn't help but feel a wave of fear, and it seemed that some of the white hair at his temples had increased. Fortunately, the Su family was still blessed by heaven, having encountered the heir of the evil object. Su Ligua regained some strength and firmly shook Lu Fei's hand, his expression serious. "Young manager Lu, you are the benefactor of the Su family. This great kindness is unspoken. I, Su Ligua, will remember it and surely repay it. Mr. Su is too serious. The evil object business is what we do. Since we've accepted this business, we must do our best, right?" Lu Fei smiled. "I wonder if Mr. Su is available now. Let us discuss how to pawn this evil object. Thank you for your hard work, young manager Lu and boss Lu. Please come to the main hall to rest first. We can discuss it in detail later." Su Ligua perked up and began arranging things. The butler had fallen and scraped his knee, but he couldn't stop being happy, limping to instruct the maid to bring tea and snacks. Everyone returned to the hall. Soon, someone brought tea and delicacies. "Please enjoy. I'll excuse myself for a moment and return shortly." Su Ligua called out and hurried back to his room. His clothes and hair were wet, looking quite disheveled, needing to tidy up. After this busy episode, Lu Fei indeed felt a bit parched and tired, so he didn't hesitate to eat and drink. Top-grade West Lake Longjing tea, crab dumplings, rock sugarbird's nest. Lu Fuguei stuffed various delicacies into his mouth, like Zhu Beiji eating ginseng fruit, feeling overjoyed, unable to suppress a smile at the corners of his mouth. The Su family's big tree had finally connected to important relationships. They were even life-saving benefactors. With the wealth and status of the Su family, from now on, Lu Fuguei could walk sideways in Jiangqing, right? Of course, all this was thanks to Lu Fei. Without Lu Fei's support, how could there be a big tree like the Su family? From now on, he had to cling even tighter to this support. Thinking of this, Lu Fuguei picked up the teapot to refill Lu Fei's tea. "Little brother Lu, you really worked hard today." He no longer called him manager Lu, but brother, trying to bridge the distance. "I said it. This matter is definitely fine in your hands. Compared to your grandfather, you are truly better than the blue out of the blue. The evil object in your hands will definitely grow and prosper, creating brilliance again. Ah no, it will definitely add to the brilliance." What a flattering speech. Looking at his fawning smile, Lu Fei couldn't help but find it amusing. How could a person be so shameless? However, having received the 3rd evil object, his mood was also very good, and he accepted Lu Fuguei's service with a clear conscience. "Uncle, there's something I'm really curious about. How many horses did you raise in your last life?" "Huh. Otherwise, how could your flattery be so expertly perfect?" "Huh. Where? Everything I said is sincere." Lu Fei teased him, and he wasn't angry at all. Lu Fei was his lucky star and little fortune god. Who would go against a fortune god? Impressive. Lu Fei gave a thumbs up. There's a reason why Lu Fuguei could stand tall in the antique street. The two laughed for a while. Lu Fuguei rubbed his hands, glanced at the steward beside him, and excitedly asked in a low voice, "By the way, brother Lu, is this snake skin from the Su family considered a treasure? Is it valuable?" "This is not an ordinary snake shed. Of course, it's a treasure," Lu Fei replied without hesitation. "Great. What effects does this treasure have, and how much can it sell for?" Lu Fuguei's eyes sparkled. "Why are you in such a hurry? Let us talk after discussing with Director Su," Lu Fei said as he finished eating, stretched, and sat down to rest. Lu Fuguei's buttocks began to feel uncomfortable, twisting left and right. Fortunately, Su Ligua returned soon. He had showered, changed clothes, and groomed his hair, looking refreshed and spirited. "Have you both eaten well?" "Yes. Thank you for your hospitality, Director Su." Su Ligua ordered someone to clear the table and replaced it with a new cup of tea. The fragrance of tea wafted through the air. Lu Fei took out the large bundle of grayish-white snake shed and the pawn ticket. "Director Su, how do you want to pawn it?" Live pawn or dead pawn, at what price? Su Ligua glanced at the snake shed with apprehension and candidly said, Shopkeeper Lu, this is my first time doing business with the evil pawnshop. I don't know what the rules and customs are for pawning. Lu Fei smiled and said, it's just like other pawn shops. For a live pawn, we agree on the pawn time and conditions, and at the end of the term, Director Su can redeem it as per the agreement. For a dead pawn, this snake shed will completely belong to the evil pawnshop and can never be redeemed. Su Ligua asked, so, which method is better for the evil pawnshop? They're all the same. The evil pawnshop does not engage in losing deals. Ultimately, the choice is up to you, Director Su. If this snake shed is useful to you, or you want to keep it as a memento, you can choose a live pawn. Su Ligua quickly waved his hand and smiled bitterly. This thing is a disaster for the Su family. How can there be a reason to keep it as a memento? I choose a dead pawn. Then what about the price? Lu Fei picked up a pen. The price? Su Ligua paused slightly, as others charge high fees for their services, yet Lu Fei was willing to pay for the evil item. The evil pawnshop truly was extraordinary. This evil item that absorbs vitality could really turn into a treasure in his hands? Any amount works. Just leave it to shopkeeper Lu to arrange, he said, not knowing what price would be most beneficial for Lu Fei. Director Su, since it's a business, you should propose a number. If Lu Fei sets the price himself, it would seem suspicious of taking advantage. Is that so? Su Ligua pondered while looking at Lu Fuguwei. Chapter 29. Mother and Son Snake shed. Lu Fuguwei immediately understood and laughed. Actually, we all understand Director Su's feelings and are certainly grateful to shopkeeper Lu. But this is the evil pawnshop's rule. Doing business with the evil pawnshop requires pawning. As for the price, it doesn't have to be too much. Just a number will do. Su Ligua thought for a moment and said earnestly, how about 99? Water fills to the brim and the full moon wanes. I hope the evil pawnshop continues to thrive. Thank you, Director Su. I accept this blessing. Lu Fei quickly wrote out the pawn ticket. Su Ligua's signature was bold and powerful. The pawn ticket was made in duplicate. Payment. The transaction is complete. Director Su, I've finished my business. And I suppose you have many things to attend to at home, so I won't disturb you any longer. Lu Fei stood up to say goodbye. Although Lu Fuguwei wanted to chat with Su Ligua a bit longer, he had to follow suit and stand up. Shopkeeper Lu, why are you in such a hurry? Why not stay a bit longer and have dinner together tonight? Su Ligua sincerely invited him. You saved the entire Su family. We haven't had the chance to thank you properly. Director Su, you're too kind. I'm just doing what I should do. Lu Fei smiled indifferently and declined the other's goodwill. With the evil item in hand, he was eager to return to the pawnshop. Su Ligua was somewhat surprised. One should know how many people in Jiangqing desperately want to get close to the Su family. Having a meal with him, Su Ligua, is an opportunity that many seek but cannot attain. For instance, Lu Fuguwei. Yet Lu Fei seemed completely indifferent, showing no intention of forming connections. It appeared that he came solely for a business transaction. Not humble, not arrogant, unaffected by honor or disgrace. Su Ligua looked at Lu Fei with newfound respect and, seeing that he could not keep him, personally escorted Lu Fei and Lu Fuguwei out. Just then, the steward came over to remind him. Sir, how should we handle the rooster and the black cat? Su Ligua looked towards Lu Fei, since they are both creatures that can ward off evil. If Director Su doesn't mind, you can keep them as two auspicious mascots, Lu Fei casually suggested. All right, then let's keep them. Old Zhang, go prepare a place and food for them. Yes. Su Ligua saw the two off and instructed the driver to take them back to the antique street. Shopkeeper Lu, once my family recovers, we'll go thank you together. You must definitely grace us with your presence then. Okay. The luxury car drove out of the large courtyard, leaving the expansive villa area. Half an hour later, the two got out at the entrance of the antique street. The driver also got out and respectfully escorted them to the pawnshop door. Along the way, they attracted quite a few glances. Old Wang, are you out for a stroll too? Old Ding, are you going to stock up? Oh, how did you know I just returned from the Su family? Oh, nothing much. Just had a small business discussion with Director Su. Lu Fuguwei greeted everyone along the way, eager for others to know. Lu Fei secretly laughed. What is there to be proud of with a driver accompanying him? Look at his little ambitions. Opening the door, they returned to the pawnshop. Lu Fuguwei followed in, beaming with joy, and said happily, Brother Lu, you should have seen old Wang's expression just now. His eyes nearly popped out. Is the Su family that impressive? Lu Fei asked casually, opening his backpack and carefully taking out the snake shed to examine it on the counter. You don't know? They are one of the three great families in Jiangqing. Besides the Su family, there are also the Tang family and the Shangwan family. No matter which family you get close to, you can take off. Lu Fuguwei envisioned excitedly. Brother Lu, as long as we have the Su family as our backing, we'll prosper in the future. Calm down. I went to collect evil items, not to find a backing. Our evil pawnshop doesn't need that kind of backing. Lu Fei rolled his eyes at Lu Fuguwei. No matter how wealthy or powerful the Su family was, to him, they were just a customer for pawning evil items. Good to befriend, but not to curry favor. He put on gloves and began to carefully unfold and inspect the snake shed. The snake shed was coiled in a circle. It seemed small, but was actually quite long, about 10 meters. The widest part was as thick as a bowl, indicating it was a python. The specific species was unknown. Indeed, the evil pawnshop is extraordinary. Who knows? One day it might be those big families wanting to find the evil pawnshop for backing, Lu Fugawei flattered, also approaching the counter with curiosity on his chubby face. Brother Lu, what benefits does this snake shed have? Can you tell me now? The effects of evil items are usually closely related to their characteristics. This mother snake is best at confusing people's minds, and since snakes are inherently lustful, this snake shed has the effect of attracting romantic interests. Lu Fei analyzed while organizing. Is that all? Just attracting romantic interests? Lu Fugawei felt a bit disappointed, thinking that the commotion caused by this evil item was great, yet its value turned out to be rather ordinary. Of course, it's not that simple. As long as this snake shed is used, no matter how ugly a person is, they will appear more beautiful than a celestial being in others' eyes. Oh, what is this? Lu Fei suddenly showed a look of surprise as he pulled out a slender snake shed from the larger one. There was actually a smaller one. The small snake shed was about 1 meter long, as thick as a finger, wrapped in the larger snake shed in the middle, without opening it. It would be impossible to notice. Oh, a buy one get one free. What a good deal. Lu Fugawei exclaimed joyfully. The small snake shed can be sold too, right? Does it have the same effect as the big snake? I don't know. This situation was unexpected for Lu Fei, and he didn't know what having an extra small snake shed meant. He needed to look through the notes on evil objects left by his grandfather. This notebook recorded the characteristics of all the evil objects encountered or heard of since the establishment of the evil organization. Never mind. Let's first release the news about the big snake shed. In others' eyes, it will become as beautiful as a fairy. Who wouldn't like that? Especially those rich ladies and female celebrities. Lu Fugawei began to scheme again. No, I need to clarify the situation first. Otherwise, if I get the effects wrong, it could harm people. Lu Fei put both snake sheds into a cloth bag and waved him off. Uncle, you've been busy all day. You should rest now. Once I have a buyer for the money, come back to me. All right, you get some rest. I'll go ask about the buyer. Lu Fugawei hurriedly left the evil organization. Lu Fei closed the door and took the snake sheds to the backyard, pulling out a yellowed ancient book from the drawer in his bedroom. He opened the window, placed it on the desk, and began to examine it closely. The records of evil objects were written by each head of the Lu family throughout the generations, with the characteristics of each evil object discovered through blood and sweat, at an unknown cost. At the end of the book, there were also some notes from his grandfather. If Lu Fei had any new discoveries in the future, he would also have to record them. The entire book was the essence and hard work of the evil organization. He gradually became engrossed in it. The osmanthus tree in the courtyard swayed with the wind, and time passed unknowingly. By the time Lu Fei finished reading the entire record, it was already dark outside. There were actually no completely identical records. Could this be a new evil object? Lu Fei closed the notebook, revealing a hint of surprise and confusion. Chapter 30. The woman's cold laughter was the small snake shed hidden in the big snake shed of special significance. After finishing the entire record of his family's notes, Lu Fei found no indication of what the two snake sheds together represented. Although the snake sheds had already come into his possession and this transaction was complete, he felt uneasy not fully understanding their characteristics. If he left a hidden danger for the Su family, it would not only harm them, but also tarnish the evil organization's reputation. Lu Fei stood up and brewed a cup of tea to clear his mind. Then he sat under the osmanthus tree and reviewed the situation with the Su family and the process of collecting evil objects from start to finish. Nanyang is located in the tropics, rich in jungles, and therefore has many snakes. So it was not surprising that the true form of the statue was a snake-type evil object. One transaction equals one life, feeding on the essence of the 5 organs, with the intention of transforming into a human. It called itself the Buddha Mother of Wealth. This name seemed not only intended to deceive, as it indeed held something in its arms, but it was not treasure, it was snake eggs. The so-called Buddha Mother was, in fact, a snake mother. Wait. Lu Fei felt a jolt in his heart. Since it was a mother, there must be offspring. And within the big snake shed, there just happened to be a small snake shed. Could it be that the focus was actually on the small snake? The snake mother was using the Su family to nurture its offspring. Thinking of this, Lu Fei was suddenly alarmed. Could the Su family still be hiding a small snake? Although the black cat and the rooster had defeated the snake mother statue, no one knew whether 1 or 2 snake spirits were eliminated at that time. Lu Fei dared not have any lucky thoughts. He immediately called the Su family, only to realize he didn't have their number, so he hurriedly called Lu Fugawei. Lu Fugawei was lazily soaking in a bath. His white, plump flesh was submerged in warm water, surrounded by steam, and his face was full of enjoyment. Planning to reward himself with a full-body massage for teaming up with the Su family, he tossed his phone aside, too lazy to check it, while beside him, a technician was preparing essential oils. Damn Lu Fatty, what on earth is he doing? Lu Fei was anxiously stomping his feet. He paced back and forth in the courtyard, trying to convince himself with overthinking. After all, if the 2 snake sheds were next to each other, they should die together. Moreover, all the patients in the Su family had improved at the same time. But what if? What if the snake mother sacrificed itself to protect the small snake? Human lives could not be gambled on this what if. The evil organization could not allow customers to die at the hands of evil objects after collecting them. He gritted his teeth, took the snake sheds, hurriedly locked the door, ran out of the antique street, and hailed a taxi, rushing towards Longting Valley. The sky darkened, and night fell. Jiangcheng was a city that never sleeps. Even at night, it was bustling. The neon lights of the buildings and the lights of the flowing traffic reflected off the half-lit sky. But there was one place that was an exception. Although Longting Valley was located in the heart of Jiangcheng, it was a serene escape from the noise. The dense and rare green belt served as a clear boundary, isolating the city's clamor. Inside the villa area, it was quiet and comfortable. Su Ligua sat in his study on the third floor, lit a cigarette, and gazed at the distant, flickering city lights through the large floor-to-ceiling window. He felt a sense of relaxation he had never experienced before. All his seriously ill relatives had miraculously improved. He had visited the hospital in the afternoon, and the doctor said that with some further treatment, they could be discharged. This was unbelievable. It was as if the previous critical condition notice was a misdiagnosis. The hospital didn't know what had happened, and the director, along with a group of renowned doctors, personally explained to Su Ligua, fearing that the Su family would blame them. Su Ligua certainly wouldn't blame them. Instead, he politely requested them to take good care of the patients. The Su family's disaster seemed to have passed, and the next step was to settle accounts. He exhaled a puff of smoke. Su Ligua took a sip of wine, and his expression gradually turned cold, like a lion searching for prey. With killing intent in his eyes, having suffered such a huge loss, he, Su Ligua, would definitely not let it go easily. This move was clearly meant to destroy the entire Su family. No matter who the other party was, he would return it double, or even tenfold, at any cost. Su Ligua firmly extinguished the cigarette, and made a phone call to arrange things. Then, he prepared to rest. After days of hard work and tension, he was already exhausted. The Su family and the company still needed him to oversee everything. He had to adjust to his best state as soon as possible. As he passed the stairway, he accidentally heard a commotion downstairs. Heh. It sounded like a woman's laughter, vague and unclear. Who? Su Ligua was a bit puzzled. He didn't like having too many outsiders in his home, and at night, aside from the butler, old Zhang, there were only 2 maids left in the house. But the maids and old Zhang lived in the workers' room at the back on the first floor, and all his relatives were in the hospital. Where could a woman come from downstairs? Downstairs, only the wall lamp was lit. The large villa appeared dim and deep. Su Ligua called out, but no one responded. He suspiciously walked down a few steps of the staircase. Heh. The woman's cold laughter echoed uncertainly in the darkness, making even Su Ligua feel a bit uneasy. He realized that the laughter was coming from the second floor. Following the sound, he approached. It was Su Mingxuan's room. Hee. Laughter echoed from the pitch-black room. Why was there a woman's voice in his son's room when he wasn't home? Su Ligua felt a surge of unease in his heart as he grasped the doorknob, just about to push the door open and check. Dad! A shout came from the corridor. Su Mingxian hurriedly ran up the stairs. Why are you back? Didn't I tell you to take care of your sister in the hospital? Su Ligua's face turned stern. She said I was making too much noise and told me to go back. Su Mingxian replied, looking aggrieved. I thought you were already resting. So I didn't call. Dad, what are you doing at my door? What are you nervous about? Is there someone hiding in there? Su Ligua snorted coldly. Su Mingxian looked confused. Huh? Still pretending? I already heard. Su Ligua's gaze was severe. You're still young. I can understand you having fun outside. But I warn you. Don't bring any dirty stuff home. Dad, you misunderstood. It might be the sound from my computer. I forgot to turn it off when I left. Su Mingxian hurriedly opened the door and turned on the light. See for yourself. Su Ligua glanced into the room. The laptop on the desk was glowing faintly. And the room was empty. Always so careless. How can I entrust the Su family's responsibilities to you in the future? Su Ligua scolded before turning to leave. As his father's tall and imposing figure disappeared around the corner of the stairs, Su Mingxuan's expression darkened. Ever since he was young, his father had been especially critical of him. No matter what he did, he could never win his father's approval. To outsiders, he was the wealthy and privileged eldest son of the Su family. But at home, he was just an unloved son. He closed the door and locked it. In the dim light, a pair of slender, pale hands reached out from behind and embraced Su Mingxian, gently caressing him. Su Mingxian closed his eyes, immersed in the moment. Chapter 31. The Little Snake's Revenge in the workers' room. Butler Zhang was applying medicine to his injured knee under a delicate old desk lamp. It was getting late. The maids had all returned to their rooms to sleep, and the entire villa was silent. He had finished applying the medicine and should rest. But he had a habit developed over many years. Every night before sleeping, he would patrol the villa inside and out to ensure everything was in order before going to bed. Even though he had been injured today, he wouldn't skip his routine. Although Mr. Su had told him to rest early, he couldn't sleep without doing a round. The Su family had been unsettled lately, so it was better to be cautious. After finishing the medicine, Butler Zhang tidied up his things and opened the door to step outside. The living room was clean and tidy. The yard was fresh and quiet. The weeds over here haven't been cleared properly. Those flowers need trimming, he muttered to himself as he walked, when suddenly he heard strange clattering noises from the yard. What is going on? Butler Zhang immediately became alert and shone his flashlight in that direction. It was the makeshift chicken coop and cat house set up today. Could the 2 mascots be uncomfortable? He quickly walked over and was taken aback. Clang, clang, clang. The black cat and rooster in the cage were pacing back and forth, banging and crashing, with the black cat letting out sharp cries, appearing very agitated. Are you hungry? But when Butler Zhang looked inside the cage, The food and water were both full. What is going on here? The Su family had never raised these small animals, and for a moment, Butler Zhang was at a loss. The rooster and black cat were clearly acting abnormally, especially the black cat, which seemed to be calling out toward a certain direction upstairs, its cries becoming increasingly shrill, sending chills down his spine. Butler Zhang looked up at the third-floor window, where a shadow seemed to flash by. His heart sank. And when he looked again, there was nothing at the window. Had he seen it wrong? He rubbed his eyes and looked several times. All the windows upstairs were pitch black, like closed eyes, concealing their secrets. He glanced back at the two restless mascots, unable to shake off his unease, and decided to go upstairs to check. He walked into the living room and climbed the solid wood staircase step by step. The wall lamps cast a dim yellow light, and the entire third floor was shrouded in darkness. Butler Zhang's anxiety grew. The old master had trouble sleeping and disliked complete darkness. He would leave a night light on even while sleeping. Why were all the lights turned off today? Old master, are you sleeping? Butler Zhang called softly at the door, but there was no response from the suite, and the silence made him uneasy. Old master. Butler Zhang reached out to knock, only to find that the door wasn't locked at all, just ajar. Old master? Butler Zhang carefully pushed the door open and walked in. The resting area looked normal, but there was a faint sobbing sound coming from the direction of the bedroom. Old master, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Butler Zhang hurried over and turned on the light, only to be horrified by the scene in the room. Su Liguo was lying on the bed, struggling with his legs, while someone was choking him by the neck, causing him to emit painful moans. Old master. Butler Zhang rushed over in a panic, but was pushed back by that person with a single palm. The person's strength was terrifying. Butler Zhang was thrown out, his head and back crashing hard against the wall, leaving him unable to stand. That person turned to glare at Butler Zhang with malice. Young master. Butler Zhang's head spun. The one choking Su Liguo was none other than Su Mingxian. At that moment, his eyes had turned into eerie green vertical slits, his face twisted like a monster. Su Mingxian was gripping Su Liguo's neck tightly, veins bulging on the back of his hand, clearly intent on killing him. Su Liguo's face turned dark blue, his eyes rolling back, on the verge of losing consciousness. Young master, stop. Butler Zhang tried to intervene, but found himself unable to muster any strength. The back of his head was warm, and he felt dizzy, his vision growing increasingly blurry. At that moment, his phone fell beside him and began to ring, displaying the villa security's number. Security, call security. Hope surged in Butler Zhang's heart as he used all his strength to move his fingers, trembling as he pressed the answer button. Mr. Zhang, sorry to disturb you so late. There's someone named Lu Fei at the door, saying he urgently needs to see Mr. Su. Quick, hurry, save me. Butler Zhang weakly shouted. Mr. Zhang, what are you saying? Help, help. Mr. Zhang? Mr. Zhang. The voice on the phone went silent. At the entrance of Longting Valley, Lu Fei's face changed dramatically, realizing something was wrong. Buddy, let me through. Lives are at stake. The security guard also vaguely heard Butler Zhang shouting for help and quickly opened the nearby shuttle car. I'll take you over. The two rushed to Villa No. 9 and climbed over the wall. The piercing alarm rang out. The two sleeping maids were startled awake, rushing out of the workers' room in panic. Lu Fei didn't have time to explain and headed straight for the third floor. Stop. Bursting into the bedroom, he immediately spotted Su Mingxian in the act of violence. Su Mingxian turned his head, baring his teeth at him viciously. Lu Fei saw that a long, slender shadow like a poisonous snake was coiling around Su Mingxian's back. Over a meter long. Little snake. There was indeed another one. Lu Fei was horrified. If he had let his guard down, it would have been a grave mistake. He bit his middle finger, smeared the blood on the dog-tooth dagger, and charged forward. Evil creature, don't harm anyone. The little snake immediately sprang up from Su Mingxian's back, opening its mouth to bite at Lu Fei. Lu Fei scattered a handful of incense ash at it. The ash floated in the air, blinding the little snake's eyes and slowing its speed. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Fei thrust the dog-tooth dagger towards its 7 inches. However, the little snake was very cunning, twisting its body to avoid the dagger and darting under the bed like lightning. Lu Fei couldn't afford to look for it. If he didn't pry open Su Mingxian's hand, Su Liguo's neck would break. But the strength of someone possessed was truly enormous, and Lu Fei couldn't do it alone. He shouted at the security guard, who was dumbfounded at the door. What are you waiting for? Help. The security guard finally reacted and stepped forward to assist. The security personnel at Longting Valley were all carefully selected, both in strength and skill. With their combined effort, they finally pried open Su Mingxian's hand. Su Liguo finally had a chance to breathe, pausing for a moment before breaking into a violent cough. You have him pinned down. Lu Fei instructed the security guard to restrain Su Mingxian while he lifted the bedsheet and looked under the bed. On the spotless floor, a black little snake flashed past, heading for the window. Trying to escape? No way. Only Lu Fei could see this strange snake spirit. The security guard was struggling to control the monstrous Su Mingxian, his face full of terror. The little snake was extremely fast, and with a large bed in between. Lu Fei didn't have time to chase it. In a moment of desperation, he gathered all his strength and hurled the dog-tooth dagger with force. Clang! Lu Fei threw it too high. The dog-tooth hit the glass and made a crisp sound as it fell downward. Lu Fei felt regret in his heart. But the next moment, he saw the falling dagger land squarely on the jumping little snake. Chapter 32. Su Gongzi's secret. As soon as the blood from the middle finger touched the little snake, it ignited with a whoosh. The little snake let out a hissing scream, falling to the ground in agony, writhing like a worm, still trying to escape. Lu Fei was overjoyed. There was no way he would give the little snake a chance to flee. He dashed forward, picked up the dog-tooth dagger, and stabbed it directly into the little snake's 7 inches. The little snake's body stiffened, and flames engulfed it. Almost simultaneously, Su Mingxian let out a piercing scream, his entire body convulsing violently. The security guard was so scared he almost let go. Fortunately, this state only lasted for 2 seconds before Su Mingxian slumped down, his eyes rolling back as he collapsed to the floor. The little snake was completely burned away, leaving only a charred, winding mark on the solid wood floor. Finally dead, Lu Fei felt a sense of relief, leaning against the window to catch his breath. Using the middle finger's blood had drained his energy and yang fire, leaving him somewhat weak. Thankfully, the little snake wasn't as powerful as its mother, otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy to deal with. Little Lu, what happened? On the mahogany bed, Su Ligua sat up, holding his bruised neck and looking around. He remembered being in a daze when suddenly a pair of cold, strong hands had gripped his neck, and that person seemed to be his son. I'm sorry, Mr. Su. It was my mistake. This was a pair of mother and baby snakes. Although the mother snake has been eliminated, there's still a baby snake hiding in your home, waiting for revenge. Lu Fei sincerely apologized, and only then did he notice old Zhang lying in a pool of blood. He hurriedly called for an ambulance. Little Lu, it's not your fault. Su Ligua wouldn't blame Lu Fei. He was grateful that Lu Fei had rushed over to save him in the middle of the night. He looked at the unconscious Su Mingxian with a complicated expression. If it was the little snake seeking revenge, why did it attack this kid? Lu Fei analyzed. Young Master Su must have been bewitched by the little snake. Now that the little snake has been eliminated, he will soon return to normal. Those under the influence of evil creatures have no idea what they are doing. Mr. Su, please don't blame young Master Su. Is that so? Su Ligua's expression fluctuated, seemingly still doubtful, but with the security guard present, he didn't say anything further. Not long after, the ambulance arrived, and old Zhang was taken to the hospital for treatment. As for Su Mingxian, after Su Ligua requested the doctor to check and confirm that he was not in life-threatening danger, he insisted on keeping him at home. Then, Su Ligua looked at the security guard. Young man, thank you for your help tonight. This is a family matter for the Su family, and I don't want to hear any gossip from the outside. Rest assured, Mr. Su, I was just patrolling and happened to see Mr. Zhang accidentally fall. The security guard said understandingly. The Su family won't treat you unfairly. Su Ligua nodded in satisfaction. Thank you, Mr. Su. The security guard couldn't hide his happiness and discreetly left for the stairs, dismissing the security team that had rushed over upon hearing the alarm. The 2 maids, not daring to sleep, stood guard on the first floor. The villa returned to calm, but Su Ligua's heart was not at peace. He had called the hospital to confirm that his family members were stable and unharmed, then turned to glare at the unconscious Su Mingxian on the sofa. Little Lu, tell me the truth. With several people at home, why was it this kid who was bewitched by the little snake? Lu Fei hesitated. If there's anything to say, please do. Only then did Lu Fei say, young Master Su shows signs of excessive indulgence and physical depletion. Such a weak body and wavering will are the easiest to be bewitched by evil creatures. But this can't be blamed on young Master Su. It was mainly my failure to detect that little snake in time. It can't be blamed on you. That kid did it on purpose. Su Ligua raised his hand, interrupting Lu Fei, taking a deep breath to suppress his inner anger. On purpose? This time it was Lu Fei who was surprised. How could that be? I want to know the answer too, little Lu. Is there a way to wake him up now? There is a way, but young Master Su will have to suffer a bit. He must pierce his finger. Su Ligua coldly snorted. What is this little pain? I'll trouble little Lu to take action. Okay. Lu Fei used the dog-tooth dagger to pierce 2 of Su Mingxuan's fingers, squeezing out 2 drops of congealed blood. Moments later, Su Mingxian slowly opened his eyes, dazedly seeing his father, feeling somewhat confused. Dad, don't call me Dad. Su Ligua's face was cold. What's wrong, Dad? Su Mingxian was taken aback, struggling to sit up, and then saw Lu Fei, looking even more puzzled. How dare you ask me what's wrong? Do you know I almost died at your hands? Su Ligua's tone was extremely serious and cold. The father's sternness frightened Su Mingxian. He felt very wronged and shouted, Dad, what are you talking about? How could I ever harm you? Even if you beat me to death, I could never disrespect you. Then let me ask you, what exactly are you hiding in your room? Su Ligua stared intently at Su Mingxian, his gaze sharp as a knife, as if he could see right through him. In my room? Su Mingxian shivered, not daring to meet his father's gaze, feeling guilty as he lowered his head and said, Nothing. I didn't hide anything. Slap. Su Ligua slapped him hard, angrily scolding, You scoundrel. Still lying. How could I, Su Ligua, have given birth to such a rebellious son? Su Mingxian was stunned, rolling off the sofa to the ground, not daring to say a word. I'll give you one last chance. If you don't tell the truth, get out of the Su family. I'll act as if I never gave birth to you, you rebellious son. Su Ligua issued the final ultimatum. Dad, no. I'll tell you I will. Su Mingxian hurriedly knelt down, no longer daring to hide. It's a girl. She's extraordinarily beautiful. One night, She suddenly appeared in my room. And at first, I thought she was the new maid. The girl looked like she was only 18 or 19. So delicate that she seemed to be able to squeeze water out, with a pair of eyes that seemed to speak, captivating him completely. He couldn't help himself for a moment and spent a night of passion with the girl. Her body was soft and delicate, wrapping around him tightly, bringing him a pleasure he had never experienced before. When he woke up in the morning, the girl was gone. He asked the butler, old Zhang, but learned that there was no new maid in the house. Could it be that the joy of last night was just a dream? He felt lost and dejected. Little did he know, when he opened the door that night, he saw the girl lying on his bed, twisting her body seductively. He was overjoyed, forgetting to ask who the girl was and how she entered his room, and he pounced on her again for another night of ecstasy. After that, the girl appeared every night, and they indulged in each other. He became addicted to this feeling, unable to control himself, reveling in it. Gradually not caring who the girl was, only knowing he couldn't bear to be separated from her for even one night. That's why he made an excuse to rush back from the hospital tonight. Damn it. Su Ligui was furious, and no amount of slapping could extinguish the anger in his heart. Lu Fei was dumbfounded. So this was how Su Mingxuan's excessive indulgence manifested. Obviously, the girl was the little snake transformed. In other words, the little snake had been tempting him from the very beginning. Chapter 33, A Century of Objects. Dad, I was wrong. I truly realized my mistake. Su Mingxian knelt on the ground, crying bitterly, desperately admitting his faults. At this moment, he recalled everything. He had almost killed his father with his own hands. He had truly lost his mind. He deserved to die 1,000 deaths. He didn't even know how he became so bewitched, as if he couldn't help but do anything for that girl as soon as he saw her. I won't dare again. Dad, you can hit me. You still know you're bewitched? Knowing that which is problematic, yet still disregarding it, seeking pleasure. Su Ligui was filled with disappointment towards his son. If a child is not taught, it's the father's fault. I would not mind dying, but if this harmed the entire Su family. Su Ligui was furious, feeling a tightness in his chest. Lu Fei noticed something was off with him and quickly stepped forward to comfort him. Mr. Su, take care of your health. To be fair, you can't blame young Master Su entirely. That little snake had its sights on him from the start. Flies don't buzz around a seamless egg. If he wasn't blinded by lust, how could that monster have targeted him? Su Ligui coldly shook his head. But it can't be said this way. How many people can withstand the means of a seductive monster? Even someone like Master Yang from the mystical sect was also blinded. Strictly speaking, young Master Su is also a victim. The mother and son snakes not only wanted to become human, but also wanted to give birth to offspring in your Su family. To reproduce, they naturally needed a target. And young Master Su happened to be born in the year of the snake. Now, with the mother snake dead, the little snake wants revenge and will surely use every means to seduce young Master Su. Su Mingxian found it hard to believe that Lu Fei would speak up for him. Even so, it couldn't absolve him of his mistakes. Su Ligui's tone did not soften. I also have responsibility in this matter. When I got the snake's skin, I should have checked it clearly. This has given Lu Fei a huge lesson. Dealing with evil objects allows for no negligence. How could it be blamed on little Lu? If this unfilial son had realized the problem sooner and confessed, tonight's wrongdoing would not have happened. Unfortunately, he remained silent from start to finish. Su Ligui sighed heavily, his eyes filled with uncontainable disappointment. He sensed something was off when he heard that woman's laughter, but unfortunately, at that time, Su Mingxian was unwilling to tell the truth. He had high hopes for his son and was strict in all aspects, hoping his son could take over the responsibilities of the Su family in the future. But his son's character was so inadequate. He was not angry that his son was controlled by an evil object and turned against him, but that his son disregarded the safety of the entire Su family for a moment of pleasure. After living in luxury, he ended up raising a useless child. A deep sense of defeat enveloped him. He had never felt so disappointed even when his business hit rock bottom. Get out, I don't want to see you again. He waved his hand, sending Su Mingxian away. Dad. Su Mingxian trembled, tears welling in his eyes. But Su Ligui merely turned his head coldly. Su Mingxian, knowing he had made a grave mistake, dragged his body out in a daze. Little Lu, I'm sorry for letting you witness this family disgrace. Su Ligui smiled bitterly at Lu Fei. Mr. Su, actually, I'm just an outsider and have no right to say anything, but your family's issues arose from evil objects. I think the Su family shouldn't blame each other. If you want to blame someone, blame the ones who designed to harm the Su family. You two are creating discord, just playing into their hands. After Lu Fei finished speaking, he did not disturb them further. Downstairs, the driver was already waiting to escort Lu Fei home. On the way, Lu Fei relaxed. The mother and son snakes were finally resolved completely. Luckily, he arrived in time, and the Su family was safe. This lesson tonight must be remembered. In the future, no matter how urgent it is, he must clarify and complete the understanding of evil objects before taking them in. This time he was lucky to salvage it in time. What about next time? Back at the pawn shop, Lu Fei felt at ease and went straight to sleep. It wasn't until noon the next day that Lu Fugui returned his call. Little Lu, I'm sorry, I fell asleep last night and didn't hear the phone ring. What do you need from me? Nothing. Don't disturb my sleep. Lu Fei didn't want to say anything more to him and hung up the phone impatiently. If he really waited for him to reply, it would be too late. Lu Fugui was left confused but didn't dare to call again to disturb Lu Fei. Lu Fei slept enough before slowly getting up. After eating something casually, he took out the mother and son snake skin to study it. The little snake seemed to be even better at enchanting the opposite sex than the mother snake. Therefore, the effects of this snake skin should far exceed mere seduction or attracting love. Who knows what other effects it might have? Evil objects can harm people, but they can also help people, provided one understands their true purpose. Lu Fei did not plan to sell it. This snake skin left by the snake spirit might have its uses. He placed the snake skin into a cloth bag, took out a very old key, and went to the storeroom located at the back of the pawnshop. This storeroom held all the evil objects collected since the pawnshop's opening. Previously, the storeroom was managed by his grandfather, who did not allow Lu Fei to enter, so he had no idea how many evil objects were stored inside. As he turned the key, dust lightly fell away, and the pitch-black door was pushed open. A row of neatly arranged ancient shelves came into Lu Fei's view. Lu Fei walked in and saw that the storeroom was divided into two areas. The left shelves stored dead pawned evil objects, while the right shelves stored living pawned evil objects. Dead pawned evil objects completely belonged to the pawnshop, while living pawned evil objects awaited their owners to redeem them. He placed the mother and son snake skin on an empty spot on the left shelf, labeled it with the date, and then looked around curiously, heading to the living pawned area. If no one came to redeem it after the deadline, the living pawned evil objects would also completely belong to the pawnshop and would be moved to the dead pawned area. Lu Fei initially thought there would be few living pawned evil objects, but unexpectedly, there were a total of more than a dozen on the shelves. The labels on the boxes detailed the pawning conditions, deadlines, and other information. Among them, one evil object was particularly exaggerated. It had been pawned for over 100 years and had not yet expired. Lu Fei became interested, opened the box, and a rush of cold, sinister energy immediately surged out. Inside lay a pale finger bone quietly. A human finger bone. What kind of evil object is this? The more he looked, the more he felt a shiver all over, as if there were something extremely terrifying hidden inside. Lu Fei quickly closed the lid and went to look at other cursed items. Some boxes contained a black umbrella made of oiled paper, others had 7 uniquely shaped nails, and still others held a jar of unknown liquid. There was a wide variety of strange items. Lu Fei checked the labels on the boxes one by one. Some cursed items wouldn't expire for several decades, while others had only a few months left. The most recent was that black umbrella, which had just over 10 days remaining. Would anyone really come to redeem these items? Lu Fei was filled with curiosity. After watching for a while, he returned to the cursed item area to select something useful for warding off evil. This was what he had promised Xie Yao. Chapter 34 New Buyer. After much deliberation, Lu Fei settled on a string of 5 emperor coins. There is a saying in folklore that copper coins, having passed through the hands of countless people, gather the positive energy of many families, capable of warding off evil, preventing harm, and attracting wealth. The string of 5 emperor coins in his family's possession all came from the era of emperors who established great achievements. The ancient coins minted during the reigns of these emperors concentrated more spiritual energy from heaven and earth, the essence of Chinese culture, the majesty of emperors, and the wealth of many families. The effect was doubled. According to the record of cursed items kept by the Lu family, this string of 5 emperor coins had been given to the cursed item shop by a grave robber. The grave robber, having looted many ancient tombs, suffered from bad luck due to his misdeeds. After excavating this string of coins from a rather mysterious tomb, he was haunted by evil spirits every night, suffering greatly, and sought help from the cursed item shop. The old man accepted the coins and helped him dispel the curse, but warned him that he must wash his hands of grave robbing from then on. If he dared to steal another artifact, he would surely have no place to be buried. He readily agreed and promised to return the coins within 3 months. However, 3 months later, he did not come back to redeem them. Human nature is indeed the most inscrutable thing in the world. After the redemption period expired, the 5 emperor coins belonged to the cursed item shop, which had the right to dispose of them as it pleased. Lu Fei used a red string to string the 5 emperor coins together, turning them into a bracelet. Unfortunately, his craftsmanship was lacking. The bracelet was crooked and looked quite amusing, akin to something made by a kindergarten child. Forget it, the details didn't matter. What mattered was that it was useful. After several attempts, Lu Fei finally gave up. He sent a message to Xie Yao, notifying her to come pick up the talisman. Xie Yao was very happy and said she would come right away. After putting down his phone, Lu Fei stretched lazily. Looking around the pawnshop, he felt very good. He had received 3 cursed items on time and fulfilled his grandfather's wishes. He no longer needed to worry. From now on, he could run the cursed item shop with peace of mind. As long as the family was still around, his grandfather would surely return one day. If the old man could see his ability to receive cursed items, he would surely be very pleased. He just didn't know when he would hear from his grandfather. Lu Fei spaced out for a while, then quickly rallied himself, thinking, I want to make the cursed item shop bigger and stronger, and when my grandfather returns, I'll give him a surprise. He had been busy with the Su family's matters these past few days, and the pawnshop had gathered a layer of dust. It was time for a cleanup. Lu Fei groaned inwardly. He didn't like doing housework, but his grandfather had very high standards for the cleanliness of the pawnshop. When his grandfather was around, he cleaned the shop spotless every day. The shopfront was the face of the cursed item shop. It didn't need to be luxurious, but it had to be clean and tidy, as cleanliness was the best feng shui. Reluctantly, Lu Fei picked up a rag. Should I just hire a cleaner? As Lu Fei was cleaning up, Lu Fugui came in. Little Lu, are you awake? Lu Fugui smiled widely, his chubby face beaming. Nothing happened last night, right? Why did you suddenly call me? It's all good. The Su family valued their reputation, so the less people who knew about last night's incident, the better. Even Lu Fugui wouldn't be told. That's good to hear. I have great news. There are 3 buyers interested in the money that can turn the tide. Each of them is offering quite a bit. Who do you think we should go with? Lu Fugui's eyes sparkled, his face full of happy troubles. Did you explain the usage taboos of this money to them? Once it starts making a profit, it can't be used anymore, Lu Fei said. Of course I explained. Such an important matter, I wouldn't forget it. They all accepted, Lu Fugui replied. Then choose the one with the best character, Lu Fei said. Okay. I'll notify him right away. Lu Fugui nodded and immediately made a call, then went outside to meet the person. Half an hour later, Lu Fugui returned with a middle-aged man who looked refined and wore a pair of black-rimmed, tinted glasses. This man was very thin, with deep-set eyes, looking quite exhausted. Little Lu, this is Luo Haiba, Mr. Luo. Mr. Luo, this is the heir of the cursed item shop, Lu Fei, Lu Fugui introduced. Don't let his youth fool you. He is quite accomplished. You know the Su family, right? Yesterday, Su Ligua even invited him to handle a matter. Is he really that impressive? Mr. Luo's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. The Su family was well known in Jiangxing. Lu Fei, I've long heard of the cursed item shop's reputation. May I ask if you truly have treasures that can help me turn my losses into profits? Of course. Lu Fei invited him to sit down and took out the hungry ghost money, smiling as he asked, May I ask what business Mr. Luo is in? I run a textile factory, doing processing for many clothing brands. One brand has owed us a lot of wages, and the cash flow has broken down. If I can't find a solution, the factory will close down, Mr. Luo said, looking distressed. I don't mind losing money. But now I can't even pay wages, and over 100 workers will have no food to eat. Lu Fei raised an eyebrow and said, It seems Mr. Luo is a good boss. I started from being a worker, so I understand how hard it is for them. Mr. Luo adjusted his glasses and smiled. Lu Fugui chimed in. It's true. Mr. Luo is an honorable person. He even made the news for his charitable work years ago. So what price does Mr. Luo intend to offer? Lu Fei asked calmly. 800,000. That's my last bit of savings, Mr. Luo replied. Since you have 800,000, wouldn't it be better to save it to pay your employees? I have over 100 employees, and there's also the factory's rent and utilities to cover, which is 60,000. I can't even fully pay 1 month's wages. Even if I pay this month, what about next month? It will be the same, Mr. Luo said with a bitter smile. If I can find a way to save the factory, then I can pay wages on time every month in the future. The current environment is tough, and it's not easy to find work. My employees have families to support. I can only hold on as long as I can. His words sounded quite sincere and even visionary. Lu Fugui gave a thumbs up. It's rare to see a conscientious boss like Mr. Luo. Little Lu. Selling the copper coins to Mr. Luo will save their factory. We'd also be doing a good deed. Alright, 800,000 is fine. It will take effect within a month, but I must remind you again, you absolutely cannot do anything unethical. I want to be responsible for any profits made. Once the factory starts making money, these coins must be destroyed and cannot be used again. Lu Fei seriously reminded him. I understand. Mr. Luo nodded earnestly. His eyes filled with barely contained excitement. After signing the agreement, payment was made. The hungry ghost money was handed over to Mr. Luo. Mr. Luo, I wish you good luck. Thank you, Master Lu. Thank you, Boss Lu. Mr. Luo took the hungry ghost money, his face full of joy, and hurriedly left. Lu Fei watched his retreating figure and suddenly asked Lu Fugui, Uncle Fugui, do you think this person is telling the truth? Chapter 35. 5 Emperor coins. This statement left Lu Fugui dumbfounded. Could this be fake? After thinking for a moment, he said, I've asked around. His factory is really facing difficulties. Besides, if there's no loss in business, buying it would be a waste of money. Who would spend over 100,000 on something useless? That makes sense. Lu Fei didn't think much more about it. After all, he was just a pawnshop owner. Dealing with strange items, selling them, and making sure to explain things clearly to customers was enough. He couldn't concern himself with more. If someone disregards taboos and misuses items, it's their own misfortune. Are there any flawed strange items in this world? Yes, but they are extremely rare. Hee. A small copper coin sold for 800,000. Truly worthy of the strange item label. Young shopkeeper Lu, you're impressive. Lu Fugui chuckled, rubbing his hands together excitedly like a fly. Lu Fei understood his meaning and quickly transferred 80,000 to him. As agreed, 1/10 profit, it should be given. Although Lu Fugui was greedy, he was straightforward when it came to business. Moreover, he had helped a lot in receiving the third strange item. Lu Fei was not a stingy person and naturally wouldn't shortchange him. Afterward, Lu Fei took out the account book and recorded the transaction of the hungry ghost coins. The transactions of the human bone necklace and the hungry ghost coins had earned over 1 million. As long as one was capable of securing strange items, money would flow in like a river. Grandpa once said that if the business of strange items is done well, one will never lack for money or status. But the purpose of dealing with strange items is not primarily to make money. So what is it? After thinking for a while, Lu Fei still couldn't understand. He had only just taken over the strange item business and had much to learn. Putting away the account book and looking up, he saw that Lu Fuguei hadn't left yet. Young brother Lu is generous. Lu Fuguei looked at the payment record with satisfaction. By the way, can't we spread the news about that snake shed? I know some stars and wealthy women who would pay a high price for beauty. He was still thinking about that pair of mother and child snake sheds. Don't think about it. The snake shed isn't for sale at the moment. If you find out who has strange items to exchange, do let me know. Lu Fei interrupted his fantasy directly. Lu Fuguei regretted it, but was still not satisfied. At that moment, the light at the door flickered, and an elegant and beautiful figure walked into the strange item shop. Shopkeeper Lu. Her voice was pleasant, and her smile was gentle and reserved. It was Xie Yao. Oh, another beautiful woman has come. You guys chat. I'll pretend I'm not here. Lu Fuguei recognized her at a glance. It was the beauty who had a date with Lu Fei that day. He immediately showed a knowing expression and vacated a spot in front of the counter. However, he had no intention of leaving. Instead, he sat on the sofa with a gossipy look, pretending to drink tea while actually eavesdropping on their conversation. Miss Xie, I've prepared the items for you. Lu Fei took out the string of 5 emperor coins. These are the 5 emperor coins. They can ward off evil and avoid petty people. Very suitable for your situation. Though the craftsmanship is a bit rough. Did you make these yourself, shopkeeper Lu? Xie Yao looked at the brand new red thread on them, her eyes lighting up, and a hint of surprise appeared on her fair face. Lu Fei smiled awkwardly. They're not well made, so I'll give you a discount. Xie Yao paused slightly and said, then I want to be polite with you, shopkeeper Lu. May I ask how much? The price Lu Fei pondered. Let us say 500,000. Isn't that too little? Xie Yao interrupted, eager. Lu Fei had saved her twice, and buying a self-defense item was secondary. The main purpose was to find an opportunity to thank Lu Fei. Lu Fei was taken aback. He had acquired the string of 5 emperor coins for 2,000, with only a warding off effect, lacking the special value of other strange items. At most, he could sell them for 100,000. But Xie Yao was eager to pay, donning the poorly crafted 5 emperor coins as if they were treasures. The ancient coins and the vermilion silk thread made her snow-white skin look even more radiant. Thank you. I really like them. Uncertain if it was psychological, but as soon as she put on the 5 emperor coins, Xie Yao felt much more secure inside. Truly magical. As long as Miss Xie is satisfied. As a satisfied customer made Lu Fei happy too, he noted down the accounts and asked, may I ask if there is any news from my grandfather? I've already asked them to look into it. I'll have them hurry. Xie Yao took out her phone. Thank you for the trouble. Lu Fei felt a bit disappointed. But he knew that expecting clues to emerge in 2 or 3 days was unrealistic. I'll notify you as soon as I have news, Xie Yao said. Thanks. After chatting a bit more, Xie Yao's phone rang, and she took her leave. It still has to be the strange item shop. I also have 5 emperor coins here. Why can't I sell them for 500,000? Lu Fuguei looked at the departing figure of Xie Yao and turned to say enviously, young brother Lu, you really have good fortune. Do you know who she is? Lu Fei rolled his eyes at him and said, her name is Xie Yao. She is my customer. No. Her real name is Xie Yao, the young lady of the Tang family. Lu Fuguei exclaimed. One of the 3 big families in Jiangqing, the Tang family. Lu Fei was surprised. He recalled that her face looked familiar, and there were photos of her in the news. You kid, first the Su family, now the Tang family. Your luck is off the charts. Tang family yes young lady? Then why does she have the surname Xie? Lu Fei wondered. She takes her mother's surname. But her mother passed away a long time ago. Her father, Tang Mingda, remarried later. But she doesn't get along with her stepmother and moved out to live on her own. You know about their family matters? Hey, who doesn't like to read the gossip of wealthy families? I heard this young lady is quite beautiful, but her temper isn't great. She even made her stepmother get hospitalized over it, which made the gossip news. Do you really believe in such small rumors? Lu Fei was speechless. Xie Yao didn't seem like that kind of person. Lu Fuguei nudged him with his shoulder, raising his eyebrows and saying, I see that young lady treats you quite well. Could it be she has taken a liking to you? Put in some effort and win her over. Did you put too much salt in your food today? Lu Fei interrupted him. Huh, why else would you be so restless? Little brother Lu, what I said is sincere. Once, such an opportunity was in front of me, and I didn't cherish it. Later, I regretted it. If I had another chance, I would tell her, I don't want to try anymore. Get lost. Lu Fei pushed Lu Fuguei out of the pawn shop. In my lifetime, I would rather starve than eat a bite of soft rice. Time passed quickly. Before long, it was dark again. After sending off Xie Yao and Lu Fuguei, Lu Fei had some free time and happily played games for the afternoon. Seeing that it was almost time, he pulled down the door and went out to find something to eat. Passing by Duo Baoxian, he couldn't help but stop and take a few glances. The once bustling Duo Baoxian was now cold and desolate, with a large seal posted at the entrance, the doors and windows dark and ominous, giving off a chilling vibe. Passers-by hurried through with tense expressions. Hurry up, hurry up. I heard someone heard a woman and child crying inside last night. Died so tragically. It's strange if they don't cry. Is Duo Baoxian haunted? As Lu Fei pondered this, he suddenly felt a chill down his back, and the hairs on his arms stood up, as if something was watching him. This feeling wasn't he new. Who? Lu Fei suddenly turned around, and a figure flashed in the nearby alley. Just then, a hand landed on his shoulder. Chapter 36. Someone is following Lu Fei as alarm bells went off, and he dodged away from that hand, only to see a familiar face. Huzi! Lu Fei exclaimed in surprise. The tall man standing before him was none other than Huzi. Although he looked less thin after a few days, he was still haggard, as if he had endured another ordeal. Huzi, are you okay? Lu Fei asked with concern. He had just resolved the hungry ghost curse when he encountered trouble at Duo Baoxian. With the owner's family gone, he couldn't possibly stay there to work, and he didn't know where he would go to beg for food in the future. Sigh. Why am I so unlucky? Huzi's bloodshot eyes gazed at Duo Baoxian, revealing deep fear. He would never forget the terrifying scene he witnessed that day. Huzi, take care. Lu Fei patted Huzi's shoulder and glanced back at the empty alley. The alley was deserted, not a single person in sight. Yet just a moment ago, he distinctly felt someone was watching him from that spot. It wasn't the first time he felt this way. Could someone be following him? For no reason. Who could it be? Lu Fei, can you help me with a favor? Huzi's voice of desperation pulled Lu Fei back from his thoughts. What is it? I still have some clothes and luggage inside Duo Baoxian, but I don't dare to go in alone. Can you accompany me? No problem, but... Lu Fei thought of the conversation he overheard earlier. It was getting dark soon. If Duo Baoxian was really haunted, it wouldn't be safe to go in now. So he changed his mind. Haven't you eaten yet? Let's have a meal first, rest for the night, and go get your things tomorrow. I've been living in a small room behind Duo Baoxian. If I don't go back, I have nowhere to stay. No worries, you can stay with me. Come on, let's eat first. Lu Fei took Huzi to a nearby noodle shop. They each had a bowl of noodles and ordered some braised meat and side dishes. Huzi seemed genuinely starving, not bothering to be polite with Lu Fei, and began to wolf down his food. Slow down, Huzi, if it's not enough, just order more. If Lu Fei hadn't personally helped him resolve the hungry ghost curse, he would have thought Huzi was still possessed by a starving ghost. After finishing a bowl of noodles and drinking the broth, Huzi's complexion regained some color. He sighed. It feels so good to be able to eat a full meal. These past 2 days, I've been cooperating with the police at the station, interrogated repeatedly, and couldn't eat or sleep well. Lu Fei ordered another bowl of noodles for him, and said, but you're not the murderer. Why are they still interrogating you? It's mainly for the investigation. I'm so unlucky. That day the hungry ghost curse was lifted, I was so happy I went to an internet CAF and stayed up all night. The next day, Duo Baoxian didn't open for a long time, and when I called the boss, he didn't answer, so I climbed over the wall. Huzi's rugged face was filled with bitterness. As soon as I went in, I smelled something was off, like the bloody stench of freshly slaughtered pigs from our countryside. I walked in and saw the boss sitting in the middle of the room, covered in blood. At this point, Huzi shuddered. Next to him were the heads of the boss's wife and Xiangxiang. And the dog, the lion dog they kept at home, its head was also there. All neatly arranged in a row. I was terrified and ran outside. There were my fingerprints and footprints all over Duo Baoxian, and I was covered in blood. So the police had to investigate me. But I had been at the internet CAF all night, and there is surveillance footage, so the police didn't suspect me. They just asked me to stay and cooperate with the investigation. Mainly because of what happened to my boss. It's too eerie. The police handling the case said they had never seen such a horrifying case. My boss doesn't admit he did it. Lu Fei exclaimed. Could it be that the murderer isn't him? It is him. The police tested the blood on the kitchen knife, and it belonged to the boss's wife and Xiangxiang, as well as the dog's blood. The knife only had his fingerprints. There were also other crime scene evidence analyses. In short, it was definitely him. The police wouldn't wrongfully accuse him. If the evidence is so solid, why doesn't he admit it? Lu Fei was puzzled and forgot about his meal. Who knows? Maybe he doesn't want to die. But he was a bit shady in business, yet he had no issues with his wife. He was just a henpecked husband. Terrified of his wife. Huzi shook his head, looking confused. Lu Fei speculated. Maybe he had been controlled too much by his wife, and he was already unhappy about it. Just that it suddenly exploded. But even so, it wouldn't lead him to kill his own son, right? Not even sparing the family dog. Could it be that the boss's wife cheated, and the child isn't his? Huzi shook his head again. What you're saying has already been analyzed by the police. They tested it, and Xiangxiang is the boss's biological son. His mental state is normal. He just insists he didn't kill anyone. Lu Fei's eyes widened. Then who does he say killed? He says. Huzi swallowed hard, his face turning pale. He says it was the boss's wife and Xiangxiang who cut off their own heads. Lu Fei was stunned for 2 seconds and said, how is that possible? Not to mention that Xiangxiang is just a 6 or 7-year-old child. Even an adult couldn't cut off their own head, right? Moreover, there's that dog. Exactly. Yet he insists they did it themselves, including the dog committing suicide. Who would believe that? The police even hired a micro-expression expert and put him on a polygraph test. Guess what the result was? What? The analysis showed he wasn't lying. Lu Fei felt a chill run down his spine, but all that evidence points to him. Yes. The police said it could be because his psychological resilience is too strong. I asked, and they said he is likely facing the death penalty. Killing someone pays with one's life. Moreover, he killed his wife and child. But he is still the boss, so Huzi felt a bit emotional about it. But if his mental state is normal, who would come up with such a bizarre excuse to exonerate themselves? Lu Fei was silent for a moment and asked, Huzi, Didn't your boss receive an antique not long ago? He has received quite a few antiques. Which one are you talking about? The one wrapped in black cloth. Not shown to outsiders. Huzi thought for a moment and said, there seems to be such a thing. I don't know what it is. He was mysterious about it, and Wouldn't let me see. Is that thing still at Duo Baoxian? I don't know. Those days I was dealing with the hungry ghost curse. I asked for leave and didn't know if he sold it or not. Huzi seemed to realize something and looked up at Lu Fei, nervously saying, Lu Fei, why are you asking about this? Is there something wrong with that thing? I heard people say he might have received something unclean. Huzi's eyes widened in shock. Are you saying he didn't kill anyone, but it was something dirty? That's not what I mean. I just heard it. I believe in the police's ability to handle the case. Lu Fei waved his hand. The baseless rumors on the street couldn't compare to the evidence the police had. Huzi, however, took it to heart. He lowered his head, chewing on the food without tasting it, as if he had made up his mind. Lu Fei, I have one more favor to ask you. Lu Fei was taken aback, guessing what he was about to say. Chapter 37. Repeat customer. Lu Fei set down his chopsticks and said, you want me to find that thing? Yes. Huzi nodded emphatically. Although the boss hasn't treated me well, if it weren't for him picking me out from the security team, I would still be stuck in that terrible place earning 2,000 a month, living from hand to mouth. Clarifying this matter would be my way of repaying him. This guy really valued loyalty. Lu Fei hesitated. But I'm an outsider, and you're just a worker. We don't have the right to touch Duo Baoxian's things, do we? Huzi gritted his teeth. It's already this time. We can't worry about that. You just find it. I'll handle the rest. Lu Fei still hesitated. He had already completed what his grandfather left for him, and wasn't he in a hurry to collect evil items. He didn't want to get himself into trouble. If it can be confirmed that it is an evil object, and with the owner's consent, he would be very willing. But in the current situation, it is indeed inappropriate to touch someone else's belongings. Moreover, with solid evidence, it may not necessarily be the evil object that is causing trouble. I'm sorry, Huzi, but I really can't help with this matter. After thinking for a while, Lu Fei firmly rejected Huzi. No, I was impulsive. Huzi quickly apologized, saying, that's just how I am. Sometimes when my emotions run high, I act recklessly. They had a bowl of noodles and returned to the pawn shop. As they passed by Duo Baoxian, the street was empty, and even the neighboring shops had closed their doors and windows early, looking as if they were trying to avoid something. Unable to resist, Huzi looked up toward it. The house was completely dark, curled up in the night, exuding a sinister and ominous aura. Could the boss really be harmed by an evil object? Huzi sighed and was about to look away when he suddenly caught sight of what seemed to be a shadow standing by the second-floor window. Is there someone? His body shook, and when he looked again, there was nothing there. Lu Fei noticed he hadn't followed and turned back to ask, Huzi, what's wrong? I think I saw a shadow by the window just now. Lu Fei's heart skipped a beat, recalling what the passerby had said about Duo Baoxian being haunted. He looked up, but saw nothing. No, did you missee it? Maybe I thought too much. Huzi waited for a while, but still saw nothing, smiled self-deprecatingly, and walked with Lu Fei. Back at the pawn shop, Lu Fei let Huzi sleep in the guest room. That night passed peacefully. The next day, after breakfast, Lu Fei accompanied Huzi back to Duo Baoxian to retrieve his belongings. Huzi had the key. He took a deep breath, tore off the seal, and used the key to open the main door. Even though several days had passed, there was still a lingering smell of blood inside. Once the smell dissipated, he and Lu Fei walked in one after the other. The shop looked the same as before, with various antiques displayed on the shelves. Huzi knew that 90% of these items were fake, and the real ones were hidden behind. The mysterious antique that the boss collected was not here. Huzi didn't look around much and went to the small compartment in the back to pack his things. The entire Duo Baoxian was eerily quiet. Huzi was on edge. But nothing terrifying happened. Before leaving, Huzi mustered his courage to glance at the backyard. There were still traces of blood on the ground, but apart from that, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Lu Fei, did you notice anything? Huzi asked reluctantly. No. Lu Fei shook his head. This house is just particularly eerie because someone died here. Besides that, I really don't feel anything. Looks like I really thought too much. Huzi sighed, locked the door, and, pulling his luggage, looked at the antique street where he had lived for 2 years, feeling lost and unsure of where to go. Huzi, what are your plans for the future? I don't know either. Huzi was in a daze for a while, then suddenly turned around and bowed deeply to Lu Fei. Lu Fei, I don't have any other skills, just a lot of strength and some martial arts. If you don't mind, I would like to work with you. Lu Fei was taken aback. My pawn shop doesn't have much business and doesn't need extra hands for now. I really don't want to go back to being a security guard, earning only 2,000 to 3,000 a month, with no hope of advancement. I can tell you're someone who does big business. Please give me a chance. Huzi bent over and refused to stand up. Huzi, don't rush. Lu Fei scratched his head, thinking of a compromise. How about this? You can stay with me for now, and once you find a new job, you can settle down slowly. I will definitely prove with my actions that I am a useful person. Huzi immediately became very respectful, standing behind Lu Fei as if treating him like a boss. This made Lu Fei feel quite uncomfortable. The two returned to the pawn shop, and Huzi put his luggage in the guest room and rolled up his sleeves to start working. Huzi, you don't have to. Lu Fei, no, boss, even if you don't keep me, this is what I should do. I can't just eat and drink for free here. Huzi insisted, and Lu Fei couldn't stop him, so he let him be. Although Huzi was big and strong, he worked diligently, and in no time, he had cleaned the backyard thoroughly. Huzi, you're pretty good at this. What's this little bit of work? When I was a kid, I not only had to do housework, but also work in the fields. My family was poor. I couldn't afford school. So I started working to make a living when I was in my teens, doing all kinds of dirty and tiring jobs. Huzi wiped his sweat, showing a hint of a bitter smile. Back then, I was tying rebar on construction sites under the scorching sun, my back burning painfully from the heat. The foreman bullied me because I was young and only paid me half of the wages. I couldn't hold back and hit him. And he retaliated by finding a group of people to beat me up and wouldn't let me work at other sites. I had to sleep under a bridge. Worse than a dog. At that time, I vowed that I, Huzi, must make something of myself. Lu Fei couldn't help but feel moved. Compared to Huzi, his life was like living in an ivory tower. Although his parents passed away when he was very young, his grandfather protected him well, allowing him to grow up carefree. Lu Fei made tea for Huzi and asked him to sit down and rest. Since the pawnshop had no business, it was good to have someone to chat with. Huzi, if you become successful, what do you want to do first? The first thing I want to do is to beat up that damn foreman. And then, make money. Earn a lot of money. Build a big house for my parents. Fix the road in our village. Build a school. Our village is so poor. Students have to climb mountains to go to school, and the small school buildings are all dilapidated. The toilets are just a few broken wooden boards separating them. You can even see the girls' butts. Oops, I digressed. Huzi's face turned red. Lu Fei smiled and said, my pawnshop deals with evil objects. If we're not careful, we could lose our lives. Aren't you afraid? To be honest, I am a bit scared. Huzi recalled the feeling of being tormented by the hungry ghost money and still felt a lingering fear. However, compared to being poor, what were these fears? Lu Fei thought Huzi was quite a good person, able to endure hardships and value relationships. But the pawnshop had no practice of hiring outsiders. Should he break this precedent? After thinking for a moment, he decided not to rush into a decision. For the next few days, he opened the shop as usual, but it remained quiet and empty. With no customers, Lu Fuguei came by twice, but left disappointed. Lu Fei thought it would be a long time before the next deal came in. Unexpectedly, a few days later, returning customers showed up. A strong scent of perfume filled the pawnshop, and the two women were wrapped up tightly, wearing hats, masks, and sunglasses, as if they were trying to hide from the world. Chapter 38. The mysterious female internet celebrity. The strong scent of perfume made Lu Fei sneeze several times. Huzi quickly poured water for the two female customers and stood beside Lu Fei, behaving like a shop assistant. Sorry, I have a bit of rhinitis, Lu Fei said, rubbing his nose and looking at the two young women who were wrapped up tightly, putting on a friendly smile as he addressed the customers. Ladies, may I ask if you have something to pawn? The two women exchanged glances. One of them took off her sunglasses and mask, saying, Manager Lu, don't you recognize me? Lu Fei squinted and looked closely, surprised. Is it Miss Bingbing? That's right, it's me, the woman smiled. She was the little internet celebrity who had bought the human bone necklace last time. It must be said that the gap between the internet and reality is still quite large. She is at most a petite beauty, but with the help of filters and beauty enhancements online, she instantly transforms into a stunning beauty with fair skin and a curvy figure. Previously, she appeared dim and dull, but now she is radiant, clearly indicating that good news has lifted her spirits. Miss Bingbing looks great. It seems the necklace did not disappoint you. Lu Fei also smiled. It truly surprised me. Bingbing took out the necklace from her collar, her eyes filled with disbelief. I am still live streaming as before, but for some reason, the day I wore the necklace, my stream went viral. It's like riding a rocket. My popularity shot up, and in just a few days, I gained hundreds of thousands of followers. Her tone was filled with excitement, her eyes sparkling. It felt like a dream. Lu Fei said this necklace has effects for half a year. She couldn't imagine what level of internet celebrity she would be after 6 months. As long as Miss Bingbing is satisfied, that's good, but I still want to remind you that the necklace's effects are not limitless. Lu Fei said, although gaining followers is quick, Miss Bingbing still needs to be cautious with her words and actions. Otherwise, if any scandals are revealed, the excessive attention could backfire. The higher you stand, the harder you fall. Who cares about that? One day of fame is worth it. Being an internet celebrity is just a youth job. What if I become financially free in 6 months? Bingbing clearly wasn't listening to this, her mind filled with illusions. The woman beside her slightly lowered her head. The mask and sunglasses could hide her face, but not the envy in her eyes. The woman gently tugged at her arm, and she finally reined in her fantasies and said, I came this time to ask if there are any more of these necklaces for my friend? Lu Fei glanced at the woman and said, sorry, the chain of focus is unique. Just one. The two women exchanged glances, both showing disappointment. Are there any other items that can help attract traffic? The woman asked unwillingly. There are items for fortune, but they don't attract attention as effectively as the bone necklace. Lu Fei replied truthfully, looking at her and asking, does this lady need a fortune item? Yes, I'm also an internet celebrity like Bingbing. The woman refused to take off her sunglasses and mask, seemingly unwilling to be recognized. Lulu is way more capable than I am, Bingbing said, holding her slender arm. We entered the industry at the same time and signed with the same company, but she became popular long ago. If it weren't for this necklace, I don't know when I would break through. However, Lulu has been a bit unlucky lately, losing followers. Shopkeeper Lu, do you have anything that can help her gain followers? Lu Fei didn't pay attention to internet celebrities, so he didn't know who this Lulu was. Names like Bing Bing and Lulu clearly weren't their real names. In fact, the effect of the snake skin charm would suit them well, but unfortunately, Lu Fei hadn't fully figured out the functions of the snake skin, and any side effects would be problematic. He squinted his eyes, looking at Lulu a few times, and said, I think Miss Lulu doesn't need a fortune item. Huh, why? Bing Bing was stunned. Lulu was also taken aback. Miss Lulu already has something on her. Lu Fei said, something? What is it? Bing Bing asked, puzzled. But Lulu didn't say anything. Her sunglasses and mask obscured her face, making it impossible to discern her expression. Some things are not better in excess. Especially since the item on Miss Lulu is not clean, it absolutely would not allow her to use any other item. Lu Fei added. Bing Bing was even more confused, looking at her friend with a strange gaze. Lulu, what's going on? It's nothing. Since he doesn't have what I want, let's go. Lulu stood up, pulling Bing Bing to leave. You two take care. If Miss Lulu wants something, you can come back to me at the shop. Lu Fei smiled, watching the two leave. Lulu seemed very afraid of the sun. Despite already wearing a hat and mask, she took an umbrella after going outside. Boss, what did you mean by that just now? What's wrong with that Lulu? Huzi had been curious for a long time. As soon as they left, he immediately asked. She has a negative aura. She must have come into contact with something unclean. Lu Fei waved his hand, as there was still a lingering smell of strong perfume in the pawn shop. She was so tightly wrapped up, her face was unrecognizable, and you could still see a negative aura? The negative aura is a type of energy. It doesn't depend on appearance. That Lulu had a swirl of black energy around her, clearly indicating she had come into contact with something unclean. Moreover, the smell of perfume is also from her. Which normal person would spray such strong perfume? It's definitely to cover up some other smell. What smell? Huzi's eyes widened. The perfume smell is too strong. I can't smell it precisely. Lu Fei squinted and thought for a moment. It seemed to be a decaying stench. Huzi clicked his tongue. Decaying? Does she have some kind of illness? How would I know? All I can tell is this. Lu Fei waved his hand. Then how do you know she has something unclean on her? What if the negative aura is something she accidentally picked up somewhere else? Like a graveyard, crematorium, or hospital morgue? Because the negative aura is emanating from her collar, it's clear that she is wearing something unclean. Lu Fei sat down to brew some kung fu tea. Now that there were no customers, he needed to find something to pass the time. You really look closely at the collar, boss, Huzi chuckled. What are you thinking? Am I that kind of person? Lu Fei was speechless. Why not go out and find a job instead of loitering here? Oh no, why is there so much dust? The shop is not working without someone to help. Huzi immediately picked up a cloth, pretending to work. Lu Fei felt a wave of frustration. He initially thought Huzi was quite reliable, but now that they had gotten familiar, he had become so shameless. This 8-meter-tall strong man was clearly relying on him, but there were also benefits. That meant Lu Fei no longer had to worry about cleaning. A few days later, Huzi, as if he discovered a new continent, suddenly dragged Lu Fei to see a gossip news article. Boss, do you think the internet celebrity mentioned here is that Lulu? Chapter 39. Fortune sister card on the screen was a shocking news article accompanied by images. Stinky internet celebrity circle. The well-known female internet celebrity Candy Lulu actually did such a thing in public, exposing her shame. In order to attract attention, she has no bottom line. Regulating the internet celebrity circle is urgent. The accompanying picture was a heavily made-up woman making various indecent gestures in front of a live stream camera, with a face that bore an expression of either foolishness or madness. It gave a very pathological, neurotic feeling. Boss, do you think it's the Lulu from yesterday? Huzi asked eagerly. Who knows? Lu Fei shook his head. The Lulu who came with Bing Bing yesterday was wrapped so tightly that he didn't see her face. Just based on a name, you can't conclude anything. Bing Bing, Lulu, these names sound fake right off the bat. I don't think it's that coincidental. It must be her. Didn't Bing Bing say she was losing followers? Huzi also found a lot of information about Candy Lulu online. Candy Lulu was one of the first internet celebrities to rise to fame, following a sweet style, and had maintained high popularity with several million followers. But recently, something happened this week. She suddenly went insane in her live stream, making various indecent gestures, shocking everyone. Soon after, many scandals were exposed, such as plastic surgery, being a mistress, and even drug use, leading to a rapid decline in popularity. She was so popular, why would she need to expose herself to attract attention? From the photos I've seen, she seems to be acting quite abnormal. Huzi studied for the whole morning. Boss, is it that unclean thing on her that caused this? If it really was that Lulu from yesterday, it's quite possible. Lu Fei said. In this day and age, it's not uncommon for internet celebrities to fall from grace. But someone like Candy Lulu, who suddenly changes her temperament and self-destructs, is indeed rare. Even from the screenshots during the live stream, it's clear that her expression and mental state were not normal at the time. If it's not the influence of something dirty, then it's, as the rumors say, a drug addiction relapse. The two didn't expect that their speculation would be confirmed that very day. In the afternoon, accompanied by a strong scent of perfume, a female customer dressed in an ankle-length sun protection shirt and wearing a wide-brimmed hat entered. Hello, may I help you? Lu Fei put down his teacup and stood up politely. Lu, you said yesterday that I could come to you if I had something to pawn, the female customer said. Her voice familiar. Lu Fei paused for a moment and then realized that the other party was indeed the internet celebrity Lulu. She was already wearing long sleeves and long pants, and on top of that, she had a long sun protection shirt down to her ankles, a large sun hat on her head, and her face was still covered with a mask and sunglasses. Even her hands were gloved. And she wore long socks on her feet, completely wrapped up from head to toe without revealing a bit. It's said that women nowadays pay attention to sun protection. But this level is quite exaggerated. Lu Fei glanced behind her. This time, she was alone. Miss Lulu, please take a seat. What would you like to pawn? Lu Fei gestured for her to sit with a polite motion and showed a friendly smile again. Tiger tried his best to control his gossiping eyes and turned around to pour water. I heard that your pawn shop specializes in collecting unclean things. Lulu sat down, her eyes tightly watching Lu Fei through her sunglasses. Yes, Lu Fei could sense her nervousness and unease. As long as it's an evil item, we accept it here. Are you 100% sure you can take it? Miss Lulu, I don't even know what you want to pawn, so how can I guarantee that? Lu Fei smiled. At that moment, Tiger brought over the water and placed it in front of Lulu, then stood behind Lu Fei with a watching expression. Lulu hesitated for a moment, then unzipped her sun protection shirt and took off a uniquely shaped necklace from around her neck. I want to pawn this. Lu Fei noticed that there were very fine scars on her neck, but he didn't mention it. If you don't mind, I'll take a look first. Lulu nodded and placed the necklace on the counter. Lu Fei put on gloves and picked up the necklace. The pendant of this necklace was a small rectangular plate, about the size of a pocket watch, strung with a red string and embedded with a very small photo. The photo showed a black and white portrait of a woman who had an indescribably eerie beauty. Her eyes were distinctly black and white, with exceptionally large pupils. The corners of her mouth were slightly raised, showing a smile. But her eyes held no joy. With her mouth covered, her entire expression was emotionless. A typical case of a smile that doesn't reach the eyes. The strangest part was her gaze, unfocused and lacking any light. Lu Fei frowned. This lifeless gaze, dull and devoid of vitality. With dilated pupils, wasn't that the gaze of a dead person? But how could a dead person smile? Did someone pry open her eyes? Pull up the corners of her mouth and take a photo? Lu Fei glanced at Lulu. This person in the photo, it's not you, right? No. Lulu hesitated, then took off her mask and sunglasses. A sweet face was revealed. She wore heavy makeup, a thick foundation, prominent eyeliner, exaggeratedly long eyelashes, and bright red lipstick. But it couldn't hide her pale complexion. Lu Fei and Tiger exchanged a glance involuntarily. This Lulu really was the candy Lulu from the internet, who had fallen from grace. Although they were shocked, both maintained their professional ethics and didn't show it. Then who is the person in this photo? Lu Fei asked. I don't know. Lulu shook her head. She looked exactly like the woman in the photo. And if one had to say there was a similarity, it was just the eyes. Her pupils were larger and darker than most people's. Lu Fei observed carefully. She wasn't wearing colored contact lenses, so she must have naturally large eyes. Black and white photos are usually posthumous portraits. Who would wear the portrait of a stranger as a necklace? Lu, can you tell what kind of necklace this is? Lulu's dark pupils looked at Lu Fei, her gaze carrying some scrutiny. Lu Fei knew that this big internet celebrity hadn't fully trusted him yet. He smiled and said, Miss Lulu, you should know about the amulets from the South Seas, right? I know, Lulu nodded. Amulets are divided into genuine and evil types. Genuine ones are made and consecrated by monks from legitimate temples, using materials like herbs, pollen, and metals. Evil ones use dark materials, like corpse oil, hanging ropes, ashes, etc. Although both have the effect of attracting good luck and warding off evil, the evil ones work faster compared to the genuine ones. Lu Fei said slowly. And your necklace is actually a type of evil amulet, called sister amulet. It's just that the spirits honored in evil amulets are usually little ghosts. While this sister amulet is for female spirits, specifically the souls of young women. That's right, this is the sister amulet. Lulu's tense face finally relaxed a bit. The seller told me that sister amulets have more effects than ordinary evil amulets. Chapter 40. Dead person makeup. Oh, what effects are there? This sister amulet is just a new trick created by sellers of evil amulets. It's essentially the same old thing in a new guise. Lu Fei couldn't help but be curious about how these unscrupulous merchants promote it. Lulu opened her phone and showed Lu Fei the promotional text. Worshipping the female spirit sister can help you fulfill wishes, attract wealth, greatly enhance your charm, and give you a magical allure that makes people love you. It boosts romantic prospects, prevents homewreckers, helps mend relationships, and promotes your status. It wards off disasters, evil spirits, and petty people, attracts wealth and good fortune, and provides comprehensive protection for you. Wait, did I read that right? Lu Fei was dumbfounded. The sister amulet has so many functions? It can both prevent homewreckers and help them become the official partner. What would happen if both the original partner and the homewrecker bought one? That's what the seller said. Lulu helplessly took back her phone. So I bought one with a try-it-out mentality. How effective is it? Is it really that versatile? Lu Fei asked again. Lulu was silent for a moment and said, in the first few days, it was indeed very useful. My follower count started to rise. But her heavily made-up face showed a hint of embarrassment. It quickly backfired. and I lost a lot of followers. My current situation is very bad. Lu Fei thought of the negative rumors and understood why she wrapped herself so tightly. Perhaps she was afraid of being recognized. Whether it's the sister amulet or any other evil amulet, they are all crooked paths. They seem to help people achieve their goals and change their luck. But in reality, they prematurely deplete a person's fortune and luck. Lu Fei said, "Do you know how these evil amulets are made?" Lulu paused and said, "The other party told me that they are made from the souls of beautiful women who died unexpectedly, wanting to accumulate virtue for a good reincarnation. So they want to help others fulfill their wishes." Do you believe such a ridiculous excuse? Lu Fei couldn't help but laugh. Evil amulets typically use infants, and the methods are extremely cruel. They must be tortured to death while still alive. The greater the resentment, the better the effect. Similarly, the production methods of sister amulets are not much better compared to genuine amulets. Although evil amulets work faster, they come with many taboos, and a slight misstep can lead to backlash. Lulu was puzzled and said, "But the backlash is too fast, right? It just started to take effect. And before I even reached the state I wished for, it had a counteraction." Manager Lu, is there something wrong with this sister talisman? This is hard to say. In fact, 90% of the talismans on the market are fake, but fake ones shouldn't cause backlash. Lu Fei glanced at her sister talisman again. There was indeed a dark energy surrounding it, so it should be genuine. But my wish hasn't come true at all, Lulu frowned. Lu Fei couldn't help but ask, "Miss Lulu, what wish did you make?" "It's just a wish for my career, hoping to maintain my original position." Lulu rubbed her temples. "Forget it. There's no use in discussing this now. The urgent thing is to solve these troubles first. So, do you want to treat this sister talisman as a malevolent item?" "Yes." "Manager Lu, can I choose to live?" Lulu said immediately. After returning last time, she specially asked someone about malevolent items and found out that they were quite legendary. Not only did they sell good fortune items, but they could also take in malevolent objects. Her answer surprised Lu Fei. Why live? Most people who encounter malevolent items wish to get rid of them as far away as possible, hoping never to see them again. Very few would want to pay to redeem them. I'll treat this sister talisman as a malevolent item. You help me suppress the spirit inside so it won't cause trouble. Then, I'll redeem it back, Lulu said. Lu Fei was stunned for a moment before realizing her intention. She wanted to continue using the sister talisman, just hoping Lu Fei could help her resolve the backlash. But is there such a good thing in the world? Miss Lulu, that's probably unrealistic, Lu Fei said. I can pay more, Lulu said anxiously. This isn't about money, Lu Fei shook his head. The malevolent item shop not only takes in malevolent items, but also helps customers resolve the troubles caused by them. However, to resolve the trouble, the evil spirit attached to the malevolent item must be eliminated. There is simply no way to preserve the evil spirit while diffusing the danger. If someone tells you there is, then they must be a scammer. Really no way? Lulu asked, half convinced. At least I don't have one, Lu Fei shrugged. Lulu looked at Lu Fei, confirming that he wasn't pretending to be difficult to raise the price, and was instantly disappointed. I thought the malevolent item shop was powerful. Turns out it's so useless. Miss Lulu, no matter how you see the malevolent item shop, as the manager, I still have the obligation to remind you that this sister talisman should be disposed of as soon as possible, or it may endanger your life. Lu Fei didn't care about her attitude. You're just trying to scare me. She snorted coldly, putting away the sister talisman and hurriedly leaving with her hat and mask on. What a lack of quality. Who's he complained about her back? The boss kindly reminded her, and even if she didn't take it seriously, she should at least say thanks. But look at her attitude. It's a wonder she hasn't collapsed yet. Calm down. Business is like that. There are times when deals can be made and times when they can't. We just need to do what we should. Lu Fei didn't take it to heart. After all, the material of that sister talisman was ordinary, made of the simplest plastic, with nothing special about it, and it couldn't transform evil into treasure. It wasn't a good business at all. Now he had hundreds of thousands in hand, and wasn't in a hurry to take in malevolent items. 3 years without opening. And when it opens, it lasts for 3 years. As for Lulu's safety, she didn't care about it herself. Why should an outsider like Lu Fei rush to take care of it? These days, since Huzi took care of cleaning and chores, Lu Fei only needed to open the door, eat, and drink tea, living a leisurely life. If it weren't for the fact that he hadn't heard from his grandfather, this life would be considered enjoyable, so his mindset was quite good. But Huzi was fuming, watching Lulu's scandals online every day and occasionally reporting to Lu Fei. Boss, look, that Lulu is going crazy again in her live stream. Lu Fei was busy playing a game when Huzi forcefully shoved the phone over. He originally just planned to take a casual glance, but he was shocked by Lulu's state. In the live stream, Lulu's makeup was terrifying. Her face was like it was coated with a thick layer of lime, pale and ghostly, while her cheeks were smeared with 2 round big blushes. What was even scarier was her eyes, with pitch-black pupils nearly occupying her entire eye sockets. She cried and laughed at the camera, constantly cursing herself as a worthless person, as if she had a deep-seated grudge against herself. In the end, she even took off her clothes and used a knife to cut her skin. Her bizarre behavior stunned the audience, and after 2 seconds of silence in the live stream, the comments flooded in with what the heck. Then, the signal cut off, and the live stream was banned. Boss, is she possessed by a ghost? Huzi originally thought it was amusing, but seeing her act so strangely, He felt a chill run down his spine. Whether she is or not, she is probably not far from death. Lu Fei didn't expect the backlash from the sister talisman to come so quickly. The makeup on her face was called dead makeup. Only the dead needed such an exaggerated look to cover up the death aura. Chapter 41. Backlash from the dark talisman close to death? Huzi gasped. Is that sister talisman really that powerful? Let me put it this way, whether it's raising little ghosts or providing dark talismans, it's all about borrowing luck from such things. It's like borrowing high-interest loans. You borrow, and you must pay back. The more you want, the more you have to repay, Lu Fei said solemnly. When you have nothing left to repay, only your life remains. The faster the effect of the dark talisman, the greater the backlash. My goodness. Huzi's eyes widened. His face filled with lingering fear. When I went out to collect goods with the previous boss, I encountered someone selling dark talismans. Thankfully, I couldn't afford one. Most dark talismans on the market are fake. You may not even be able to buy a real one. This Lulu probably just had too much luck. That day you reminded her to deal with it quickly, but she didn't listen, and now look, her life is almost over. People always have a sense of luck, thinking that as long as they stop in time, there will be no problem. The two sighed a bit. After that day, suddenly there was no news about Lulu online, and all her social media accounts were banned. No one knew what had happened. Just when the two thought Lulu was done for, she actually came to the malevolent item shop again. Manager Lu, please save me. She was still dressed tightly, and as soon as she entered, she took off her sunglasses, revealing her haggard and darkened eyes, pleading with Lu Fei. Miss Lulu. Lu Fei was surprised and exchanged glances with Huzi. What happened to you now? I'm dying. I'm really dying. Lulu cried directly, placing the sister talisman on the counter. Manager Lu, please save me. Take this thing. I should have listened to you earlier and dealt with it. At least I wouldn't have turned into this ghostly figure now. My account was banned. The company is not only firing me, but also wants me to pay compensation, and my boyfriend wants to break up with me. I went to find the person who sold me the sister talisman, but he had already run away. I don't want to die? Lulu cried heartbreakingly, removing her mask. Your face. Lu Fei and Huzi were taken aback. Although Lulu wasn't wearing that terrifying dead makeup now, her face was covered with deep knife scars, the flesh twisted, resembling terrifying worms, turning her originally sweet face into a hideous and ugly sight. Even if it heals in the future, it will leave scars and cannot return to her former beautiful state. For an internet celebrity, being disfigured is the deadliest blow. Not only her face, but also her hands and body were covered in knife wounds. I've been feeling dazed every day these past few days, and I often faint. Sometimes I wake up with injuries all over my body, and I don't even know what I've done. At night, I feel like I'm being grabbed by a pair of hands, and I can't control myself at all. I'm scared. I'm afraid that the next time I cut myself, it will be my neck. Lulu's dark eyes are almost filled with fear. Tiger can't help but feel sympathy for her. After all, she hasn't done anything heinous. She just wanted to be famous. Using the wrong methods and ending up in such a miserable state is quite pitiful. Lu Fei hesitated. If you had given me the sister that day, I might have been able to save you, but now that it's backfired to this extent, I can't guarantee anything. Once the evil business is accepted, it must be managed to the end. But with Lulu's current condition, he doesn't have absolute confidence. Lulu immediately said, as long as you can save me, I will do anything you ask. That's not what I meant. Lu Fei thought for a moment and said, actually, just taking the necklace won't help. The sister usually has a spirit tablet at home, and that's the key. Right, the spirit tablet is at my home. And I offer her favorite things every day. I'm afraid that if I don't offer for a day, I will die even faster. Lulu nodded vigorously. Let's do this. You bring the spirit tablet over. If I can collect it, I will try my best to do so. After the last lesson, Lu Fei won't make decisions easily. He must clarify the evil items before proceeding. I can't mess with the spirit tablet. How about you guys go to my house to take a look? That's fine. Great. Thank you. Lulu finally showed a bit of a smile, wiped her tears, put her hat and mask back on, and immediately took Lu Fei and Tiger to her home. Along the way, she acted sneakily as if she were a thief, even carrying a sunshade umbrella when she went out. In fact, this made it easier for others to notice her. After all, it was already past the beginning of summer, and everyone was either in short sleeves or dresses. Who wouldn't take a second look at someone wrapped up like a dumpling? Lu Fei felt that Lulu wrapping herself so tightly seemed not only to be afraid of being recognized, but also seemed very afraid of the sun, because there wasn't a single inch of her skin exposed to the sunlight. After leaving the antique street, Lulu hailed a taxi, taking Lu Fei and Tiger to her home. Sitting in the taxi, due to the cramped space, Lu Fei smelled the rancid odor covered by perfume, which seemed even stronger than before. What is this rancid smell? It should be caused by the backlash of the Yin. Along the way, Lulu was restless, constantly urging the driver to go faster. She didn't know when she would faint again, and she had to find someone to save her while she was still somewhat conscious. We have arrived. The taxi screeched to a stop. Lulu hurriedly got out. She lived in a hotel-style apartment, and it was said that 80% of the rooms in this complex were rented by internet celebrities. Therefore, it was called the Internet Celebrity Apartment. Lulu lowered her head and hurried through the entrance, slowing her pace only when she reached a place without sunlight. The elevator rose to the 14th floor. When the door opened, an indescribable odor rushed out. It was a mix of rancid and fishy smells, along with the scent of perfume. The room was in disarray, with clothes and miscellaneous items thrown everywhere, comparable to a garbage dump. My room wasn't like this before. Lulu felt a bit embarrassed. But she didn't have time to explain too much and led Lu Fei directly to the place where she offered the spirit tablet for her sister. In a corner where sunlight couldn't reach, a small offering table was filled with cosmetics, perfumes, and various necklaces and bracelets. Lu Fei didn't recognize those cosmetics, but felt that the logos on the bottles looked familiar from television, and their prices should be high. Among these brand name items, a small rectangular black wooden box stood out like a star among the moon. This should be the urn of the female spirit sister. It contained her ashes, hair, or other items like corpse oil. Lu, how is it? Lulu asked nervously. Wait a moment. Lu Fei didn't act immediately. He squinted his eyes to examine the small urn and quickly noticed that the wood of the box was a bit special. It was as black as carbon, but still retained a wooden luster. The entire box was surrounded by a swirling Yin energy. But this Yin energy didn't emanate from inside the box. It was inherent to the wooden box itself. Wood that carries inherent Yin energy. Could it be? Lu Fei found it hard to believe. Yin? Chapter 42. Yin, also known as blackwood, is wood that has been buried underground for thousands of years without decaying. It is completely jet black with fine grain. Due to being buried underground for years without seeing the sun, it carries a natural Yin energy, making it a superior Yin material. It can be used to make coffins or items for warding off evil. It can even be used to nurture ghosts. Lu Fei looked at the urn in front of him, feeling it was unbelievable. Miss Lulu, how much did you buy this sister for? 66,000. Why? Lulu replied nervously. Impossible. Lu Fei found it even harder to believe. Yin is very expensive. Even a piece of ordinary quality would cost at least over 100,000. Selling it to you for 66,000 means a loss, right? What is Yin? Lulu looked puzzled. It's a type of ancient precious wood dug up from underground. And it takes thousands of years to form one piece. It's extremely valuable. Someone has dug up a whole piece worth over 100 million. Tiger, who had been in the antique street for 2 years, naturally understood a bit. As the saying goes, a house with a piece of blackwood is worth more than a treasure chest. But what does this have to do with the sister? Lulu still seemed a bit confused. Lu Fei said, Yin can connect with the Yin, nourish the Yin, so it can nurture ghosts. And the ghosts nurtured are even more powerful than ordinary ones. That owner using Yin to make the sister is really too generous. Could it be that what he said was all true, and the effect of the sister is indeed that good? Lulu was astonished. You don't still want to keep it for use, do you? Tiger glanced at her. My boss said, the better the effect of this thing, the greater the backlash. Of course not. Am I not almost killed by it, and still not realizing? Lulu hurriedly waved her hands. No matter what wood it is made of or how much it costs, I just want to get rid of it quickly. Boss Lu, please take it. Lu Fei began to think seriously. If it were just an ordinary spirit tablet, he might not accept it, but this is a rare piece of Yin. And it looks pretty good. It's definitely a rare item, and he felt a bit tempted. Boss Lu, please take it. I don't want money. I can even pay you. Lulu looked at Lu Fei with hopeful eyes, already treating him as her lifeline. Lu Fei looked into her eyes. Her pupils hadn't fully dilated yet, and there was still a glimmer of life. If her pupils became completely like the portrait of the sister, then she would be completely hopeless. After all, she was a living person. Grandpa said that the true purpose of the evil business is not to make money. Could it be to save people? All right, I will take it. Lu Fei said solemnly. Really? You are really willing to save me? Lulu's body trembled, and tears flowed down her cheeks again. These days, she had sought help from many people, but those who had previously flattered her were now avoiding her like the plague. And not a single one was willing to lend a hand. Don't worry, my boss's word is his bond. If he says he will save you, then you will definitely be saved. Tiger comforted her. Thank you. Thank you. Lulu smiled through her tears. Once this is done, I will definitely thank you properly. Don't rush to say thank you. First tell me how long you've been offering this sister talisman? Lu Fei said seriously. Lulu wiped her eyes and said, only about a week. A week, and it's already this powerful. Be honest, did you use your own blood to support it? Lu Fei felt heavy in his heart. It seemed that the effect of the dark wood was indeed extraordinary. Lulu touched the scars on her wrist and said bitterly, yes. The person who sold me the sister talisman said that using blood for support would be faster and better. Lu Fei understood. This was probably the reason why the backlash came so quickly. The ghost nurtured by blood grows faster, and with the enhancement of dark wood under double catalysis, the sister spirit quickly became uncontrollable and instead came to dominate her. Resolving this backlash wouldn't be easy. I need to go back and prepare some things. All right. I'll go with you, Lulu volunteered, not wanting to be alone with the sister talisman. Your body is already very weak. It's not suitable for you to run around. You should wait for us in a crowded place, Lu Fei said while walking out. Lulu followed closely. A crowded place? I'm most afraid of seeing people right now. Yes. More people mean more yang energy, which is good for you. You definitely shouldn't stay alone at this time. There's a shopping mall nearby. But I don't want to be alone. I'm afraid I might suddenly faint again and do something terrible, Lulu said pitifully. Lu Fei thought for a moment, handed the dog-tooth dagger to Huzi, and arranged. Huzi, stay with her in the mall. Keep an eye on her, and contact me immediately if anything happens. Boss, leave it to me. Huzi slapped his sturdy chest. After enjoying good food and drink in the evil establishment these days, he had regained most of his strength and was just waiting for a chance to show off. The three hurried downstairs and parted at the intersection. Huzi accompanied Lulu to the mall, while Lu Fei took a taxi back to the antique street. Lulu used her own blood to support the sister talisman, and her soul had already connected with the ghost inside. There was no shortcut. The only way to resolve the backlash of the sister talisman was through a clumsy method, forced exorcism. Returning to the pawnshop, Lu Fei went straight to the storeroom. He needed to select a suitable magical instrument from the dead pawn section. This time, he was facing a formidable ghost, so he had to be cautious. In fact, the best instrument for slaying ghosts was a magic sword. There were indeed 2 magic swords on the shelf, one made of peach wood and the other an unopened ancient sword. However, Lu Fei didn't know any spells, and the magic sword would be difficult for him to utilize to its full potential, so it wasn't the best choice. He needed to choose something that inherently had an attacking effect on ghostly beings. After looking around, Lu Fei's gaze landed on a willow branch whip. There has been a saying in folklore that willow branches can hit ghosts 3 inches lower. This whip was made from aged willow branches, and its effect would be doubled. This will do. Lu Fei put the willow branch whip into his backpack, but that wasn't enough. He then selected a bagua mirror. The bagua mirror has a deterrent effect on ghostly beings and can be used for defense. Finally, he packed a bag of incense, ash, and some miscellaneous items that might be useful, along with 2 talismans left by his grandfather. Grandpa left me 7 talismans in total. Consuming them so quickly means that after this business, I need to find a way to get some more. With everything prepared, Lu Fei took a taxi and sent a message to Huzi to meet at the apartment entrance in 20 minutes. Received. Huzi put down his phone and saw Lulu looking timid, reassuring her. Don't worry, my boss is so capable. He will definitely save you. He'll be here soon. Let's go? Okay, I'll just go to the restroom first. Lulu smiled behind her sunglasses and quickly walked into the women's restroom. Little did she know, after half an hour, she still hadn't come out. Chapter 43. Ghost pressure. Half an hour had passed, and Lulu still hadn't emerged from the restroom, making Huzi anxious. This was the first task given to him by Lu Fei. If he messed it up, what face would he have left at the evil establishment? Huzi, I'm here. Where are you? Miss Lulu is in the restroom and hasn't come out for a long time. I'm going in to call her. Seeing Lu Fei's urging message, Huzi gritted his teeth and bravely entered the women's restroom. He thought he would be seen as a pervert, but unexpectedly, he saw Lulu standing in front of the sink. The faucet was running, but she seemed oblivious, staring at the mirror, motionless. Miss Lulu. Huzi looked around and, seeing no one else in the restroom, hurried to call her. The boss has already arrived. We should hurry over. Miss Lulu? Lulu ignored his voice, staring blankly at the large mirror above the sink, as if something was drawing her in. Huzi sensed something was off and leaned forward to look into the mirror. What he saw sent chills down his spine. In the mirror, Lulu's eyes were almost entirely black, and the corners of her mouth were twisted up as if she was smiling. The smile was too eerie. Her scarred face showed no expression. Yet her mouth curved up to an unbelievable extent, as if invisible hands were pulling her lips upwards. When Huzi looked at her, she also noticed him. Her dark eyes shifted, her neck twisted, and she looked at Huzi, her mouth wide open, letting out a cackling laugh. Bitch, you deserve to die? Huzi was horrified. This was not Lulu's voice at all. Could it be that she had been possessed by a ghost? But it wasn't even dark yet. Damn it. Damn it. Lulu, with a terrifying smile, reached out her hands and fiercely clawed at her own face. Her face was already covered in scars. If she clawed it, it would be even more horrific. Stop. At that moment, Huzi couldn't care about his fear anymore. He rushed forward and grabbed Lulu's hands. Lulu struggled like a dying fish. Miss Lulu, wake up. Huzi, relying on his strength, controlled one of Lulu's hands while using the other to grab the dog-tooth dagger Lu Fei had given him. Aiming for her forehead, breaking the skin, a drop of black blood flowed out, and Lulu's body stiffened, instantly fainting. Huzi hurriedly carried her out of the women's restroom. Fearing being mistaken for a pervert, Lulu's body was cold and devoid of warmth, and Huzi could smell a faint odor of decay. It felt like he was carrying a corpse on the verge of rotting. Lulu's body was heavy. Huzi initially intended to run out of the mall in one go and meet Lu Fei at the popular apartment, but Lulu's body became increasingly heavy, like a massive mountain pressing down on him, forcing this 8-meter-tall strong man to bend over. His steps slowed, and sensing something was wrong, Huzi thought about putting Lulu down, but her hands and feet clung tightly to him, making it impossible to shake her off. This area was a corner of the mall, almost devoid of people. Huzi broke into a cold sweat. The short distance of just 10 meters from the restroom to the mall entrance felt exceptionally far. Huzi. Just as Huzi was about to collapse, he suddenly heard Lu Fei's voice. Lu Fei had been waiting at the popular apartment for a long time. Not seeing the two come over, suspected something might have happened, and hurried over, just in time to see Huzi carrying Lulu. In his eyes, Huzi's back was not just carrying Lulu, there was also a pitch-black shadow. The black energy from the shadow was continuously infecting Huzi, and although his legs trembled, he was still desperately trying to move forward. Ghost pressure. Lu Fei quickly took out the bagua mirror and aimed it at Huzi. The shadow suddenly looked up. Lu Fei saw a pair of eyes filled with resentment, but in an instant, the shadow disappeared. At the same time, Huzi felt a release on his back. The cold mountain pressing down on him was gone, leaving only the light and airy Lulu. Huzi, how are you? Lu Fei asked nervously. The ghost pressing down on someone is actually a ghost attaching itself to the back of a living person, eroding the yang energy on their shoulders. If the person can't withstand it and gets knocked down, their two sources of yang fire would be extinguished. Fortunately, he arrived quickly. If he had been any later, Huzi might have been in serious trouble. I'm fine, Huzi said with a face full of guilt. Boss, I'm so sorry. I didn't manage to accomplish the first thing you asked me to do. This was an accident. How can I blame you? Lu Fei waved his hand. This mall has insufficient foot traffic. It doesn't get any sunlight, and the bathroom is a damp place, so the ghost sister could come out to cause trouble. Who would know when Lulu would go to the bathroom? In the end, it's still my fault for being useless. Huzi lowered his head, feeling very dejected. It's not that you're useless, but rather that the backlash from this sister ghost is too powerful. After all, it's a ghost spirit nurtured by gloomy wood. It hasn't taken a life yet, but if it kills Lulu, it can transform into a vengeful ghost, and we would only be left to offer our heads. Lu Fei said with a serious expression, pulling Huzi to walk quickly out of the mall and into the sunlight. Despite the hot weather, Huzi felt no warmth. When he was afflicted by the hungry ghost, it was more about physical torment. Now, witnessing the power of evil from a different perspective instilled a deep-seated fear within him. So are you scared? It's not too late to regret now, Lu Fei smiled. The business of the evil brand is to deal with evil objects. This is just the beginning, and we might encounter even more terrifying evil objects in the future. This is a dangerous trade, and I hope Huzi can think it through. Boss, I'm not leaving. No matter how dangerous it is, I will stick with the evil brand. Huzi gritted his teeth. A real man doesn't back down at the slightest difficulty. What kind of man would I be if Huzi retreated? Seeing his determination, Lu Fei stopped being polite. He indeed needed help with this business deal. Let's go. The two of them carried the unconscious Lulu into the trendy apartment. Upon reaching the 14th floor, outside Lulu's room, Lu Fei smeared a bit of incense ash on Lulu's third eye to enhance her yang energy, then called her awake. Lulu trembled as she opened her eyes, her dark pupils seeming to widen a bit more, looking dazedly at the two of them. Manager Lu, wasn't I in the mall? How did I end up back at the apartment? You got possessed while going to the bathroom. Huzi recounted the events. Tears suddenly welled up in Lulu's eyes. A mix of fear and embarrassment as she stammered. Did I do something embarrassing again? No, Huzi saved you in time, Lu Fei said. Open the door, Miss Lulu. Tonight, we're going to help that sister ghost move on. Okay. Thinking about being saved, Lulu mustered her spirits and opened the door with her weak body. The three of them entered the messy little apartment. Lu Fei mixed the cinnabar with the incense ash and sprinkled it along the corners of the room, forming an enclosing circle that sealed the entire space. Miss Lulu, no matter what you see or hear tonight, do not leave the room, understand? Chapter 44. The ghost-repelling character. The only window was closed, and even with the lights on, the messy little apartment felt dim. The foul odor was even more pronounced. I understand. I will try my best, Lulu said, sitting on a small sofa piled with clothes, her mask and sunglasses discarded to the side. Her scarred face full of fear, her body trembling. Lu Fei then used the remaining cinnabar to write the character, Li, in Huzi's left palm. Boss, is this the talisman? Huzi looked at his palm curiously. No, this is a character that can repel ghosts, pronounced Li. There's an ancient saying, when a person dies and becomes a ghost, people fear them. When a ghost dies and becomes Li, ghosts fear it. When encountering a ghost causing trouble, you can use this character to fight it, Lu Fei said seriously. Be careful not to smear it. Got it. Huzi cherished his right hand. With this ghost-repelling character, he felt he had a protective talisman, and his confidence surged. Manager Lu, I want that character too. Hearing this, Lulu quickly extended her pale palm. Writing this character consumes mental energy. I can only write one at a time. Besides, you would be using your own blood to sustain the sister ghost, so writing it would be useless, Lu Fei replied. If you both have protective items, won't I be in even more danger? Lulu said anxiously. If the exorcism failed, Lu Fei would only lose a business deal, but she would lose her life. Since I've already promised to help the sister ghost, I will ensure your safety. If you don't believe me, we can leave right now without taking a penny. Lu Fei said casually. No, Manager Lu, that's not what I meant. I'm just too scared. Lulu shook her head quickly. Lu Fei was the only one willing to help her. Huzi said, what are you afraid of? My boss has guaranteed your safety, and he will definitely deliver. Yeah, I believe you guys. Are we just going to wait for the sister to come out like this? Lulu forced a smile, but with her scarred face. It didn't look good. Just act as you usually do what you need to do. The rest, just leave it to us. Lu Fei gestured to Huzi, and the two hid in different corners, quietly observing the sister ghost. Normally, Lulu would smile sadly. I usually prepare for my live broadcast at this time. But now my account has been banned. She walked to her computer desk, opened her computer, and looked at her banned million-follower account, feeling a surge of unwillingness. She had sacrificed so much to become a big internet celebrity. But in this line of work, new faces always emerged. To maintain her position, she had no choice but to buy a sister ghost. Little did she expect that the sister ghost not only failed to help her regain her momentum, but also led her to this state. Even if she could survive this time, Would there be any chance to livestream in the future? Lulu touched the scars on her face and couldn't help but glance at the urn on the offering table. Time passed second by second. Night fell. The trendy apartment was noisy, with music playing and people talking loudly, footsteps echoing in the corridor from time to time. The louder it was outside, the quieter this room felt. Lu Fei crouched in the corner, continuously observing Lulu's state. With the experience from the previous 3 encounters, he was now much more composed in handling events involving evil objects. Lulu sat in front of the computer for a long time, her body motionless. If it weren't for the slight rise and fall of her chest, she would look like a corpse with her eyes open. The faint glow of the computer screen illuminated her face, but her pupils were dark and lifeless, reflecting no light. Suddenly, the corners of her mouth slowly curled up, revealing a terrifyingly eerie smile. It's here. This smile was exactly the same as the one she had in the mall's restroom, causing Huzi's heart to race as he protected his left hand with the ghost-repelling character in front of him. Lulu chuckled a couple of times, picked up some cosmetics from the offering table, and began applying makeup in front of the mirror. She painted her entire face white, but her lips were adorned with the brightest red lipstick, and heavy blush was applied to both cheeks, making her look like a paper figure used for sacrifices. Corpse makeup. She laughed with satisfaction as she painted, then slowly turned around, her dark eyes scanning the room. Do I look good? She posed in a shy manner and asked softly. It wasn't Lulu's voice. Lu Fei gripped the willow whip, ready to strike. Am I pretty? Lulu asked the air, but when she saw no one answered, her smile instantly darkened. Not pretty enough. I'm still not pretty enough. I've gained weight, and my face isn't small enough. Her expression twisted grotesquely as she picked up the eyebrow razor from the table and slashed it fiercely across her face. Crack. The sound of the whip cracking echoed in the dim room. Seeing Lulu about to harm herself again, Lu Fei acted immediately, wrapping the willow whip around Lulu's hand holding the knife. Lulu let out a piercing scream, dark smoke billowing from her arm. The willow whip struck at the soul of the ghost, and even if the ghost possessed a human body, it couldn't escape. Seeing the effect was so good, Lu Fei pressed on with another whip strike. Lulu's body twisted and evaded at an incredible angle. Damn you! Why are you helping this wretch? She screamed hatefully. Damn it! Everyone should die. Blood tears streamed from her eyes, and the scars on her face and body writhed, blood flowing profusely, looking terrifying. Tiger felt his scalp tingle but still stepped out from the corner, surrounding Lulu with Lu Fei on either side. The two cautiously approached Lulu. Lulu let out a strange cackling from her throat and lunged at the two like a madwoman. Lu Fei immediately swung the willow whip. Crack! Fear flashed in Lulu's eyes as her body seemed weightless, twisting away from the whip, and she seized the opportunity to lunge at Tiger. The sight of her blood-soaked dead face was a huge visual shock. Tiger's heart raced as he clumsily struck out the ghost-repelling character with his left hand. Boom! Lulu's body was struck by an invisible force and was actually knocked flying, crashing into the sofa. Oh my goodness, that's powerful. With such a great effect from the ghost-repelling character, Tiger's confidence soared. He and Lu Fei quickly walked toward Lulu. Lulu's expression was filled with resentment. Not daring to fight back, she turned to flee towards the door, but she stumbled on the incense ash by the door, causing her pain and rolling back awkwardly. Crack! Before she could react, the willow whip struck down again. Black smoke rose, and a chilling scream echoed in the small room. Strangely, it was 2 women's voices screaming simultaneously. What is going on? Could there be 2 ghosts? Lu Fei was alarmed. Boss, if there are 2, I'm not afraid. Just right for us to take one each. Tiger eagerly wanted to show off and struck out again. Lulu hurriedly dodged, her body floating into the bathroom. Then, with a crack, the lights in the apartment suddenly went out. The entire room was plunged into darkness. Chapter 45, Am I Pretty? In the darkness, the stench became even stronger, irritating Lu Fei's nostrils. He feared the ghost would ambush him in the dark and quickly turned on his phone flashlight. However, the dim light could only illuminate a corner in front of him, and he and Tiger stood back to back, cautiously guarding against their surroundings. Water sounds echoed from the bathroom. Tiger, you can't go in. The ghost-repelling character will be ruined if it gets wet, Lu Fei said gravely. I'll lure it out. As soon as it shows its head, you hit it with the ghost-repelling character. No matter how many ghosts there are, let us deal with them first. Okay. Tiger nodded heavily, guarding the bathroom door. Lu Fei pushed the door open and shone the flashlight inside. The small space was filled with steam, greatly obscuring visibility. Lu Fei squinted. In the dimness, it seemed there was a shadow hiding behind the shower curtain. With one hand holding the phone for light, and the other gripping the willow whip, he stepped through the puddles on the floor toward the shower curtain. Tiger stood nervously outside, watching his back. The shadow behind the curtain remained still. Lu Fei abruptly pulled back the curtain and, before he could see what was inside, struck with a whip. Crack! The sound of the whip hitting empty air rang out. The shadow behind the curtain turned out to be a piece of clothing hanging on the wall. Where's Lulu? Lu Fei anxiously looked around. The bathroom was so small. Where could she hide? Could she have jumped out of the window? Lu Fei was startled and hurried to check the window. It was too narrow and small for an adult to fit through, even if Lulu was slender. Where did she go? Lu Fei felt slightly relieved, but still uncertain. The bathroom was cramped, and there was no way someone could hide in the cabinet. Could she have sneaked out when the lights went out? Thinking of this, Lu Fei was alarmed. Tiger was alone outside. Wasn't he in danger? Tiger, be careful. Just as Tiger heard Lu Fei's warning, he felt a chill on his back, and then a pair of icy hands wrapped around his neck from behind, tightening more and more. In an instant, Tiger felt a wave of cold wash over him. His body seemingly frozen, unable to move. Even with the ghost-repelling character, he couldn't use it. Let go. Lu Fei dashed out of the bathroom in a flash, swinging the willow whip hard behind him. The shadow instantly vanished into the darkness. Tiger gasped for air, clutching his neck and coughing violently. The flashlight revealed a pair of dark purple fingerprints on his neck. Be careful. This ghost is very cunning and not easy to deal with. Lu Fei smeared some incense ash on his neck to prevent possession. Boss, I can hold on. Tiger regained his breath, twisted his neck, and stood back to back with Lu Fei as they searched the small room. The door was locked, and the incense ash by the door was intact, indicating that Lulu hadn't gone out, but was hiding in the room. The room was small, and there weren't many places to hide. Closet, under the bed. Lu Fei and Tiger exchanged glances, and Tiger suddenly yanked open the closet door. Lu Fei swung his whip inside. It was filled only with messy clothes. Then there was only one place left. Lu Fei and Tiger crouched at the side of the bed, nodded at each other, and simultaneously lifted the bedspread. One held up a bagua mirror to shine in, the other struck with the ghost-repelling character. But there was no response from under the bed. Could she not be there? The two were filled with doubt. Lu Fei signaled Tiger to guard the other side with the ghost-repelling character while he bent down to check under the bed. The flashlight illuminated the underside, revealing only a layer of dust. Where's Lulu? Before Lu Fei could straighten up, he suddenly heard a cold voice coming from above. He looked up and felt his scalp tingle. Lulu's blood-soaked dead face hung in midair, her mouth wide open. Lips and teeth stained bright red as if she had just fed on blood. It had absorbed Lulu's blood, which meant Lulu had nourished it with her blood today, greatly increasing its ghostly power. Lu Fei was horrified and was about to swing the willow whip. Boom. Lulu opened her mouth, and a fierce gust of cold wind rushed at Lu Fei's face. He felt as if he had been hit by a truck, dizzy and with his insides numb. His phone and willow whip slipped from his hands. Fortunately, the phone landed among a pile of clutter and didn't break, still providing faint illumination. Boss, Tiger exclaimed in alarm, hurriedly sending out the ghost-repelling character towards Lulu's direction. Keilu floated away and disappeared into the darkness. Boss, are you okay? Huzi hurriedly ran to Lu Fei's side, his face full of anxiety. It's fine, quickly find it. Don't let it drain Lulu's blood. Otherwise, if it turns into a vengeful spirit, we won't survive either. Lu Fei endured the excruciating pain and stood up, taking out the bagua mirror, staring at the dark little room, his brow twitching. Could it be invisible? No. Ghosts can indeed become invisible, but when a ghost attaches itself to a person, the physical body cannot also become invisible. It must be hiding somewhere. Lu Fei was burning with anxiety. Huzi was also in a panic, his palms sweating as he hurriedly blew on the words meant to ward off the ghost. Afraid they would get smudged. Do I look good? Suddenly, the scarred, tragic face appeared behind him. Huzi was taken aback, swinging the ghost-repelling words at the figure behind him. But the words were blurred by sweat and ineffective. Lulu opened her mouth and spewed out a gust of cold wind. Be careful. Lu Fei quickly pushed Huzi aside as the cold wind rushed towards him, and he hurriedly used the bagua mirror to defend himself. Boom. The cold wind was bounced back by the bagua mirror. Lulu's figure flickered and disappeared again. Boss, it's up there. Huzi just saw the direction where Lulu disappeared and pointed at the ceiling. Lu Fei immediately directed the bagua mirror upward. On the ceiling, a strange black shadow flashed by. Lu Fei continuously adjusted the direction of the bagua mirror, tracking the shadow, and just as the mirror aligned with the shadow, a golden light suddenly illuminated, locking it in place. The shadow was immobilized and unable to move for the time being. Lu Fei and Huzi saw the situation on the ceiling, and their hair stood on end. Lulu was like a gecko, stuck to the ceiling, her mouth and face covered in blood, with bite marks on both wrists. If they were any later, the flesh on her hands would have been completely bitten away by the ghost. Huzi, quickly find the willow branch whip. Lu Fei couldn't let go of the bagua mirror, otherwise, Lulu would escape again. And the time the bagua mirror could restrain the ghost was limited. Okay. Huzi hurriedly searched everywhere. The light from the bagua mirror was growing weaker, time was running out, and Huzi was sweating profusely. Huzi, hurry. Just as the light was about to disappear, Huzi finally found the willow branch whip. Hit it. Lu Fei shouted. Huzi swung the whip and struck Lulu on the ceiling with all his might. With a loud smack, it landed solidly on Lulu's stomach. And two cries of agony echoed from within her body as she fell from the ceiling. Catch her. Lu Fei and Huzi rushed over, clumsily catching Lulu. Lulu struggled like a mad woman, her strength frightening, and opened her bloody mouth to bite Lu Fei. Chapter 46. Committing a sinful act. Seeing that bloody mouth about to bite his arm, Lu Fei quickly held up the bagua mirror in between. The mirror shone with golden light, and Lulu was stunned. Taking advantage of this moment, Lu Fei had Huzi restrain Lulu while he picked up the willow branch whip and began to strike her. The willow branch was 3 inches short against ghosts. The ghostly energy on Lulu weakened with each strike, but at the same time, her own body grew weaker. Each time the whip struck her, 2 cries of agony rang out. Something's not right. Lu Fei stopped and looked at Lulu. One of those voices sounded just like Lulu's. The willow branch whip was effective against ghosts but wouldn't cause much harm to a person. Lu Fei had held back, and at most, it would leave some red marks that would heal in a few days. Why was Lulu crying out in such agony? It was as if her soul was being whipped as well. Boss, what's wrong? Huzi asked in confusion. At this moment, Lulu was struggling less violently. As long as Lu Fei continued to whip her, they would surely be able to completely exorcise the ghost. I think there's something wrong. Lu Fei frowned. If there were really 2 ghosts, there would have been 2 entities to deal with them from the start. But there had only been the one attached to Lulu the entire time. Maybe they are both attached to Lulu? Huzi guessed. That's impossible. A person can be followed by multiple ghosts, but only one can possess them, because there is only so much capacity. It's like a cup of water. It can only hold 1 cup, not 2, Lu Fei explained. Then why is this happening to Lulu? Huzi completely didn't understand. Lu Fei said solemnly, I think she hasn't told us the whole truth. She is hiding something from us. Huh? She's about to die and still not telling the truth? What is she thinking? Huzi was shocked. We'll have to ask her directly. For now, let's leave it at that. Tomorrow we will clarify everything. Having learned from past experiences, Lu Fei would never act rashly again. Everything must be made clear first. What about her? Huzi shivered at the sight of Lulu's extremely resentful gaze. This is easy to handle. Lu Fei took out the remaining incense ash and sprinkled it all over Lulu. He then placed the bagua mirror opposite the ash from the sister's urn, directing the bagua mirror at the urn. After the whipping from the willow branch, the ghost's power had weakened significantly, and the bagua mirror could temporarily restrain it. Lulu's eyes rolled back, and she fainted. Lu Fei and Huzi dared not rest, guarding the foul-smelling room all night until dawn before opening a window for fresh air. Wake up! Huzi shook Lulu's shoulder to rouse her. Lulu groggily opened her eyes, feeling pain all over her body. Seeing the 2 standing by the window, she couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Am I saved? No, you're dying. Lu Fei replied coldly. What? Lulu was shocked, struggling to sit up, looking at Lu Fei in disbelief. Did you not say you would save me? You're not keeping your word. It's not that I'm not keeping my word, but you have never told us the truth from the beginning. Lu Fei snorted coldly. Lulu was stunned, her eyes flickering. I didn't lie. If that's the case, then you can seek someone else, Lu Fei said with a cold expression, pulling Huzi to leave. Wait, you can't leave. Lulu stumbled out of bed, blocking the 2. You promised to save me. How can you give up halfway? Will you tell the truth? Lu Fei asked. Huzi urged. At this point, you should stop hiding things. Just say whatever it is. We almost succeeded in subduing that ghost last night, but we stopped when we found something was off. What happened last night? After being possessed by the ghost, Lulu had no memory at all. Now seeing her bitten wrists, her already pale face turned even whiter. The ghost wanted to drain your blood, Huzi said. We temporarily controlled her last night, but if we leave today, you're definitely doomed. Drain blood? Lulu's body went limp, her face filled with pain and fear. But I really didn't hide anything from you. The sister's urn was something I bought by accident. I didn't know why it was so fierce. Lu Fei looked at her and said, I suspect your soul is already tied to the sister's spirit. If the sister's spirit is destroyed, your soul will disappear as well. Even if you manage to survive by some chance, you will end up as an idiot. That's why when the willow branch whip struck Lulu, there were 2 cries of agony. Why would souls be tied together? Is it because I nourished it with blood? Lulu was unwilling to believe. It's probably not that simple. I always feel its behavior is not like a ghost possession, but more like it is recalling some symptoms of Lulu, Lu Fei said. The foul smell, fear of sunlight. Miss Lulu, excuse me, may I take a look at your back? What's wrong with my back? Lulu didn't mind. She knew she looked terrible right now, and Lu Fei couldn't possibly be trying to take advantage of her. She took off her clothes, revealing her back. A strong stench of decay filled the air. At a glance, both Lu Fei and Huzi felt goosebumps all over their bodies. On Lulu's back, there was a large oval patch of flesh that was rotting, yet she seemed oblivious to it, and the signs of decay were spreading outward. What's wrong? What's wrong with my back? Lulu anxiously asked, unable to see it herself. Your back has already started to rot, Lu Fei said solemnly. The spirit of your sister doesn't just want to kill you. It is trying to possess you. The rotting of your body and fear of sunlight are side effects of possession. Possession? Lulu was stunned. Even if the urn of the sister spirit is made of dark wood, it could only cause a stronger backlash, not possession. Lu Fei looked directly at Lulu. So, Miss Lulu, what exactly are you hiding? Lulu trembled all over, her eyes reddening, but she couldn't shed any tears. I really didn't hide anything about the sister card. That day after my live stream, I received a private message from someone who told me he had a way to help me regain my popularity. I was confused and believed him, which is why I bought this sister card from him. That's how it happened. I don't know that person. And he sent the item to me. Lulu's expression didn't seem like someone who was lying. So, have you done anything else wrong? Lu Fei asked again. Possession doesn't just require a body. It must also match the birth date and time. If you just accidentally bought a card, how could it be so coincidental? It must be that person trying to harm me. Lulu cried. Then, how did he know your birth date and time? As far as I know, the birthday you left online is fake, right? Actually, Lu Fei guessed that her birthday was a fabrication because there was a piece of gossip about Lulu online that mentioned her age being altered. Lulu seemed to think of something, her tear stains still on her face, filled with disbelief. Only 2 people know my real birthday. But how could it be her? Who? Bing Bing. Chapter 47. Possession. When Lulu's words came out, Lu Fei and Huzi exchanged shocked glances. Isn't Bing Bing your good sister? Maybe she was jealous that I was too popular, so she found someone to make an card to harm me. Lulu speculated, lowering her head. Lu Fei thought for a moment, but shook his head. It's unlikely. If Bing Bing really knew such a person, why would she need to go to the evil shop to buy a chain of observation? She could just buy a powerful card directly, right? Moreover, she even took you to the evil shop to buy something to change your luck. If she were jealous of you, she wouldn't need to do that at all. How would I know what she was thinking? Lulu was on the verge of tears. I treated her like my best sister, and even when she wasn't popular, I never looked down on her and shared everything with her. Besides her, I can't think of anyone else. Huzi asked curiously. Didn't you say 2 people know your birthday? What about the other one? That person is impossible. Lulu shook her head firmly. Why? She is already dead. This answer greatly surprised Lu Fei and Huzi. Bing Bing, her and I. The 3 of us came to Jiangsheng from a small town together to fight. We entered the same company, and they created different personas for us. Lulu sighed as she recounted the past. I was the sweet style. Bing Bing was the cold style. Xiaoqin, due to her ordinary appearance, could only go for an inspirational persona. I was the first to make a name for myself. Although Bing Bing wasn't exactly famous, she was doing okay. Only Xiaoqin was the most unfortunate. This is a society that looks at faces, and even though she was the hardest worker among us, she still couldn't get famous. Maybe because the gap grew too large, she gradually distanced herself from us. Later, I heard that she had a failed plastic surgery. And then came the news of her suicide by jumping off a building. That's why I said it definitely wasn't her. She has been dead for half a year. It must be Bing Bing. A complex cold smile appeared on Lulu's scarred face. After being sisters for so long, I obviously know how much she wants to be famous. In one company, there can only be one queen. She is currently on the rise. As long as I fall, won't the queen position be hers? As for this kind of plastic sisterhood, Lu Fei and Huzi didn't know what to say. But in any case, possession was already a fact. There's no point in getting tangled up in the reasons now. The most important thing is to save Lulu's life first. If it's possession, we can't be forceful. We must first separate the sister spirit from you. Otherwise, you will also perish, Lu Fei said seriously. How do we separate it? Lulu was in pain. But for the sake of her life, she had to gather her spirits. I only know one method. It's very risky, and you will also suffer greatly, Lu Fei pondered. I'm not afraid. As long as I can survive, I'm willing to take the risk. Lulu gritted her teeth. She had already been tormented to the point of being unrecognizable. And aside from her life, she had nothing left to lose. All right, you rest first. I'll go prepare the materials. Lu Fei couldn't help but feel some sympathy for her. Originally a beautiful woman, she had been turned into a stinking, ugly monster. This is the consequence of getting involved with evil things. I don't want to be alone here. Lulu immediately said. Huzi will stay here with you. Lu Fei looked at Huzi, who expressed that he would definitely take good care of Lulu and not let anything happen to her. Only then did Lulu feel reassured. Lu Fei, suppressing his fatigue, hurried out to buy supplies. It took him a whole morning to gather everything needed to separate the soul, as well as some medications and bandages to treat Lulu's wounds. Lulu looked at Lu Fei's serious demeanor and couldn't help but cry again. The best sister was trying to kill her at all costs, while Lu Fei, whom she had only known for a few days, was sincerely helping her. Manager Lu, thank you. Don't mention it. You are my customer. And taking good care of customers is my duty, Lu Fei said calmly. You're so outstanding. There must be many girls who like you, right? Lulu couldn't help but touch the scars on her face, knowing that her current ugly appearance was not worthy of him. With my current look, I'm afraid no one will ever like me again. You shouldn't say that. The medical beauty industry is very developed now. There must be ways to treat your scars. Besides, isn't the most important thing about a person their inner beauty? Is it? Lulu fell into silence. Perhaps because the willow branch whip had taken effect. The sister spirit didn't cause any more trouble that day, and the 3 of them had some time to rest. By evening, Lu Fei began to prepare. He took out a brush, dipped it in the blood from Lulu's fingertip, wrote her birth date and time on a piece of yellow paper, and then stuffed the yellow paper into a scarecrow. Next, he had Lulu blow on the scarecrow. With her breath and birth date and time, the scarecrow became her substitute. When night fell and the sister's spirit awakened, Lu Fei would find a way to draw it to the scarecrow substitute. Today, I can't write the exorcism characters. Lu Fei thought for a moment and then painfully divided a talisman for exorcism with Huzi. Huzi was very happy. He knew the power of this talisman and carefully tucked it into his pocket, patting it from time to time. Finally, Lu Fei also had Huzi apply mud on their facial features together. Boss, what is this for? This mud was hard to come by. It was taken from a damp, shady place where sunlight couldn't reach, capable of covering our living breath. That sister spirit is very cunning. I'm worried that if she knows we're here, she won't come out. Still, the boss is thoughtful. Tiger was convinced. Once prepared, the 2 hit again. Lulu sat alone on the sofa, anxious and fearful. Even knowing that Lu Fei and the others were there, she couldn't help but feel uneasy. For days, she had been afraid to look in the mirror, fearing she would see her ugly self and lose the courage to live. She didn't know what her fate would be, so she could only pin all her hopes on Lu Fei. As the night deepened, the entire internet-famous apartment grew quiet. The sister spirit showed no signs of appearing, and Lulu couldn't help but doze off after being tormented for several days. She was already exhausted in body and mind. Before long, she leaned back and fell asleep on the sofa. Tiger was anxious waiting and wanted to ask Lu Fei several times if the sister spirit was not coming out. But Lu Fei signaled him with his eyes to remain calm. Time reached the late night. Due to not having rested well the night before, fatigue gradually crept in. Tiger couldn't help but yawn, feeling his eyelids growing heavier. Even Lu Fei was struggling to hold on. Suddenly, Lu Fei felt a bone-chilling coldness and shivered awake. He raised his head and was met with a pair of eyes filled with resentment. Lulu had woken up at some point, ominously staring at Lu Fei's hiding spot, her dark pupils full of coldness. Chapter 48. The separation of soul and spirit. Those eyes, full of resentment, were definitely not Lulu's. The sister's spirit had awakened. Now she was in control of Lulu's body. Being stared at by such eyes was truly hair-raising. Lu Fei struggled to control his discomfort, forcing himself to remain still. He knew that as long as he was covered in the damp mud that could block the breath of the living, if he didn't move, the other party wouldn't sense his presence. Sure enough, in just a couple of seconds, Lulu shifted her gaze away. Her dark pupils moved, cautiously scanning the entire room, seemingly checking for others. When her gaze swept past Tiger, he felt like his heart was about to leap out. Fortunately, Lulu quickly looked away. She walked to the vanity, picked up some cosmetics, and started applying them to her face. Soon, her face was painted snow white. After finishing her makeup, she smiled with satisfaction at the mirror. Am I beautiful? The face in the mirror, pale and adorned with grotesque scars, looked utterly ugly and disheveled. Not beautiful. Still not beautiful enough. Seemingly not getting the desired answer, Lulu's expression darkened, and she reached out to grab something from the table. Tools like knives had already been put away by Lu Fei. Unable to find anything, Lulu became agitated, flipping the table upside down. Not pretty enough. My face isn't small enough, not photogenic enough. She frantically overturned the table, desperately smashing everything in the room. Suddenly sensing something, she stopped, twisted her neck, and looked in a certain direction with her dark eyes. There stood a small scarecrow, holding an eyebrow-shaping knife, gently waving at her. Lulu's eyes lit up immediately, and she hurriedly lunged at the scarecrow. The scarecrow jumped lightly, and Lulu missed, looking up to see it waving at her again, prompting her to lunge again. In this chaotic stumbling, Lulu stepped into a red rope loop. The red rope immediately tightened, binding her feet. Lu Fei and Tiger each held one end of the rope, preventing Lulu from advancing. The scarecrow was right in front of Lulu. Unable to move her feet, Lulu desperately swung her hands to grab it, but was always just short. In her desperation, a vague black shadow gradually emerged from the top of her head. That was the true form of the sister spirit. It worked. Lu Fei was overjoyed and pulled harder on the rope, not allowing Lulu's body to move forward. The ghostly spirit slowly emerged from Lulu's body, desperately reaching for the scarecrow. But every time it got close, the scarecrow retreated slightly. Pain appeared on Lulu's face, as if her flesh was separating. It was an excruciating pain, making her body involuntarily lean forward with the ghostly spirit. Lu Fei gritted his teeth and, with Tiger, desperately pulled the rope tighter. With their efforts, the ghostly spirit gradually completely detached from Lulu's body and suddenly lunged into the scarecrow. The scarecrow trembled and began to move, using the eyebrow knife to cut its own face. They separated. Lu Fei immediately let go of the rope and rushed forward. The scarecrow was very alert. The ghostly spirit suddenly emerged, trying to burrow back into Lulu's body. Lu Fei quickly lashed out with a willow branch whip. The ghostly spirit retreated in a panic. Tiger, quickly seal Lulu's 5 senses with incense ash. Lu Fei shouted, swinging the whip to prevent the ghostly spirit from getting close. Tiger immediately complied, hurriedly smearing incense ash all over Lulu's face. With her 7 orifices sealed, the ghostly spirit could no longer return to Lulu's body and became furious, rushing towards Lu Fei with a fierce gust of cold wind. Lu Fei took out the boudoir mirror to block it. A golden light lit up, dissipating the cold wind. Lu Fei swung the willow branch whip, striking at the ghostly spirit. The ghostly spirit panicked, darting around the small apartment. Each time it was hit by the whip, its form shrank by 3 inches. Unable to handle Lu Fei, it lunged at Tiger. But Tiger had a dog-tooth dagger in hand and was also wearing a talisman, so it couldn't gain the upper hand. In despair, it burrowed back into the dark wooden urn. Great. This was the moment Lu Fei had been waiting for. He quickly moved forward and placed his talisman on the urn. The urn trembled a few times and then completely fell silent. Done. The sister ghost spirit was sealed in the urn. As long as Lu Fei opened the box under the sunlight, exposing its ashes to the sun, it would be completely reduced to ashes. Lu Fei let out a long sigh of relief. Only then did he realize that his clothes were soaked with sweat. Boss, we succeeded, right? We succeeded. With Lu Fei's affirmation, Tiger felt more at ease, gasping heavily, lamenting that the job of exorcising evil was truly not easy. After resting enough, the two helped Lulu clean the incense ash off her face and lifted her onto the bed. Tiger opened the window to let fresh air in. The rotten smell in the room was truly unbearable. He felt that after staying there for too long, he had also picked up that stench. The two moved chairs to sit by the window, waiting for dawn. Feeling the cool night air, the fatigue surged as they relaxed. However, to be safe, neither dared to sleep, engaging in casual conversation to keep themselves awake. Boss, want to smoke? Tiger took out a pack of cigarettes. I don't smoke. Lu Fei shook his head. If I hadn't seen your prowess, you really don't look like someone who can subdue evil spirits. You're so refined, fair-skinned. And don't smoke or drink. You look more like a student who hasn't graduated. Tiger lit one for himself. The cigarette helped dissipate the stench, making him feel much better. I won't smoke, but I can drink a little. Lu Fei smiled. When I was young, I secretly bought a pack of cigarettes, trying to imitate the people on TV, thinking I looked cool. When my grandpa found out, I got a good scolding. He said that in our line of work, we can't indulge in bad habits. Drinking, lust, wealth, and anger can harm one's yang energy. If the yang energy is weak, one won't be able to deal with those dirty things. Smoking and drinking can harm yang energy. Tiger suddenly felt that the cigarette in his hand was no longer appealing. And for a moment, he didn't know whether to smoke or not. It's okay. Many bad habits harm yang energy, like staying up late. Aren't we staying up late right now? Yang energy can be nurtured back. How? Tiger hesitated for a moment, but still extinguished the cigarette. It's simple. A 12-character mantra. Eat well, drink well, sleep early, rise early, and exercise. Is it really that simple? Tiger found it hard to believe. Simple as it may be. Lu Fei shrugged. But look, how many people can actually do it? That's true. Tiger sighed for a while, glanced at Lulu on the bed, and said, actually, Lulu is quite pitiful too. Boss, do you think her face can be restored? It's probably difficult. Isn't there a lot of treasure in the evil faction? Is there anything that can help her face recover? Before Lu Fei could answer, the window suddenly made a sound, as if a small stone had hit it. At first, the two didn't pay much attention, but after a moment, they suddenly froze. This is the 14th floor. Where would a small stone come from? Cautiously, they looked out the window and saw a pair of ghastly green eyes suddenly crashing in, heading straight for the urn on the table. Chapter 49. Green-eyed Ghost Crow. The two were startled. It was a pitch-black bird that looked very much like a crow, but its eyes were an eerie green. Where did this strange bird come from? Get away. Seeing the black bird dive towards the urn, Tiger quickly reached out to hit it. To his surprise, his fingers passed right through the black bird. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the black bird was formed from a thick mass of black mist. This is a ghost bird. Lu Fei was shocked. This kind of bird is formed from yin energy and has no physical body. Just as the bird's claws were about to grab the urn, he hurriedly picked up a willow branch whip and struck it. The ghost bird flapped its wings and nimbly dodged, clutching the urn and flying towards the window. Let go of it. Tiger reacted quickly, gripping the lower half of the urn. The black bird's speed faltered, and it immediately turned back to peck at Tiger's hand with its sharp beak. Tiger, let go? Lu Fei shouted anxiously, swinging the willow branch whip at the ghost bird. If the ghost bird pecks Tiger, the yin energy will enter his body, and his hand might be ruined. Fortunately, the ghost bird avoided the peck and dodged the willow whip, but it was extremely agile, and Lu Fei couldn't hit it after several attempts. Damn it. I finally tamed a ghost spirit. How can I let this ghostly thing take advantage? Tiger held on tightly to the urn, his muscles bulging, and his fingers turning white from the strain, as he forcefully pulled the urn back. Seeing this, the ghost bird let out a strange cawing sound. The next moment, a large group of ghost birds flapped their wings and charged toward the two. Tiger, let go? This isn't a number that the willow branch whip can handle. Lu Fei took out a bagua mirror and aimed it at the dense flock of birds. Golden light burst forth. The ghost birds hit by the light instantly turned to ashes. However, the mirror's range was limited, and several ghost birds flew in through the window, pecking fiercely at Tiger. Tiger, hurry and let go. Lu Fei shouted desperately. Reluctantly, Tiger let go, and the urn was immediately carried out of the window by the ghost bird. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared. Damn it. Where did this ghostly thing come from, trying to steal from us? Tiger stomped his feet in anger. Tiger, don't rush. Look at this. Lu Fei picked up a few strands of dusty black hair from the windowsill. What is this? Tiger asked, confused. This is the hair of Sister Ling. During the struggle, the urn cracked open a gap, and her hair mixed with some of the ashes leaked out. What use is this hair? Don't we need the yin wood? With this hair, we can find the yin wood. Lu Fei gazed at the direction the ghost birds had disappeared, his eyes narrowing coldly. Whoever dares to steal from the evil faction, I want to see who they are. The duck that was within reach has flown away, and he can't swallow this anger. Dawn broke. The sun rose. Lulu groggily woke up, and the first thing she did was look for Lu Fei. Master Lu. When she saw Lu Fei and Tiger in the room, she felt a bit relieved. Sunlight streamed through the window. Am I safe this time? She cautiously asked, feeling an indescribable emptiness and loss in her body, as if something important had been lost. Sister Ling has separated from your body. You have temporarily saved your life. Lu Fei replied. Temporarily? Lulu was sensitive and noticed Lu Fei's wording. The urn has been stolen. Your crisis is not completely resolved. But don't worry. I will find this person. Lu Fei said calmly. However, Lulu felt a chill from that calmness. Stolen? Who? She couldn't understand who would steal such an ominous thing. Of course, It's someone who uses wood to nurture ghosts. What? Isn't that the one who deliberately harmed me? Lulu clenched her clothes in anger. It should be. Lu Fei glanced at her. You better leave this apartment and find a place far away to hide for a few days. Once I've handled it, I will message you. Alone? Sister Ling has already lost contact with you. As long as you don't tell anyone where you are, they won't be able to find you. I still want to be with you guys. Lulu looked at Lu Fei pitifully. Only with Lu Fei around did she feel safe. No, you will become a burden. Lu Fei shook his head firmly. If Lulu stayed, Sister Ling would have another opportunity to take advantage, and all his and Tiger's efforts would be in vain. Fine. Seeing that Lu Fei's tone left no room for negotiation, Lulu could only agree helplessly. She quickly packed up and found a hotel near the antique street to stay in, thinking that being close to the evil faction would make it easier to seek Lu Fei's help in case anything happened. In the pawn shop, Lu Fei took out a few strands of black hair wrapped in tissue. Boss, can we really find the person who stole the wood with just these strands of hair? Tiger was not doubting Lu Fei's ability, but was anxious and angry. Tiger, do you remember I told you that evil objects will find their own home? Lu Fei said lightly. Of course, I remember. How could Tiger forget? The scene of that copper coin standing up on its own deeply shocked his worldview. This hair is the same. It will also find its own urn. Lu Fei found some yellow paper and scissors, cut out a small paper figure, and then wrote a birth date on it. Isn't this Lulu's birth date? Tiger asked curiously. Did you forget? Lulu's birth date is the same as Sister Ling's. Lu Fei smiled faintly and tied the strands of hair to the paper figure. Then, he lit a white candle and placed it in front of the paper figure. Moments later, a gust of wind seemed to blow, and the candlelight turned green. The paper figure, which had been lying on the table, suddenly stood up on its own. Good heavens! Tiger felt his worldview being shaken once again. If we follow this paper figure, we can find the urn. Lu Fei held the paper figure in his hand, retrieved an item from the storeroom, and then left the antique street with Tiger, hailing a cab. Handsome, where to? The driver asked. Just drive ahead for now. I'll tell you which direction to go next. Lu Fei replied. You were deliberately looking for trouble, and the driver was about to glare. Lu Fei took out 200 yuan bills. No need for change. All right, let's go. The driver's attitude changed 180 degrees as he accepted the money, smiling broadly and stepping on the gas. The taxi merged into the traffic, turning left. All right, right at the intersection ahead. Got it. Under the influence of the money, no matter which direction Lu Fei pointed, the driver cooperated with a good attitude. The taxi weaved through the city's streets and alleys, making turns left and right. Stop. Screech. The driver immediately slammed on the brakes. Thank you, master. Your driving skills are good. Lu Fei nodded slightly at the driver and got out of the car. Huzi followed closely. Handsome guy, take care. Ride my car again when you have time. The driver looked at the fare of 50 yuan on the meter, happily drove away. Lu Fei stood in front of a narrow, dirty alley. On both sides of the alley were a jumble of disorganized buildings. This was an urban village, the most chaotic and dilapidated place in Jiangqing. Chapter 50. The ghost keeper Lu Fei lifted his leg and walked into the narrow alley. Huzi, looking around, quickly followed. The garbage can in the corner emitted an unpleasant odor, and the overhead wires resembled a spider web, dividing the sky into many pieces. Buildings faced each other, and one could shake hands with people in the opposite building just by standing at the window. The buildings here were numerous and chaotic, lacking any planning, with various alleys mixed together in a labyrinthine manner, making it easy for newcomers to get lost. But Lu Fei had a clear purpose, moving swiftly to a self-built building that looked rather rustic. This is it. Lu Fei looked up at the 7-story building. A typical rental house with several cubicles on each floor. Boss, which floor is the person on? I'll go drag him down. Huzi eagerly rolled up his sleeves. Daring to snatch something from the evil category, he must be tired of living. No rush, we'll definitely get the gloomy wood back. But we must be cautious when dealing with the ghost keeper. Lu Fei glanced around and noticed a small mahjong parlor diagonally across from the rental building. Let's go. I'll treat you to tea. The two went to the tea house, sitting by the window and ordering 2 cups of green tea. Huzi, you take a break. I'll keep watch, Lu Fei said after taking a sip of tea. Huzi quickly waved his hand. That's not okay. How can the boss keep watch while the assistant sleeps? Let me do it, boss. I haven't rested for 2 nights. You sleep first. I can handle it. The ghost keeper has a special aura that ordinary people can't see. Then I won't sleep. I'll keep you company. When I tell you to sleep, you sleep. If you get tired later, how will you fight? Lu Fei glared at him. And only then did Huzi reluctantly lean back in his chair and close his eyes. Unexpectedly, after being so proactive just a moment ago, he started snoring in less than 2 seconds. Lu Fei was somewhat envious of his sleep quality. He shook his head, glanced at the small paper figure in his hand, and turned his gaze to the opposite rental building. Although he hadn't slept for 2 nights, he felt a surge of energy and wasn't sleepy at all. The urban village had all kinds of people. People came and went in the rental building, and Lu Fei could tell with just a glance that none of them were ghost keepers. Although he was angry, Lu Fei remained exceptionally calm. He leisurely drank his tea and even ordered some snacks to fill his stomach. At dusk, a man dressed in black walked out of the rental building. He was short and thin, and even in the sunlight, he gave off a gloomy feeling. The ghost keeper. From a distance of a street, Lu Fei could clearly see the man's aura of gloom. That's him. Huzi, wake up, it's time to work. Lu Fei called to Huzi. After the man in black left, the two entered the rental building, and with the guidance of the paper figure, Lu Fei easily found a door. Boss, let me open the door. Huzi looked around. Such a simple rental building wouldn't have surveillance. He took a folded piece of paper and inserted it into the keyhole. After turning it a few times, with a click, the door opened. Huzi, you're quite skilled. Lu Fei raised an eyebrow in surprise. I had to learn a bit of everything to make a living before. Huzi smiled shyly. It's not a glorious skill. If it weren't for the fact that the other party stole the gloomy wood, I wouldn't have used it. Pushing the door open, Huzi went in first. The room was small, only about 10 square meters, furnished with simple furniture. The curtains were drawn, and the already dimly lit room became even darker. The air was filled with the smell of incense ash. The two quickly discovered that on the offering table in the corner, the box containing the ashes of the gloomy wood was standing there neatly. Great. Luckily that guy didn't take the gloomy wood with him. Huzi was overjoyed. It's not luck. It's because the other party definitely wouldn't take the ashes out. Because the sister's spirit has been beaten with willow branches, the spirit is unstable and needs to rest. Can't be exposed to the sun. As Lu Fei spoke, he walked toward the offering table. What are we waiting for? Hurry up and take it back. Huzi reached out to grab it. Be careful. Lu Fei pulled him back. Because at that moment, several shadows in the corner flew rapidly toward the two. The ghost crows, with their pale green eyes flashing a sinister light, were exactly the same ones Lu Fei had seen last night. Huzi, take this. Lu Fei shoved a grayish-white object into Huzi's hand. Huzi focused and saw that it was a piece of snake skin. This. He didn't have time to ask. As the ghost crows had already charged in front of him, he instinctively stepped back, only to find that the ghost crows suddenly stopped in front of him, as if very scared and dared not approach. What's going on? Huzi stepped forward, and the ghost crows retreated in fear. Everything has its counterpart. What you hold in your hand is the nemesis of birds, so of course, they are afraid. Lu Fei smiled lightly. There were 2 snake skins, and each of them had one. The black ghost crows flapped their wings, circling around them, but dared not come close, making anxious cawing sounds. Incredible. Boss, this is also a treasure of the evil category, right? Huzi suddenly felt a sense of relief. Lu Fei calmly put on gloves and took the ashes box from the offering table. Stop. Bang. At that moment, the door was slammed open, hitting the wall with a loud noise. The man in black was standing at the entrance, panting, his 2 sinister eyes glaring hatefully at Lu Fei. Put down the ashes box. He shouted coldly. Why should I? Lu Fei was not surprised. Any ghost crow in this room could have alerted him. This was the means of the ghost keeper. The spirits could become his ears and eyes. If you dare to take her away, I will make sure you have no place to be buried. The man in black's eyes were full of malice. You can certainly try. Lu Fei pulled back the curtains. The weak light of the setting sun streamed in, and he raised the ashes box toward the light. I'm afraid that before I die, it will turn to dust first. You dare. The man in black suddenly erupted in fury. The ghost crows circled around Lu Fei and Huzi, cawing anxiously, but restrained by their natural enemies. They still couldn't approach. Why wouldn't I dare? Lu Fei said nonchalantly, what I want is the gloomy wood, not the spirit inside. The man risked stealing the gloomy wood, clearly indicating that the spirit inside was very important to him. Beast. As expected, the man in black gritted his teeth but didn't dare to act rashly. He couldn't understand what the other party had done. Even the ghost crows wouldn't dare to approach, leaving him only to angrily curse loudly. You are beasts. For a little money, you go help that vicious woman. People like you deserve to go to hell. What a load of nonsense. Tiger was furious. Clearly it was you who raised ghosts to harm others for money, yet you still dare to blame others. If I don't beat you until you can't find your teeth today, I don't share the surname Zhao. Saying this, he stuffed the snake skin into his clothes and swung his fist towards the man in black. The man in black's eyelids trembled as he waved his hands, directing the ghost crows to block. But the ghost crows couldn't get close to Tiger at all. In just 2 steps, he was in front of him, and a fist struck hard. Bang! The man in black knelt on the ground, blood gushing from his nose. Chapter 51. Reaping what you sow. Tiger wasn't satisfied with just 1 punch and swung his fist again. Bang bang bang. Unexpectedly, this ghost raiser was so easy to beat. After 3 or 4 punches, he fell to the ground, unable to get up. Although the ghost raiser had powerful techniques, being with ghosts for a long time had filled his body with energy, making him weaker than an average person. Without the protection of a ghost, all he could do was take a beating. Tiger stepped on his back and cursed, stealing things from our evil faction, seeking death. Evil faction? You are from the evil faction? The man in black, with a face full of blood, looked at Lu Fei in disbelief. It was rumored in the martial world that the evil faction was noble, but it turned out they would also help others do evil for money. Still dare to talk nonsense. Tiger pressed down harder. It's clearly you who took the money to raise ghosts and harm people. Yet you slander the reputation of the evil faction. A sharp pain shot through his back, and the man in black endured the pain. His expression twisted as he shouted. I didn't take any money. I just want to kill that vile woman. It's her. She forced Xiaoqin to death, and I want to take revenge for Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin. Lu Fei frowned. Last night, Lulu mentioned a sister named Xiaoqin. Tiger asked curiously. Wasn't Xiaoqin a suicide by jumping off a building? If it weren't for her, Xiaoqin wouldn't have jumped. She hired trolls to attack Xiaoqin's live stream, saying Xiaoqin's inspirational persona was fake and called her ugly. She even tricked Xiaoqin into getting plastic surgery. The man in black roared hoarsely. That black hospital was also introduced to Xiaoqin by her. Xiaoqin's plastic surgery failed, and in despair, she jumped off the building. If Xiaoqin ended up on the path to death, wasn't it because she forced her? She just didn't push Xiaoqin down herself. But isn't she's still the murderer? I just want to kill her and take revenge for Xiaoqin. This was completely different from what Lulu said. Tiger was shocked, but somewhat skeptical. Are you making this up? Don't think we'll let you go just because of this. Why would I make this up? I just want that vile woman dead. The man in black's face twisted in rage, with hatred in his eyes. That was an expression that could only come from extreme hatred. It couldn't be faked. Lu Fei looked at him thoughtfully. Who are you to Xiaoqin? I'm her boyfriend. We were supposed to get married at the end of the year. That wicked woman took advantage of me being away for work and forced Xiaoqin to death. I didn't protect her well. I'm not a qualified husband. Tears of regret streamed down the man in black's face. But you not only want to kill Lulu, you also want to take over her body. Right. Killing her won't help. Xiaoqin can't come back. Unless Xiaoqin lives on in her body. The man in black laughed twistedly. Their birth dates were exactly the same. In the past, Xiaoqin treated her as her best sister and celebrated birthdays together. Xiaoqin's mistake was being too kind, too weak, trusting her too much. She killed Xiaoqin, and Xiaoqin living on in her body. Isn't that fate? Seeing the other party speak so decisively, Tiger was momentarily at a loss and looked at Lu Fei for guidance. Boss, do you think what he said is true? It's true, Lu Fei replied. No matter whether it was using expensive darkwood to raise ghosts or risking taking the darkwood back, it represented the importance of the ghost spirit to him. Tiger was stunned. So this was the truth. It wasn't he Bing finding someone to scheme against Lulu, but Lulu herself had harmed someone and was now being avenged. Reaping what you sow? In a way, her current situation, so battered and bruised, was what she deserved. Helping such a vicious woman. Your evil faction isn't a good place either. The man in black glared at Lu Fei, all his hatred vented at him. Lu Fei wasn't angry. He even felt some sympathy for this man twisted by hatred. Lulu was certainly detestable, but your methods are also inhumane. Our evil faction isn't helping anyone. We just took a job. I only want this dark wood. Your grievances have nothing to do with me. Lu Fei gestured for Tiger to release the man in black. Has nothing to do with you? Haha, that's really funny. You dealing with Xiaoqin is just helping that wicked woman, isn't it? Give Xiaoqin back to me. The man in black recklessly charged at Lu Fei, but was kicked away by Tiger, unable to get up for a long while. At that moment, the urn in Lu Fei's hand shook violently, and a shadow emerged from inside, risking exposure to sunlight and desperately flying towards the man in black. Xiaoqin, no. The man in black shouted in panic. The ghost spirit flew over, opening its arms to shield him. Please don't hurt him. Xiaoqin, don't plead with such a person. The man in black hurriedly took off his clothes to shield the ghost spirit from the sunlight. Brother Sean, I'm actually very tired. I don't want to take revenge anymore. Staying in this world will only burden you. I think I should go. The ghost spirit shook its head. No, you can't go. Xiaoqin, you can't go. The man in black felt an ominous premonition. She has already been disfigured and felt the pain I once endured. The ghost spirit shook its head sadly. Even if I take her body, I can only live like a walking corpse in this world, unable to see the light, suffering from the pain of my body rotting away every day. Is there really any meaning in living like this? I can think of a way. I can heal her body, really, believe me, the man in black urged. Humans have their own path, and ghosts have their own way. Forcing a ghost to stay in the human world, going against the natural order, will not end well. As a ghost raiser, how could he not know this? He just didn't want to face reality. I'm really tired, Brother Sean. Staying in the human world will only make you more painful. Forget me, and live well. The ghost spirit flew towards the last ray of sunset, smiling at the man in black in relief. Don't. The man in black desperately waved his hands, trying to get the ghost crows to fly and shield the ghost spirit from the sunlight. But the ghost crows just turned to ash along with her body. No. The man in black stumbled and ran, but only embraced the drifting black ash. Xiaoqin. He knelt on the ground, crying out in pain. Lu Fei and Tiger had complicated feelings. They initially came to settle a score, but encountered a pitiful person instead. Hatred is a double-edged sword. It seems there has never been a true winner. Lu Fei sighed, opened the urn, and poured out the ashes and relics inside, leaving them for the man in black. Don't think this means I'll let that wicked woman go. I want to let her go. Never. The man in black roared. Lu Fei said nothing. And he and Tiger left with the dark wood. At the pawn shop, Lulu received news from Lu Fei and was overjoyed, rushing over as fast as she could. Shopkeeper Lu. Is it really resolved? Indeed. Lu Fei placed the dark wood urn on the counter. The ghost spirit inside was gone. You can see for yourself. Her pupils are completely normal. Lulu took out a small mirror to look at her eyes and couldn't help but cry tears of joy. Great. Great. I really am saved. I knew that you, Manager Lu, would be fine. However, Lu Fei and Huzi's faces showed little expression, and their attitude was somewhat cold. After being excited for a moment, Lulu came to her senses and noticed that the atmosphere was a bit off. What's wrong, Manager Lu? Miss Lulu, when we were retrieving the urn, We encountered someone whose name has the character mountain in it. Do you know this person? Lu Fei asked. Lulu was slightly startled, her eyes flickering as she replied. I don't know him, but he said he is Xiao Qin's boyfriend, and Xiao Qin was harmed by someone. Lu Fei fixed his gaze on Lulu. Lulu lowered her head somewhat guiltily, then quickly raised it, and said loudly, he's talking nonsense. Don't be fooled by him. Zhang Shan is a complete scoundrel. He drinks, gambles, and has cheated Xiao Qin out of her money. Xiao Qin jumped off a building. Maybe it was also because of him. Just from this statement, Lu Fei was certain that this woman had long known that Sister Ling was actually the ghost of Xiao Qin. Her scheming was indeed deep, and she spoke lies without a script. If it weren't for finding Zhang Shan, she would have really managed to deceive them. Her inner self matched perfectly with her current appearance. Huzi frowned, wanting to curse, but was stopped by Lu Fei raising his hand. All right, let's not talk about these extraneous matters. Since the trouble has been resolved, we should talk business. Miss Lulu, how do you intend to pawn this urn? As a dead pawn or a living pawn? Lu Fei took out paper and pen. Lulu's eyes darted around as she smiled. Manager Lu, you said this type of wood is very valuable. That's right. Lu Fei nodded. Then, can I pawn it for a bit more? Lulu tentatively asked. Please state your price. Lu Fei gestured. The evil shop wasn't a black market, and pricing was the customer's right. I want to pawn it for 200,000. Greed flickered in Lulu's eyes. Huzi gritted his teeth, wanting to hit someone. But Lu Fei calmly said, this piece of sinker wood has been divided into 4 parts, and its condition is damaged. It can't be worth that much in the market. Then how much is it worth? Lulu looked at Lu Fei excitedly. At most, 2,000. And that's the dead pawn price. Lu Fei replied. The market price is the market price, and the evil item price is the evil item price. The evil shop only buys at low prices. If you want to take advantage here, there's no way. 2,000. Lulu was stunned. This was too far off. But she had initially priced it just to give it a try. Something was better than nothing. After all, she still had some savings. And with a bit of cosmetic surgery, she might have a chance to make a comeback. Then, is it a deal? Deal. Lu Fei wrote up the pawn ticket. Lulu signed and stamped her fingerprint. The pawn ticket was in duplicate. Lu Fei immediately transferred 2,000 yuan to her. Thank you, Manager Lu. I'm really lucky to have you save me this time. I don't know how to thank you. Lulu forced a smile at Lu Fei. No need to be polite. Taking in evil items and helping people avert disasters is all business. Lu Fei smiled. Lulu touched the scar on her face and asked, Manager Lu, do you have any treasures that can restore my appearance? No. Then when I fix my face, I'll come back to repay you properly. The transaction is complete. There's no need for that. Miss Lulu, take care, and I won't see you off. Lu Fei stood up and gestured for her to leave. Lulu wanted to get closer and chat more with him, but seeing his indifferent attitude, she smiled and reluctantly left. Boss, this woman is full of bad intentions and greedy. I think 2,000 is too much. Huzi said indignantly. Business is business, and grievances are grievances. The evil shop only does business, regardless of personal matters. Lu Fei smiled. Buying out the cause and effect for 2,000 is worth it. This piece of sinker wood can earn me 100 times that back. Huh. Huzi was stunned again. Didn't you just say its condition was damaged and not worth much? Were you lying to her? Of course not. Our evil shop isn't a black market. Then, this is the ability of our evil shop. Lu Fei smiled mysteriously. However, the sinker wood was rare, and he didn't plan to sell it. How could I forget this? The evil shop can turn evil into treasure. Once it passes through your hands, that evil item becomes different. Huzi slapped his forehead. But I still feel like that dog woman got a bargain. She caused her good sister's death, and in the end, nothing happened to her. What kind of situation is this? For people like her, disfigurement is the best retribution. Those scars left by the Yin energy can't be healed by any medical technology. She still wants to make a comeback. She's dreaming. Actually, Lu Fei had a way to heal her face, but he didn't want to. That's great. Huzi felt much better inside. Also, do you think that Ghost Master will really let her go? Lu Fei continued. Yeah, if it were me. If my girlfriend was harmed and jumped off a building, I would seek revenge even if I had to die. A real man can't be without some blood. If she had shown any remorse just now, I might have reminded her a few things, but unfortunately, her nature is already rotten to the core, and she's beyond saving. Lu Fei chuckled and stretched, heading back to the bedroom to sleep. The business already accepted must be completed, but now that the transaction was done, whatever happened to Lulu in the future was none of the evil shop's business. Huzi felt a sense of relief. That night, in a simple house in the urban village, Zhang Shan tightly closed the doors and windows, sitting alone in front of the offering table, holding a sharp dagger in his hand. On the offering table was a paper package containing Xiao Qin's ashes. Xiao Qin, can you really bear to leave me like this? He coldly picked up the dagger and aimed it at his heart. You can't leave. You said we would never be separated for a lifetime. With a gritted teeth, he fiercely stabbed the dagger towards his heart. Clang. But at that moment, a grayish-blue shadow suddenly jumped out from somewhere and forcefully knocked the dagger away. Zhang Shan turned his head to see a pale little ghost squatting on the offering table like a beast, its deformed feet pressing down on Xiao Qin's ashes. Master. Zhang Shan was shocked and panicked. Just then, the door burst open with a bang, and a tall, gloomy figure slowly walked in. This person was surrounded by a dark aura, his face hidden in the shadows, with eyes sharp as knives. Master, I was wrong. Zhang Shan hurriedly knelt before the person. Still have the face to call me master? A cold, hoarse voice came from the tall figure, seemingly without opening his mouth. Master, I didn't do it on purpose. It's just that someone harmed my wife, and I had no choice but to steal the sinker wood for revenge. Zhang Shan lowered himself, his back trembling. No choice. The tall figure coldly laughed, his sharp eyes piercing through Zhang Shan's back. You think no choice is enough to steal from your master? If you had more grievances, would you take the entire sect for yourself? I would never dare. I just wanted to use the sinker wood to resurrect my wife. Once it's done, I will definitely return it. Zhang Shan was sweating profusely. Is that so? The tall figure extended a corpse-like gray hand and gently flicked the paper package containing the ashes. The little ghost jumped back, and the paper package immediately ignited with green flames, turning to ashes in an instant. All right, your wife is completely dead now. Can you return the sinker wood to me? Zhang Shan felt a chill all over and collapsed. Bring it. The tall figure's voice suddenly turned icy. The gloomy wood is gone, Zhang Shan said. A tall figure suddenly became furious, and in an instant, he moved in front of Zhang Shan, like a shadow enveloping him. Where's the gloomy wood? Zhang Shan was stunned for a moment, a hint of coldness appearing in his eyes, and he slowly said, The evil pawnshop. Chapter 53. The ghost market. It was already late morning. Lu Fei woke up feeling refreshed. Huzi had cleaned the pawnshop inside and out, and was currently practicing boxing in the yard. He had taken off his upper garment, exposing his muscular build and 8-pack abs. His movements were agile and steady, each punch and kick filled with power. The strikes looked ordinary, but they were solid and not just for show. Such skill couldn't be developed overnight. It must have been cultivated from a young age. Lu Fei suddenly felt that Huzi's background might not be so simple. However, Huzi had held back when facing the ghost-raising person yesterday, only teaching him a lesson without taking his life. It was good to have restraint and not be just a reckless person. Boss. Seeing Lu Fei come out, Huzi quickly calmed himself and stopped his movements. Huzi, where did you learn your skills? Impressive. Lu Fei clapped and praised him. I learned a bit of boxing randomly when I was young. It's not something I can showcase on a big stage, so please don't laugh at me. Huzi wiped his sweat and smiled, vaguely bringing it up. If you think highly of me, Xiaohu, then keep me on as a helper. Lu Fei looked at him. Do you really want to join the evil pawnshop? Yes. Huzi nodded seriously. Then let me ask you a question. Answer truthfully. Please go ahead, boss. That day after you dealt with the hungry ghost Xia and took away old Zhao, what exactly did you do to him? Lu Fei had always been curious about this matter. However, previously, Huzi was just a customer, and whatever he did was none of Lu Fei's business. But if he was to take Huzi on as a helper, he had to ask clearly. Actually, I neither hit him nor scolded him. I just took him back to the carnivorous village. The village chief and those old bastards definitely wouldn't let him off easily. Huzi smiled. Once the hungry ghost Xia was resolved, that group of old bastards in the village couldn't do anything to me. In the end, they bowed and begged for mercy, compensating me with some money, hoping I wouldn't expose their dirty deeds. Compensation? This took Lu Fei by surprise. An apology is just a matter of lip service. What good is that? Real money is what counts. Boss, I'm not afraid of you laughing at me, but when one is poor, their aspirations are limited. In this society, only with money can one have dignity. Huzi was very frank. Money, who doesn't like it? I like it too. Lu Fei nodded. Huzi's honesty showed that he didn't have bad intentions. Those who hide and talk about righteousness and morality while treating money like dirt should be cautious. Lu Fei continued. But what if I told you that the purpose of the evil pawnshop isn't to make money? What is it then? Huzi was stunned. In his mind, the evil pawnshop was about doing shady business. 3 years without opening. When we do open, we eat for 3 years. Opening a business isn't just for making money. What else could it be for? Lu Fei didn't answer, but instead patted his shoulder and smiled. You don't need to rush to make a decision. Think it over first. In fact, he already had the idea of taking Huzi on as a helper, but he needed to assess Huzi's character. After all, they had only known each other for a short time. Dealing with evil entities is one thing, but the most important aspect is that a person must be reliable. The evil pawnshop deals with all sorts of strange and unusual entities. If Huzi can't resist temptation and has ulterior motives, it could affect the evil pawnshop, which Lu Fei didn't want to see happen to this ancestral business. As usual, they opened for business. As soon as the door opened, Lu Fugue walked in, as if he had been waiting outside. Little Lu, Director Su asked me to pass on a message. His family is almost well, and they plan to invite you to dinner in a few days. They hope you will graciously accept. There's no need for a meal. The business has already settled. Tell Director Su not to be so polite. Lu Fei wasn't in the mood to socialize. He had other plans. You can't say that. You saved the lives of the entire Su family. It's only natural for them to want to express their gratitude with a meal. Business is about building relationships and making friends. Good wine fears a deep alley. Having a meal with Director Su is the best publicity for the evil pawnshop. Lu Fugue earnestly advised, showing a determination that he wouldn't give up until Lu Fei agreed. Lu Fei could only respond, we can talk about it when I have time then. Lu Fugue chuckled a couple of times, rubbing his hands, and asked, I've seen you coming and going early and late. The shop just opened today. Did you receive some good treasure again? There's no treasure. Just been busy for a couple of days. In business, it's not always smooth sailing. Lu Fei laughed it off, not revealing the gloomy wood to Lu Fugui because he had great use for it. Lu Fugui looked a bit disappointed and asked, "What about the snake skin?" "Not for sale." Lu Fei waved his hand. This made Lu Fugui anxious, like guarding a mountain of treasure, but only able to watch and not touch. He tried to find an opportunity to secretly slip a bundle of cash to Huzi, asking about the situation. However, Huzi kept his mouth shut, saying he didn't know anything. Lu Fugui lost a bundle of cash, but didn't get any information. So he could only remind Lu Fei to set aside time to eat with the Su family before leaving in frustration. As soon as he left, Huzi couldn't wait to ask, "Boss, is Lu boss unreliable? We received the gloomy wood, why not tell him?" "Because this is an object and cannot be sold through normal channels," Lu Fei replied. "The gloomy wood is excellent for nourishing and souls, and it can only be truly utilized in the hands of someone from the Xinmen. If an ordinary person buys it as a decorative item or a good luck charm, it would be a waste." Huzi felt even more curious. "Then where should we sell it?" Lu Fei smiled mysteriously. "Ghost market." "Ghost market?" Huzi's eyes widened. "Is it the ghost market I'm thinking of?" "It's not the ghost market of the antiques industry. That kind of ghost market is usually used for trading stolen goods. Our evil pawnshop is a legitimate business. We don't participate in that." Lu Fei waved his hand. "The ghost market I'm talking about opens once every 3 months on the night of the full moon. It's a place specifically for trading unique items and can only be exchanged for goods. This kind of object is the most popular there. Because at the ghost market, it's not just the living who trade." Huzi felt extremely excited. "Not just the living. There won't really be ghosts, right?" "I don't know about that because you can't reveal your true identity at the ghost market. Everyone is disguised. And you can't see if the person you're trading with is human or ghost." Lu Fei checked the time. "The ghost market opens once every 3 months on the night of the full moon, and there are still 7 days until the next opening. I'll bring the gloomy wood then and see if I can exchange it for something good." Huzi rubbed his hands excitedly. "Boss, can I come along?" "Sure. But there are taboos at the ghost market. You must absolutely obey." Just as the two were getting into it, they suddenly heard the cawing of crows outside. The light and shadow at the door shifted, and an unexpected guest walked into the evil pawnshop. Chapter 54. Show your claws. This person was tall, dressed in a black robe, and his face was hidden in the shadows. Even in broad daylight, it was difficult to see his features, exuding a gloomy and unfriendly aura. As soon as Huzi saw this person, his expression changed drastically, and he clenched his fists, taking a defensive stance. This was because a green-eyed ghost crow was perched on the person's shoulder. This ghost crow was different from the one they had seen with Zhang Shan. It was larger, with claws as red as blood, and the most chilling aspect was its gaze. It no longer had the wild and ignorant look of an animal, but instead possessed the sinister gaze of a human. Lu Fei pressed down on Huzi and said calmly, "Hello, may I ask what you need?" Hearing that the evil character had re-emerged, the other party spoke. It was a hoarse voice of an old man, with sharp eagle eyes hidden under a black robe, scrutinizing Lu Fei. Lu Fei felt goosebumps all over, as if prey was being targeted by a beast. The visitor was not friendly. Lu Fei maintained his composure and politely said, "Yes. I am the current manager of the evil character. May I ask if the elder is here to sell or to buy?" The old man in the black robe only glanced at Lu Fei before withdrawing his gaze indifferently, seemingly not taking Lu Fei seriously. "Is that old guy Lu Qingxian not here?" Lu Fei frowned and said, "My grandfather is out on business. If the elder needs anything, you can tell me." "Oh, where did he go? He wouldn't have died, would he?" The old man's tone was playful. "With the elder's concern, my grandfather will surely live a long life." Lu Fei's expression turned cold. "If the elder is not here to buy or sell, please leave. We of the evil character do not welcome unrelated people." "Young man, you are too impatient." The old man in the black robe sneered. "What are you in such a hurry for? Who said I wasn't here to talk business?" "Oh, what do you want?" Lu Fei looked at him. The old man in the black robe stared at Lu Fei and said, "Ancient wood." Huzi's heart sank. Sure enough, this old bastard was after the ancient wood. He and Zhang Shan were raising ghost birds. They must be accomplices. But Lu Fei instead smiled and said, "I can sell it to you, as long as the price is to my liking." "Price?" The old man in the black robe snorted coldly. "This piece of ancient wood originally belonged to me, but you picked it up cheaply. How dare you talk about price with me? We of the evil character conduct business openly. What else can we discuss if not price? The ancient wood is something I collected from someone else, and I have proof of purchase. If you are not genuinely interested in buying, then please do not waste time here," Lu Fei said with a faint smile. The old man in the black robe pondered for a moment and said, "For your grandfather's sake, I can offer you 10,000. To avoid rumors that I bully the descendants of the evil character." 10,000? That's just a beggar's offer, Huzi frowned. "How can the things from the evil character be sold so cheaply?" "Elder, did you forget to add a zero?" Lu Fei extended a finger and said, "If you want the ancient wood, it's 10 million, no negotiation." Upon hearing this, not only did the old man in the black robe suddenly stop. "Kid, are you joking with me?" The old man's tone was filled with restrained anger. This kid dared to ask for such a price. For a moment, he even doubted if he heard wrong. "Of course I'm not joking. If you have 10 million, I will sell you the ancient wood immediately. If not, then please leave." Lu Fei gestured to dismiss him. "Young man, Is this how Lu Qingxian taught you to do business? You of the evil character do not intend to continue operating. The old man in the black robe's gaze suddenly turned cold, and a dark and dangerous aura erupted from him. The green-eyed ghost crow on his shoulder also fixed its gaze on Lu Fei menacingly at the same time. The temperature in the pawn shop instantly dropped a few degrees. Hu Zi felt a chill run down his spine. How could the elder speak like this? We of the evil character always have clear pricing. You wouldn't be unable to afford this little amount, would you? Lu Fei chuckled. Hu Zi's solid muscles tensed, clenching his fists, shouting at the old man in the black robe. Did you hear that? Clear pricing. If you can't afford it, get lost early. Don't embarrass yourself here. The old man in the black robe stared intently at the two, his gaze as if it could devour them. The oppressive atmosphere weighed heavily on the small pawn shop, making it hard to breathe. Lu Fei remained unfazed, fearlessly meeting those cold and sharp eyes, while Hu Zi was ready to fight at any moment. Lu family boy, I remember you. In the end, the old man in the black robe did not make a move, seemingly wary of something. He left behind a harsh remark and coldly waved his sleeve as he turned to leave. The ghost crow screeched at Lu Fei menacingly before diving into the old man's black robe. The old man's steps were strange, disappearing in just a few strides onto the street outside. Once they could no longer see him, Lu Fei finally relaxed his body, sitting down on a chair and wiping the sweat from his palms. Facing a ghost razor was quite a pressure. 10,000 to buy something from the evil character? This old guy is clearly looking for trouble. Hu Zi's tensed muscles also relaxed. Even if I had 10 million, I wouldn't sell it to him. He is not genuinely here to buy the ancient wood, and moreover, he spoke disrespectfully about my grandfather. If that old man had a better attitude and just wanted to take advantage of buying the ancient wood, I might have been a bit polite. But since he dared to speak ill of my grandfather, I want to give him a good face. That old bastard also has a green-eyed ghost crow. He should also be a ghost razor, right? He seems much stronger than that Zhongshan from yesterday. If he had dared to make a move to snatch it, I would have been ready to fight him. Lu Fei sneered coldly, a flash of murderous intent in his eyes. No matter how powerful a ghost razor is, they rely on ghostly beings. It's broad daylight now. If a fight broke out, who would suffer the loss? The evil character was not a place to be bullied. Otherwise, how could they do business in the future? Hu Zi's heart tightened. Lu Fei usually appeared gentle and polite, like a mild-mannered college student. But his gaze just now indicated he was truly serious. This future boss of his might not be as mild as he seemed. There was a hidden ferocity within. He just usually kept a low profile, revealing his claws only when necessary. Hu Zi remembered his father telling him that this kind of person was the most dangerous. Those who bared their fangs and made a fuss over small matters were the most useless. The coldness in Lu Fei's eyes was only a fleeting moment before he returned to his calm demeanor. The ancient wood was extremely important to ghost razors. He must be feeling quite unwilling to let it slip away, no matter what his relationship with Zhongshan was. Zhongshan's ghost bird and his were not on the same level. Did you see those red claws? Yes, they looked like they were soaked in blood. Hu Zi nodded. Just recalling it made him feel creepy. That's right, those claws were probably dyed with human blood. They must have taken many lives, Lu Fei said in a deep voice. That old man is not a good person. Ghost razors like to play dirty. Be extra cautious these next few days. Chapter 55. The green-skinned little ghost. I understand. Hu Zi knew the danger of that old ghost razor and nodded earnestly. Although the old ghost razor left out of fear of the evil character, Lu Fei still took out snake skins and kept them on him and Hu Zi, in case the ghost crow attacked. 2 days passed peacefully without incident. The old ghost razor did not appear again. Boss, that old bastard probably won't come back, right? Hu Zi gradually relaxed his guard. After all, the evil character had a deep foundation. Even if Lu Fei's grandfather was not around, how many would dare to cause trouble for the evil character? That's for the best. Lu Fei sighed in relief. The evil character continued its operations as usual. Suddenly, the internet celebrity Bing Bing rushed in. Manager Lu, has Lulu been here? Yes, what happened? She has gone missing. I've looked everywhere and can't find her. Reporting to the police hasn't helped. Do you know where she is? Her face was filled with anxiety. Lu Fei and Hu Zi exchanged glances. Zhongshan would not let Lulu go. She was probably in grave danger. Miss Lulu came to pawn something a few days ago, and we haven't seen her since. We don't know where she is, Lu Fei said. Pawn something. Bing Bing paused slightly. What did she pawn? Sorry, that's customer privacy. Without the customer's consent, we cannot disclose it to others, Lu Fei replied. Was she really harmed by something unclean? I had felt for a long time that her condition during those days was abnormal, but Bing Bing clearly guessed something, and resentment appeared on her heavily made-up face. Damn it. If she wants to ruin herself, that's her business, but why drag me down with her? In the past few days, a lot of black material about me suddenly appeared online, claiming that I colluded with her to suppress another internet celebrity, causing someone to jump off a building. Please, if someone jumps off a building, what does that have to do with me? I wanted Lulu to come out and clarify things, but she has disappeared. Bing Bing vented her emotions fiercely, realizing her loss of composure, and quickly adjusted her expression, forcing a smile. Master Lu, is there any way to remove the side effects of a necklace? I don't want those black fans to notice me. Lu Fei glanced at her and said blandly, Miss Bing Bing, I've already told you about the side effects of the necklace. If you don't want to be overly scrutinized, you can take it off. Take it off? What will happen to my popularity? Bing Bing couldn't bear to do that. I can pay you more. It's not about the money. After a struggle, Bing Bing ultimately did not take off the necklace and left, covering herself tightly. Her backside is probably not clean either, if this continues. She won't end up like Lulu, will she? Huzi shook his head and complained. I've made myself clear enough. Whatever the outcome, she has to bear it herself. People must pay the price for their choices, Lu Fei said indifferently, shrugging his shoulders. A day passed. Closing time, doors locked. The night gradually deepened. The shop was quiet, and Lu Fei and Huzi were sound asleep. In the darkness, a small ghost, about the size of a cat and pale blue in color, silently climbed over the wall and slipped into the backyard. The little ghost moved on all fours like an animal, turned around in the yard, climbed up to the window, and sniffed with its underdeveloped, deformed nose. It seemed to have not found what it was looking for, so it jumped down from the window, landing silently, and quickly crawled toward the pawnshop. The pawnshop was simply furnished. There was only a counter and some tables and chairs, with no evil objects placed inside. The little ghost still couldn't find what it wanted, and after crawling around unwillingly, it stopped in front of a pitch-black door at the back of the pawnshop. This door was locked, and the shape of the lock was quite special. It couldn't be opened without a key. The little ghost stretched its neck, pressed its nose against the crack of the door, and sniffed inside. Found it. The little ghost became excited, reaching its pale blue little hand toward the crack, seemingly wanting to squeeze inside. Buzz. As soon as the uneven fingers touched the door panel, a golden light illuminated from the door, instantly bouncing the little ghost away. Wow. The little ghost let out a cat-like shriek, its pale blue face twisted in pain. What sound is that? Lu Fei, who was sleeping, was startled awake. He perked up his ears to listen, but there was no sound outside. If it was a cat crying in heat, it wouldn't just make one sound. There's something wrong. Lu Fei, feeling uneasy, got out of bed and picked up the ghost-slaying whip from his desk. Without putting on shoes, he opened the door and stepped outside. Stepping on the bluestone slab, Lu Fei quietly made his way across the yard toward the storeroom. The strange cry had come from this direction. Lu Fei reached the corridor and squinted to look around. After finding nothing, he turned on the light. Everything in the pawnshop was normal. The storeroom's lock was intact, with no signs of having been opened. Was it really just a cat crying? Lu Fei was filled with suspicion but remained uneasy, inspecting everywhere and finally discovered something unusual. On the lower right side of the storeroom door, there was a small incomplete handprint. The handprint was dark, as if it had been burned. If he hadn't crouched down to take a closer look, he might not have noticed it at all. Behind the storeroom door, there were protective talismans carved to ward off evil. Something must have entered just now. A handprint like a child's. Could it be a little ghost? Just as Lu Fei was seriously analyzing, he suddenly felt a chill on the top of his head. A wave of cold air rushed in. Something's there. Without waiting to look up, he swung the willow whip upward. With a crack, the chill immediately dispersed. Only then did Lu Fei look up and see a pale blue shadow flash by, shrinking into the shadow of the wall. It really was a little ghost. Lu Fei tightened his grip on the willow whip and squinted. The little ghost was only the size of a kitten, its skin pale blue, its limbs and facial features seemingly not fully developed, short limbs and deformed features. This was a little ghost formed from a fetus that had not fully developed in a pregnant woman's womb. Such little ghosts carry the greatest resentment. The little ghost approached the storeroom, undoubtedly trying to steal something inside. It couldn't have taken a wrong turn, could it? No wonder there hadn't been any movement in the past few days. It turned out they were trying to catch us off guard and send a little ghost in to steal. Despicable and shameless. Who else could it be but the old man in the black robe? Lu Fei didn't need to guess. He snorted coldly and swung the willow whip at the little ghost. This little ghost was small and agile, like a little beast, moving quickly and easily dodging the whip, using its limbs to push off the wall and pounce at Lu Fei from the side. Its dark mouth opened wide, splitting to the roots of its ears, revealing a mouth full of jagged sharp teeth. Such little ghosts are the most ferocious. Once they bite a target, they will not let go until the target is dead. Lu Fei couldn't afford to be careless. He quickly stepped back 2 paces and swung the whip to block. However, in the narrow corridor, the whip had difficulty exerting its maximum effect and instead felt restricted. The little ghost was small and fast, always able to find tricky angles to approach Lu Fei. Not like a ghost at all, but more like a fierce wild beast cub. This left Lu Fei in a very passive position, and several times he nearly got bitten by the sharp teeth. Just then, Huzi heard the commotion and rushed over. Boss, are we being robbed? Lu Fei was overjoyed. While fending off the little ghost, he shouted to him, Huzi, go get the Bagua mirror. Okay. Huzi was startled by the fierce little ghost and hurried away to Lu Fei's room as fast as he could. The little ghost ignored Huzi, its resentful eyes fixed only on Lu Fei. Although this evil spirit was ferocious, it was quite stubborn. Once it fixated on a target, it would not stop until the target was dead. Chapter 56. Relentless. The little ghost, no matter how fierce, was still an unawakened evil spirit, only knowing how to pounce and rush. Although dealing with it was tricky, it was not entirely without a solution. Lu Fei swung the whip with all his might several times to push it back, finding an opportunity to lean against the storeroom door. The door panel was inscribed with special protective talismans, and the little ghost had just taken a big hit from them, causing its momentum to suddenly slow down. Whether it was a living being or an evil spirit, avoiding danger and seeking good fortune was instinct. Failing to bite Lu Fei, the little ghost became enraged. Its small eyes glinted with fierce light. Its pale, deformed little face twisted as it let out impatient, strange cries. It quickly crawled up and down the walls, trying to find an opportunity. Boss. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed in the yard as Huzi rushed over with the bagua mirror. Shine it on it. Lu Fei waved the willow whip, pushing the little ghost toward Huzi. Before Huzi could steady himself, he pointed the bagua mirror at the little ghost. But the little ghost was too fast, almost jumping away in the blink of an eye. Huzi struggled to keep up with the little ghost's speed, and for a moment, he became drenched in sweat. You stay there and guard. I'll drive it over. Lu Fei steadied himself. It's easier to avoid the king of hell than to deal with a little ghost. Patience is essential when dealing with little ghosts. With the threat of the bagua mirror, the chance for the little ghost to pounce on Lu Fei decreased. Lu Fei bit through his middle finger and quickly wrote a character to ward off ghosts on his left palm. With the willow branch whip in his right hand, he used the warding character on both sides in coordination. Coupled with the bagua mirror at the other end of the corridor, the little ghost was now in a panic. It howled resentfully but was focused on its target, having no intention to escape, desperately looking for an opportunity to bite Lu Fei. Lu Fei deliberately slowed down, exposing a flaw. The little ghost's eyes gleamed with ferocity as it lunged forward. Now, as Lu Fei shouted, the willow branch whip and the warding character struck the little ghost simultaneously. At the same time, Huzi also turned the bagua mirror towards Lu Fei. Buzz. The mirror finally aligned, and golden light enveloped the little ghost's body. The little ghost, which was jumping in midair, froze, and the willow branch whip struck it. With a cry of agony, the little ghost fell to the ground, hastily crawling into the pawnshop. It stuck out its scarlet tongue to lick the whip marks on its body, and a hint of pain surfaced on its deformed little face. However, it still showed no intention of fleeing. It simply hesitated for a moment, its eyes filled with more resentment as it cautiously moved along the wall, seeking an opportunity. Lu Fei and Huzi ran into the pawnshop one after the other and turned on the lights. Under the dim yellow light, the two backed against each other, squinting as they carefully searched for the little ghost's trace. The little ghost hid in a corner where the light couldn't reach, avoiding their line of sight, quietly crawling under the counter. Just as Lu Fei approached, it suddenly stretched out its mangled little ghost claw. Lu Fei felt a chill at his ankle and immediately struck down with the warding character. Huzi, be careful. The little ghost's speed was too fast. Despite Lu Fei dodging as quickly as he could, he was still scratched by the ghost claw's sharp nails, and his ankle instantly burned with pain. Boss, are you okay? Huzi exclaimed in shock, hurriedly directing the bagua mirror at the ghost claw. The golden light shone, and the cyan-white little ghost claw froze. Enduring the pain, Lu Fei swung the willow branch whip, wrapping it around the little ghost's cyan-white wrist, pulling it out from under the counter with force. With the bagua mirror shining on it, the little ghost couldn't move, its resentful eyes fixed on Lu Fei, baring its teeth and letting out a threatening shriek. Looking very fierce. This little thing is quite powerful, Huzi said, surprised and angry, pressing the bagua mirror tightly against the little ghost. Boss, is your injury serious? It's not a big problem. In just a few seconds, the scratch on Lu Fei's ankle turned black, and his entire leg felt painful and numb. He gritted his teeth, took out a small box from the drawer containing 3 silver needles. Little ghosts are most afraid of needles. Lu Fei pierced a silver needle into the little ghost's forehead. Ah! A piercing wail echoed in the pawnshop, and the little ghost emitted black smoke, with grotesque, worm-like patterns appearing on its cyan-white skin. He pierced it twice more. But the little ghost still hadn't disintegrated. Its figure had merely become much fainter, turning semi-transparent. To have raised it to this extent, that ghost-raising old man is not simple. There was one last needle left. Lu Fei took a deep breath, tightened his grip on the silver needle, and stabbed it towards the little ghost. Bang! Just then, the overhead light suddenly went out. Immediately after, in the darkness, a pair of eerie green eyes flashed quickly. It's a ghost crow. Huzi, be careful. Lu Fei shouted loudly. Fortunately, the two had become accustomed to carrying snake skins these past few days. The ghost crow didn't dare to approach. Grabbing the semi-transparent little ghost with its blood-red claws and lifting it up, Huzi lost his sense of direction in the darkness and could only wave the bagua mirror around randomly. Lu Fei sensed the change in the willow branch whip and immediately tightened his grip. But the ghost crow was also not simple, flapping its wings. A fierce gust of cold wind rushed towards the two of them, taking advantage of Lu Fei's weakened strength. The ghost crow seized the opportunity to escape the willow branch whip with the little ghost, crashing through the door and flying out the window. A faint glow from the streetlight shone in. Lu Fei took out the dog-tooth dagger and threw it forcefully towards the direction of the ghost crow. The dog-tooth hit the crow's wing, causing a few black feathers to fall. The ghost crow tilted its body, letting out 2 strange cries, and quickly flew away with the semi-transparent little ghost. When Huzi ran outside holding the bagua mirror, it had already vanished into the night. Huzi, there's no need to chase. Lu Fei sat down, panting heavily. The pain from the ghost claw wound on his ankle had ceased, replaced by a cold stiffness. This was a symptom of yin energy entering the body, and the wound needed to be treated quickly. Otherwise, if the yin energy affected his internal organs, it would be troublesome. Boss, are you hurt? Huzi looked at his dark wound with great concern. Huzi, go help me get some rice and incense ash. Right away, Huzi put down the bagua mirror and ran into the kitchen, quickly finding rice and incense ash. During his time living in the pawnshop, he had diligently cleaned every day and was quite familiar with the layout. Lu Fei pulled out 2 red threads from the counter to bind his ankle, preventing the yin energy from spreading. When Huzi brought the rice and incense ash, he mixed them together and applied it to the wound. Instantly, black smoke rose, and the rice visibly turned black. Lu Fei changed to a clean batch and repeated the process several times, until the coldness from his ankle gradually dissipated, replaced by sharp pain. When the blood flowing from his ankle turned bright red, Lu Fei finally stopped, sprinkled the specially made golden wound medicine on the wound, and bandaged it up. That old tortoise is too malicious. When he couldn't buy it, he hid and let the little ghost steal it. If he had the ability, he should come out and do it openly. Huzi cursed angrily. Lu Fei wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and let out a long breath, saying, "He is not doing well either. When the little ghost is injured, the ghost-raising person will also suffer backlash." Outside the antique street, in a hidden corner, the old man in the black robe sat cross-legged in the shadows, showing signs of pain as he suddenly spat out a mouthful of black blood. Chapter 57. Special customer in the darkness. The old man clutched his chest, gasping for breath, and took a long time to recover from the pain. The ghost crow placed the now semi-transparent little ghost in front of him. Damn it, he felt another wave of chest pain. After struggling to obtain a piece of sinking wood to refine into his life magic tool, it ended up being stolen by that rebellious disciple and then fell into the hands of the evil department. Any evil object that enters the evil department is not easily retrieved. There were rumors in the martial world that Lu Qingxian was dead. Seeing that the Lu family kid was young and looked like a weak scholar, he thought he could take advantage. Unexpectedly, that kid actually dared to mock him. He had intended to intimidate the kid with his imposing presence, but the kid was surprisingly tough and refused to back down. Ghost-raising people are not skilled in fighting. It is not advantageous to act during the day, so he had to swallow his anger for the time being. He waited for 2 days, and when he saw the kid let down his guard, he quietly sent the little ghost to seek it out in the evil department. As long as he got the sinking wood, refined it into his life magic tool, even if Lu Qingxian found him, he wouldn't be afraid. But he never expected that the little ghost would not only fail to find the sinking wood, but also nearly get killed, suffering heavy backlash himself. I flipped the boat in the sewer. How careless. The old man in the black robe regretted his underestimation. He never thought that the Lu family kid would actually understand the little ghost's weaknesses. It is not easy to refine a green-skinned little ghost. He has poured a lot of effort into it, and even used his own blood to nurture it. They rise and fall together. He has at least lost half of his power, and does not know how many days he will need to recover. This time, he can only admit defeat. There is plenty of time in the future. Lu's boy, you wait for me. A fierce look appeared in the eyes of the old man in black robe as he put away the little ghost. His figure flickered and disappeared into the darkness along with the ghost crow. Pawnshop. Boss, it's all my fault for being too careless. If I had noticed earlier, you wouldn't have been hurt. The yin energy in Lu Fei's body had already been eliminated. Aside from some pain in the wound, there was no major issue. But Huzi felt very guilty. As a shop assistant, he should have noticed the unexpected incident in the shop immediately. He was truly derelict in his duties. It's not your fault. That little ghost was refined by the ghost raiser who cut open the pregnant woman's belly before the fetus was full term. The resentment is immense. And it's extremely fierce. It's difficult for ordinary people to withstand. What a beast. The methods of ghost raisers are utterly cruel. People like that must have black hearts. Huzi gritted his teeth upon hearing this. In fact, the art of ghost raising was originally used to help souls of deceased infants find peace. It was a method of accumulating merit. However, it was later exploited by unscrupulous practitioners, turning it into a malevolent art. Many things and techniques were originally meant for good, but often due to human desires and selfishness, they eventually evolved into means of wrongdoing. Lu Fei shook his head. After dressing his wound, he put his legs down to move around a bit, but he was strangely surprised to find a warm current suddenly emerging from his dantian, flowing toward his ankle. As soon as this warm current touched the wound, the pain immediately lessened. Is this magical power? Lu Fei couldn't help but be stunned. The magical power of practitioners can not only assist in casting spells, but also repair the body. But since he had never practiced, where did this magical power come from? Why hasn't he such a person faced retribution sooner? Instead of confronting directly, they hide in the dark and use underhanded tricks. Huzi was still grumbling, boss. Why don't I just sleep in the shop from today on to keep watch? Lu Fei didn't mind, as he was magnanimous as a boss, but as an assistant, Huzi needed to reflect. No need for that. I was just one needle away from killing that little ghost. The ghost raiser should have suffered backlash. Speaking of this, Lu Fei's heart stirred. Could it be that the magical power in his body was from the ghost raiser? He looked at the last silver needle in the box. Using the needle to pierce the little ghost's life gate would cause the ghostly energy, which is its life force, to dissipate and thus turn to ashes. The little ghost was formed from Yin energy, resentment, and the magical power of the ghost razor. He had been scratched by the little ghost, leading to the ghostly energy entering his body. But because he had timely eliminated the Yin energy within, the magical power was left behind. Lu Fei's heart raced. The probability of such a good thing happening was incredibly low. Because the green-skinned little ghost was fierce and agile, many people could not approach it at all, let alone use a needle. If it really was magical power, then he would have struck it rich this time. Many practitioners in the mystic arts had to work hard and practice for years to gain magical power, yet he obtained it by coincidence. It would be best if that ghost razor suffered backlash and died, so he could never raise little ghosts again and do evil. Huzi was still grumbling. However, Lu Fei's mood improved. Although it was only a guess, just the warm current being able to heal the wound confirmed it was definitely a good thing. But it was too late today. He would think of a way to verify it tomorrow. He closed the door properly. Huzi was reluctant to go back to sleep and insisted on keeping watch. Lu Fei let him be. That night, Lu Fei felt the warm current flowing through his body, as if all his limbs and bones had been cleansed. When he got up in the morning, the wound on his ankle had already scabbed over. He felt refreshed. He couldn't wait to verify it clearly. So he ran to several vegetable markets and finally bought a small bottle of comb blood from a 6-year-old rooster from an old farmer who came to the city to sell vegetables. The evil practitioners could also draw talismans, but their talismans were different from those of the mystic sects. They drew talismans to subdue ghosts. Previously, Lu Fei used his middle finger blood, which not only consumed his body but also took 3 days to draw one, making mass production too low. If he had magical power, he wouldn't need the blood from his middle finger. He could use comb blood and black dog blood instead, and the ghost subduing talisman would still be effective, plus he could draw several at once. He laid out the yellow paper. He dipped a brush in the comb blood, took a deep breath, and started writing. Huzi watched from the side, feeling that his boss seemed a bit different today, but he couldn't quite put his finger on what was different. Lu Fei focused fully, writing carefully stroke by stroke. Success. The ghost subduing talisman took shape smoothly. It worked. Lu Fei was overjoyed and quickly drew another 7 ghost subduing talismans, all of which succeeded. Magical power. Real magical power. He really wanted to thank the ghost razor for giving him such a great gift. Huzi, take this for self-defense. Lu Fei generously gave Huzi 1 ghost subduing talisman and kept the rest. Thank you, boss. Huzi was overjoyed, feeling a sense of security. Although he didn't understand the yin-yang arts, he could still sense that the ghost subduing talismans written by his boss on the yellow paper today were much more powerful than those drawn on his hand before. That's it. He finally realized what was different about his boss today. There was an extraordinary aura about him. No matter the reason, he was determined to stick with Lu Fei as his boss. After finishing up, it was already dark outside. Huzi went to close the shop. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through the entrance for no reason, causing the old wind chime hanging in the corner of the door to sway back and forth, ringing with a crisp sound. The wind chime is ringing. Lu Fei's heart sank. His grandfather had said that the wind chime had no striker inside and would only ring when special guests arrived. This was the first time he had heard the wind chime since opening the shop. Who could it be? He looked up at the door. In the dim light, a headless woman stood quietly in the night. Chapter 58. The night of the dead. The wind had stopped, but the old wind chime continued to ring incessantly. Strange. How come I never noticed this wind chime before? There's no wind, so why is it ringing? Huzi looked at the wind chime with curiosity, but he didn't take it seriously and continued to close the door. Huzi, wait. Lu Fei called out to him. He couldn't close the door yet, as a customer had arrived. Customer? Where? Huzi's eyes widened as he looked outside. The dim street was eerily quiet, with no one in sight. Tonight. It's the night of the dead. Lu Fei took a white candle from the cabinet, lit it, and placed it on the counter. Huzi, turn off the lights. Oh. Huzi was confused but complied. The electric lights went out. The quaint pawnshop instantly became dark. In the yellow candlelight, Lu Fei's face was half illuminated and half shadowed as he gazed toward the door and softly said, "This is the evil pawnshop. If you have something to pawn, please come in." As soon as his voice fell, a gust of cold wind blew into the pawnshop. The sound of the wind chime stopped, and the candlelight instantly turned a ghostly green. Huzi was shocked, his mouth agape, wanting to ask something, but Lu Fei made a shushing gesture to him. He quickly covered his mouth with his hand, nervously looking around. But he saw nothing. However, Lu Fei was looking at the front of the counter, as if a customer were standing there. "May I ask what you would like to pawn?" Lu Fei's earnest inquiry into the air made Huzi feel chills all over. There stood a shadow of a headless woman, drenched in blood. Without a head, naturally, she could not speak. Lu Fei steadied his mind, took out a piece of yellow paper, and pushed it out. Drip, drip. Blood fell onto the yellow paper, forming a crooked blood character. Knife. Lu Fei was startled. This woman's head must have been chopped off. Could it be that she wanted to give me the weapon that killed her? The headless woman knelt down before Lu Fei, as if silently pleading. "Where's the knife?" Drip, drip. Blood fell again, forming 3 characters. Duo Baoxian. Seeing these 3 characters, Huzi felt a tumult in his heart. Duo Baoxian. Isn't that the shop of his former boss? What came in? Lu Fei was also shocked. It seems that the tragedy at Duo Baoxian is not as simple as it appears. There really is a sinister force at work. The headless woman leaned down to Lu Fei and performed a bowing gesture. Alright, I accept. After hesitating for a moment, Lu Fei agreed. The headless woman was overjoyed, bowed 3 times to Lu Fei, and then disappeared after a gust of cold wind. The candlelight returned to a dim yellow color. On the yellow paper, those 4 blood characters were clear and intensely stimulated Huzi's nerves. But Lu Fei did not signal. He did not dare to speak lightly. Huzi, you can turn on the lights now. Fortunately, Lu Fei soon made a move. He hurried to turn on the lights. The light illuminated the entire pawn shop. And Huzi swallowed hard, nervously asking, "Boss, what was that just now?" "Special guest," Lu Fei replied softly. "On certain nights, when the wind chimes ring, it signifies that a special guest has arrived. The evil shop not only deals in the living, but also in the dead. What just came in should be the owner of Duo Baoxian. She wanted to give me a knife." "Knife? What knife?" Huzi had actually guessed it. But he still found it hard to believe. The knife that killed her. Lu Fei took a slight breath. It was also his first night shift, facing a headless ghost. To say he felt no turbulence in his heart would be a lie. A good family was destroyed, so the owner of Duo Baoxian harbors resentment and cannot leave. The knife that killed their family should be no ordinary thing. Huzi was stunned for a moment before saying, "Wasn't she killed by Boss Liang with a kitchen knife?" "The kitchen knife has already been taken by the police as evidence. It shouldn't be that simple. If she and the child were killed by Boss Liang, then with him facing justice, she shouldn't still harbor resentment." Lu Fei pondered. "I suspect the kitchen knife is just the murder weapon, not the root cause. The knife that killed them should be another evil object. Perhaps that evil object influenced Boss Liang, causing him to kill his wife and child while in a confused state. I remember, the antique he received before the incident, wrapped in black cloth, was shaped like a knife." Huzi blurted out. "Then isn't he innocent? We can't draw conclusions before seeing that evil knife." Lu Fei shook his head and glanced at the thick night outside. "Tomorrow we will go to Duo Baoxian." "Good." Huzi nodded heavily, his expression complicated. That night, Lu Fei took a long time to fall asleep, his mind occupied with the tragedy of the Duo Baoxian family. The next day, he got up early and found that Huzi had arrived even earlier. Huzi had dark circles under his eyes, clearly having not slept well all night. After all, it was his former boss's family, so it was normal for him to be concerned. "Let's go, Huzi." Lu Fei patted his shoulder. The two left the pawn shop, had a quick bite to eat, and arrived at the entrance of Duo Baoxian. It had only been half a month since the incident, but the shop looked as if it had been vacant for many years, exuding an eerie desolation. Previously, there had been rumors of ghosts haunting Duo Baoxian. Now it seemed those rumors were not unfounded. The resentment of the wronged would linger at the sight of their death, refusing to leave. Huzi still had the key to Duo Baoxian. As he unlocked the door, his hand trembled slightly, but this time it was not from fear. Creak. The door slowly opened, and a chill mixed with a musty smell rushed out. Huzi was about to step inside when Lu Fei pulled him back. "Wait, let's disperse the death and energy first." Huzi stopped, peeking inside. The shop was dark, the floor and shelves covered in dust. But the antiques on the shelves were neatly arranged. Probably because of the haunting, no one dared to come here to steal anything. After the chill dissipated somewhat, the two entered. A house that had been uninhabited for a long time always felt colder than others. "Let's look around and see if there's a knife. Especially an ancient one." Lu Fei handed Huzi a pair of gloves, instructing him to wear them while searching and not to touch the items directly. The two began to search carefully in Duo Baoxian. They searched the shop thoroughly, finding a few worthless small daggers. Lu Fei checked them, and there was no trace of energy. They were not evil objects. It should be in the back living room. Lu Fei was not surprised. Boss Liang had covered that knife so tightly at the time, fearing others would know about it, so it certainly wouldn't be displayed openly on the shelves. Searching here was to avoid missing anything. The living room was where the tragedy occurred. The image of the heads of the people and the dog neatly placed on the ground still cast a shadow over Huzi. Let's first go to Boss Liang's bedroom. The bloodstains on the floor had dried and darkened, and weeds had grown in the corners of the yard. Lu Fei instructed Huzi to lead the way and pushed open the bedroom door. Chapter 59. Evil Knife. The bedroom was tidier than expected. The furniture was neatly arranged, with no signs of a struggle. If it weren't for the blood-soaked pillows and bedding on the bed, one would hardly guess that a brutal murder had taken place in this room. The police said that the owner's wife and child were beheaded while they were asleep. Their heads were neatly placed outside, while their bodies still lay in the blankets. Huzi averted his gaze, unsure if it was from unwillingness or fear. The murder occurred in the bedroom, so the evil object should also be in the bedroom. If we find it, we can leave. Lu Fei looked around, his gaze landing on a display shelf against the wall. Boss Liang was in the antique business and was also an enthusiast. The shelf held many genuine items. However, there was no knife on it. The two split up in the bedroom, checking drawers and even under the bed and table, thoroughly searching the bedroom. But they found no knives. They then searched other rooms. The children's room, the storeroom, the kitchen, the bathroom. They checked everywhere, but there was no knife with energy. Strange. Could it have been taken by the police as evidence? Huzi looked confused, scratching his head in speculation. Lu Fei pondered. Perhaps that knife is not a knife in the ordinary sense. It seems we need to see Boss Liang. He received that item, and he knows best what it is and where it is placed. Okay, I'll contact him. I still have the police's number. Huzi said. The two left Duo Baoxian. Although it was broad daylight, staying in a haunted house for too long was still uncomfortable. Once outside, Huzi immediately made the call. Boss Liang is currently in custody, and visits need to be scheduled in advance. After much back and forth, the earliest they could arrange was tomorrow. The next day, when the time came, the two of them brought some things over. After their belongings were checked, they finally saw Boss Liang. Lu Fei almost didn't recognize him. Boss Liang was in his 40s, in the prime of his life, a robust middle-aged man with a healthy complexion. Now, he had a head full of white hair, lost a significant amount of weight, and his entire spirit seemed drained, looking old and haggard as if he were in his 60s. His hands were cuffed, and his face was expressionless, as if waiting for death. Boss Liang, Huzi called out to him, pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and handed it to him. A glimmer of light returned to his eyes, and a complex emotion surfaced on his aged face as he hoarsely said, "I can't believe someone still came to see me." "Boss Liang, what happened? Did you encounter something dirty?" Huzi asked sympathetically. "This is Lu, the manager of the evil shop. If it's something dirty, he can help you." Boss Liang looked up at Lu Fei, somewhat surprised, but then weakly said, "It's useless. My wife and children are gone, and they all say I killed them. Do I still deserve to live in this world?" "Boss Liang, don't say that. What if it was something dirty that caused it? You can't take all the blame. We need to uncover the truth. Only then can the boss lady rest in peace," Huzi advised. Boss Liang shook his head in anguish. "No one believes me. Now, I don't even believe myself. Thank you for coming to see me, Huzi, Manager Lu." "Boss Liang, first look at this." Lu Fei took out a piece of yellow paper and placed it in front of Boss Liang. "What?" Boss Liang looked down and saw 4 blood-red characters on it. And he trembled all over, his drooping eyes suddenly widening. This is my wife's handwriting." His lips were quivering. Lu Fei nodded. "That's right. When did she write this? Is this blood? How do you have her handwriting?" Boss Liang was agitated and somewhat incoherent. "Maybe you won't believe it, but she came to the evil shop last night, wanting to give me something." "Last night? How is that possible?" "She clearly." Boss Liang suddenly stood up, drawing the attention of the police. "Boss Liang, calm down and sit down and talk slowly," Lu Fei said calmly. Huzi also nodded at Boss Liang. Boss Liang sat down, but his chest was still heaving violently. Anyone who heard such news couldn't possibly remain calm. He picked up the cigarette that Huzi had lit and took a few deep puffs. "What do you want to do?" "Boss Liang, we want to help you. We really saw the boss lady last night. I saw those words written out with my own eyes." Huzi seriously recounted the events of the previous night. After listening, Boss Liang was stunned, and his eyes turned red. "Her soul is still in Duobao Pavilion? Ghosts linger in the human world usually because of unresolved attachments." Lu Fei said softly, "Those who died an unnatural death carry resentment. She might want to give the knife to the evil shop because that knife harmed you." "Knife?" Boss Liang was shocked, his frail body swaying as if he couldn't accept it. "Did I really harm my whole family?" Just from his reaction, Lu Fei knew he had guessed correctly. In an instant, he seemed to age a lot, his loose skin trembling. He wanted to cry but couldn't. "Boss Liang, since it's something dirty, you can't take all the blame. Where's that knife? Tell Manager Lu, and he can take the knife. And the boss lady can also be freed," Huzi urged compassionately. Boss Liang covered his face, his shoulders shaking, completely crushed by guilt, unable to say a word. Lu Fei sighed. "Boss Liang, what's done is done. It's no use blaming yourself anymore. It's better to do something now to make amends. At least, let them rest in peace, right?" This statement awakened Boss Liang. He clenched his fist, supporting himself to lift his head, his eyes red and swollen. "Manager Lu, I've heard of your evil shop. You specialize in dealing with evil objects." "Yes, then you must have heard of the ghost's head knife." "The ghost's head knife?" Lu Fei was slightly taken aback. "The executioner's knife used for beheading in ancient times? Such knives carry heavy karmic debts, and ordinary people cannot handle them." "I thought I could handle it." Boss Liang forced a smile that was more pain than crying. "Last month, I heard news that a big boss was offering a high price for the ghost's head knife. The price was enough for me to live for 5 years. I inquired everywhere and finally found it in a farmer's house in the countryside. The knife was hanging on the mud wall of the farmer's house, and I recognized at a glance that it was genuine. Such knives are heavy-duty tools, and even if the blade is rusty, it still carries a chilling aura because it has cut off many heads. The farmer didn't know the value of the knife. He just said it was passed down from his ancestors to ward off evil. I didn't spend much money and acquired that ghost's head knife. I thought I could make a fortune, but unexpectedly, it led to the destruction of my family." Chapter 60, The Executioner's Taboo. At this point, it was too late for Boss Liang to regret. On the day I received the ghost's head knife, I contacted that big boss, and he promised to come pick it up in 2 days. I put the knife in a hidden compartment in my bedroom. At first, it was fine. I just sometimes felt a voice in my head, as if someone was talking to me. I couldn't make out what was being said and thought it was just tinnitus, so I didn't pay it much attention. But the next day, the voice got louder, as if it was screaming, it hurts, hurry up and cut." It drove me crazy. From that moment on, I started feeling a bit dazed. And sometimes the images in front of me would blur, seeing a person with a knife approaching me. I was terrified. My intuition told me it was the knife's problem. At this point, Boss Liang couldn't help but slap himself hard. If I hadn't been obsessed with that little money, my family would still be well. I realized the knife was problematic. So I found someone to put some talismans on it, hoping to suppress it until the big boss took it away. I don't know if the talismans worked. The voice would come and go, but at night, when I went to sleep, I suddenly felt a chill on my neck as if a knife was resting there. And I woke up in fright, only to find it was a dream. There was no knife on my neck, but my wife and child were not in bed. I found it strange. My child was old enough not to wake up at night. Where did they go? I got up to check and found them in the kitchen. My wife was holding a knife, trying to cut her neck. I was terrified and rushed over to grab the knife. My wife had incredible strength. It took me a lot of effort to wrestle the knife away from her, and I felt extremely exhausted, so I sat down on a chair to rest. It was clearly night, but somehow it turned into day. Boss Liang tugged at his hair forcefully. Huzi suddenly ran in, saw me, screamed, and ran away. That's when I realized I was covered in blood, and the knife in my hand was also bloody, with my wife and child's heads at my feet. I distinctly remember I was there to grab the knife. I don't understand why it turned out like this. The police all said I was the one who did it. At first, I didn't believe it. My wife and child are my life. How could I? Now it seems whether I did it with my own hands is no longer important. They were all harmed by that knife I brought home. I'm the one who deserves to die. Boss Liang could no longer control himself and began to cry bitterly. Huzi wanted to comfort him, but didn't know how to start. Lu Fei couldn't help, but sigh as well. Evil objects are dangerous when ordinary people encounter them. They can suffer misfortune or illness, and at worst, their families can be destroyed. Visiting hours were over. Manager Lu, please be sure to take that knife. I give you all my possessions, otherwise, I would die and have no face to meet them, the mother and son. Before leaving, Boss Liang deeply bowed to Lu Fei and Huzi. After leaving the detention center, both of them felt a bit complicated. At this point, anything said was unnecessary. The most important thing was to quickly retrieve the knife and let the boss's wife and son rest in peace. Upon returning to the antique street, the two headed straight to Duo Baoxian. It turned out there was a hidden compartment in the bedroom. No wonder they couldn't find it in the room. Inside the hidden compartment was a safe. Huzi used the password given by Boss Liang to open the safe. Aside from some cash and jewelry, there was also a large knife wrapped in black cloth. The knife lay diagonally in the safe, with 3 yellow talismans stuck to it, exuding a chilling aura of death even though it was wrapped in black cloth. This was it. Lu Fei put on gloves and took the knife out. The blade was heavy, cold to the touch. They didn't touch the contents of the safe, restored the hidden compartment, and returned to the evil shop with the knife. The knife wrapped in black cloth lay horizontally on the counter. In fact, most ghost knives, even if they have murderous intent, have been worn down over time. It's rare to see one as fierce as this. Lu Fei's expression was serious. Boss, let me do it, Huzi said, worried that opening the black cloth might be dangerous. It's fine. Lu Fei reached out and began to unwrap the layers of black cloth around the ghost knife. The rusted blade was revealed. The blade was about 1.2 meters long, straight, with the top slanting down, thick on the back and wide on the front. At the ebony handle, a terrifying ghost head was carved. The head had horns and fangs. The center of the blade was already dull, indicating it had severed many heads. This was indeed a genuine ghost knife. Lu Fei narrowed his eyes. A good ghost knife should penetrate with 3 inches, and its blade should cut through iron like mud. It was 3 feet and 7 inches long, capable of severing the 3 souls and 7 spirits, and 6 inches and 7/10 wide, able to cut through 6 desires and 7 emotions. The ebony handle was dark yet glossy. Although this knife was already rusty and no longer capable of cutting iron like mud, and the ebony handle had lost its shine, it was still evident it was a powerful ghost knife. Huzi cautiously looked and said, "Does this knife also have ghostly spirits? I only see energy and murderous intent at the moment." Lu Fei rewrapped the black cloth. There are 2 taboos that executioners cannot touch. First, the execution must take place at noon when the yang energy is at its peak. Otherwise, the vengeful spirits of those killed may come looking for them. Second, the ghost knife cannot sever more than 100 heads. Otherwise, the executioner will suffer a lineage break, and the ghost knife will turn into a cursed blade. However, since this knife was a family heirloom of a farmer, the executioner likely did not suffer a lineage break, and this knife had not severed over 100 heads. So the problem must lie elsewhere. Let us wait a few days to see what is wrong with it. Thinking of Boss Liang's fate, Huzi felt a heaviness in his heart and said, "I'll keep watch, just in case. No need to worry too much. This is the evil shop, and no matter what happens, we have ways to deal with it." Lu Fei patted his shoulder and placed the knife on the shelf behind the counter. That day passed without incident. Lu Fei and Huzi did not hear any strange sounds. At night, the two closed the door and sat in the shop. Huzi occasionally glanced at the dark ghost knife, feeling anxious. Lu Fei was much calmer. After all, it wasn't his first encounter with evil objects. And now he had some magical power, so ordinary evil spirits could not harm him. As night deepened, Lu Fei simply closed his eyes to rest. Huzi dared not slack off, carefully watching the ghost knife's movements. But for some reason, he felt his eyelids getting heavier and heavier, unable to resist dozing off. Suddenly, he heard a child's pitiful cry. A child? Lu Fei opened his eyes abruptly and looked at the ghost knife. The ghost knife lay quietly on the wooden rack without any abnormality. However, the child's crying became clearer, as if it were crying in Lu Fei's mind. Crying out in pain. It hurts, oh it hurts. The voice was extremely sorrowful, making one's heart ache. Where? Lu Fei frowned and scanned the pawn shop, unable to find the source of the crying, but he saw Hu Zi with his eyes closed, hands mimicking a knife-holding posture, chopping at the air. Chapter 61, The Killing Knife. Hu Zi, eyes closed, held an invisible knife with both hands and chopped fiercely at the air, as if he were beheading someone. With each chop, a painful and twisted expression appeared on his face. He kept apologizing, sorry. Lu Fei knew he was being influenced by the ghost knife, but saw that he was temporarily not in danger. So he decided to observe what the ghost knife was making him do. The child's crying continued. Lu Fei was surprised to find that with each chop Hu Zi made, the child's cries grew louder. Ah, it hurts. What was the connection here? Lu Fei stood beside Hu Zi, closely watching this scene. After chopping a few times, Hu Zi's expression became very distressed. Why can't I cut it away? If I can't cut it away, then I'll cut myself. Saying this, he actually made a beheading motion towards himself. Hu Zi. Lu Fei knew he couldn't just stand by any longer and quickly reached out to block him. Unexpectedly, Hu Zi failed to behead himself, and his face suddenly turned grotesque. With his hands still in the knife-holding position, he fiercely swung at Lu Fei. Execution. Although he clearly had no knife in his hands, a sharp murderous intent surged from above towards Lu Fei's neck. At that moment, he resembled an executioner. This murderous intent was no joke. It could truly take Lu Fei's life. Lu Fei dared not block it head-on and dodged to the side just in time. Hu Zi missed with his swing and swung again, his agility turning into a problem as he knocked over tables and chairs. Lu Fei was in a flurry trying to handle the situation, worried that Hu Zi would destroy his shop, so he hurriedly led him to the backyard. As Hu Zi chased after him, he continued making chopping motions. He wasn't moving quickly, and Lu Fei quickly created some distance. But since he couldn't reach Lu Fei, he turned to chop at himself again, looking extremely frightening. Lu Fei quickly circled behind him, took out a talisman, and slapped it against his back. His body stiffened and he froze in place, maintaining his original posture as if he had been hit by a paralysis spell. Immediately after, Lu Fei returned to face him, slapped his forehead hard, and shouted, "Pardon." With a crisp sound, Hu Zi trembled all over, then relaxed his hands and opened his eyes in confusion. "Boss, what happened? Did I fall asleep?" Hu Zi rubbed his eyes, completely unaware of what he had just done. "You were influenced by that knife." Lu Fei recounted the situation to him and asked, "Before you fell asleep, did you hear anything?" Hu Zi was startled and, seeing that both he and Lu Fei were fine, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He recalled, "In a daze, it seemed like a child was talking to me, saying he was in too much pain, and handed me a knife, asking me to chop off his head. I don't know why, but when I heard him cry, my heart softened, and I just wanted to end his suffering quickly, so I tried to chop off his head. But no matter what, I couldn't chop it off. The knife seemed too dull. I feel very sorry for him and just want to chop off my own head to apologize, but someone won't let me do it, which makes me very angry, so I chop him instead." At this point, he couldn't help but feel a wave of fear. "Oh my, this is too eerie. I have no idea how I fell into this trap. It was just the blink of an eye, and that child appeared. If I hadn't woken up in time, wouldn't we have ended up like Boss Liang's family? I estimate it's about the same. Either you chop yourself to death, or you chop me to death." Lu Fei pondered. "I guess the ghost-headed knife is a tool of execution, which is why it craves killing. Those influenced by it will feel an uncontrollable urge to kill. Boss Liang and his wife must have both been affected. Either Boss Liang died, or the boss's wife died, and in the end, even the dog had its head chopped off. It seems that the knife is so brutal that it doesn't spare any living being present. The ghost-headed knife has killed too many people and carries a heavy aura of death. Very few can withstand its influence." Lu Fei wasn't affected, probably because he currently has magical power. Hu Zi glanced over at the shop and felt an additional layer of fear. That knife just quietly sits there. Yet it can make people kill. If it weren't for our boss being so powerful, the consequences would indeed be unimaginable. However, one thing is quite strange. Why is there a child's crying sound? Back in the shop, Lu Fei looked at the dark knife and pondered. The knife hasn't moved at all. It relies solely on that aura of death to influence people. "Hu Zi, what did the child you saw look like?" He remembered that during the time when the antique shop was rumored to be haunted by Duo Baoxian, someone mentioned hearing a child's crying, which might be related to this. But when the crying was heard, Lu Fei didn't notice any spirits, indicating that the child should only be a remnant thought. He couldn't see clearly, but it seemed like the head was crookedly hanging on the neck, as if it were dislocated, on the verge of falling but not quite. Hu Zi shivered. He didn't feel it when he was influenced, but looking back now, it was really terrifying. A dislocated head? This is too bizarre. Lu Fei couldn't quite figure out what was going on. Could it be Boss Liang's son? He didn't know if there had been such young prisoners in ancient times. He only knew that the child killed by this knife recently was the only one. Hu Zi's face changed drastically, and he said, "If you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have thought of it. But now that you mention it, the more I think about it, the more I feel it's Chong Chong. This makes it even stranger. Both the boss's wife and Chong Chong were killed by this knife. So why is Chong Chong a remnant thought while the boss's wife is a ghost?" Hu Zi scratched his head. Could it be because Chong Chong is a child and more fragile? Very likely. A child's spirit isn't as stable. Being killed in such a cruel manner makes it easy for the soul to dissipate, leaving only a trace of remnant thought, repeating the pain of death. Lu Fei sighed. I think I know why the boss's wife wants to become the knife. What mother would want to watch her child suffer every day? Boss, can we help Chong Chong? Hu Zi recalled the image of that child with a dislocated head, and his fear lessened significantly, replaced by more sympathy. As it stands, the ghost-headed knife relies on its aura of death to cause trouble. As long as we can dispel the aura, Chong Chong will be freed. However, we need to prepare some things, and we can only act tomorrow. Although they found a method, the two still didn't dare to let their guard down and stayed highly alert. Hu Zi even took out the anti-ghost talisman to avoid getting influenced again. However, the second half of the night was very calm, and the ghost-headed knife remained quiet and did not cause any more trouble. The eastern sky began to lighten. Hu Zi breathed a long sigh of relief. Lu Fei felt that things seemed to be going too smoothly. Such a brutal knife shouldn't be this quiet. But no matter what, dispelling the aura of death was always the right thing to do. Hu Zi, go buy 4 copper mirrors back. They don't need to be antiques. Just authentic copper mirrors will do. Chapter 62. The time of execution, I'm on it. The two didn't even bother to eat breakfast and began preparing. Fortunately, this was the antique street, and things like copper mirrors were easy to buy. Lu Fei took some incense ash and found a piece of yellow cloth. By the time Hu Zi returned, the sun had risen into the sky. However, the weather was not good today. The sunlight was weak. Lu Fei instructed Hu Zi to lay the yellow cloth in the sunniest spot in the yard. He removed the black cloth from the ghost-headed knife, placed it in the center of the yellow cloth, and sprinkled a circle of incense ash around it. Finally, he positioned the 4 copper mirrors in the east, south, west, and north directions, shining towards the ghost-headed knife. This way, the ghost-headed knife shone like a light bulb. Don't be fooled by the simplicity of the method. It actually has its roots. This is called the 4-yang transforming yin formation. Sunlight is the best way to dispel the aura of death. The time required for dispelling depends on the intensity of the aura. The heavier the aura, the longer it takes. Under the blazing sunlight, wisps of black mist began to rise from the blade. Hu Zi went out to buy breakfast and returned. The two ate while waiting. Perhaps due to not sleeping all night, both felt particularly drowsy at this moment. Thinking it was broad daylight and the ghost-headed knife was being illuminated by sunlight, they relaxed a bit and began to doze off. In a daze, Lu Fei felt the sun shrink. He opened his eyes, initially confused. Has it gotten dark so quickly? Then he was shocked. A thick gray fog enveloped the entire yard, rising up and seemingly blocking the sun, causing the light in the yard to dim. What kind of fog is this? Lu Fei thought it was bad. If the thick fog blocked the sunlight, wouldn't the aura of death on the ghost-headed knife be unable to dissipate? He hurriedly checked the ghost-headed knife. Thankfully, the knife was still there. It had, however, moved. It was originally lying horizontally, but now was at an angle, with some incense ash stuck to the tip. This knife is trying to avoid the sunlight. Lu Fei sprinkled some more incense ash around, but the thick fog lingered, and the sunlight was weak. Almost no black mist was dissipating from the blade. At this moment, Hu Zi also woke up and saw the thick fog in the yard, his face full of shock. In this hot weather, where did this fog come from? And it's a grayish color. He had never seen such fog in his life. Hu Zi, go outside and check the sky. Is there still sunlight? Lu Fei asked. Okay. Hu Zi knew something was wrong and quickly ran outside. In less than 2 minutes, he returned, running and shouting. There's no sunlight outside either. It has turned into a cloudy day. It seems the weather changed, giving this knife an opening. Lu Fei knew that it was impossible to completely eliminate the aura of death from the ghost-headed knife today. This thick fog should be a means for the ghost-headed knife to protect itself. If the sun were strong, this fog would dissipate quickly and wouldn't be able to cover the ghost-headed knife. Unfortunately, the weather was not favorable today. Lu Fei looked at the weather forecast. It seemed the rainy season had arrived, with several days of overcast weather ahead. This couldn't wait. The ghost-headed knife is a massive weapon of destruction. The longer it stays, the greater the danger. He had to think of another way. Lu Fei thought for a moment, went to the kitchen, and got some ginger and vinegar to wipe on the ghost-headed knife. This method can also dispel the aura of death. Some kitchen knives that have killed chickens and ducks will also develop a killing aura after repeated use, becoming inauspicious, and this method can be used to eliminate it. However, this small method has limited effects against a knife of this magnitude. After wiping for a while, the thick fog in the yard slowly dissipated. The sky was filled with dark clouds, and it looked like it was going to rain. Lu Fei re-wrapped the ghost-headed knife, sticking an anti-ghost character on it, which temporarily suppressed it. Before finding a solution, neither of them dared to let their guard down, taking turns sleeping. The morning was relatively calm. When it was Lu Fei's turn to rest at noon, just as he closed his eyes, he heard a wretched scream near his ear. It hurts so much. This time it wasn't a child's voice, but multiple voices, both male and female, mixed together, making Lu Fei extremely irritated. He wanted to give them a knife. When he realized he had this thought, he was startled and understood that the ghostly knife was causing trouble again. But it was broad daylight. Boss, it's happening again. Hu Zi's panicked voice rang out in the courtyard. Sure enough, he heard it too. He held his head in discomfort, feeling like his brain was about to explode from the screams. Without any magical protection, he was easily affected. The power of evil objects couldn't be resisted by willpower alone. Just hold on. Let's go to a crowded place. Lu Fei put the ghostly knife in his room, stuck a talisman on the door to ward off evil, and hurriedly dragged Huzi to the street. The voices in his head gradually quieted down. The two stopped, panting, and looked at the pawn shop at the end of the street. What is going on? The sudden disturbance in broad daylight is much stronger than last night. Lu Fei frowned. Last night, there was only one child's cry. Today, dozens of different voices roared together. Not to mention Huzi. Even if he had magical powers, he would still find it hard to bear. Evil objects usually cause trouble at night. This was the first time he had seen them cause such a ruckus during the day. Huzi looked up at the sky, where fine raindrops were falling, cool against their skin. It's raining, boss. Does it have something to do with the weather? Even if it's cloudy during the day, it's still better than at night. There should be another reason. I didn't expect there to be so much resentment on the knife. It's really strange. The resentment during the day is more than at night. The two waited outside for a while and tentatively returned to the pawn shop, finding that the screams had stopped. The ghostly knife seems to have a time limit on its influence. Could it be related to time? Lu Fei pondered, as if he had thought of something. Nighttime. The two continued to guard the ghostly knife. Around 1 a.m., the child's cries reappeared. This time they were prepared, and both remained calm. Huzi placed a talisman on himself to avoid being affected by the murderous aura of the ghostly knife. They passed the night safely. However, by the next noon, dozens of wretched voices suddenly sounded again. Huzi was on high alert. Lu Fei glanced at the time and smiled. I know what is going on. He took Huzi out of the pawn shop and returned half an hour later. The voices indeed did not sound again. Huzi was confused. Boss, what is going on? The voices come and go. It's because of time. Lu Fei took out the ghostly knife, removed the black cloth, and said precisely, this is a dull knife. The executioner's ghostly knife has 2 blades, one sharp and one dull. The sharp knife can quickly behead a person, allowing the prisoner to suffer less. If the prisoner's family pays some money, the executioner will use the sharp knife. But for those unmonitored prisoners or severe criminals punished by the government, the dull knife is used. A dull knife cannot kill with one blow. The entire execution process is extremely painful for the prisoner, leading to greater resentment after death. Huzi still didn't understand. So what does this have to do with time? Lu Fei said. Think about it. When were prisoners executed in ancient times? Huzi scratched his head and said, the TV often says something about beheading at the 3rd watch of noon. I don't really understand what time that is. The 3rd watch of noon is now 11:45. Think about it. Is that when the voices of resentment appeared today? Lu Fei's eyes brightened. Hey, it really is. Huzi's eyes widened. In ancient times, executions were scheduled for this time because it was when the yang energy was strongest in the day, preventing the executioner from being haunted by ghosts. Lu Fei explained softly. But this is a dull knife. The process of the prisoner's death is too painful. And although the soul dissipates, the resentment remains attached to it. Over time, as the resentment accumulates, it will burst forth at the 3rd watch of noon. Ghosts do not dare to appear during the day, but resentment is unaffected. Huzi then asked, why does Chong Chong appear at night? Because his time of death was at night. However, the murderous aura does not distinguish between day and night, which is why Boss Liang was also affected at night. So that is why? Huzi suddenly understood, showing a happy expression. The boss discovered the pattern of how this knife harms people. Doesn't that mean there's a better way to deal with it? Exactly, there's a very simple way. But we need to find the farmer who sold the knife to Boss Liang. Huzi, could you please make another trip to the detention center? No need to go to the detention center. Boss Liang has a record book with the address and phone number of the supplier. I'll go find it right now. At this moment, Huzi wasn't afraid that Duo Baoxian was a haunted house. He hurriedly ran over, rummaged through Boss Liang's record book, and found the address and phone number of the farmer who sold the knife. Lu Fei immediately called a car. The two braved the light rain and took 3 hours to reach the farmer's home. Lu Fei spent 3,000 yuan to buy 3 drops of blood from the farmer's middle finger and smeared them on the ghostly knife. The farmer didn't know what they were doing, but he was happy to cooperate since he could earn money by just injuring his finger. Thank you, old man. On the way back, Lu Fei held the knife easily. Clearly, the threat of this killing knife had been lifted. Boss, what is the significance of this? Why does smearing blood work? Huzi was confused. This is called bloodline suppression. Think about it. Why was this knife safe when it was with the farmer but caused a tragedy in Boss Liang's hands? It's because the farmer is a descendant of the executioner. His bloodline flows with it. Ghosts and resentful spirits fear those who have killed them, with the bloodline of an executioner suppressing it. They naturally don't dare to cause trouble. The so-called mutual generation and restraint of all things is this principle. After hearing this, Huzi felt his head itching, as if he were gaining knowledge. The principles and taboos of evil objects can truly be described as profound and extensive. It's really true that one learns as long as one lives. Back at the pawnshop, whether at night or during the day, the ghostly knife remained quiet. Lu Fei and Huzi no longer heard any wretched screams. Once the sky cleared, the two placed it in the courtyard, setting up a copper mirror to bask in the sun. In less than half an hour, all the murderous aura dissipated. This evil knife was finally completely subdued. That night, Lu Fei and Huzi took the knife, along with incense, candles, and paper money, into Duo Baoxian. Boss lady, Chong Chong has been freed. Please rest in peace. Lu Fei laid the knife on the ground, lit incense, burned paper, and bowed to the courtyard. Boss lady, I'll burn some extra paper for you. Hoping you and Chong Chong can live better down below. Huzi kept adding paper to the fire, his eyes slightly red. When he was still at Duo Baoxian, the boss lady took good care of him. Although Chong Chong was mischievous and liked to tease him, he was also particularly endearing at times, sharing his beloved lollipops with him. Thankfully, now that the ghostly knife has been subdued, they have done something for them. In the corner of the courtyard, a headless woman's ghost vaguely appeared, deeply bowing to the two before disappearing. This is the business of the dead associated with the evil brand. The dead will offer their belongings to the evil organization, and the evil organization will help them fulfill their wishes. Lu Fei accidentally felt an increase in the warm flow at his dantian. Could it be that receiving gratitude from ghosts can enhance his magical power? He was quite surprised. Taking on this business was purely a moment of weakness. He didn't expect it to bring him such benefits. He wondered when he would meet Yi Dang again. After that, Lu Fei and Huzi visited the detention center once more. Boss Liang, upon learning that his wife and child had finally found peace, was instantly in tears. It seemed that this evil knife had caused a tragedy, but wasn't it also his own greed that harmed his whole family? He wanted to transfer all his assets to Lu Fei, but Lu Fei refused. With the boss lady at rest, the ghost knife belonged to the evil organization, and the business was already settled. He didn't need to take anything else from Boss Liang. However, Boss Liang insisted on giving something. With tears streaming down his face, he said, I used to be solely focused on making more money. For the sake of money, I even engaged in unscrupulous business. When the farmers told me that their ancestors had instructed that knife could only stay at home to ward off evil and should not be sold, I didn't believe it. I forced the farmers to sell it to me for that little bit of money, and in the end, it harmed my entire family. Now it's too late to say anything. I just want to go down and atone for my wife and child. This money is useless to me. I truly appreciate you and hope you won't despise it. But Lu Fei genuinely could not accept it. Boss Liang then suggested giving it to Huzi, who hesitated for a moment but also declined. In the end, Lu Fei proposed that he donate it to those in need, which could also be considered as accumulating virtue and doing good, hoping that in the next life, their family would be safe and sound. After leaving the detention center, Huzi seemed to have shed a heavy burden, his steps much lighter. Boss, I want to drink today. Drink. Let's drink together. Back in the city, the two found a large roadside stall near the antique street, ordered some snacks, and sat down to eat and drink slowly. It was raining outside. There were not many people in the stall, and the TV was playing news about missing persons. Huzi, Boss Liang must have made a lot of money over the years, right? After taking a sip of wine, Lu Fei looked at Huzi and asked with a smile. I don't know the exact figure, but it must be over $1 million. Huzi replied. That's not a small sum. Don't you regret not taking the money? Lu Fei asked. Boss, to be honest, I really do regret it now. I'm not afraid to admit it. In my life, I've never seen so much money, Huzi said with a self-deprecating smile. But if I had accepted it, I feel like I wouldn't be able to sleep for the rest of my life. I, Huzi, want to make money. But I also hope that this money is earned through my own ability, not by taking advantage of a family that has lost everything. They drank without further discussion, enjoying their meal together. After returning, Lu Fei kept a good account and locked the ghost knife in the storage room. After removing the killing aura and resentment, this knife could no longer harm anyone and had transformed into a talisman that could be used to ward off evil. Some big collectors of antiques like to buy such a knife to place in their antique rooms. Antiques often carry heavy energy, and collecting too many can lead to incidents. Having such a knife can dispel evil and ensure safety. The day after Lu Fei secured the knife, a mysterious man wearing sunglasses came to his door. He immediately asked to buy the ghost knife. Lu Fei was taken aback. The matter of the ghost knife was known only to him, Huzi, and Boss Liang. He had never told anyone else, not even Lu Fuguwei. How did this sunglasses man find out? Could it be that he had been watching him, or perhaps monitoring Duo Baoxian? Lu Fei suddenly recalled that he had been followed a few days ago, wondering if the two matters were related. I'm sorry, I don't have the knife you mentioned. Lu Fei directly refused. He didn't like dealing with such unclear individuals. Manager Lu, don't be in a hurry to refuse. Take a look at this first. The sunglasses man took out a check and placed it on the counter, wearing a confident smile. No need to look. If I don't have it, I don't have it. Lu Fei replied politely with a smile. The man's smile faltered, and the look in his eyes behind the sunglasses seemed to change. He then took out another check and placed it on the counter. Manager Lu, are you really not going to take a look? No need to look, Lu Fei said, not glancing at it. Huzi couldn't help but sneak a glance at the check. He didn't see it clearly but felt there were many more zeros. Manager Lu, are you sure? Besides my boss, no one can offer this price. The sunglasses man seemed somewhat incredulous. I'm sure, Lu Fei found it a bit amusing. Just because the price is high means you have to buy it? What do you take the evil organization for? I hope you won't regret it. The sunglasses man frowned, his expression darkening. After looking at Lu Fei for a moment, he coldly picked up the 2 checks from the table and left. Once he was gone, Huzi immediately exclaimed, Boss, that knife is worth so much. He offered so many zeros, but you didn't sell. It's not about the price. It's about the fact that this person is of unknown origin. We just got the knife. How did he find out? Lu Fei replied. Right. Huzi smacked his forehead, just now realizing he had been so curious about the amount on the check that he forgot about this. I guarantee my mouth is tight. I absolutely won't let anything slip that you haven't told me. I didn't doubt you. Boss Liang is locked up, so he couldn't have said anything. How did that person find out? Therefore, we can't sell it to him. The evil organization's items 1T have trouble selling. There's no need to seek trouble for a little money. Huzi understood. He felt that the sunglasses man was not someone simple. Worried that if the man couldn't buy what he wanted, he might come looking for trouble, so he carefully stood guard at the entrance. Fortunately, that guy didn't come back. Instead, Lu Fuguei came bouncing over. Little Lu, today is the day that Director Su is treating us to dinner. So you must keep your schedule free tonight. Excited, Lu Fuguei's face shook with glee at the thought of dining with the Su family. Sure, I can go tonight. Lu Fei replied, glancing at him and noticing his face seemed a bit dark. He asked curiously, Uncle Fuguei, why do you look a bit haggard these days? Have you lost weight? Lost weight? I don't think so. Lu Fuguei looked down at his big belly. Your complexion doesn't look good. It seems a bit frail. Lu Fei observed. Lu Fuguei was still as fat as ever, but he had an appearance of being bloated without energy, as if his vitality had been drained. Maybe I've been too busy lately, Lu Fuguei chuckled. I recently met a kindred spirit, and she insists on talking to me every night. I can't avoid it. Huzi exclaimed. Goodness. Every night. Old Lu, can your old body handle it? Old but strong, you know? Lu Fuguei shot him a glance. You Lu are amazing. You can go all night without stopping. Really? I don't believe it. Huzi scoffed. Let us compare now and see who can last longer. Lu Fuguei was frustrated. All right. Let us compare. They were about to pull back their sleeves to compete. Lu Fei, speechless, waved his hand and said, Uncle Fuguei, take it easy. When a person's body is weak, their yang energy diminishes. When yang energy is weak, it's easy to encounter dirty things. He felt that Lu Fuguei was not quite right, but he couldn't pinpoint the issue, so he could only remind him. Lu Fuguei laughed. I'm a person who cherishes the fragrant and precious. If someone is too enthusiastic, I can't bring myself to hurt their feelings. But with little Lu's concern, I will definitely pay attention. The afternoon passed quickly with laughter and conversation. Lu Fei noticed that apart from Lu Fuguei's dark complexion, there was nothing wrong, so he didn't think much of it. It was still not dark when the Su family's car arrived, taking the three of them to a high-end club. Su Liguo was in high spirits, waiting at the door of the private room with his two children. Manager Lu, you finally arrived. Please come in. Everyone took their seats one by one. Su Mingxuan's complexion had improved a lot compared to before. The signs of overindulgence had eased, but he looked sullen, as if he were very unhappy. Next to Su Liguo sat a pretty girl in her 20s, with dyed red hair and a very fashionable outfit, looking at Lu Fei with a skeptical gaze. She was Su Liguo's daughter, Su Ningxue. Manager Lu is our family's lifesaver. Ningxue, Mingxian, you two come and toast Manager Lu. Su Mingxian immediately raised his glass, showing a grateful smile to Lu Fei. His father was very angry about the last incident. If it weren't for the meal with Lu Fei today, his father might not even acknowledge him, so he had to take this opportunity to perform well. However, Su Ningxue questioned, Dad, what lifesaver? Aren't you being too serious? Shouldn't the improvement of our family's health be credited to the doctors? Ningxue, you're still young and don't understand that some things in this world can't rely solely on medical science. Su Liguo explained indulgently to his daughter. Not only has your grandmother and mother's health improved, but you also got your life back. All thanks to Manager Lu. Our Su family values gratitude. Although Su Ningxue was half convinced, she still raised her glass to toast at her father's request. After drinking and exchanging pleasantries, Su Liguo smiled and said, Manager Lu, to be honest, besides thanking you, I also want to buy a few protective talismans or similar items. Protective talismans? I have a few that I drew myself. If Su Dong likes them, you can take them. Lu Fei took out 3 ghost-repelling talismans. Su Liguo took one look and felt a reassuring power emanating from it. Thank you, Manager Lu, but how can we take your things for free? He instructed his secretary to transfer money to Lu Fei immediately. Lu Fei didn't know how much the other party transferred, nor did he care. They were just talismans he had drawn casually, and he could draw several every day now. Su Ningxue curiously picked up a ghost-repelling talisman, looked at it, and frowned. What kind of ghost talisman is this? Does it really work? Su Liguo immediately shot her a glare and pretended to be angry. Ningxue, how can you speak like that? Quickly apologized to Manager Lu. Dad, Su Ningxue pouted, feeling wronged. Lu Fei waved his hand, saying, It's fine. Su Dong, don't make it difficult for Miss Su. This is called a ghost-repelling talisman. Most people don't recognize it. It has certain effects in warding off evil and bringing good fortune, and carrying it can ensure safety. At this moment, his phone dinged. It was a message from Xiao. Manager Lu, there's news about old Master Lu. Lu Fei's expression changed instantly, and he stood up from his chair. After waiting so long, there was finally news. Sorry, Su Dong. I have urgent business to attend to. Please excuse me. Tiger quickly put down his chopsticks and stood up as well. Lu Fuguei looked puzzled and said, Little Lu, what urgent matter could be more important than dining with Su Dong? Sorry, I have to go. Lu Fei nodded at Su Liguo, not having time to explain, and hurriedly left. No matter how big the matter was, it couldn't compare to news about his grandfather. Chapter 65. The sheepskin map. Lu Fei and Tiger left suddenly, leaving everyone in the private room bewildered, especially Lu Fugui, who was enjoying his meal. Manager Lu left in such a hurry. It must be something important. Su Ligua said understandingly. Boss Lu, I've prepared many gifts. Please take Manager Lu's share back with you. Su Dong is too polite, Lu Fugui said happily, engaging in conversation with Su Ligua. Su Ligua also chatted with him graciously for a while. However, with Lu Fei, the main guest, gone, the meal ended prematurely. Lu Fugui sat among the expensive gifts in the car, humming a tune on his way home. On the way, his phone rang. Seeing the number on the screen, Lu Fugui immediately beamed with joy. Xiaomei, are you missing your brother again? Haha, don't worry, I'm on my way. Saying this, he had the driver turn the car around, heading to another address. On the other side, Lu Fei and Tiger took a taxi to an old street according to Xie Yao's address. Manager Lu, this way. Under the streetlight, Xie Yao stood tall in a pure white long dress. She was watching the passing cars and waved happily when she saw Lu Fei. Lu Fei hurriedly crossed the road and asked anxiously, Miss Xie, where's my grandfather? I'm sorry, I only found out the places old Master Lu used to go. Xie Yao understood Lu Fei's feelings and wasted no time, immediately leading them to the second floor of a nearby building. It was a small office with a sign that read Conscience Detective Agency. As soon as Lu Fei and Tiger entered, they smelled a strong odor of smoke. The office was quite messy, with a sofa and coffee table for receiving guests near the door, and a large computer desk piled high with documents against the wall. Lianggu, Manager Lu is here, Xie Yao said as she walked to the desk. A man with disheveled hair resembling a bird's nest looked up from behind the computer screen, glanced at Lu Fei, then stood up, took out a file bag, and walked out. Hello, you are the owner of the Xieji Pawnshop? That's right, I'm Lu Fei. Are you the detective? Have you found news about my grandfather? Lu Fei nodded, feeling that the other party was looking at him with a strange gaze. This man had a stubbly chin, hair that hadn't been cut in a long time, eyes that looked like they hadn't woken up, and a cigarette in his mouth. Is a person who looks this unkempt reliable? Just call me Lianggu. Your grandfather, Lu Qingxian, left the pawnshop 3 years ago. Fortunately, he quickly looked away and handed the file bag to Lu Fei. His purpose was probably to retrieve something you might call an evil object. Clearly, he had investigated the background of the Xieji Pawnshop and knew what it was about. Manager Lu, please sit down and take your time to look. He's my cousin. Don't be fooled by his scruffy appearance. He used to be a police officer and is very professional in investigations. Xie Yao smiled at Lu Fei and turned to pour water. Lu Fei nodded and sat on an obviously secondhand old sofa, eagerly opening the file bag, which contained only a few thin pages. It recorded the places his grandfather had once visited. Tiger stood behind him like a bodyguard. Lu Fei carefully flipped through the materials. 3 years ago, after your grandfather left the pawnshop, he first went to a place called Sanwei Tea House. Lianggu took a puff of smoke and began to speak. I've investigated this tea house. It's a gathering place for people from the Xianmin Jianghu, where information is exchanged and ordinary people can't get in at all. After that, your grandfather went to Tianlong Auction House. This was the last place he was seen. After leaving the auction house, there were no further leads. Lu Fei raised his head from the thin documents, murmuring the names of these two places. Sanwei Tea House, Tianlong Auction House. What evil object was my grandfather trying to retrieve? Although the clues were few, they were crucial. Moreover, this was all from 3 years ago. Lu Fei had searched himself, but found not a single clue. This Liang Ji's ability was impressive. Based on the characteristics of these two places, I speculate that your grandfather first went to Sanwei Tea House to gather clues. And after obtaining information, he went to Tianlong Auction House. However, he probably didn't manage to bid on what he wanted. Liang lit another cigarette and said slowly, on the day your grandfather went to the auction house, a piece of auctioned item went missing. Lu Fei stared at him intently. What was it? An ancient sheepskin map. Liang shook off the ash from his cigarette, his eyes narrowing. But only the owner of the auction house knows what exactly is recorded on that map. Furthermore, after the map went missing, he ordered the deletion of all records related to the map and forbade anyone from mentioning it. I only managed to investigate this after some effort. Lu Fei remained silent for a while before saying, could it be that my grandfather obtained this map and went to the place marked on it? That possibility cannot be ruled out. Liang looked at Lu Fei. But to be frank, the golden time for searching for a missing person is 72 hours, and your grandfather has been missing for 3 years. The hope of him being alive is very slim. I understand, but I believe my grandfather is not dead. Lu Fei clenched his fists. Xie Yao also said, Old Master Lu is not an ordinary person. I believe he will have divine protection. Liang glanced at her, then turned back to Lu Fei. There's another piece of information I think should be told to you. Manager Lu, please speak. Lu Fei adjusted his emotions and looked up. While I was investigating the clues about the sheepskin map, I inadvertently discovered that this map had appeared once before, 20 years ago, in the same year. Liang paused, his tone softening. Your parents died in an accident. What? Lu Fei felt as if his mind had exploded. And he was completely stunned. Is my parents' accident also related to the sheepskin map? There is no evidence, just a coincidence in timing, so I cannot make irresponsible conclusions. Liang said cautiously. Lu Fei was silent for a while, his teeth clenching tighter. There is no way this is just a coincidence. It must be. That's why my grandfather suddenly left to find this sheepskin map. His grandfather had always been a calm and composed man, able to handle any situation with ease. But in the 2 days before his disappearance, he had always looked troubled. Something that could make him so anxious to drop everything and leave with Lu Fei must have been extremely important. Lu Fei was still young when his parents passed away. And after that, his grandfather never mentioned the cause of their death, so Lu Fei did not know how his grandfather felt at that time. But for a father, what could be more painful than losing a child? Huzi looked at Lu Fei in surprise, feeling a bit uncomfortable. He had always thought Lu Fei was a pampered young master, but unexpectedly, he had lost both parents at a young age. Now, his grandfather was also missing. Manager Lu. Xia Yao couldn't help but reach out her fair hand to comfort Lu Fei, but after a pause, she withdrew it. I'm fine. Lu Fei took a deep breath, his gaze chilling. Liang, may I ask who the owner of Tianlong Auction House is? Chapter 66, The Flayed Evil Object. Tianlong Auction House is a business of the Shangwan family, and the manager is Wan Chunhui. Liang Ji's response was as concise as the information he provided. Thank you. Lu Fei remembered the name and carefully put away the few thin pages of information. This was the only clue his grandfather had left in 3 years. May I ask how much the investigation fee is? Well, before Liang could speak, Xia Yao interjected, no need, I've already paid. I said I would help manager Lu find the old master, so I should fulfill my promise. Lu Fei said, this is my own matter. How can I let Miss Xie spend money? It's what I should do. Xia Yao insisted, it was wrong of me to hide the news of my grandfather's passing. You must give me a chance to make it up. Her fair face was full of determination. Besides, Liang is one of us. A little money isn't a big deal. Indeed, girls grow up and start to turn their elbows outward, Liang said with a wry smile. No need to pay. Manager Lu, just help me with one thing. What kind of help? Lu Fei was curious about how he could assist a private detective. Not long ago, there was a tragic case on Antique Street. The owner of an antique shop suddenly went crazy and killed his wife and child. The pawn shop with the evil label is on Antique Street. You should know about this case, Liang said. I know, Lu Fei nodded. According to police investigations, the owner of the antique shop had no conflicts with his wife. They were usually very loving. Moreover, his financial situation was good, so there was no motive for killing his wife for insurance money. Furthermore, he used such a blatant and brutal method to kill his wife, showing no signs of covering up his crime. The strangest thing is that despite all the evidence being irrefutable, he claimed that his wife and child had not been killed by him, but had committed suicide instead. Why did he come up with such an absurd reason to shirk responsibility? Or was there something else behind the deaths of his wife and child? Lu Fei knew the truth of this case, but he didn't understand why Liang was asking him these questions. But just a few days ago, he suddenly confessed and requested to be executed quickly. As if he suddenly came to a realization, Liang continued. The change was so drastic that it's hard not to suspect something is wrong. I learned that 2 people went to see him in the meantime. After saying this, Liang looked at Lu Fei with a scrutinizing gaze. Lu Fei exchanged glances with Huzi and said, that's right, it was us. Huzi was originally Liang's boss's assistant, and it was reasonable for him to visit after the incident. Could it be that he was secretly investigating Liang's case, resulting in the leak of information about their knife collection? Liang, what do you mean by this? You don't suspect Manager Lu is connected to this case, do you? Manager Lu is not that kind of person. Xia Yao glared at her cousin, clearly displeased. Yao, don't misunderstand. Seeing his sister defend the other person so fiercely, Liang looked helpless and explained, I brought this up with Manager Lu because I once encountered a similarly bizarre case. And to this day, I haven't uncovered the truth. He took a deep drag from his cigarette, a conflicted expression appearing on his face. I was a staunch atheist. But because of this case, my beliefs began to waver. That case also happened on Antique Street. Lu Fei couldn't help but ask, what case? 7 years ago, a shop owner on Antique Street was skinned alive and bled to death in his home. Liang squinted. At that time, I had not yet left the police force, and I was the one who took over this case. The bloodiness of the scene is still fresh in my memory. Such a heinous case was taken very seriously by the team. However, in the end, we were all dumbfounded. All evidence pointed to the fact that the murderer was the deceased himself. In other words, he had skinned himself alive. All the murder weapons, traces, and even the autopsy report confirmed this. But strangely, his skin could not be found at the scene. We investigated for a long time without any leads. And in the end, this case could only be concluded as suicide. I often wonder, what is the limit of human pain? What kind of person could do such a thing, to skin every inch of their own skin while still alive? The autopsy report proved that he had not injected any anesthetic. Liang exhaled deeply. Even after 7 years, after leaving the police force, he still couldn't forget the impact this case had on him. Lu Fei and Huzi gasped in shock. Ordinary people would grimace for a long time even if they just had a tiny cut on their finger, let alone actually skinning themselves. Xia Yao's face turned pale as she rubbed her delicate arms like jade. She leaned closer to Lu Fei. Suddenly, Lu Fei remembered that when something happened to Boss Liang, someone mentioned the skinning case on the Antique Street. He asked, Liang, do you think there's something more to this case? Although all the evidence indicated that the deceased committed suicide, he wrote the word save on the ground before his death, which might imply a plea for help, contradicting his act of suicide. Liang Ge lit another cigarette to calm his emotions. Moreover, the skin that was removed mysteriously disappeared, raising many questions. I always feel that he didn't willingly commit suicide but was forced to do so. However, I can't find any evidence, and everyone says I'm overthinking it. Maybe the deceased had serious mental health issues, which led to such extreme self-harm. He chuckled self-deprecatingly, perhaps due to sleepless nights after the case was closed. I often dreamt of a bloody person without skin. So, I investigated many old cases and unexpectedly made a discovery, finding 2 similar cases of skinning suicides. Although the locations and times of death were different, and the deceased had no connection to each other, the method of death was the same. They all skinned themselves alive. Furthermore, the removed skin also vanished. Most importantly, each case was 7 years apart. Liang Ge's disheveled hair framed his eyes, which suddenly became sharp as if they had just woken up. Identical methods of death and such a regular interval between them couldn't be mere coincidence. I suspect there's an unseen killer operating beyond common reason. Hearing about such a bloody and bizarre case sent shivers down the spines of everyone present. If his speculation is true, then this killer is truly terrifying. Lu Fei asked, "Are you worried that the skinning case will happen again?" "That's right. This year marks the 7th year." Liang Ge took a deep breath. "If this killer isn't caught, there will definitely be another victim." Lu Fei swallowed hard and asked, "What exactly is this killer?" Chapter 67 Tianlong Auction House. I haven't found out yet. All of this is just my personal speculation. Under the light. Liang Ge's expression showed some discouragement. Although I left the police force for certain reasons and no longer investigate cases, this case has always been on my mind. I've heard that a strange tragedy occurred on the antique street recently, so I paid attention to it. Although one case was a suicide and the other was a murder, they shared a similarity. Both involved actions that defied logic and were unfathomably horrific. As he spoke, his scrutinizing gaze fell on Lu Fei. "Manager Lu, since you were able to suddenly put Boss Liang at ease, I think you should help him find the real killer." Lu Fei couldn't help but re-evaluate this scruffy man. Just from visiting Boss Liang with Huzi, he managed to uncover so much. His investigative skills are indeed extraordinary. Xia Yao genuinely wanted to help him find his grandfather. Since that's the case, there's no need to hide anything, as long as the other party has no connection to the sunglass-wearing man who bought the knife. "I think I've found it," Lu Fei said. "What is it?" Liang Ge stared intently at Lu Fei. Xia Yao was also very curious. Lu Fei replied, "An unclean knife." "An unclean knife? Is it the evil item mentioned by your pawnshop?" Liang Ge's eyes widened, eagerly awaiting Lu Fei's answer. There were rumors on the antique street that before the incident, Boss Liang had acquired a mysterious antique. That's right, it was an executioner's beheading knife from ancient times. It carries a heavy curse. Only descendants of the executioner can control it. Anyone else who possesses this knife will be influenced and have thoughts of killing. On the surface, it's just a knife, but in reality, it represents Boss Liang's greed. If he hadn't been greedy and ignored the farmer's refusal to buy that knife, the subsequent tragedy wouldn't have occurred. The victim of the skinning case must have been the same. Liang Ge's hand holding the cigarette trembled slightly, filled with the excitement of having a long-held suspicion finally confirmed. "Manager Lu, I want to ask for your help in finding this killer. But the problem is, I know nothing about that killer, and I can't guarantee I can be of help," Lu Fei replied cautiously. If it truly is an evil item that could drive someone to skin themselves, just thinking about it is already a huge pressure. Moreover, all of this is just Liang Ge's speculation. It may not necessarily be caused by an evil item. I will restart the investigation, re-examine the files of several cases, and not overlook any similar items or clues at the crime scenes. Liang Ge's eyes seemed to ignite with hope. "Manager Lu, although I have taken off my police uniform, I don't want to see anyone harmed because of a case I failed to investigate. This is something no police officer can accept." Looking into his eyes, Lu Fei couldn't help but be moved by his determination and nodded. "If it is an evil item causing this, I will definitely help." "Great." Liang Ge broke into a big smile, looking as happy as a child in his 30s. As thanks, he volunteered to continue searching for news about Lu Fei's grandfather, and assured Lu Fei that he would do his utmost to help whenever needed. After spending some time together, Lu Fei found himself quite fond of this seemingly scruffy yet righteous older brother. They exchanged contact information and were about to leave. "Manager Lu, let me give you a ride," Xia Yao offered as she drove her car over. The understated Mercedes was filled with a faint scent of perfume. Huzi, being considerate, sat in the back seat, closed his eyes, and pretended to doze off. Liang Ge was 10 years older than me, in my memory. He had always been a sunny and righteous big brother. It was no surprise when he grew up to become a police officer. But later, for reasons unknown, he suddenly left the police force. When we asked him, he wouldn't say a word and ran off to open a detective agency in the old street. Although he seemed quite disheveled now, he was still as trustworthy as before. Xia Yao was happy to have helped Lu Fei, and her guilt had lessened considerably. "Thanks for your help," Lu Fei smiled at her. "No need to be polite. It's what I should do," Xia Yao smiled brightly. But when she saw Lu Fei's lack of enthusiasm, thinking of his grandfather and parents, her heart sank. She gently said, "Manager Lu, your grandfather is no ordinary person. I believe he won't easily come to harm. One day you'll find him." Lu Fei felt her kindness and nodded gratefully. Xia Yao was a pretty good person. Maybe they could become friends. Back at the antique street that night, Lu Fei couldn't sleep. Under the desk lamp, he repeatedly read the few thin pages of information. He should have been very happy to finally find a clue about his grandfather. But the thought that his parents' deaths might not have been an accident made it impossible for him to feel joy. If it weren't so late, he would have rushed to Tianlong auction house to clarify everything immediately. What did the sheepskin map record? Was it related to his parents' deaths? Did his grandfather go to the place mentioned in the records? There were too many questions. His mind was a jumble, and he lay awake with his eyes open until dawn. The next day, as soon as Tianlong auction house opened, Lu Fei and Huzi walked in. At this moment, there were no customers. The two receptionists were quietly gossiping behind the reception desk. Xiaoyang, have you heard about that new thing at the company? What's wrong? I heard that everyone who has seen it goes crazy. Lingling has seen it. She hasn't come to work for several days. It can't be true. Don't talk nonsense. If Manager 1 hears us, we'll get scolded. With something like this happening at the company, it's making everyone anxious, and we're not even allowed to talk about it? Keep your voice down. A guest is coming. At this moment, Lu Fei walked to the front desk and asked, "Hello, is Manager Wan Xunwei here?" "You're looking for Manager Wan." The front desk girl, dressed in a neat uniform and wearing light makeup, looked very pretty. One of them smiled politely and asked, "Do you have something to auction?" "No, I just want to consult Manager Wan about an auction item. Could you please inform him?" Lu Fei suppressed his anxiousness and said politely, "We list the auction items every month, so there's no need to ask Manager Wan. I'll get the information for you right away," the front desk girl said as she went to get the documents. "Sorry, the auction item I want to consult about isn't recent. It's not on the list. Only Manager Wan knows about it." Seeing that Lu Fei was so serious, the girl probably thought the item he wanted to inquire about was very valuable. "Is that so? Then please wait for a moment in the lounge. I'll notify you when Manager Wan arrives." She led them into the lounge and even poured tea for them. "Thank you." Sitting down, Lu Fei started to observe the environment of Tianlong auction house. Luxurious and elegant goes without saying. But Lu Fei noticed a certain direction in the auction house where black mist was spreading. This black mist is invisible to most people, appearing hazy like thin fog. Staff members were coming in and out of the auction house, and some were unaware that they had black mist on them. This is a sinister aura. Once a person is touched by it, their fortune will decline, making them prone to bad luck or illness. Lu Fei couldn't help but wonder, is there something unclean in the auction house? This girl is really nice, beautiful and kind-hearted. Unlike some receptionists in other places who look down on you if your clothes are not good enough. The front desk girl had walked far away, and Huzi was still watching her figure. The employees here have seen a lot and won't judge people by their appearance. The auction house deals with valuable items, so the people coming here are naturally either rich or noble, and many wealthy people are quite low-key. Lu Fei stood up and looked toward the direction where the black mist was spreading. But there was a door there, marked with a sign saying staff only. No entry for customers. With such strong sinister energy, don't the people in the auction house feel it? Lu Fei was puzzled, but since it wasn't his concern, he returned to the lounge. After waiting for about half an hour, the front desk girl led a middle-aged man in a suit over. "Hello, I'm Wan Xunwei, the manager of this auction house. What can I help you with?" The middle-aged man extended his hand enthusiastically. He had a smile on his face, but it was clearly just polite. Lu Fei stood up, shook his hand, and said, "Hello, Manager Wan. I want to ask about an ancient map." As soon as he finished speaking, he felt the middle-aged man's hand pause for a moment. A hint of surprise flashed across Wan Xunwei's face. He discreetly assessed Lu Fei but still maintained his smile and asked, "What map are you inquiring about?" "An animal skin map that appeared in your auction house 3 years ago," Lu Fei said, looking at him. "Sorry, you might be mistaken. Our auction house has never had an animal skin map," Wan Xunwei said, waving his hand with a smile. "If you're interested, I can arrange for someone to show you other collections." Saying this, he arranged for the front desk girl to take them to the exhibition hall while he turned to leave. Lu Fei hurried to catch up with him and said, "Manager Wan, 3 years ago, my grandfather visited Tianlong auction house, and I believe he also inquired about this map." Wan Xunwei paused slightly and asked, "Your grandfather is?" "Lu Qingxian." Wan Xunwei's steps halted, and a look crossed his face that was hard to decipher. "Are you from the Xie family?" "That's right. My name is Lu Fei, and I am the current head of the Xie family." Wan Xunwei's attitude changed subtly. He looked at Lu Fei and gestured for him to follow. "So, you are the young Master Lu? My apologies, please come to my office to talk." In the office, the front desk girl poured tea and then left the room. "Young Master Lu, you are the descendant of old Master Lu. I won tea beat around the bush. Tianlong auction house really does not have an animal skin map." Wan Xunwei said, spreading his hands. "I know, that map has been missing since 3 years ago. I'm not here to buy the map. I just want to ask some questions," Lu Fei said sincerely. "Oh," Wan Xunwei raised an eyebrow. "I want to know what is recorded on the map. I'm sorry, but this involves the secrets of the map. I'm just the manager of this auction house and have no authority to disclose that," Wan Xunwei said, shaking his head with a bitter smile. "Manager Wan, name a price or a condition," Lu Fei said directly. He couldn't miss this opportunity to find his grandfather. Wan Xunwei hesitated for a moment and said, "I need to consult the boss. Please wait a moment." Saying this, he walked to the window and made a phone call in a low voice. Although he couldn't hear what he was saying, his tone and demeanor were very respectful. After a while, he returned and smiled. "Young Master Lu, My boss said he can tell you the information recorded on the map. However, there is a condition. Please say. Lu Fei immediately replied. Our auction house has recently encountered some troubles. If young Master Lu can solve this, my boss will tell you the information on the map. What troubles? Apart from helping customers auction their collections, our Tianlong auction house also collects some valuable treasures for auction. Recently, we received a very special ancient painting. And ever since that painting was brought into the auction house, we have been facing frequent problems. Wan Chunhui revealed a trace of distress. As the manager of the auction house, he bore the greatest responsibility when something went wrong. Are you saying that painting is an evil object? Lu Fei guessed that this matter should be related to the black mist he saw earlier. We don't know what it is. The CF family is an expert in this area, so we ask young Master Lu to help us take a look. Sure, there's no time like the present. Let's do it now. Lu Fei agreed readily. That painting is currently kept separately. Please follow me. Wan Chunhui made a gesture of invitation, showing great respect towards Lu Fei as he led them out of the office, through several corridors, and into a storage room. He turned on the lights and walked to a transparent glass cabinet. This is the painting. Inside the rectangular cabinet lay a rolled-up ancient painting. Dense black mist emanated from the scroll, spreading outwards. What a strong, sinister aura. Lu Fei's eyebrows twitched. Young Master Lu, before opening this painting, I must remind you not to look at it for too long, Wan Chunhui said earnestly. I understand, Lu Fei nodded, becoming even more curious about the painting. Wan Chunhui opened the glass cabinet and carefully and quickly unfolded the ancient painting. More black mist wafted out. Huzi, don't look too much, Lu Fei reminded Huzi, feeling that this painting was extraordinary, while he activated his internal power and moved closer. But the more he did this, the more curious Huzi became. Unable to resist taking a glance. The content of the painting was strange. It wasn't a landscape or flower and bird painting, nor was it a portrait of ladies, but a wedding procession. This group of people was playing music and carrying a bridal sedan chair, moving forward towards a high courtyard that was faintly visible. This painting was acquired by the boss unintentionally, and there is no signature, so the author and dynasty are unknown. However, judging by the craftsmanship of the paper, it has at least a few hundred years of history. Wan Chunhui kept a certain distance from the ancient painting cabinet, seemingly quite apprehensive, and throughout the conversation, his gaze never touched the scroll. He instructed me to find an expert for authentication, but since Master Li, with whom we often cooperate, happened to be out of town recently, I first stored the painting in the warehouse. However, before Master Li returned, strange things happened in the warehouse. What strange things? Lu Fei squinted and examined the painting. It was a black and white ink wash painting, with figures in various forms, all very vivid in action, but with strange expressions, each one expressionless. They were clearly in motion, yet gave a sense of being lifeless. As the flower sedan swayed, a corner of the curtain lifted, revealing the bride sitting inside. The bride's hands lifted the veil, exposing half of her face, seemingly looking outward. Lu Fei wanted to see more clearly, but suddenly felt discomfort in his eyes. Immediately afterwards, he heard Huzi cry out in pain, covering his eyes and stepping back. My eyes. Chapter 69. Eye gouging. Wan Chunhui quickly closed the painting and covered it with a black cloth. Huzi, what happened to you? Lu Fei turned around, looking at Huzi with concern. My eyes hurt so much. Huzi covered his eyes and took a while to recover before lowering his hands. His eyes had turned bloodshot. Can you still see? Lu Fei couldn't help but be shocked. I can see, but just now when I was looking at this painting, it suddenly felt like my eyes were being pricked by needles. It's much better now, but it's still sour and gritty, worse than staying up for several nights. Huzi kept blinking and took out a talisman he carried, only to be horrified to find it had turned to ashes. Huzi felt a wave of fear. If the talisman hadn't protected him from a calamity, he might have gone blind on the spot. Seeing that Huzi was not seriously injured, Lu Fei finally felt relieved. Manager Lu, I warned you that you shouldn't look at this painting too much. Wan Chunhui's expression was not good. Huzi rubbed his red eyes and mumbled. It wasn't that I wanted to look. I was just curious and took a glance, but I couldn't look away for some reason. This painting has a strange allure that makes one unable to help but look at it. Lu Fei's eyes also felt slightly swollen. He realized that he had unknowingly been drawn into the content of the painting as well. However, he had protective magic, so his eyes didn't sting like Huzi's. That's right. Several of our employees have encountered problems after looking at this painting. Wan Chunhui looked at Lu Fei. Manager Lu, do you know what kind of painting this is? Lu Fei had stared at the painting the longest, but had not experienced any issues, so it seemed the descendants of the evil character indeed had some abilities. Just based on this, we can't determine anything. Please, General Wan, tell us in detail about the strange occurrences related to this painting. Lu Fei stated honestly. Shall we go outside to talk? Wan Chunhui did not want to get any closer to the ancient painting. The three left the warehouse and returned to the office. Wan Chunhui took a sip of tea, frowned, and said solemnly, on the first day this painting was stored in the warehouse, our night shift security guard heard strange sounds coming from the warehouse. At first, it was faint and not very clear, as if it were coming from a very distant place. The guard followed the sound to find it, but ended up outside the warehouse. He discovered that the sound was coming from inside the warehouse, somewhat like the sound of gongs and drums on TV. He didn't have the key to the warehouse and couldn't go in to check. So he reported it to me the next day. I thought the guard might have misheard, and since nothing was missing, I didn't pay much attention. However, for the next few days, security guards continued to hear the sounds of gongs and drums in the middle of the night, and the sounds gradually became clearer. At this point, Wan Chunhui's frown deepened. Since it wasn't just one guard reporting this strange occurrence, I started to take it seriously, worried that something unclean might affect the auction house. So, I organized a team to keep watch at the auction house, right outside the warehouse. In the middle of the night, I indeed heard that kind of gong and drum sound, the noise coming closer, just as they had said, as if a band was approaching us. The sound was like a dirge played for the dead, terrifying in the middle of the night. And I broke out in a cold sweat. However, as the manager of the auction house, I had to get to the bottom of this matter, otherwise, I wouldn't be able to keep this job. Therefore, I steeled my courage and led my people toward the sounds. It turned out the sound was indeed coming from the warehouse, very close, as if it was just separated from us by a door. After many years in the auction business, it was my first time encountering such a strange matter, and I was somewhat apprehensive. That warehouse had several valuable items. If something went wrong and they were damaged, I wouldn't be able to afford it even if I went bankrupt. I handed the key to a security guard and had him open the door. Guess what we saw? Huzi was so engrossed in listening that he couldn't help but ask, "What did you see?" Lu Fei also looked at Wan Chunhui. As soon as we opened the door, the sound of gongs and drums disappeared, but for some reason, that ancient painting was actually open. At that moment, I thought, could it be an issue with this painting? But before I could check, a security guard suddenly rushed in and hugged the painting. I was startled. This was the boss's painting, and if it got damaged, no one could afford it. I shouted loudly for him to put the painting down, but he seemed not to hear, standing there dazed, his eyes fixed on the scroll without blinking. At that time, his expression was somewhat frightening, his eyes widening as if they were going to pop out. I felt something was wrong and glanced at the painting. Wan Chunhui showed a look of lingering fear. Just one glance, and my eyes were in excruciating pain. I couldn't look at that painting at all. But the security guard just kept staring at it, his eyelids not blinking at all. No matter who called him, he ignored us, as if he were possessed. In the end, he even reached out to gouge out his own eyes, his eyeballs being ripped out alive, blood streaming down his face. It dripped onto the painting. Everyone else was terrified. No one had ever seen such a scene. For a moment, everyone was flustered, not knowing what to do. I was also on the verge of a breakdown. Fortunately, I found a piece of black cloth and hurriedly threw it over to cover the painting. The security guard seemed to suddenly come to his senses, released the painting, and covered his eyes, screaming loudly. I quickly called for others to restrain him. Everyone clumsily backed out of the warehouse, and then called an ambulance. He is still in the hospital now. The doctors say he is completely blind. He has also become somewhat insane, every day scratching at his eyes with his hands, using his own blood to smear and draw everywhere. Hearing Wan Chunhui say this, Lu Fei felt his scalp tingle. Huzi was even more frightened, as if his eyes were stinging again, unable to help but rub his eye sockets. This painting is no simple matter. Just one glance can cause such great harm. Lu Fei asked, "What is depicted in the painting?" Wan Chunhui shook his head. "It's just a mess. No one can understand what it depicts. If Manager Lu needs, I can have someone take a few photos. That would be best." Lu Fei nodded. The content the security guard painted may be related to the ancient painting. It is undoubtedly an evil object capable of causing harm. The more we understand, the better we can find ways to deal with the ancient painting. One point Wan Chunhui mentioned caught his attention. "General Wan, you just said that his blood dripped onto the painting." Chapter 70. Malevolent energy permeates indeed. At that time, blood flowed from the security guard's eyes, and a few drops landed on the painting. I thought for sure it would be ruined. Wan Chunhui took a deep breath, showing an expression of disbelief. By the time I returned from the hospital, it was already dawn. I gathered my courage and went back to the storeroom, picked up the painting, and quickly glanced at it. To my surprise, the painting was completely clean, with not a single drop of blood on it. No blood. Was it absorbed by the painting? Lu Fei frowned, realizing this was not good. I didn't know what had happened. It was quite chaotic at the time, and I might have misjudged. I immediately stored the painting away separately and ordered someone to guard the outside to prevent others from getting close, then went to report to the boss. Wan Chunhui's brows knitted into a tight knot. Given the severity of the situation, I couldn't hide anything. Just as I was halfway through my explanation, I suddenly received a call from the security guard. He said a female employee was acting strangely, determined to barge into the storeroom where the ancient painting was kept. They couldn't stop her, and she crashed through the door. Luckily, she only managed to open the painting halfway before being restrained by the security. However, she was like a madwoman, biting anyone who came near, and one guard was bitten. She was also sent to the hospital, although she didn't gouge out her eyes. She had gone insane, draping a bedsheet over herself, applying makeup, and muttering about the time for her wedding. Later, I recalled that on the day the ancient painting was stored, she had helped me carry it for a while. I wondered if she had seen something. A wedding? Lu Fei pondered. The painting depicted a wedding procession, which could be interpreted as a scene of marriage. Now, 2 employees had encountered problems because of this painting, and we were all in a lot of trouble. The boss loved to collect niche calligraphy and paintings, and if we couldn't find a solution, we would have to burn the painting despite our pain. As he spoke, Wan Chunhui looked at Lu Fei with a hint of expectation. If young Master Lu could resolve this trouble, I believe the boss would be very willing to inform you about the information on the sheepskin map. I understand. Lu Fei nodded, his expression serious. The malevolent energy from that painting was heavy and had already spread outside the storeroom. The urgent task was to suppress this malevolent energy to prevent it from continuing to spread. Otherwise, more employees would be affected. We're outside the storeroom. Is it that fierce? Wan Chunhui couldn't help but look around, unease evident in his eyes. Of course, he couldn't see anything. This kind of aura could only be perceived by those with innate yin-yang eyes or those who had developed them later. Lu Fei belonged to the former. If I guessed correctly, the malevolent energy from that painting wasn't that strong at first. It began to expand outward after absorbing the security guard's blood. The reason that female employee went mad during the day was also due to the intensifying malevolent energy. If we let it continue to develop, more people would be harmed. Any malevolent object becomes more powerful once it comes into contact with human blood. Wan Chunhui immediately took it seriously. So, does young Master Lu have a solution? I have a few talismans here. Although they can't directly resolve the issue with the ancient painting, they can suppress the malevolent energy from spreading outward. Lu Fei immediately took out several talismans and had Wan Chunhui reopen the storeroom door, placing one talisman on each wall and the main door. Strangely enough, every time Wan Chunhui approached the storeroom before, he felt uncomfortable, as if an invisible cold aura was lingering behind him, making his back chill. After these talismans were affixed, that discomfort vanished instantly. Young Master Lu, what kind of talismans are these? Wan Chunhui couldn't help but look at Lu Fei with newfound respect. Initially, they were only interested in Lu Fei because he was a descendant of the evil line and had a try-it-out attitude. He didn't expect Lu Fei to be so capable. These are our specialized talismans from the evil line. Lu Fei instructed Wan Chunhui to lock the door and reminded him not to let anyone approach or tear down the talismans on the door. Mr. Wan, tonight I want to personally confront this painting. Until the problem is resolved, I suggest you suspend operations at the auction house and give the employees a few days off. Wan Chunhui hesitated greatly. The auction house operated daily, and stopping for even one day would result in considerable losses. The cost seemed too high. Huzi immediately frowned and indignantly said, seriously? What's more important, making money or the lives of the employees? There are already 2 employees in trouble. And you're still thinking about that little money. These bosses really have no conscience. Mr. Wan, this is also for better subduing the ancient painting. Employees know nothing. If they are affected by the malevolent energy again and get blood on the painting, it would be even more troublesome. The more people a malevolent object harms, the stronger it becomes, Lu Fei said seriously. I need to consult the boss. Wan Chunhui couldn't make up his mind and stepped aside to make a call. This time, he finished quickly, emerging with a smile. The boss said that in light of old Master Lu, he can give young Master Lu 2 days' time. For these 2 days, the auction house will suspend operations and fully cooperate with young Master Lu. However, after 2 days, that is, the day after tomorrow at dawn, if young Master Lu has not resolved the trouble with the ancient painting, we will have to change people. The information on the sheepskin scroll cannot be disclosed to young Master Lu. No problem. Lu Fei nodded in agreement. After all, he was the one asking for help. So it was normal for others to have conditions. What he feared most was that the other party wouldn't mention any conditions. The 2 of you sit for a while. I'll go make arrangements. No need to sit. We need to go back and prepare some things. All right, I'll send a car to take you back. Wan Chunhui was very respectful and called the auction house's driver to take Lu Fei and the others back. He then gathered the employees immediately to arrange for the time off. On the way, Huzi couldn't help but ask Lu Fei quietly, Boss, did you figure out what kind of malevolent object that painting is? It's not that easy. Most malevolent objects require personal contact to understand, except for some simple ones. Lu Fei calmly gazed out the window, seemingly deep in thought. I see that painting is quite sinister. It's not simpler than that ghost-headed knife. Huzi stroked his chin. What? Are you scared? Lu Fei turned to look at him. Scared? That's impossible. Huzi immediately straightened up, feigning a fearless expression. I, Huzi, have seen the world with the boss and won't be scared by a painting. But the next moment, he grinned and said, Boss, my talisman turned to ashes. Can you give me a few more? Lu Fei also chuckled. This time, I have something even more powerful for you. Chapter 71. The scene of blood smearing. Lu Fei returned to the pawn shop and went directly to the storeroom to retrieve the ghost-headed knife. Wow. Huzi's eyes widened. Using this knife to deal with that painting must be incredibly powerful. This knife is naturally designed for slaughter. Although the killing intent has been removed, its residual power remains. Moreover, it has the authority of the officials, making it the perfect knife to deal with malevolent objects. Lu Fei wrapped the heavy dagger in red cloth and instructed Huzi to buy some pomelo leaves to boil water. Pomelo leaf water can dispel malevolent energy and alleviate the damage the ancient painting has caused to Huzi's eyes. He poured out the remaining chicken comb blood and wrote several characters to suppress ghosts. Boss, this pomelo leaf water is really effective. After washing my eyes several times, they feel much better. Huzi looked in the mirror and saw that the redness in his eyes had significantly diminished, feeling much more comfortable. Thankfully, the injury wasn't deep. Otherwise, washing with pomelo leaf water would have been useless no matter how many times he did it. When we get back to the auction house, don't look around recklessly again. I'll definitely be careful. Lu Fei asked him to bottle the remaining pomelo leaf water and take it along. And then he hastily grabbed some common tools for exorcism and rushed to the auction house. Just as he stepped outside, he nearly bumped into someone. Lu Fei looked up and was surprised to see Lu Fugui, who was carrying a lot of items in big and small bags. "Little Lu, where are you going? You left in such a hurry yesterday, and Director Su prepared a lot of gifts for you, so I came to bring them back." He yawned, looking lethargic. "Uncle Fugui, what did you do last night? Why do you look so pale today?" Lu Fei was taken aback when he saw Lu Fugui's face. In just one night, Lu Fugui had gone from looking a bit unwell to having a completely darkened face. Even Huzi noticed it. "Old Lu, what's wrong with you? You look extremely weak." Huzi exclaimed. Lu Fugui cleared his throat and somewhat smugly said, Last night I was pulled by a beautiful confidant for a heart-to-heart talk. Having too much charm is also a kind of trouble. Uncle Fugui, besides feeling weak, do you also feel unsteady on your feet? Like you're walking as if your body has no weight?" Lu Fei interrupted him, asking sharply. "A bit. I might be a little worn out lately, lost some weight. I'll eat more kidneys to make up for it later," Lu Fugui replied, feeling a bit uneasy as he sensed Lu Fei's gaze. "Is there a problem?" he weakly asked. "It's a big problem. You have the appearance of having your vital energy drained. Your external appearance might not look much different, but inside, you're already hollow. That beautiful confidant of yours might not be quite right." Lu Fei's expression was serious. "What?" Lu Fugui trembled in fear, dropping the gifts he was holding everywhere. "You're not scaring me, are you? Why would I scare you?" Lu Fei rolled his eyes. Lu Fugui was instantly terrified and quickly grabbed Lu Fei's arm. "Little Lu, you must save me. I have important matters to attend to in the next few days. Keep this close to you, and try to stay in crowded places. No matter what, don't meet that beautiful confidant." Lu Fei was in a hurry to deal with the ancient painting and couldn't pay him much attention. So he gave Lu Fugui a ghost-repelling talisman. "What will happen if I meet her? If you meet her, you might never see the sun tomorrow. You choose." Lu Fei said. Lu Fugui's face turned pale. "Is it that serious?" "Old Lu, remember, lust is a knife over the head. Listen to the boss, don't mess around," Huzi said while picking up the scattered gifts and placing them in the pawn shop. Locking the door, the two hurriedly left the antique street without saying much to Lu Fugui. At Tianlong auction house, when Lu Fei and Huzi arrived, a sign was already placed at the entrance indicating internal upgrades and that the business was temporarily closed. Wan Chunhui had already sent most of the staff away, leaving only a few security guards. The large auction house felt empty and exceptionally quiet. "Little Lu, you're back," Wan Chunhui greeted as soon as he saw Lu Fei. "Why are there still people here?" Lu Fei glanced at the few security guards. "I was worried there might be issues at night, and it would be too hard for you to handle alone, so I left a few people to help you." Wan Chunhui smiled. "Help is fine, but Mr. Wan, I have to be honest, the process of dealing with evil objects is very dangerous. Everyone must listen to my orders and cannot act recklessly. Otherwise, if they get hurt or something goes wrong, I want to take responsibility," Lu Fei said seriously and sincerely, knowing that the other party was worried, especially with so many valuable collectibles in the auction house. "Little Lu, don't worry. The boss has instructed us, and we will fully cooperate with you. Following all your arrangements," Wan Chunhui said with a good attitude. "Thank you," Lu Fei nodded. After that, everyone stopped talking and moved to the storage room where the ancient painting was kept. The ghost-repelling talisman was safely affixed to the door. "I strictly followed Little Lu's instructions and didn't let anyone touch anything," Wan Chunhui said. "Then please open the door, Mr. Wan." "Okay." Wan Chunhui took out the key and opened the door. The cold fluorescent lights turned on, and the ancient painting lay quietly inside the glass cabinet. Lu Fei quickly looked around, and the ghost-repelling characters affixed to the three walls were intact. No evil energy was seeping out, and Lu Fei breathed a slight sigh of relief, indicating that his method was indeed effective. Next, he instructed Huzi to mix the incense ash and cinnabar, sprinkling it around the base of the walls to encircle the entire storage room. "Mr. Wan, you just need to guard outside. Make sure not to cross the incense ash or move around, understood?" Lu Fei instructed. "Rest assured, we will remember." Wan Chunhui glanced at the security guards, who all nodded. Afterward, Wan Chunhui took out his phone. "Little Lu, I've sent you the pictures of the chaotic drawings made by the security guards." "Great." Lu Fei stepped out of the storage room, and Wan Chunhui immediately pulled up the photos. Huzi also leaned in, and after receiving Lu Fei's permission, looked at the images on the phone. The images on the screen were shocking. The pure white walls were smeared with bright red blood. The lines were twisted and bizarre, overlapping chaotically, making it easy to imagine how deranged the person who smeared them must have been. Lu Fei looked at several photos, feeling that the patterns the security guards had drawn seemed to have some sort of rule, but it was too chaotic to discern. He squinted and continued scrolling. At that moment, Wan Chunhui's phone suddenly vibrated. A call was coming in. "Is it from the hospital?" "Little Lu, I'm sorry, I need to take this call." Wan Chunhui answered the phone. An anxious and frantic voice came through. "Not good, Mr. Wan. Lingling is in trouble." "What happened to her?" Wan Chunhui's face changed dramatically. How could a female employee have another issue before Lu Fei even made a move? Lingling suddenly went crazy and tried to jump out of the window. Luckily, the hospital room's windows can't be opened, but now she wants to run outside and bite anyone she sees. "We can't hold her down. The voice on the other end was particularly loud, and Lu Fei could hear it without the speakerphone. How can so many people not control one woman? What are you all doing? Wan Chunhui scolded sternly. Mr. Wan, it's not that we're not trying our best. Lingling is just too strong. The doctors can't do anything about her. We're guarding the door right now, but please send more people over. If we wait any longer, I'm afraid we won't be able to stop her. You must hold the line. If anything happens, I will hold you accountable. Wan Chunhui hung up the phone, looking very grim. Mr. Wan, Lingling is the female employee who came into contact with the ancient painting, right? Lu Fei asked immediately. Exactly. After she was sent to the hospital, she just put on some strange makeup, and I didn't expect her to go crazy all of a sudden. Wan Chunhui's temples throbbed, and he waved to the security guards. You guys, hurry over and help. Lu Fei said seriously, Mr. Wan, this is likely a manifestation of being possessed. Sending them over might not help. Then what should we do? Wan Chunhui frowned. Lu Fei glanced at the storage room and said, I'll go with you to control her first. Otherwise, if anything happens to her and someone dies, the ancient painting will become even more powerful. That's great. Wan Chunhui was overjoyed. Leave a few people here to guard. No matter what you hear or see, don't cross the incense ash. Lu Fei placed the ghost-repelling knife in the storage room for protection. He also asked Wan Chunhui to leave 2 people guarding the auction house, and then the group hurriedly rushed to the hospital. In the psychiatric ward, as soon as they entered the corridor, Lu Fei heard a piercing woman's scream coming from a room ahead. A crowd of people gathered at the entrance of the ward. Make way, make way. Wan Chunhui pushed through the onlookers, bringing Lu Fei and Huzi along. Mr. Wan. A tall and robust man shouted anxiously at the door, his face scratched and with bloodstains on his arms from bites, looking quite disheveled. Not only him, but 3 other men guarding the entrance looked similarly battered, each showing signs of injury. Is anyone hurt? Wan Chunhui asked nervously. We bit down the guard here and didn't let her out. Lu Fei looked inside the ward. There was a woman inside, her hair disheveled and breathing heavily, with bloodshot eyes glaring fiercely at the people at the door. Her face was exaggeratedly made up, with blood smeared in her teeth and fingers, resembling a vengeful ghost, making the people outside afraid to meet her gaze. Lu Fei noticed a thick aura of dark energy surrounding her. Mr. Wan, let the others disperse. I'll find a way to calm her down. I'm counting on you. Wan Chunhui signaled to the doctor and sent the onlookers away. Just as Lu Fei was about to enter, he suddenly remembered something and quickly reminded Wan Chunhui. Mr. Wan, hurry and send some people to guard the security room. Don't let him go mad too. Wan Chunhui immediately understood and had the accompanying security go guard there. Fortunately, the wards were in the same building, so it was quick to get there. Lu Fei and Huzi cautiously entered the ward. The female employee let out a sharp scream and suddenly lunged at them aggressively. Huzi was terrified and hurriedly pointed the gossip mirror at her. Her movements paused slightly, and a hideous ghostly face seemed to flash across her features, followed by 2 bloodied hands clawing towards Huzi's face like ghostly claws. Huzi quickly used the gossip mirror to shield his face. The female employee's fingers hit the brass mirror, and black smoke immediately rose as if she were burned, her face contorting as she let out a piercing scream. While Huzi drew her attention, Lu Fei took action, whipping the willow branch against the female employee's back. She trembled in pain, the dark energy around her lessening, her blood-red eyes turning to glare at Lu Fei, a ghastly face flashing across her pale visage. Lu Fei felt that it wasn't the female employee staring at him, but that ghostly face. That eerie gaze made even him shudder. Lu Fei remained calm and continued to whip at the female employee. She became thoroughly enraged and lunged at Lu Fei recklessly. Huzi, look for a chance to hold her down. Lu Fei swung the willow branch, guiding the female employee toward the wall. Huzi shoved the gossip mirror into his bag, circled to the back of the female employee, and executed a capture move, seizing her hands. Then he forcefully pinned her against the wall. Ah! The female employee screamed hoarsely, struggling wildly. The possessed person had terrifying strength, and even a strong man like Huzi could barely hold her down. Lu Fei quickly took out pomelo leaf water and poured it over the female employee's head. Ah! The female employee shuddered, her screams immediately lessening, and her struggles became much weaker. Release. Lu Fei then took a deep breath, using his powers, and struck the female employee's forehead with a strong palm. The ghostly face vanished. The screams ceased abruptly, and the female employee's eyes rolled back as her body slumped down like overcooked noodles. The evil energy dispersed. Lu Fei breathed a slight sigh of relief. Dealing with a possessed person wasn't that difficult, but the ghostly face had made him uneasy. Huzi picked up the female employee and placed her on the hospital bed, panting heavily. Having gained experience from before, he remained much calmer in the face of possession, and his cooperation with Lu Fei gradually became more tacit. Mr. Wan, she's okay for now. Lu Fei nodded to Wan Chunhui outside the ward. Wan Chunhui then pushed the door open and cautiously entered the ward. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he truly couldn't believe how terrifying a seemingly weak woman could become when she went mad. Little Lu, luckily you came, otherwise we wouldn't know how to handle this. Now, he no longer doubted Lu Fei's abilities. It's part of subduing evil entities. The evil energy on her has been completely cleared, but her spirit is unstable and she must not be provoked again. Lu Fei placed a ghost restraining talisman on the female employee, pondering for a moment and glancing at the sky outside. It would still be a while before dark, and since they were already here, he might as well go see what the security guard was drawing. No problem. Wan Chunwei had the doctor come in to continue treating the female employee, while he led Lu Fei and Huzi to the security room. The guard had not gone mad and was quietly and tirelessly scribbling on the wall with his own blood. His eyes were covered with bandages, and his 10 fingers were nearly bitten to shreds. All the walls of the ward were covered with bizarre drawings made of blood, densely packed together, almost a nightmare for those with a fear of tight spaces. What on earth was he drawing? Lu Fei frowned. Huzi looked for a while, then suddenly blurted out, "Boss, don't those look like human faces?" Human faces? The moment Huzi uttered those 2 words, both Lu Fei and Wan Chunwei were startled. "Boss, stand back a bit and squint your eyes, you'll see it." Huzi stood behind the 2, furthest from the wall, and instead saw something. Lu Fei and Wan Chunwei both stepped back and squinted their eyes hard. The lines made of blood were rough and chaotic, resembling an oil painting. It was unclear up close, but more discernible from a distance. It was indeed human faces. Wan Chunwei's scalp went numb. They were distorted and eerie faces, pointed with eyes resembling gaping blood holes, glaring menacingly at the people in the ward. That's right, they're women's faces. Lu Fei's brows twitched. Once they recognized what it was, the faces became exceptionally clear, densely packed together with sinister smiles, as if they were about to burst out of the wall. Wan Chunwei quickly averted his gaze, not wanting to look at those terrifying ghost faces any longer. He took a deep breath to calm the shock from the images and said, "Why are they women's faces?" "Maybe it's what the guard saw in the ancient painting," Lu Fei pondered. "There was only one woman in that painting, the bride in the sedan chair. But I remember that bride was covered and didn't he seem to reveal her face?" Wan Chunwei felt both uneasy and confused. He had caught a glimpse of the painting and somewhat understood its content. Evil entities cannot be understood by common sense. What he saw was definitely related to the ancient painting. Regardless of what he saw, as long as Manager Lu can deal with the unclean things in the painting, that's enough. Wan Chunwei waved his hand, reminding him, "But there's a premise. We cannot destroy that painting. Don't worry, I'll be careful." Outside the window, the sun had already set. It was about time. They should head back to the auction house. The 3 left the ward. The guard was still mindlessly rubbing his tattered fingers over the wall. The bloodied faces of women on the wall seemed to coldly watch the 3 leave. The sky darkened little by little. At Tianlong Auction House, the 2 guards at the door shivered as they looked at the empty and gloomy auction house. "Do you think that painting is so evil? Will we be okay tonight? What are you afraid of? Didn't Mr. Wan invite an expert? That kid looks like a pretty boy. How can he possibly be reliable? And that other one is just a big fool. How much use can he be? We should be cautious. If something happens, we shouldn't just rush in blindly. It's just a few $1,000s in salary. What's the point of risking our lives? If it ends up like Shaolin, crazy and blind, what good is any money then?" The 2 security guards muttered. Suddenly, one of them fell silent, staring intently at the back of the other. "What's wrong? What are you looking at?" The person being stared at felt a chill run down their spine and stiffly turned their neck to look behind. The dim, deep corridor was clean and empty. Only the lights flickered faintly twice. "Damn, are you trying to scare me? Didn't you hear that?" Just as he was about to get angry, he suddenly heard a sound of gongs and drums. The sound came from the direction of the storeroom, seeming very distant and ethereal. Here it comes again. All the hair on his body stood on end as he panically shifted his steps. "Don't panic. President once said if we only hear the sound, it's fine. As long as we don't look at that painting." The other security guard swallowed hard, desperately trying to remain calm. The 2 leaned against each other and cautiously took a few steps back, trying to ignore the sound. But the sound of the gongs and drums grew closer, as if rushing down the corridor towards them. "Holy crap!" The 2 shouted and stumbled towards the main door. "What are you doing?" At that moment, a stern voice came from outside the door. They looked up to see Wan Chunwei and Lu Fei. "President Wan, that sound." "The sound of gongs and drums is coming out again," the 2 guards stammered. Lu Fei's face tightened. "You didn't touch the setup in the storeroom, did you?" "On my honor. We've been guarding outside the whole time. We absolutely didn't touch anything." The 2 security guards swore. Lu Fei's expression was serious as he quickly ran towards the storeroom. "Boss." Tiger hurriedly followed. Bang bang clang, bang bang clang. The sound of gongs and drums echoed in the dim corridor. Lu Fei's expression changed slightly as he quickened his pace, rushing into the storeroom in one breath. He saw that the character for exorcise ghosts that was the door had become blurred and was about to lose its effectiveness. "Boss, this talisman?" Tiger exclaimed in shock. "It's been tainted by evil energy and has lost its effect. As the sun sets, Yin prevails over Yang. The power of the ancient painting is much stronger than during the day." Lu Fei's heart sank. "Xiaolu, what is going on?" Wan Chunwei, panting, came with the security guards. "President Wan, open the door quickly." "Okay." Wan Chunwei tossed the keys to one of the security guards, instructing him to open the door. The guard's hands trembled as he struggled to insert the key into the lock. Click. The door creaked open a crack. Bang bang clang. The sound of gongs and drums instantly amplified, jarring everyone's eardrums. The guard's face turned pale as he hurriedly stepped back. Lu Fei, holding the exorcism whip, stepped forward and cautiously pushed the door open. However, just as the door fully opened, the sound of gongs and drums suddenly vanished. In the cold, dark storeroom, the ancient painting lay quietly in the glass cabinet, and the scroll had opened slightly by itself. The ghost head knife that Lu Fei had placed on the glass cabinet fell to the ground. The characters for exorcised ghosts on 3 of the walls were gone, and there were some paper ashes scattered on the floor. Thankfully, the ghost head knife was left behind. Lu Fei picked up the ghost head knife, feeling a wave of fear. If it weren't for this knife being present, the evil energy from the ancient painting would have likely burst out by now. Xiaolu. Wan Chunhui's voice came from outside the door. Don't come in. Lu Fei immediately shouted. Wan Chunhui halted his steps and carefully backed away. The security guards clustered around him. During the day, the sun is bright, and at night, evil things reign. President Wan, you stay outside. Understood. Wan Chunhui had witnessed the dangers of evil entities before and led the security guards to retreat further back, maintaining a distance where they could still see the situation in the storeroom. Tiger, be careful tonight. Lu Fei instructed Tiger to hold the ghost head knife, while he took out 7 characters for exorcised ghosts and arranged them in the positions of the Big Dipper in the storeroom, forming a small 7-star formation to prevent the evil energy from spreading out. Boss, I'm not afraid. We have this killing knife, right? No matter what evil comes out, we'll just chop it down. Tiger motivated himself. I wish it were that simple. Once the arrangement was complete, Lu Fei surveyed the entire storeroom, waiting for the evil entity to reveal itself. The auction house was silent inside and out. Wan Chunhui and the guard stood outside, anxiously watching the storeroom. One guard, perhaps 2 tense, awkwardly crossed his legs and whispered to Wan Chunhui. President Wan, I need to use the restroom. What are you talking about at a time like this? Wan Chunhui glared at him. President Wan, I can't control it. I can hold the big one, but I can't hold the small one, the guard said with a pained expression. Wan Chunhui glanced into the storeroom, feeling that it was calm at the moment, waved his hand. If you gotta go, go quickly and come back. Yes. The guard felt as if he had been granted a reprieve and hurriedly ran off. He was gone for quite a while. Wan Chunhui felt uneasy and was just about to send someone to check the restroom when he suddenly heard Tiger's anxious shout from the storeroom. Boss, the painting moved. Tiger's face changed dramatically as he pointed at the glass cabinet. Lu Fei's heart sank, and he stared intently at the glass cabinet. He saw the ancient painting, which had been lying quietly inside, slowly unfolding by itself. Wisps of black evil energy drifted out, spreading in all directions. Everyone be careful, Lu Fei shouted loudly. The black mist quickly engulfed the entire storeroom. Although it couldn't spread out the door, Wan Chunhui and the guards outside still felt a chill of cold wind. Then, they witnessed an unbelievable scene. The ancient painting continuously unfolded to the sides, growing larger and larger, surpassing the glass cabinet. The content of the scroll suddenly became clear. Oh no! Wan Chunhui wanted to look away, but it was too late. His eyes seemed to be fixed, and he could only stare at the painting. On the yellowed scroll, the little figures carrying the bride suddenly came to life, bouncing forward with the flower sedan chair. The music from their instruments was not joyful, but rather mournful. The sedan chair swayed up and down, and the bride raised her hands, seemingly crying sorrowfully. On the 18th day of the first month, an auspicious day, wearing a phoenix crown and bridal gown, sitting in the flower sedan, tears streaming down. This journey has no return date. What has he ever cared for his parents, whether the people in front are human or ghost? I only wish to marry soon. The bride cries on her wedding day. The song was mournful and full of grievances, making one's heart ache upon hearing it. In a daze, Lu Fei realized he seemed to have transformed into the groom, wearing a bright red outfit, waiting for the bride in the sedan chair. The bride was very beautiful, the one he loved most. The bright red lanterns hung high, and he stood before the grand entrance, watching the flower sedan chair getting closer. On this auspicious day, they would wed. From now on, live together and die together. Wait, where did my bride come from? A warm current surged in his dantian, and Lu Fei jolted awake. Looking around, everyone appeared to be mesmerized, unconsciously drawn to the painting. This all happened in the blink of an eye. Can't look. Lu Fei's heart tightened. Quickly stepping in front of Huzi, he had magical protection to withstand the impact of the ancient painting on the mind. But Huzi and the others couldn't. Boss, I'm fine. Huzi, armed with the ghostly knife, quickly came back to his senses, shaking his head vigorously. Just now, he intended to look at the painting and had no idea how he had been captivated. Keep the Bagua mirror up. Lu Fei instructed Huzi to shield his eyes with the mirror, while he cautiously and swiftly approached the painting with the rusty, ghostly knife. The image seemed to be infinitely magnified, the little figures of the wedding procession growing taller, almost life-sized. Inside the sedan chair, the bride lifted her veil, her face turning towards Lu Fei. He couldn't see the bride's features clearly before feeling a sharp pain in his eyes. Gritting his teeth, he channeled his magical energy into his eyes. What appeared before him was not an enlarged image, but a thick mass of black mist, within which strange female faces flickered in and out of existence. Human faces. The faces of the security guards. Lu Fei felt his eyes drying and aching. He endured the discomfort and swung the heavy ghostly knife, striking at the swirling black mist. The sun-baked ghostly knife was harmless to humans, but had a natural suppressive effect on the malevolent. The cold blade flashed, splitting the black mist in half. and a woman's piercing scream echoed faintly. Outside, Wan Chunhui and the security guards suddenly regained their senses, followed by a chorus of cries. The guards covered their eyes in pain, some with bloodshot eyes. Wan Chunhui lowered his head, feeling the piercing pain in his eyes, his heart racing, and cold sweat breaking out all over him. Thankfully, Lu Fei had acted in time. Otherwise, these people would have gone blind on the spot. "Mr. Wan, be careful," Lu Fei shouted, not paying them any more attention. The presence of these guards was of no use, only adding to the burden. The dispersing black mist quickly reformed into a grotesque face resembling the bride in the ancient painting. On the yellowed scroll, the bride's eyes turned into two blood holes, crimson tears flowing out. Then, the ghostly face opened its mouth, lunging to devour Lu Fei. Lu Fei steadied his mind, swinging the ghostly knife at the ghostly face. Boom. The ghostly face shattered, and a jagged scar appeared on the bride's face in the painting, more blood gushing from the wound, spilling onto the scroll. Suddenly, the sound of rushing water filled the air. Lu Fei looked up, his heart sinking. He saw red blood flowing down the walls of the storeroom, resembling streams of blood tears. As the blood tears flowed over the ghost-repelling characters, the markings began to fade. "Huzi, guard the ghost-repelling characters. If any character fades, apply the cinnabar to it. We can't let the formation break," Lu Fei shouted, frowning. If the formation broke, the evil energy would leak out, and those outside would suffer. "Yes, boss." Huzi quickly took out cinnabar, applying it to his fingers as he rushed to the faintest ghost-repelling character, swiftly tracing the markings. Lu Fei swung the ghostly knife with all his might, continuously dispersing the reformed ghostly face. This knife, which had severed countless heads, was immensely powerful, and the ghostly face stood no chance against it, instead turning towards Huzi. But Lu Fei would not give it the opportunity, keeping a tight guard around Huzi. Huzi dashed between the walls, constantly applying cinnabar to the ghost-repelling characters to prevent the talismans from losing their effectiveness. After several struggles, the ghostly face dove back into the ancient painting. In the next moment, the little figures of the wedding procession jumped out from the scroll, surrounding Lu Fei. The sounds of gongs and swonas suddenly erupted. Lu Fei felt a piercing pain in his eardrums and immediately swung his knife at the little figures. The little figures wore blank expressions, as if they were soulless puppets. "Wait, this little figure seems different." The ghostly knife hovered above one little figure's head, abruptly stopping as Lu Fei widened his eyes, fixating on its eerie face. Among the wedding procession, there was a particularly distinct little figure dressed in a groom's outfit, seemingly the groom. But Lu Fei remembered that there was no groom depicted in the ancient painting. Why does this groom look so familiar? It was that blind security guard. The groom's face was identical to that of the guard. Its expression was also different from the other little figures, filled with pain and fear. Lu Fei felt a surge of uncertainty. No way. This expression is only found in living beings. Chapter 75. The added groom. The groom's terrified and pained expression stood in stark contrast to the other little figures. Its gaze towards Lu Fei even carried a hint of pleading. Could this be a tactic of the ancient painting to confuse the mind? But Lu Fei's eyes were under the influence of magic, and he wielded a ghostly knife that specifically targeted evil. He could confidently affirm that he was clear-headed and definitely not deceived. So, what was the situation with this groom? Something was off. Lu Fei pondered slightly, ultimately not bringing the ghostly knife down on the groom, but instead swinging it at the other little figures. Puffed. The expressionless wedding little figures instantly turned into a puff of black smoke, disappearing in an instant. The heavy ghostly knife sliced through them like cutting vegetables. All the wedding little figures vanished, leaving only the lonely groom. Lu Fei's ears quieted, and he gripped the ghostly knife, panting. This knife was too heavy, at least 30 pounds. He looked at the groom's panicked face and thought of the security guard's dazed appearance in the hospital, and his heart stirred. Could it be? Just as he was deep in thought, a chilling scream suddenly erupted from outside. "Ah, my eyes!" Lu Fei's heart jolted, quickly turning to look. He saw a security guard outside covering his eyes with his hands, blood leaking through his fingers, stumbling towards the storeroom. "Don't let him in," Lu Fei shouted urgently. If the ancient painting got stained with human blood again, it would be even harder to control. Wan Chunhui and the other guards were somewhat startled, hesitating to move forward. Lu Fei was at the innermost part of the storeroom, holding the 30-pound ghostly knife, and had no time to stop him. "Get out." Thankfully, Huzi reacted quickly, darting forward, gripping the door frame with both hands, and kicked the security guard out. The kick had considerable force, sending the guard crashing against the wall before finally stopping. "My eyes. My eyes." His face was covered in blood, and his eyes were nothing but two bloody holes, with two freshly dug eyeballs in his hands. Seeing this, the other guards turned pale, retreating even further back, not one daring to go to his aid. Lu Fei let out a slight sigh of relief. Thankfully, his blood hadn't splattered onto the ancient painting. Now the ancient painting had calmed, the bride showing no abnormalities, and the walls of the storeroom had stopped bleeding. The storeroom was clean, as if everything that had just happened was an illusion. "Didn't I tell you not to look? What is wrong with this person?" Lu Fei's face darkened as he frowned at Wan Chunhui. If the ancient painting got stained with human blood again, everyone would be doomed. Wan Chunhui, startled, recognized the guard who had gone to the restroom earlier, immediately sterning his face and shouting at the other guards. What are you all doing? When will he come back? Hasn't anyone seen him? Manager Juan, didn't the master just tell us not to look? So we closed our eyes and didn't know when he would return, the leading security guard weakly explained. We were just trying to cooperate with the master, nodding in agreement. A bunch of fools. Wan Chunhui wanted to scold them some more. Forget it, forget it. Hurry up and send the person to the hospital for emergency treatment. You all go outside too. Don't cause more trouble here. Lu Fei waved his hand in annoyance. Only then did Wan Chunhui gesture for the security to carry the person out and called for an ambulance. He himself remained outside the storeroom. Manager Wan, aren't you leaving? Wan Chunhui smiled bitterly, helpless. There's no way. The boss instructed me to stay here and cooperate with little Lu. He is just a worker too. Lu Fei didn't force him. The evil energy from the ancient painting had been greatly diminished by the ghostly knife, and it should not cause trouble tonight. Lu Fei put down the ghostly knife and rested for a few minutes. This knife is too heavy. Swinging it continuously consumes a lot of energy. Tiger, well done. Lu Fei gave Tiger a thumbs up. Practitioners react faster than ordinary people, and if Tiger hadn't kicked the security guard out in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. It's all small stuff, boss. Tiger was very happy that he could finally help instead of just eating for free. After resting enough, Lu Fei walked towards the ancient painting. Boss, Tiger was a bit nervous. It's fine. Lu Fei was very calm. The ghostly knife had heavily injured the ancient painting, and now was its weakest moment, a great opportunity to observe it. The yellowing scroll depicted a wedding procession with expressionless figures carrying a flower sedan, and the bride silently lowered her head in tears. Though it was a wedding scene, there was not a hint of joy, but rather an oppressive atmosphere. Lu Fei squinted his eyes, and, after seeing that the ancient painting showed no unusual movements, he relaxed and boldly looked at it, his expression suddenly turning to confusion. Why are there two grooms? In front of the wedding procession, at the grand entrance of a mansion, stood two grooms ready to receive the bride. One groom looked exactly like the security guard in the hospital, and the other one, why does he look so much like the one with his eyes gouged out earlier? As Lu Fei stared, he couldn't help but be shocked. That's right, it's him. Why are the two security guards appearing in the ancient painting? Could it be that those affected by the painting are pulled into it? No, that is not quite right. Lu Fei pieced together his thoughts. They are still in the real world. It's their souls that have been drawn into the painting. They have turned into the grooms in the painting. Lu Fei's heart stirred, and he directly opened the glass cabinet, put on gloves, and carefully explored the scroll with his fingers. Finally, he felt a slight imprint in the lower right corner of the scroll. There should have been a seal here, but for some reason, it had faded. Lu Fei's eyes gradually brightened. I think I know what kind of ancient painting this is. Boss, are you okay? Tiger, seeing his boss staring at the painting for a long time, was afraid he was being influenced by it, but he didn't dare to look at the painting himself. So he patted Lu Fei's back. I'm fine. Lu Fei rolled up the ancient painting, covered it with a black cloth, took off his gloves, and exhaled a breath of turbid air. This painting has been subdued for tonight. Tomorrow we will find a way to collect it. Boss, did you figure it out? Tiger was both surprised and delighted. Sort of. Lu Fei walked out of the storeroom, and Wan Chunhui immediately came over. Little Lu, how is it? Can the evil spirit in this painting really be resolved? Another security guard has had an incident, so he couldn't help but be anxious. I currently have a 50% certainty. Only 50%? Wan Chunhui was stunned. He had high hopes for Lu Fei. But Lu Fei said he only had half the certainty. But if Manager Wan is willing to cooperate, that certainty will be 100%. Lu Fei smiled. Oh. Wan Chunhui raised his eyebrows, suddenly curious. How should we cooperate? Chapter 76, Sending in Marriages. Manager Wan, don't be anxious. Before that, I want to ask where you got this ancient painting from? Lu Fei asked. Wan Chunhui hesitated for a moment before saying, I bought it from an old man at a roadside stall. The old man didn't know the origin of the painting. He said it was given to him by a friend. His friend became addicted to gambling, lost all his family fortune, and borrowed a lot of money from relatives and friends, unable to pay it back. He somehow got a painting, claiming it was an ancient painting, and used it as collateral with him. But since then, that friend has disappeared, and no one can contact him. The old man said that man must have gone to another place to hide from his debts, and he didn't know if the painting was real or fake. So he tried to sell it to see if anyone recognized it. The boss saw that this painting was very special and didn't care whether it was an antique. So he bought it. After speaking, Wan Chunhui looked at Lu Fei. Little Lu, are you asking this because you suspect there is something wrong with the painting's origin? This is not a painting for appreciation at all. Lu Fei said. Oh, Wan Chunhui was very puzzled. If not for appreciation, then what is it? It's called a soul-sealing painting, an ancient technique that seals souls within the painting, by adding the blood of the deceased into the paint. The purpose is to seal their soul within, so they can never turn over in the afterlife. After Lu Fei finished speaking, Wan Chunhui's eyes widened in shock. So, there is a ghost in this painting? Tiger angrily added, it's another harmful sorcery. More accurately, it's a kind of resentment. The bride's resentment. Lu Fei said solemnly, Manager Wan, do you still remember the content of the painting? Isn't it just a scene of a wedding procession from ancient times? Exactly. It is a wedding procession, but the wedding procession depicted in the painting is not made of people, but paper figures. This bride is meant to accompany a deceased person in burial. For the dead? Why? Wan Chunhui was shocked. Manager Wan, think back again. Isn't the door of the mansion in the painting narrow at the top and wide at the bottom? Wan Chunhui thought for a moment and nodded. It seems so. It's not a mistake. That door is shaped like a coffin. The bride marries a dead person, so the coffin is naturally her bridal chamber. This painting depicts a yin marriage. After hearing Lu Fei's explanation, Wan Chunhui gasped. He initially thought it was a festive scene from ancient weddings. But unexpectedly, it was so ominous. I understand now. This is about a yin marriage. Tiger indignantly began to speak. Our village has had such incidents. A girl died unexpectedly, and her parents, for money, sold her corpse to a neighboring village for a yin marriage with their deceased son. They could even part with their own flesh and blood for money. They don't feel any remorse. The villagers despise them, spitting at their door when passing by. What you're describing is slightly better. At least the person has already passed away and feels no pain. Lu Fei shook his head and sighed. The bride in the painting was forced to marry a dead man while she was still alive. Ancient yin marriages were very cruel. After the wedding ceremony, the bride would be buried with the deceased, and calling it live burial wouldn't be an exaggeration. A good girl, in her prime, dies in such a cruel manner. How can she not harbor hatred? These heartless beings. What is the point of marrying someone when they're already dead? Finding a dead person is one thing, but to have a living person accompany them in burial is another. Tiger's fists crackled with anger. Those people say they fear their son will have no wife and be lonely below. But that son also has no parents down there. Why don't they go down to accompany him? Wan Chunhui understood and said, so, Master Lu means that the spirit sealed in this painting is the ghost of the bride from the ghost marriage? That's right. Those who force the bride into a ghost marriage know their actions are wrong and fear that the bride will come back for revenge. So they usually hire sorcerers to suppress her. Some evil sorcerers use the bride's blood to paint, casting a spell to seal her within the painting. Thus, this type of painting is also called the bride's grudge. At this point, Lu Fei showed a hint of confusion. The bottom right corner of the ancient painting originally had a talisman, which was meant to suppress the bride's resentment. However, for some unknown reason, the talisman has faded. Yes, there was originally a seal pattern in the bottom right corner of the ancient painting. Wan Chunhui nodded vigorously. But the boss accidentally knocked over a cup of water while looking at the painting, spilling water on it. Strangely, after the boss wiped away the water, there was not a single trace of the painting being wet, only that the seal had disappeared. The boss found the painting very mysterious. So he asked me to take it to the auction house for expert appraisal. Who would have thought that something would happen that night? Lu Fei couldn't help but glance at him. Why didn't you mention such important information earlier? Wan Chunhui innocently replied, I didn't think there was a connection. But Master Lu, you are indeed the heir of the evil sect. Even if I didn't say anything, you still figured out the truth about this ancient painting, didn't you? No wonder the boss was fine after seeing the painting, but the employees encountered trouble. Lu Fei said. The talisman disappeared, and without suppression, the bride's resentment emerged. After being suppressed for so many years, her hatred must be overwhelming, which is why the evil energy of the painting is so fierce. Those affected by the painting will be drawn into it to undergo a ghost marriage. Wan Chunhui asked in confusion, aren't they in the hospital? Manager Wan, come look at this painting. Lu Fei beckoned him to the ancient painting in the cabinet. Wan Chunhui was initially hesitant, but after Lu Fei's repeated assurances, he mustered the courage to take a look. He was immediately astonished. Why are there two grooms now? The boss hadn't mentioned them when he received the painting. Manager Wan, do their faces look the same as the two security guards who encountered trouble? It's them. What on earth is going on? The souls of those in the painting are the bride and groom. Lu Fei explained. When a person loses their soul, they become foolish or insane. Wan Chunhui suddenly understood. No wonder Ling Ling keeps putting on makeup and mumbling about getting married. Usually, if a soul is lost for 7 days, it cannot be retrieved. And the person will completely turn into a madman or an idiot. Yes, my hometown has that saying too. Who's he chimed in? There's a fool next door. The older generation says he was actually very smart, but he lost his soul when he was young and couldn't find it back, which is why he became completely foolish. Wan Chunhui quickly calculated the time, his brows furrowing into a knot. The first security guard who encountered trouble has already been hospitalized for 5 days. Is there still hope for him? As long as we retrieve the soul within 7 days, there is hope, but it will be a bit troublesome, Lu Fei pondered. After all, they are employees of the auction house. Please think of a way, Master Lu, Wan Chunhui sincerely requested. That depends on whether Manager Wan is willing to cooperate. Lu Fei smiled. After going around in circles, Wan Chunhui couldn't help but be even more curious. How do we cooperate? Lu Fei only said one word, fire. Chapter 77. White wax to guide souls. In fact, Lu Fei would have saved the souls drawn into the painting even without Wan Chunhui's request. He needed something from the boss of Tianlong Auction House, so naturally, he wanted to handle the situation well. Initially, he intended to inquire about the origins of the ancient painting to find the talisman, which is the seal stamped on the painting. With the talisman, it would be easier to eliminate the bride's resentment. However, since the painting's origins are unknown, it is certainly impossible to find the talisman. So he could only use methods to break the soul-sealing painting. Daylight gradually broke. Night is for darkness, and day is for light. Now that it was daytime, The ancient painting was heavily weakened, and with the 7 stars overcoming ghost formation in place, it naturally lacked the power to cause trouble. Lock the door. Lu Fei instructed Wan Shunhui to prepare the items to break the soul-sealing painting, while he took Huzi back to the pawnshop for a nap. On the way, Huzi had a lot of questions. Boss, didn't you say it's best to deal with evil objects during the day? Why this time instead? Do we have to do it at night? He was particularly curious about this point. This time, to save those 3 employees' souls, their souls fear sunlight. So we can only take action at night. Isn't that very dangerous? Thinking of the bloody scene from last night when the security guard dug out his own eyes, Huzi felt lingering fear. At that time, if Lu Fei hadn't blocked his line of sight in time, his fate might have been the same as that security guard's. The method to break the soul-sealing painting is not difficult. The problem is not big. Lu Fei's expression remained calm. Seeing him so composed, Huzi felt a lot more at ease. Although his boss is young and friendly, he truly knows how to deal with evil objects. After a sleepless night, both of them were very tired, especially since they would have to stay alert at night to deal with the ancient painting. Upon returning to the pawnshop, they collapsed into sleep. Time passed quickly. Before dusk, the auction house's car had already come to pick them up. Lu Fei tidied himself up and took Huzi to ride over. Wan Shunhui first arranged for the two to have dinner at a nearby restaurant before heading to the auction house. Master Lu, I've prepared the items you requested. Is this method really feasible? Wan Shunhui asked worriedly as they walked. He wasn't doubting Lu Fei's ability, but was concerned that Lu Fei's method might damage the ancient painting. Don't worry, Manager Wan. As long as you prepare according to my instructions, there is a 100% guarantee. Lu Fei smiled at him. I assure you that everything has been prepared as you requested. While speaking, Wan Shunhui stopped, opened a door. Inside was an empty room, devoid of anything. This was originally a vacant meeting room. I had someone move everything out. Master Lu, what do you think? That's fine, as long as it's an empty room. Lu Fei entered and glanced around, nodding. What about the firewood? Here it is. Wan Shunhui brought out 2 sacks of firewood from the corridor. I guarantee these are branches from elm trees over 10 years old, freshly cut today, from 3 trees in total. As per your request, I only cut the branches, leaving the trunk intact, and stripped off the leaves, keeping just the wood. Very good. Lu Fei took out a fresh branch from the sack and examined it, revealing a satisfied expression. Then there shouldn't be any issues. The 3 employees have been brought back from the hospital, right? They've been brought back. They're in the car now. And I've arranged for someone to watch over them. Bring them over. Wan Shunhui immediately called someone to have the 3 mentally unstable employees brought over. The 2 security guards had their eyes bandaged, and all 10 of their fingers were bitten to shreds. The female employee, although she hadn't self-harmed, occasionally broke into a chilling, silly smile. Lu Fei took out a red rope and tied the 3 to chairs. Strangely, although these 3 were each crazy in their own ways at the hospital, when bound by this red rope, they all sat obediently, no longer making noise or causing a ruckus. Next, Lu Fei tied a red thread around the middle fingers of the 3, with the other end connected to a white candle. The white wax was engraved with the birth dates of the 3, placed at their feet. After completing these steps, Lu Fei had Wan Shunhui open the warehouse door so he could retrieve the ancient painting. Now, besides him, no one dared to touch that painting. I still need 3 people to help watch the candles. Huzi counts as 1, but we still need 2 more. Who will come? Lu Fei said to Wan Shunhui. We will. Wan Shunhui called the security team leader to stay in the meeting room. The others waited outside. The security team leader looked very bad, as if he was out of luck. But if he hesitated now, he could forget about working at Tianlong auction house in the future. He could only brace himself. You just need to watch the candle and ensure the flame doesn't go out, Lu Fei instructed seriously. Okay. The 3 of them sat next to the white candle in turn. Lu Fei sprinkled a circle of perfume ash around them and reminded them that no matter what they saw or heard, they must not go out. Then, he hung the ancient painting on the wall. In the corner of the room, there was a large copper basin filled with fresh elm branches. Finally, he closed the doors and windows tightly. After finishing all this, Lu Fei paused to catch his breath, surveying the meeting room to make sure everything was ready. The small room fell silent. Wan Shunhui, sitting next to the white candle, looked around nervously. But before he could ask anything, the outside world darkened. It's dark. Lu Fei said seriously. From now on, no one is allowed to speak until I subdue the ancient painting. Otherwise, if the yang energy leaks out, I will not be responsible for what happens. The 3 exchanged glances and nodded vigorously, their expressions growing more tense. Lu Fei took a deep breath, glanced at the ancient painting on the wall, and ignited the elm branches with yellow paper. The fresh elm branches burned slowly, and soon began to emit thick white smoke. The smoke quickly filled the meeting room, making it hard for everyone to open their eyes. Wan Shunhui's throat itched, but thinking of Lu Fei's instructions, he covered his mouth and nose, forcing himself not to cough. The security guard was anxious, frowning, and keeping his head down. Only Huzi remained relatively calm, fully trusting his boss. However, all 3 shared a common trait. They lowered their heads in unison, afraid to look at the ancient painting on the wall. The smoke produced by the burning elm continued to surge upwards, staining the painting. Lu Fei gripped the ghostly knife tightly, staring intently. At first, the ancient painting was relatively calm, but soon it began to tremble as if unable to withstand the smoke. A wave of black gas emerged from the painting. trying to extinguish the white smoke. However, as soon as the black gas touched the white smoke, it evaporated instantly. Ah! A woman's ethereal scream echoed, and the painting trembled even more violently, slowly oozing blood. The three with their heads down felt their scalps tingle, wanting to look up but too scared to do so. Their hearts lodged in their throats. Lu Fei, however, breathed a sigh of relief. This method was effective. He then set down the ghostly knife and tended to the fire pot, adding yellow paper whenever the flames showed signs of dying down. The flame from the damp wood was not large, but the smoke was considerable. The smoke continued to stain the ancient painting. As black gas emerged, it was evaporated by the white smoke, and more blood flowed from the painting. Then, an incredible scene occurred. The white smoke gradually spread into the painting. Chapter 78. The last drop of blood tear falls as the smoke entered the painting. The small figures within seemed to see something terrifying, immediately panicking, abandoning their sedan chairs and musical instruments, and running around in chaos. The thick smoke rolled like a flood, rampaging through the painting, as the wedding guests had nowhere to hide, disappearing into the engulfing white smoke. The smoke submerged the bride in the sedan chair and the two grooms at the mansion's entrance. Soon, the entire painting was covered in white smoke, and no more blood flowed from it, as if it had run dry. Lu Fei's heart also tightened at this moment. Now was the critical time. Whether he could successfully retrieve the souls of the three employees depended on what happened next. Lu Fei endured the smoke, squinting, and stared unblinkingly at the ancient painting. 1 second, 2 seconds. Finally, a translucent, ethereal figure slowly emerged from the painting. This figure looked confused and terrified, as if lost in the thick smoke. Not knowing where to go, light the candle. Lu Fei shouted urgently to the three guarding the candle. The three hurriedly moved, trembling as they lit the white candle. The dim yellow candlelight shone through the smoke. The ethereal figure floated like a headless fly in the white mist, and suddenly, upon seeing a cluster of candlelight, it seemed to find its way home and involuntarily drifted toward it. As it approached the candlelight instantly turned a ghostly green, swaying as if blown by the wind. Wan Shunhui, who was guarding this candle, trembled in fear and hurriedly shielded the candle with his hands. At the same time, he felt a chill on his back, as if something was approaching. He cautiously lifted his head and saw a pale, ghostly woman's face, instantly widening his mouth in terror. Fortunately, he remembered Lu Fei's instructions and bit his teeth to keep himself from screaming. The green candlelight gradually stabilized. The ethereal figure floated along the red thread from the candle, disappearing onto the female employee. The candle flame turned yellow again. Wan Shunhui was stunned. Great. The female employee's soul has returned successfully. Lu Fei was overjoyed, but it was not time to relax yet. There were still the souls of 2 security guards to retrieve. He continued to watch the ancient painting. Before long, the second and third souls emerged from the painting one after another. They had hollow eyes and confused expressions. Don't leave. However, just as they had barely escaped the painting, a pair of pale ghostly hands suddenly broke through the smoke from the painting, reaching out to grab them fiercely. In life, we share the same bed. In death, we share the same grave. Since we have married, we shall be buried together. No one is allowed to leave. Behind the ghostly hands was a resentful and unwilling bride's face. The ghostly bride had appeared. Let go. Lu Fei, standing nearby, immediately swung the heavy ghostly knife to strike. The pale ghostly hands instantly turned into black smoke and dissipated, and the ghostly bride let out a painful scream. Lu Fei quickly stepped forward, holding the large knife, shielding the 2 souls behind him. Why should I let go? The black gas reformed into hands, and the ghostly bride, clad in a red wedding dress, adorned with jewels, looked both fierce and beautiful. Having died in her prime, she was filled with resentment, hating everything in the world. Even as the smoke burned her body, causing her to continuously fade away, she refused to let go. Having formed this bond, we shall descend into hell together. You shall not escape. The ghostly bride fully emerged from the painting, brandishing her ghostly claws, fiercely lunging forward. Lu Fei swung his ghostly knife with all his might, not allowing her to approach the 2 souls. The 2 souls, drifting in the smoke, finally found their candle and eagerly floated towards it. The 2 clusters of candle flames instantly turned green, shaken by the ghostly wind, swaying unsteadily. Huzai, though startled, quickly calmed down, using his hands to shield the candlelight and prevent it from extinguishing. The second soul safely returned along the red thread. Just one more to go. The security team leader's hands trembled, and the candle flame had yet to stabilize. The soul became anxious, as if it were at the doorstep but could not enter, circling the candle impatiently. Huzai and Wan Shunhui watched anxiously but could not remind him out loud. Lu Fei was too occupied with the ghostly bride to free himself. Oh no. The soul anxiously floated around the security team leader, feeling something beside him. The security team leader ultimately could not resist raising his head. Just as I opened my eyes, I saw a terrifying face without eyes, and I screamed in fright. My hand shook and hit the candle. The candle tilted downwards. The flame was about to go out. Wan Chunhui's mouth dropped open, and his heart was about to jump out of his throat. Just at that critical moment, a strong hand suddenly steadied the candle and quickly covered the flickering flame with its palm. The flame flickered a few times and finally lit up again. The soul finally found its way and drifted into the security guard's body along the red thread. Wan Chunhui relaxed, his heart pounding like a drum, gasping for breath. The person who protected the candle was Huzi. He disregarded his own safety and left the protective circle of incense ash. After the last soul returned to its place, he shot a fierce glare at the security captain. The captain was pale, knowing he had almost ruined everything, drenched in cold sweat. Wan Chunhui said nothing at this moment, nodding gratefully at Huzi. Huzi withdrew his hand, knowing they couldn't linger outside for too long, and quickly walked back to his circle of incense ash. However, just as he took a step, the scene before him suddenly changed. It was no longer the smoke-filled conference room, but a wedding sedan chair drawing closer. Dressed in a groom's outfit, he stood at the high courtyard gate, welcoming his bride. The bride in the sedan chair must be very beautiful, and he was willing to give everything for her. Huzi. Just as Huzi was about to sink into this, a loud shout suddenly woke him up. Immediately after, he felt a strong slap on his forehead, causing a splitting headache. Everything around him changed, and the smoke-filled conference room returned. Huzi, get back, holding a big knife. Lu Fei was right beside him, looking tense. Fortunately, the ghost bride was weakened by the smoke, allowing Lu Fei to return and rescue him. Boss, I'm fine. He quickly suppressed his headache and jumped back into the circle of incense ash. Lu Fei breathed a sigh of relief. Not caring about the captain whose half-body was exposed outside the circle, focusing on the ghost bride faintly visible in the smoke, knowing she wouldn't last long. He strode to the fire basin and stoked the flames. The entire conference room was filled with thick smoke. Why? The ghost bride's body was covered in cracks like shattered porcelain, the black mist dissipating rapidly, tears of blood streaming from her eyes, her face full of sorrow and grievance. Why can they escape, but I cannot? What did I do wrong? It's not you who is wrong, it's those who harmed you. This bride is a manifestation of resentment, unable to communicate normally, but thinking of the suffering she endured in life. Lu Fei felt a twinge of compassion and put down the ghostly knife. In a deep voice, he said, "Now, you can escape too. I hate it." The last drop of blood tear fell, and the ghost bride's bloody eyes gazed at the burning flames, suddenly plunging into them. Chapter 79, The Secret in the Map Boom. Sparks flew, and the flames suddenly shot up several meters high before extinguishing. The ghost bride's figure completely vanished. Rest in peace, Lu Fei whispered. Although the ghost bride's fate was tragic, time had passed, and her enemies had long been lost in the torrents of history. No more innocent people should suffer because of her. Lu Fei felt no guilt towards the malevolent entity. If the ghost bride had not taken her own life, he would have acted. Evil entities are evil entities. Compared to the initial clumsiness when dealing with malevolent entities, he was now much calmer and composed. Although the process was a bit troublesome this time, it ultimately succeeded. He opened the doors and windows to let the smoke out. The conference room gradually became clearer. Mr. Wan, it's over, Lu Fei said to Wan Chunhui. Was it successful? Wan Chunhui asked nervously. The soul-binding spell has been broken, the bride's resentment removed. This painting is now just an ordinary ancient painting, Lu Fei replied with a smile. Not every malevolent entity has a special function. That's great. Wan Chunhui, feeling weak, climbed up from the ground and hurriedly looked at the ancient painting hanging on the wall. The painting had been scorched by smoke, but showed no damage. The patterns within were intact. Truly miraculous. He took down the ancient painting for a thorough inspection. Aside from a slight smoky smell, there were no issues. And the stone in his heart finally fell. He had been worried that the ancient painting would be damaged by the smoke and flames. What about them? He pointed to the injured person slumped unconscious on the chair. Their souls have returned, so they are fine. However, those two will definitely never regain their sight. Lu Fei said, the return of their souls can restore their sanity, but it cannot bring back the eyes that were gouged out. As for why the ghost bride gouged eyes, perhaps it was out of resentment towards those who ignored the dying. With Lu Fei's affirmation, Wan Chunhui felt a great sense of relief. Although he had witnessed the return of the souls, the process was too surreal, and he couldn't help but confirm with Lu Fei. They are employees of Tianlong, and Tianlong will take full responsibility. All future medical expenses and compensation will be covered by Tianlong. Then, he carefully put away the ancient painting, his face brimming with uncontrollable joy. Boss, what about him? After Huzi got up and moved around, he noticed the security captain still hadn't stood up. He looked dazed, as if he had fallen into a stupor. It's nothing serious. Just excessive fright. He'll be fine in a few days. He was lucky. When his body left the circle of incense ash, the ghost bride was already done for. So his soul wasn't taken. Lu Fei spoke calmly. It's natural for people to be scared when facing unknown horrors. It can't be entirely blamed on him. Worthless fool. However, Wan Chunhui was very dissatisfied with his performance and probably wouldn't use him again. But he was lucky enough. At least he didn't go blind or go insane. Wan Chunhui let the people outside come in to clean up the mess. He invited Lu Fei and Huzi to the VIP lounge and personally poured water for them. After experiencing smoke and flames in the conference room, everyone was covered in soot and dry-mouthed. Lu Fei thanked him and drank heartily. Huzi gulped down water like a cow. After resting and recovering, Wan Chunhui eagerly asked, Little Lu, your skills truly opened my eyes. However, although the trouble has been resolved, there are still many things I don't understand, and I hope you can clarify. Please go ahead, Lu Fei said patiently. You mentioned that to break the soul-binding painting, fire must be used. Why use wet wood instead of dry firewood? That stuff doesn't burn well and creates a lot of smoke. The fire is meant to extract the blood of the bride from the painting, and wet wood burns slowly, making it less likely to damage the ancient painting. As for why elm wood is used, I wonder if Mr. Wan has heard of the saying about the elm tree as the sacred tree? Oh, what is that about? Wan Chunwei felt very curious. Legend has it that elm trees are one of the origins of fire, possessing the power to burn away all impurities in the world. Lu Fei took a sip of water and continued to explain. Some cultures even regard the elm tree as a sacred tree, worshipping it sincerely as the guardian of their village, believing that this sacred tree can protect them from disease and evil, ensuring good weather and harvests. That's amazing. Wan Chunwei exclaimed in surprise. It seems I need to apply to my boss to plant a couple of elm trees in our auction house. Real sacred trees are not that simple. They usually take hundreds or thousands of years to grow. Lu Fei smiled. But ordinary elm trees still have the power to ward off evil when burned, just like peach wood can repel evil spirits. Actually, it's quite simple to break the seal of the soul painting. You just need to roast the blood in the paint with elm wood fire to remove the evil energy. However, this time we need to first retrieve the souls of those 3 employees, which complicates things a bit. We have to slowly smoke them out. Amazing. Wan Chunwei was genuinely impressed. The methods of the evil organization are indeed well-deserved of their reputation. It really opened his eyes. Thank you for the compliment, President Wan. Lu Fei put down his cup of water and said seriously, President Wan, I've successfully dealt with the evil spirit of the ancient painting. Can you now tell me the contents of the sheepskin map? He felt a bit anxious inside. But the other party shouldn't raise the price or back out at the last minute, right? Of course, please wait a moment, Manager Lu. I'll report this good news to the boss. Fortunately, Wan Chunwei was very straightforward and immediately went to make a phone call. A little while later, he returned with a smile on his face. Manager Lu, my boss is very happy. He'll send the information about the sheepskin map shortly. In addition, he instructed me to follow the rules of the evil organization. Rules of the evil organization? Lu Fei was a bit puzzled. Of course, treating this ancient painting as a pawn for the evil organization. Wan Chunwei laughed heartily. However, the boss wants to keep this painting for his collection, so it's a living pawn. There's no need to be so polite. Having the information about the sheepskin map is enough. This is what we agreed upon beforehand. That's not okay. The boss instructed me repeatedly that we must not break the rules of the evil organization. Under Wan Chunwei's strong insistence, Lu Fei had no choice but to take out the pawn ticket. Living pawn, price is 10,000, duration 1 day. Wan Chunwei immediately transferred 300,000 as a handling fee. Whether it's a dead pawn or a living pawn, the evil organization never does a losing business. Lu Fei looked at the payment notification and couldn't help but feel that it would be hard to lose money. However, he didn't care about this money at all. His purpose for acting this time was to obtain the information about the sheepskin map and find clues related to his grandfather. 10 minutes later, Wan Chunwei received the information and immediately sent a photo to Lu Fei's phone. Manager Lu, please check. Thank you. Lu Fei eagerly opened the photo. The picture was very clear, and it was evident that the material of the map was very ancient, with black and white patterns that were somewhat blurry. Lu Fei frowned. The patterns on the map were very abstract, and he didn't recognize the text. It seemed to be some kind of ancient script. Don't worry, Manager Lu. Take your time to study it when you get back. But I must remind you of one thing. Wan Chunwei smiled meaningfully. Chapter 80. The Dying Lu Fuguei What? Lu Fei looked up at Wan Chunwei. Regarding the sheepskin map, you mustn't tell anyone else. Many people are looking for this map. If others find out, it may bring you unnecessary trouble, Wan Chunwei said seriously. Lu Fei was taken aback for a moment and asked, who are these people? They are all very mysterious individuals. I don't know their origins either. Initially, we deleted the relevant information about the map from the auction house to avoid trouble. Where did this map come from? It was obtained by an antique enthusiast from the black market and consigned to us. However, the person passed away shortly after losing the map due to illness. And we have no further clues. Lu Fei thought for a moment and then asked, can I ask one more question? What place does this map record? I'm sorry. Manager Lu, it's not that I don't want to tell you, but we also don't know, Wan Chunwei shrugged. We consulted some experts, but no one could identify the information on the map. The text on it has never appeared in history. However, one expert speculated that it should be a treasure map, recording the burial location of some special treasure. Special treasure? Lu Fei's heart stirred. He felt it was very likely. The evil organization has been in the business of collecting these evil objects and treasures for generations. His parents and grandfather wouldn't be busy with something irrelevant. He then expressed his gratitude. Thank you, President Wan, and please thank the boss for me. At first, he was a bit worried that the other party would back out. But he didn't expect the auction house boss not only to give him the photo of the map, but also to reveal a lot of information. You're too polite. Manager Lu helped our boss solve a big problem. We should be thanking you. Wan Chunwei smiled and offered to let the two rest. But Lu Fei was eager to return, so he arranged for a car to take them back. Boss, I've already told him the information about the map as you instructed. Standing by the window, Wan Chunwei held his phone respectfully. Good. The temperament of this Lu kid is not inferior to his grandfather's. Given time, he might even surpass his grandfather. Selling him a favor today will benefit us greatly. We need to maintain a good relationship with him in the future, understand? Understood. After hanging up the phone, Wan Chunhui quietly watched the car drive away. Antique Street. Lu Fei returned to the pawn shop. Although his body was tired, he had no intention of sleeping. He repeatedly checked the photo of the map, not letting any detail go, and searched online for the meaning of the ancient text on it. Unfortunately, just as Wan Chunhui said, the text seemed to have never appeared in history. Lu Fei reviewed a lot of materials, but found no relevant information. He had no choice but to temporarily give up on the ancient script and focus on studying the patterns, looking at it from every angle. The only thing he could ascertain was that there were mountains and water in this place. But which part of Huaxia doesn't he have mountains and water? Lu Fei sighed and rubbed his dry, sore eyes. Boss, don't rush, take your time. Huzi brought a glass of water over. Since the boss wasn't resting, he felt embarrassed to go to sleep himself, so he stayed up with red eyes to accompany Lu Fei. Yeah, no rush, at least we have a clue now. Lu Fei's words seemed to be an answer to Huzi, but also a comfort to himself. It was still dark outside. He told Huzi to go to sleep while he lay in bed, holding his phone, lost in thought. His mind was in chaos, with questions popping up one after another, and he didn't know when he would fall asleep. In a daze, he seemed to dream of his grandfather. His grandfather sat by his bed, looking at him kindly, saying, "Silly boy, don't think too much, just run the evil organization well." "Grandpa, where have you gone? Why didn't you tell me? I came back to see you. Knowing you are safe reassures me." His grandfather gently stroked Lu Fei's head with his rough hand and slowly turned away to walk out. "Grandpa, where are you going? Don't go." His grandfather's figure grew more distant, and Lu Fei's heart raced. He suddenly sat up but found the room empty, with only him alone. Early in the morning, the door of the evil organization was knocked loudly. "Who is it? It's so early, it's annoying." Huzi had only slept for 2 or 3 hours and reluctantly got up from bed, yawning as he went to open the door. "Little Lu, help." As soon as the door opened, a plump figure tumbled in. "Huzi, where's little Lu?" The visitor was Lu Fuguei, his dark, sunken eyes anxiously looking at Huzi. "The boss is still sleeping. He just got back from work last night. Come back later, don't disturb him. This is a matter of life and death. How can we wait?" Lu Fuguei was sweating profusely, and as he spoke, he tried to rush into the courtyard. But he was weak and couldn't even be stopped by Huzi. He could only take a few steps before leaning against the wall, gasping for breath. "Old Lu, you didn't listen to the boss's advice and went to talk to that so-called confidant again, did you?" Huzi saw that his face was even worse. With no color at all, looking like a dead person. "It's not that I want to go to her. She keeps calling, and if I don't answer, she just keeps calling." Lu Fuguei is on the verge of tears, and I don't even know what's going on. When I hear her voice, it feels like cat claws are scratching at my heart. I don't even know how I ended up there. I almost got scared to death. Lu Fuguei swallowed hard, fear welling up in his eyes. "What's wrong? Did that beauty remove her makeup?" Huzi teased. "She didn't remove her makeup." Lu Fuguei knew Huzi was making fun of him and shot him a fierce glare. "I won't talk to you. I'm going to find Brother Xiaolu. I see you won't die anytime soon. Just wait a bit longer." "You brat, Huzi. Enjoying my misfortune, huh? I'll tell Xiaolu later to deduct your salary." Lu Fuguei was so angry he wanted to hit Huzi, but even when he was normal, he couldn't catch up to Huzi, let alone now. The two were bickering when they saw Lu Fei walking over from the yard. "Boss, look at him, full of energy, he definitely won't die. Just sleep a little longer." Huzi shouted loudly. "Brother Xiaolu, don't listen to him. If you come any later, I'll be dead from anger first." Lu Fuguei's face was dark, panting heavily. "Old Lu, what's wrong with you?" Lu Fei glanced at Lu Fuguei, surprised. "You look like a dead person. Your yang fire is so weak. It's like you're about to die." "Brother Xiaolu, I don't want to die. You have to save me." Lu Fuguei was almost crying when he heard that, desperately grabbing Lu Fei's arm and refusing to let go. "Didn't I give you a talisman? How did it end up like this?" Lu Fei told him not to panic and to sit down and talk slowly. Lu Fuguei trembled and said, "Fortunately, I had that talisman. Otherwise, I would have died last night." Xiaomei, she's not human. Chapter 81. The woman with a scarf around her neck not human? Hearing Lu Fuguei say this, Lu Fei and Huzi couldn't help but exchange glances. "Not human? What does that mean, a ghost?" Huzi, enjoying the spectacle, gave Lu Fuguei a thumbs up. "Good job. Old Lu, you are impressive. I, your little brother, am in awe." "Shut up." Lu Fuguei's nose was almost crooked from anger, but he was too weak to argue back, so he ignored him. "Brother Xiaolu, I accidentally went to see Xiaomei yesterday, and I think she must not be human. She is a monster." Lu Fei was speechless. "Accidentally? Didn't I repeatedly warn you not to go?" "Brother Xiaolu, I really didn't want to go see her. I held back the night before, but I don't know why. After a day without seeing her, my heart was restless. She must have cast some evil spell on me. Last night she called me again, you didn't hear it. But her voice was simply soul-stirring. Before I realized it, I was already there." Lu Fei rolled his eyes. "And then, after I got there, she, as usual, gave me a massage. The massage oil smelled a bit strange, but it felt really good. After each session, I felt like I could go all night without tiring." Seeing that Lu Fei and Huzi were both looking at him with disdain, Lu Fuguei awkwardly chuckled and hurriedly continued. "After she finished massaging me, she went to take a shower. While I was waiting for her on the bed, I suddenly came to my senses and thought, why am I here again? I felt a bit scared and thought about putting on my clothes and leaving immediately. But I couldn't help but be curious, so I looked toward the bathroom a few more times. Hearing this, Lu Fei couldn't help but interrupt. Are you sure it was curiosity and not lewdness? Brother Xiaolu, just let me finish. I was really curious. Lu Fugui was both amused and exasperated because Xiaomei had one strange habit. Every time she met me, she wore a scarf around her neck and even slept with it on. I asked her why, and she said she liked scarves. I thought it was some kind of kink, so I didn't think much of it. One time, while she was asleep, I secretly tried to pull the scarf, and she suddenly opened her eyes and grabbed my hand. She was quite angry at the time, and it took me a long time to coax her back. However, I didn't think much of it. Since she liked scarves so much, I even bought her a few silk ones, but she never wore them, only her own. Lu Fugui sighed. Actually, I really like her. During this time with her, I experienced joy that I had never felt before. It felt like the past 40 years had been wasted. Huzi scoffed, then keep talking to her. As the saying goes, if you die under the peony, you'll be a ghost with style. Go away. Can you just shut up? Lu Fugui was furious. It's not that my willpower is weak. It's that I've been bewitched by her evil spell. Every time I come back from her place, I feel a bit empty, as if I've been drained. I thought it was just because I was getting old and my health was poor. Later, when you reminded me, I realized something was wrong. I've been through so much in life. What kind of beauties haven't I seen? How could I be so enchanted by her? Upon reflection, she doesn't even look that special. Lu Fugui's chubby face was tense, and his brows were almost twisted into a knot. So, last night I thought, since I was already there, I had to figure out what was going on. I thought she must take off the scarf when she showers, right? So I wanted to take this opportunity to sneak a peek and see what was going on with her neck. As a result, I saw. At this point, Lu Fugui began to tremble all over, his eyes filled with fear. What exactly did you see? Lu Fei and Huzi looked at him in unison. I saw her take off her own head and wash it under the shower. Lu Fugui used all his strength to say this. Goodness. Lu Fei and Huzi both gasped. Taking off her own head to wash it? Is she even human? Huzi exclaimed. I told you she wasn't human. Lu Fugui's voice trembled. He was so scared he sat down on the ground. He initially wanted to run away immediately, but he wasn't wearing pants. So he crawled up to get dressed. And Xiaomei might have heard my movements, hurriedly came out with her head still on her neck. Her hair was wet, and she had a fragrant smell. But her head seemed a bit crooked, as if it wasn't properly attached. I didn't dare to look at her. I didn't even care about my pants. Just grabbed my clothes and ran outside. But she stepped in front of the door, asking me what I was doing. I didn't dare to confront her. I had to say that I forgot to turn off the water at home and needed to hurry back to check. She was very unhappy, wouldn't let me leave, and asked if I had changed my mind, reaching out to grab my face. I hurriedly threw my clothes at her, but unexpectedly, she screamed, rolling to the ground with black smoke rising from her neck. I didn't know what happened to her. I just ran away. I heard her calling me from behind, but I didn't dare to look back. But not long after, I couldn't run anymore, and fortunately, there was a police station nearby. I heard that places like that have official authority and strong yang energy, so dirty things don't dare to enter. I ran in with all my might. And she really didn't chase me. Wait. Huzi couldn't help but laugh. Old Lu, did you run out bare-bottomed? In that situation, my life was almost gone. Who cares about clothes? Lu Fugui said, but his old face turned red with embarrassment, quickly moving past the topic. I hid in the police station. And when I calmed down, I remembered that there was the talisman that Brother Xiaolu gave me in my clothes. It must have landed on her when I threw the clothes at her. What a stroke of luck. If it weren't for that talisman, I definitely wouldn't have escaped her clutches. I didn't dare to go home until dawn, and as soon as I put on my clothes, I came to find Brother Xiaolu for help. Lu Fugui still looked terrified. Lao Lu, so you ended up running back naked? Tiger laughed heartily. Naked? I, Lao Lu, am someone in the antique street. Of course I wore clothes when I went home. Lu Fugui said with a stern face. Where did you get the clothes? I picked them up from the trash can. Is that a problem? What a coincidence. You just happened to find clothes. Tiger didn't believe it. Under his persistent questioning, Lu Fugui finally stammered that he had picked up a cardboard box to cover his key parts while running home. Tiger's eyes widened as he exclaimed, your key parts? It can't be your face, right? Chapter 82. Neither human nor ghost. Lu Fei couldn't hold it in and sprayed out all the water he just drank. It wasn't that he was being unkind. He just couldn't help it. A middle-aged fat man running naked on the street at night. The image was too beautiful to look at. How did a good horror story turn into a comedy in the end? Laugh it off. Lu Fugui glared at Tiger angrily. However, with Tiger stirring things up, the terrifying atmosphere lightened a lot. Lu Fugui also felt much more relaxed. Lu Fei held back his laughter and had Tiger pour Lu Fugui a cup of hot water to calm his nerves. But speaking of which, if it doesn't have a head, isn't that a ghost? Why do you say she's a monster, Lao Lu? Tiger asked in confusion. Have you ever seen a ghost that can appear during the day? I saw Xiaomei walking outside in broad daylight, and there was even a shadow underneath her feet. Lu Fugui said firmly. The most important thing is that when I sleep with her, I can feel her body temperature, and her flesh is soft. I can touch it and see it. Ghosts shouldn't have that kind of texture, right? I've never touched a ghost. How would I know? Tiger rolled his eyes at him and turned to Lu Fei, saying, Boss, what do you think that Xiaomei really is? Not human, not a ghost. And her head can still move when it's detached. It's really eerie. Lu Fei rubbed his sore cheeks from laughing and became serious, saying, I haven't seen it with my own eyes, so I can't say for sure. I say she's a monster that specializes in sucking men's essence. Lu Fugui sighed. After the divorce, I haven't looked for anyone, and I thought I found a second spring, but it turned out to be a monster. Little Lu. Uncle is in the evil business. You can't just stand by and do nothing. It's fine. Didn't you say she didn't suck you last night? You still have breath in you. You won't die. Lu Fei patted his thick shoulder to comfort him. But being too weak isn't good either. What if there are after effects? Lu Fugui said worriedly. I still have a piece of old mountain ginseng hidden away. Should I stew it to supplement myself? If you want to see the king of hell, then eat it. Lu Fei immediately said, your body is severely depleted, in a state of being unable to be replenished. Eating tonics at this time is like taking poison. Lu Fugui almost cried. Then what should I do? I'll stabilize your yang fire first. As long as the yang fire is strong again, everything will be fine. Lu Fei got up and went to the bedroom to get an evil-repelling talisman left by his grandfather, making a cup of talisman water for Lu Fugui. Although Lu Fugui loved money, he still did his best for the evil business. He couldn't just sit back and do nothing. After drinking this cup of talisman water, you can eat something normal, go home and sleep well, and your spirit will recover, and your yang fire will slowly come back. It's too unsafe to be alone at home. Little brother, I'll stay here with you. Lu Fugui also clung to Lu Fei, drinking the talisman water in one go, not even leaving the dregs behind, and then took out 200 yuan for Tiger to buy some good food. He generously stated that while he was living in the evil business, everyone's meals would be covered by him. Tiger looked at the 2 bills and shook his head. My boss spends tens of thousands outside, and the talisman water you just drank costs several hundred. 200 isn't enough for anyone's meal. Lu Fugui's face twitched, and he painfully took out 300 more. That's more like it. Tiger snatched the money and went outside to pack a very sumptuous breakfast. Lu Fugui ate desperately, fearing he would lose out, finishing off more than half by himself. Lu Fei couldn't help but laugh. Lao Lu, I haven't seen you make less money. Why are you being so stingy? Even though I divorced my ex-wife, the child is my own. I have to save more for the child. Lu Fugui sighed and didn't say more on the topic. After eating, Tiger handed over the remaining money to Lu Fei, who only took the 200 for the talisman water and let Tiger keep the rest for meals. Then, he told Lu Fugui to rest while Tiger looked after the shop, and he went out alone. In the city, Lu Fei ran through all the bookstores, buying up all the books on ancient texts, preparing to take them home to study slowly. He would not give up on his grandfather's clues. Holding the heavy books, Lu Fei stood by the roadside waiting for a ride, his mind on the map, when suddenly he heard a stranger's voice. He came back to his senses and saw a weary-looking couple handing out flyers. Little brother, this is my son. Please, if you see him, be sure to call us, and there will be a generous reward. The man respectfully handed a flyer to Lu Fei, his red eyes full of pleading. It was a missing person notice. It had a photo of a little boy, around 6 or 7 years old, looking very cute. Okay, if I have any leads, I'll definitely contact you. Lu Fei freed a hand to take the flyer. Thank you. Thank you. The couple repeatedly expressed their gratitude and continued handing out flyers, asking everyone they met. Their attitude very humble. Lu Fei watched their backs and couldn't help but think of his own parents. When his parents had an accident, he was only 6 or 7 years old. Years have passed, and he sadly realized he couldn't even remember what his parents looked like. A car came. Lu Fei shook his head, not allowing himself to be down for too long, and got in the car with his things. Pawnshop. Lu Fugui was in a daze when his phone suddenly vibrated. He turned over, not wanting to answer, but the phone kept ringing. He had no choice but to squint and press the answer button, asking irritably, "Who is it? You deadbeat. Are you not coming to see me?" A delicate voice came from the receiver, sending a jolt through his body. "All right, I'm on my way." Lu Fugui sat up happily from bed. Just as he was about to head out, suddenly realizing he was in the evil business, and he felt a chill all over. It's over, it's happening again. He rushed out of the guest room, shouting, "Tiger, has little Lu come back?" "He has. Xiao Mei's call has come again." Is it necessary to be this scared over one call? Tiger, who was dozing off in a chair, was awakened by Lu Fugui's noise. Lu Fei closed the book on ancient texts, rubbed his eyes, and looked up from behind the counter. He had just come back after buying the books. Lu Fugui was sleeping soundly, so he didn't know. What did she say on the phone? She casually asked me to go to her house. And I almost fell for her trick again. If I hadn't realized I was in the evil business, I would have gone over there confused. Lu Fugui scratched his chest vigorously. My heart feels itchy now. I just want to run over there. What should I do? Just hold on. If you really can't take it anymore, we'll talk then, Lu Fei said. Lu Fugui was sweating profusely. But what if I can't hold it? Then there's only one way to go. Lu Fei said solemnly, eliminate her. Chapter 83. You can avoid the first day, but not the 15th. Hearing Lu Fei's words, Lu Fugui hesitated again, considering, how about I just endure a little longer? As long as my body can recover, I'll let it go. Huzi saw this and curled his lip, disdainfully saying, Old Lu, you're not really reluctant, are you? You're almost drained dry and still thinking about that monster? Nonsense. It's not that I'm reluctant. I'm worried about your safety. Lu Fugui said sternly, that monster can still move after its head is taken off. How can it be easy to deal with? You can forget it, but if something happens to little Lu, how am I going to explain it to his grandfather? After drinking the talisman water and resting properly for a day, his spirit had improved a lot. His complexion no longer looked like a dead person's, and he had the strength to confront Huzi. Scared of death, yet dragging my boss into this. Listen to how you talk. As if you're very familiar with our old man. Who isn't afraid of death? Aren't you afraid? At least I've met old Lu, have you? Lu Fugue was genuinely angry. What have I done to offend you? Why are you always opposing me? Little Lu, you better manage him. Enough. Enough. What are two grown men arguing for? Lu Fei intervened, somewhat speechless. Huzi was usually quite good with people, but he didn't know why he treated Lu Fugue this way. However, this wasn't the time for such discussions. He said, Old Lu, I estimate that this matter of yours cannot be avoided by just hiding. You've already fallen for that little beauty. Even if you don't go today or tomorrow, you will have to go the day after. Lu Fugue's expression darkened. So, according to you, I have to go tonight? Unless you have extremely strong willpower to control yourself never to go, Lu Fei shook his head. Otherwise, the root cause won't be eliminated. You can avoid the first day, but not the 15th. Besides, can't she come looking for you? As if to verify Lu Fei's words, just after he finished speaking, Lu Fugue's phone rang again. It was a message from Xiaomei, asking if he had arrived. Lu Fugue's face instantly changed color, gritting his teeth. Then let us go. With little Lu here, what am I afraid of? Lu Fei didn't want to cause trouble either. But if he left Lu Fugue alone, he might end up in serious trouble one day. It was better to meet that strange thing first. If they could deal with it, that would be best. If they couldn't, it still had two legs, right? Lu Fei instructed Huzi to tidy up and took the ghostly knife before setting off with Lu Fugue. To be on the safe side, Lu Fei had Huzi drive Lu Fugue's car while he and Lu Fugue sat in the back. Old Lu, tell me how you met that Xiaomei. I met her while singing with a client. She was a waitress. Lu Fugue sighed. She knows how to please people. That night, I got drunk. And she took good care of me. I thought she was great, so I added her on WeChat. We chatted back and forth. And she said her massage skills were excellent, inviting me to her house. I was a bit dazed and went, and it became more and more addictive. Lu Fugue looked regretful. I thought I was having good luck, but who knew I'd run into such a sinister thing? Actually, it couldn't be entirely blamed on him. How many people could resist such a tempting fortune that came knocking? Old Lu, don't you look at your age? Would a proper young girl really come to you? Huzi teased while driving. What is wrong with that? I'm just over 40, in my prime. Lu Fugue retorted, at least I'm a boss. I've been with many women. Unlike some people, who probably haven't even touched a woman's hand. Huzi stuck his neck out. That's just you fooling around. You think everyone is like you? If you really have no one, I can introduce a few for you. Don't say I haven't taken care of you. Lu Fugue finally recovered some pride. Feeling much better inside. Lu Fei, however, was thoughtful. The fact that she can work means she's definitely not a ghost. She has a physical form. At least, she looks like a normal person on the outside. Yeah, apart from that scarf around her neck, she looks just like a normal person. If I hadn't seen her take off her head with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe she was a monster even if you killed me, Lu Fugue said. Looking worriedly at Lu Fei. Little Lu, I know your family is good at dealing with evil things, but do you have confidence in handling this strange monster? I'm not sure. Let us try it first. Before seeing Xiaomei, Lu Fei couldn't guarantee anything. Lu Fugue fell silent, his eyes filled with anxiety. Xiaomei's home was in a remote community on the outskirts of the city. There were very few residents here, and it was eerily quiet around. The entire community had few lights, looking like ghostly buildings in the dark. After getting out of the car, Lu Fei looked around the environment and felt something was off about the community's location, but it was too dark to figure out what exactly. Xiaomei lived in Building 4. Lu Fugue led the two of them through the community. In the security booth, the guard was lazily dozing with his hat pulled over his face, making the access control seem ineffective. Building 4 was at the very back of the community. The community wasn't very large overall, but the greenery was well done, with dense trees. She lived on the first floor. See that window with the light on? Lu Fugue pointed to a window glowing faintly. Lu Fei thought for a moment and said, Old Lu, you go in first and pull the curtains open a bit. Huzi and I will observe from outside to figure out what she really is. This kind of strange. Neither human nor ghost thing was something Lu Fei had never heard of before. Charging in without knowing anything would definitely not be a wise move. I can't go in alone, Lu Fugue said with a long face. What are you afraid of? Take this talisman. If there's danger, just slap it on her forehead. Leave the door open, and we'll rush in to save you at the first sign of trouble. Lu Fei handed Lu Fugue a talisman and then dialed Lu Fugue's phone. Put on your earphones. We'll stay on the line. I'll remind you of anything that happens. Huzi scoffed. This is your life. You're not even fighting for yourself, just relying on us. If anything happens, you must come save me. Lu Fugue knew this was the case, but he still anxiously reminded them a few times, putting the talisman into his pocket and steeling himself to knock on the door. Meanwhile, Lu Fei and Huzi quietly moved through the greenery to the window. Creak. The door opened, and in the dim yellow light, a beautiful woman's face appeared. Dead man, why are you so slow today? Upon seeing Lu Fugue, the woman hooked her finger on his belt and pulled him into the house. Traffic was a bit congested on the way, Lu Fugue said nervously, his gaze involuntarily drifting to her neck. She was still wearing that black scarf with red flowers. He hadn't noticed it before. But now those red flowers looked like bloodstains. Chapter 84. The scent of corpses in the ambiguous light. Xiaomei looked at Lu Fugui with her charming eyes. Lu Fugui's heart raced, and he hurriedly shifted his gaze away from her scarf. Fortunately, Xiaomei didn't seem to notice anything. She softly hummed and reached out as if to cuddle Lu Fugui's neck. Why did you run away so fast yesterday? Do you have a new love and don't like me anymore? No, I had something urgent yesterday. Lu Fugui hurriedly moved toward the window, dodging Xiaomei's hand. Forcing a smile that looked worse than crying, and tried to remain calm. Xiaomei, I'm a bit thirsty. Can you get me a glass of water? What kind of water should I drink? I've prepared something good for you today, guaranteed to quench your thirst. Xiaomei chuckled, threw a flirtatious glance at Lu Fugui, and swayed her hips as she walked into the bedroom. In the past, all of Lu Fugui's cells would have been excited by this. But at this moment, he felt only panic. He hurriedly pulled back a corner of the curtain, so that Lu Fei and Hu Zi outside could see the situation inside. Through the glass, Lu Fei made a hand gesture to Lu Fugui. Lu Fugui felt slightly more at ease and sat nervously on the sofa. How is it? Does it look good? Soon. Xiaomei's delicate voice floated out from the bedroom. Lu Fugui looked up and was instantly stunned. Xiaomei was wearing a very unique set of lingerie, made of very little fabric, with black stockings wrapped around her long legs, and a fluffy tail attached at the back. The red scarf around her neck seemed out of place. Yes, it looks good. The alluring curves, the fair skin. Lu Fugui knew she wasn't human. Yet he couldn't help but swallow hard. Outside, Hu Zi was dumbfounded, nearly having a nosebleed. Even Lu Fei felt a bit hot. It was no wonder Lu Fugui was easily fooled. Xiaomei was simply too good at this. Although her face was average, her figure was absolutely devilish. Come here. Let me give you a massage. Xiaomei held a bottle of massage oil, swayed her waist against the door frame, and smiled seductively, beckoning Lu Fugui with her finger. Okay. Lu Fugui stood up instinctively, then suddenly shivered and stopped, saying, How about I just massage you on the sofa? You dead ghost. What new tricks are you trying to play? So annoying. Xiaomei playfully scolded, but still walked over, swaying her hips. Take off your clothes. Lu Fugui glanced outside. Through the curtain, two pairs of eyes were peeking in. Old Lu, just do what she says, don't anger her. Lu Fei's voice came through the earpiece. Okay. Lu Fugui seemed to be answering Lu Fei, but it was also an answer to Xiaomei. He took off his shirt, revealing his pale, large belly, and nervously laid down on the sofa. What about your pants? Xiaomei pouted. I'm too tired today, you massage me first. Lu Fugui racked his brain for an excuse. Luckily, Xiaomei didn't suspect anything, let out a charming laugh, and lifted her leg to straddle Lu Fugui. Tired? No problem, I'll make sure you feel lively later. Saying this, she opened the glass bottle and rubbed the brown massage oil on her hands. A peculiar fragrance wafted out. How is it, comfortable? Xiaomei's delicate little hands massaged Lu Fugui's back, her eyes filled with affection. Comfortable. Lu Fugui's tense body instantly relaxed, and he wore an expression of blissful enjoyment, forgetting all his fears in an instant. What scent is this? So fragrant. The two outside quietly observed and also caught the scent of the massage oil. So nice. Hu Zi moved his nose, showing a hint of longing, his face unconsciously leaning closer to the glass, as if wanting to dive into the room. The fragrance filled his nostrils, and Lu Fei felt a bit dizzy, his body involuntarily stirring restlessly. He quickly focused his energy. With his mind clearing, Lu Fei's expression darkened. The massage oil is problematic. Hu Zi beside him kept swallowing, his movements becoming more exaggerated, fearing he would soon expose himself. Lu Fei quickly focused his energy and gave Hu Zi a light tap on the forehead. Smack. With a crisp sound, Hu Zi jolted awake. At the same time, Xiaomei in the room heard the noise outside and looked up at the window. A corner of the curtain was slightly lifted, but it was pitch black outside, with nothing visible. A hint of suspicion flashed across Xiaomei's face. But she didn't go to check. Instead, she lowered her head and continued to massage Lu Fugui. Her technique was very meticulous, ensuring every inch of Lu Fugui's back was covered in massage oil. Outside, Lu Fei and Hu Zi stood behind the curtain, their hearts racing. Luckily, they had dodged quickly earlier, otherwise, Xiaomei would have discovered them. After waiting for a while and confirming there was no movement inside, they cautiously took another look inside. Now that they were clear-headed, seeing Xiaomei was no longer the same feeling as before. She was pretty, but there was an indescribable strangeness. A thick, peculiar fragrance permeated the room. Xiaomei was still seriously massaging Lu Fugui, wearing a strange smile, her gaze fixated, occasionally licking her lips. It was as if Lu Fugui wasn't a person but a delicious dish. It was clearly a seductive scene, yet it sent chills down Lu Fei's spine. Old Lu. How are you? Old Lu. He tried to call Lu Fugui in a low voice, but Lu Fugui showed no reaction, completely immersed in bliss, hearing nothing at all. This reaction made Lu Fei think of a possibility, and his brows furrowed. Not good, this is corpse scent. In other words, Xiaomei had smeared Lu Fugui with corpse oil. This corpse oil was a substance that some evil sorcerers extracted by cutting off the jaw of dead pregnant women and dripping it from white candles. It was incredibly perverse. It could induce an irresistible effect on the person it was applied to. No wonder Lu Fugui couldn't resist Xiao Mei's summons. This was beyond the power of will. To obtain such corpse oil, Xiao Mei was clearly not an ordinary person. Lu Fei's temples throbbed. He found the reason Lu Fugui was enchanted, but the most critical question remained unanswered. What exactly was Xiao Mei? Lu Fei squinted, carefully observing Xiao Mei's neck. The red scarf was tightly tied around her neck, and she occasionally scratched it lightly, as if the area covered by the scarf was itchy. Aside from that, she looked no different from a normal person. If Lu Fugui hadn't described it in person, it would be hard to imagine she could take off her own head. What kind of being could remove their head and still act normally? It seemed he needed to find a way to make her take off her head and take a look. Just as Lu Fei was pondering, he suddenly saw Xiao Mei stop massaging, a satisfied smile appearing on her lips, as if a feast had finally been prepared. She leaned down, cupping Lu Fugui's face with her hands, bringing her red lips close to his mouth and nose. Not good. She was going to absorb Lu Fugui's essence. Chapter 85. Revealing her true self. Lu Fei's heart tightened. Although Lu Fugui's yang energy had stabilized, he only had one last breath of essence left. If it was absorbed by Xiao Mei, he would be completely finished. Old Lu, wake up. Lu Fei called Lu Fugui through his phone. But Lu Fugui was already completely lost in the effects of the corpse oil. No amount of shouting would help. Lu Fei had left his talisman in his pocket, having hastily taken off his clothes earlier without retrieving it. Slap, slap. In a moment of desperation, Lu Fei slapped the window to attract Xiao Mei's attention. Huh. Xiao Mei suddenly raised her head, her slender eyebrows furrowing, her gaze filled with suspicion. Lu Fei quickly gestured to Hu Zi to continue distracting Xiao Mei, while he quietly slipped into the room to save Lu Fugui. Hu Zi nodded and scratched the glass with his hand, creating a harsh noise. Lu Fei held the ghost-headed knife and quietly ran along the wall towards the door. The door was intentionally left ajar by Lu Fugui, not fully closed. What was that? Xiao Mei, seeing the noise outside the window, turned pale and jumped down from Lu Fugui, striding to the window. With a whoosh, she suddenly pulled open the curtains, and the dim yellow light poured out through the glass. She leaned out to take a look. The bushes in the greenbelt swayed slightly, and a few meows came from the shadowy corner of the wall. Dead cat, I'll eat you sooner or later. Xiao Mei cursed fiercely with a grim face. Lu Fei seized the opportunity while she was closing the window, quietly opened the door, and slipped into the room, crouching low. Xiao Mei closed the window tightly, drew the curtains, and turned around. Lu Fei hurriedly hid behind the cabinet. Xiao Mei glanced at Lu Fugui, who was sprawled on the sofa like a dead pig, scratched her neck, collected herself, and resumed her smile to continue enjoying her feast. Lu Fei leaned against the cabinet, gripping the ghost-headed knife tightly, his body tense. Unable to find a chance to wake Lu Fugui, he could only confront Xiao Mei directly. Just then, as Xiao Mei's red lips got close to Lu Fugui, the scratching sound on the window glass rang out again. It was a very harsh sound. Xiao Mei's face instantly darkened, her slender eyebrows furrowed tightly. She took a deep breath, trying to ignore the noise outside. But the irritating sound kept ringing, making her extremely restless, ruining her good mood. Damn cat. A chilling coldness flashed in her eyes as she suddenly stood up, quickly walked into the kitchen, grabbed a sharp fruit knife, and rushed to the window. She abruptly pulled back the curtains, her gaze coldly scanning outside, the knife in her hand gleaming ominously. Seizing this chance, Lu Fei quickly walked to the sofa and pinched Lu Fugui's philtrum hard. Lu Fugui jolted awake, groggily opening his eyes. What is going on? Lu Fei hurriedly covered his mouth, stuffed a talisman into his hand, and carefully backed away, hiding behind the cabinet. Keep the talisman I gave you, stay alert. Lu Fei whispered to Lu Fugui through his phone. Listening to Lu Fei's voice in his ear, Lu Fugui snapped back to reality, recalling that he had been charmed by Xiao Mei again without realizing it, and felt a wave of dread. Look for a chance to get Xiao Mei to take a shower. Lu Fei continued. When Xiao Mei is in the shower, she might take off her head. Maybe that's when her true form is revealed. I'll try my best. Lu Fugui glanced at Xiao Mei. 1,000 impulses to run surged in his heart, but he knew he could escape today, but not tomorrow. So he could only grit his teeth and endure. Xiao Mei, with the knife, searched by the window for a long time, but didn't see that damned cat. Wait until I finish eating, then I'll deal with you. Not a single one of you can escape. Xiao Mei angrily closed the window, and upon turning around, saw Lu Fugui sitting up, momentarily stunned, quickly hiding the knife behind her back and showing a charming smile. You dead ghost, why are you awake? I'm thirsty. How about this, Xiao Mei, you go take a shower. Lu Fugui's words got tangled up, almost slipping out. Shower? Xiao Mei tilted her head in confusion. That. You used to take showers, right? Hurry up, I can't wait anymore, haha. Under Xiao Mei's gaze, Lu Fugui was drenched in sweat, nervously trying to cover up. Look at you, so eager. All right, I'm going to shower now, wait for me obediently. Hearing him say that, Xiao Mei instead became happy, swaying her waist as she walked into the bathroom. Soon, the sound of running water started splashing. The bathroom door fogged up. Little Lu, she's gone. Lu Fugui looked at the misty glass door, cautiously gesturing towards Lu Fei. Only then did Lu Fei reveal his face, glancing at the bathroom, crouching low, and quietly approached. Lu Fugui couldn't sit still either, trembling as he walked over. The two of them, one on each side, squinted through the door crack, peering inside. Lu Fugui's heart raced like thunder, but he couldn't help wanting to look. What if he had misjudged that day? Their gazes slowly probed inside. The bathroom was shrouded in mist. Minimal fabric was strewn on the sink. Behind the glass partition, Xiaomei's curvy figure appeared. She had her back to the door. Key areas obscured by the mist, evoking the imagination. Warm water washed over her smooth back, accentuating the bright red scarf around her neck. She scratched her neck and finally raised her hand to gently pull the scarf. In that moment, both Lu Fei and Lu Fugui's hearts tightened, not blinking an eye. The bright red scarf slipped away, revealing a hideous scar around Xiaomei's white neck. The scar almost circled her neck, resembling an ugly worm, starkly contrasting with her beautiful body. Touching the scar, Xiaomei bent down, letting the shower wash over her head, starting to wash her hair. A faint scent of shampoo wafted out. After waiting for a long time, Lu Fei still hadn't seen Xiaomei take off her head. Isn't this quite normal? Lu Fei looked questioningly at Lu Fugui on the other side of the door. I don't know. Lu Fugui was also confused. Could it be that he had misjudged that day, and Xiaomei was just bending over to wash her hair? He had panicked and thought he saw her take off her head. But that was too ridiculous. Let us wait a bit longer. Lu Fugui gestured to Lu Fei. Lu Fei patiently continued to peek inside. However, even after Xiaomei finished washing her hair, she still hadn't taken off her head. Outside the door, Lu Fei and Lu Fugui stared at each other. Could it be that they were mistaken? Xiaomei was just unwilling to take off the scarf because of the scar on her neck. She wasn't a monster at all? No. But the next moment, Lu Fei immediately denied this thought. If Xiaomei wasn't a monster, then what about the corpse oil? What about Lu Fugui being drained of energy? Chapter 86, Fatal Weakness. The corpse oil, as well as Lu Fugui being drained of energy, were indisputable facts. Using corpse oil to confuse people, making them unable to resist, that was understandable. But does a human need to absorb someone else's energy? Absolutely impossible. Even if there are some esoteric practices in the metaphysical realm. Using yin and yang dual cultivation techniques to absorb yin to supplement yang or vice versa, that can only be achieved through intercourse. Only monsters and spirits need to consume human energy. Xiaomei is definitely not human. Her current normal behavior should be to numb Lu Fugui. Since Lu Fugui escaped last night and showed abnormal behavior today, she must have grown suspicious and wanted to put Lu Fugui at ease in order to continue absorbing his energy. What a cunning monster. However, thinking of this, Lu Fei felt a surge of joy instead. Lu Fugui was just an ordinary person. Xiaomei had to use so many tricks to confuse Lu Fugui, which indicated that her combat power was lacking. If that's the case, he didn't have to be so cautious and could act directly. Lu Fugui, seeing Lu Fei silent for a long time, was burning with anxiety, gesturing towards Lu Fei. What should we do now? Stay calm. When she comes out, you distract her. And I'll take action. Lu Fei made a gesture and mouthed silently. It's finally time to act. Lu Fugui's heart raced, feeling both nervous and a bit excited. The sound of water in the bathroom stopped. Lu Fei immediately gestured to Lu Fugui, raising the heavy, ghostly knife. Lu Fugui understood and tightly gripped the Kugui talisman in his hand, walking to the door to attract Xiaomei's attention. He saw Xiaomei wrap herself in a bath towel, drying her damp hair, readying her scarf around her neck, and stepping out barefoot from behind the glass partition. You dead guy, what are you doing standing outside the door? You scared me. Upon seeing Lu Fugui, Xiaomei playfully scolded, though her expression didn't seem surprised. I was worried. Lu Fugui knew he couldn't hesitate at this moment, so he mustered his courage and grabbed Xiaomei's hand. You dead guy, why did you run away yesterday if you were so worried? Xiaomei laughed proudly as Lu Fugui pulled her out of the bathroom. At that moment, Lu Fei swung the knife, aiming for the back of Xiaomei. The knife, rusty and dulled, would hardly cause any harm to a person, but it was a different story for evil spirits. Clang. A crisp sound echoed. The ghostly knife struck Xiaomei, as if it had hit a rock, not injuring her at all, and instead numbing Lu Fei's grip. This isn't right. At that moment, everyone present was stunned. Xiaomei looked at Lu Fei. Lu Fei looked at Lu Fugui. Lu Fugui looked back at Xiaomei. They exchanged glances, and the atmosphere became awkward. Then, Xiaomei's breathing quickened, and her expression darkened. Xiaomei, let me explain, Lu Fugui said, drenched in sweat, still trying to argue. You're asking for death. Xiaomei shouted angrily, grabbing Lu Fugui's hand and throwing him out forcefully. Lu Fugui, weighing 180 pounds, was unexpectedly tossed onto the sofa, instantly dizzy. What strength? Lu Fei quickly swung the knife again. Clang. Xiaomei raised her hand to block, her slender arm as hard as stone, forcing Lu Fei back several steps. Blocking the knife with her bare hands, not a mark was left on her skin. No, this isn't stone, it's like steel. Lu Fei was horrified. Could Xiaomei be a zombie? But that didn't make sense. Zombies fear sunlight, have stiff limbs, and grow hair. How could she move freely like Xiaomei? Lu Fei felt it was unfathomable. What exactly was she? But Lu Fei had no time to think. I knew something was off tonight. So this dead pig brought someone to deal with me. Xiaomei's face darkened, her eyes full of murderous intent. Fine, bring one, I'll take one. Bring two, I'll take a pair. With that, she lunged at Lu Fei like a fierce beast. Lu Fei hurriedly swung the knife to defend himself. Xiao Mei showed no fear of the ghostly knife, directly using her arms to block it. Her immense strength and tough skin caused Lu Fei's hands to go numb with every blow. Lu Fei found himself unable to withstand her attacks, continually retreating. Shopkeeper Lu. Lu Fugui struggled to get up from the sofa, trembling as he swung the Ku Gui talisman at Xiao Mei. It was weak and ineffective. The talisman fell to the ground, not even brushing against Xiao Mei, which only further enraged her. You used this thing to hurt me yesterday. Die? You all die? Xiao Mei's face twisted with rage, intent on killing Lu Fei. The heavy ghostly knife was already hard to wield, and facing a frenzied Xiao Mei. Lu Fei found it nearly impossible to defend himself, let alone find an opportunity to use the talisman. Just then, with a loud crash, the door was kicked open. A tall figure rushed into the room, taking several swift steps forward, and with a powerful leg, kicked Xiao Mei, forcing her back a few steps. Boss, Tiger. Lu Fei felt a surge of joy. At that moment, Tiger was like a godsend. Tiger stood protectively in front of Lu Fei, his tall and strong figure providing a sense of security. Lu Fei put down the heavy ghostly knife and caught his breath. Xiao Mei squinted at Tiger, her eyes revealing a chilling hunger. Oh, so there are 3 of you. I haven't played with 3 in a long time. And you're all so strong. I like it. With that, she lunged at Tiger. Tiger, knowing her strength, dared not confront her directly, instead using the talisman to keep her at bay. Strangely, the talisman had no effect on Xiao Mei. Yet yesterday, Lu Fugui clearly said he had used the talisman to injure her and escape. What was happening now? Seeing this, Lu Fugui was completely dumbfounded, his face drained of color. What kind of monster was Xiao Mei? Not only was she impervious to knives and guns, but she also showed no reaction to talismans. Was she invincible? No, that couldn't be right. Lu Fei gasped for breath, sweat pouring down his forehead. Although his hands were still, his mind raced. Since Xiao Mei was so powerful, did she even need to play tricks to confuse Lu Fugui? Could she not just forcibly absorb Lu Fugui's essence? There had to be a reason behind this. Did Xiao Mei have a very deadly weakness that forced her to be cautious? Even the most formidable evil beings have weaknesses. Monsters and demons are no exception. Lu Fei's eyes were fixed on Xiao Mei, his brain working rapidly. Where was the weakness? Boss, I can't hold her off for long. You all run. The talisman was ineffective against Xiao Mei, and Tiger wouldn't last long either. He shouted anxiously at Lu Fei. Run, little Lu. Lu Fugui turned and ran towards the door. Lu Fei didn't move. As the boss, he couldn't abandon his companions to save himself. Where was Xiao Mei's weakness? He stared intently at her, suddenly realizing that every time Tiger approached Xiao Mei's neck, she would instinctively dodge. His eyes lit up. That's it, it's the neck. Chapter 87. Separation of Body and Head. Looking at the scarf around Xiao Mei's neck, Lu Fei's heart raced. He had just been stunned by her tough skin and bones, momentarily forgetting this crucial detail. Her neck definitely had a problem. Wearing a scarf was not just to hide something. With this thought, Lu Fei immediately put down the ghostly knife. Although it could suppress evil, it wasn't very useful now and was too heavy to maneuver effectively. Lu Fei switched to using a willow branch whip. Tiger, be careful. He shouted to Tiger, warning him to approach Xiao Mei cautiously. Seeing that he wasn't running but instead still wanted to confront her, a sneer of contempt crossed Xiao Mei's face. Heh, with meat delivered to my mouth, I can't resist. She let out a low cry and fiercely grabbed at Tiger, intending to take him down before dealing with Lu Fei. As for Lu Fugui, she didn't even glance at him, seemingly confident that he couldn't escape. Boss, run. Tiger, unaware that Lu Fei had a plan, anxiously urged him to flee. With Xiao Mei attacking fiercely, it became even harder for him to cope. And in a moment of carelessness, she seized his arms. Xiao Mei's hands were like iron pincers, and for a moment he couldn't pull his arms free. Huzi! Lu Fei shouted loudly, and quickly lashed the willow whip towards Xiao Mei's neck. Although Huzi was controlled by Xiao Mei, there was a benefit. Xiao Mei couldn't free his hands to deal with Lu Fei. Crack! The willow whip sliced through the air with great momentum. A look of caution flashed in Xiao Mei's eyes as he exerted force to lift Huzi suddenly, blocking himself. Huzi, duck! Lu Fei tilted his hand to avoid Huzi and shouted. Huzi couldn't move his hands, but upon hearing Lu Fei's command, he cooperatively lowered his head. At that moment, Lu Fei swung the whip fiercely towards the front where Xiao Mei was. Xiao Mei's eyes widened in panic as he hurriedly pushed Huzi forward. Unexpectedly, Huzi tightly grasped her arm and wouldn't let go. Now it was Xiao Mei who found it difficult to escape, watching helplessly as the whip came towards him. Crack! With a crisp sound, the whip struck hard against Xiao Mei's neck. The willow branch is associated with the Yin, capable of interacting with evil spirits. So it works best against ghosts, but it's a bit less effective against other evils. Therefore, Lu Fei infused the whip with magical power at this moment. Xiao Mei let out a tragic scream. The skin on his neck was as fragile as paper, and with one lash, it broke, splitting open a large gash. His head oddly tilting to one side. However, no blood flowed from the crack. From the tilted head's severed edge, many tendril-like structures resembling blood vessels emerged, writhing and stretching towards his neck as if trying to reconnect. What the hell? Seeing this horrifying scene, Lu Fei was stunned. But he didn't stop. He pressed the attack, swinging the whip again towards Xiao Mei's neck. Crack! The tendril-like blood vessels were severed by the willow whip, and Xiao Mei's head completely detached from his neck, rolling away and landing on the ground. At the same time, his body trembled and fell stiffly. Black patches quickly appeared on the skin, emitting a foul stench of decay. Huzi, let go! Lu Fei shouted loudly to Huzi, remaining alert to Xiao Mei's head. The head fell to the ground, still wide-eyed with a twisted expression, the tendrils at the severed edge writhing, not appearing to be dying. Huzi had been keeping his head down, and only upon hearing Lu Fei's warning did he let go. Xiao Mei's body collapsed, and from the severed neck, putrid corpse water splattered out, as if it were a corpse that had been dead for a long time. Damn! Seeing Xiao Mei's body and head separated, Huzi couldn't help but exclaim, "The body I found with such difficulty has been ruined by you. I'm going to eat you." Xiao Mei's head shook with anger, deep resentment exploding in his eyes, and suddenly leaped up, bouncing like a ball, viciously lunging at Lu Fei. As it soared into the air, several writhing, ugly blood vessels emerged from its neck, terrifying and disgusting. "Boss, be careful." This scene horrified Huzi, who grabbed the ghost head knife on the ground and struck hard towards Xiao Mei's head. At the same time, Lu Fei also swung his whip. But what neither of them expected was that Xiao Mei's head actually soared high above them, using the wall to push off with great force, darting towards the open door at lightning speed. It was merely a feint. It was trying to escape. Without a body for protection, it was extremely vulnerable. Not good. It's trying to run. Letting this strange thing escape would lead to endless trouble. Lu Fei reacted quickly and immediately chased after it. Huzi, holding the ghost head knife, closely followed. However, the head moved quite fast, almost vanishing outside the door in the blink of an eye. Quick! Lu Fei and Huzi raced outside, seeing the shadow of the head flash past in the corridor, feeling a burning urgency. Outside, the world was vast. It would be even harder to catch the head once it got away. But then, they heard a muffled thud. The head seemed to have hit something and bounced back. "Allah, I'm going to fight you." Immediately after, Lu Fuguei rushed in, yelling, holding a brick. This guy didn't escape. When he returned, he coincidentally collided with the head. What perfect timing! Lu Fei was overjoyed and directly lashed out with his whip, wrapping it around the head and pulling it back into the room. The head let out a piercing scream, spinning on the ground like a top. Huzi followed up with a strike, hitting it back into the room like a relay race. "Quick, close the door," Lu Fei shouted as he rushed back inside. "Old Lu, hurry." Huzi waved to a bewildered Lu Fuguei, bringing him back into the room and slamming the door shut. The room was filled with a strong stench of decay. The earlier scene had unfolded too quickly. Lu Fuguei hadn't clearly seen what had collided with him, nor what they had fought. It was only now that he noticed Xiao Mei's body lying on the ground, already highly decomposed. Meanwhile, her head rolled aside, marked by whip marks, but without a drop of blood. The eyeballs moved, and the face twisted. It was still alive. Damn, I didn't see wrong that day. Lu Fuguei's hand holding the brick trembled, his legs going weak, the courage to fight back gone. "Well done, old Lu, you actually didn't run away." Huzi appreciatively patted Lu Fuguei on the shoulder. Lu Fuguei had no words to express his feelings. "Stop staring. No matter what this thing is, we must kill it first." Lu Fei waved his hand and carefully approached Xiao Mei's head with the willow whip. Huzi also walked over with the ghost head knife. Lu Fuguei glanced at the two, shivering as he followed behind. Xiao Mei's head hurriedly rolled back, eventually being cornered against the wall, with nowhere to retreat. Showing a fierce expression and baring its teeth at the three. Seeing this tactic didn't work, it quickly changed to a pitiful look, squeezing out a few tears and tremblingly pleading. "Brothers, I was wrong. Please spare me this once. I won't dare to harm anyone again." Lu Fei remained unmoved, raising the whip in his hand. The head, pressed into a corner, opened its mouth wide and let out a piercing scream. "Master, save me." Chapter 88. Head Evil Spirit. This scream echoed far into the night. "Master?" Lu Fei's expression changed slightly. This head monster was actually an evil spirit raised by someone? As the saying goes, killed to silence, it couldn't be left alive, so he quickly aimed to kill it. Lu Fei raised his hand, infusing magical power and striking down hard with the whip. The head screamed, constantly begging for mercy. Please spare me. I won't harm anyone again." The voice was mournful, as if it were not a monster but a pitiful child suffering abuse. Lu Fei acted as if he hadn't heard, continuing to whip down fiercely. Thick black smoke rose from the head, its voice weakened, looking pitifully at Lu Fuguei, tearfully accusing. "I've served you all this time, and you're so heartless. I hate you." The words were spoken as if it had been wronged by a scoundrel. Lu Fuguei didn't know what he was thinking. A trace of reluctance appeared on his chubby face, but he didn't do anything, just silently turned his back. Huzi was initially worried that Lu Fuguei would plead for the head monster, but seeing that he remained indifferent, his impression of Lu Fuguei improved significantly. All the tricks were ineffective, and the head was utterly desperate, revealing its hideous true face. Endless resentment and malice shone in its eyes. "My master will kill you, skin you alive, and chop you into pieces to feed the dogs." Lu Fei's whip continued. As the black mist dissipated, the head's skin melted like candle wax, leaving only a pale skull in the end. Lu Fei stopped and still felt uneasy, taking a talisman and sticking it on the skull to ensure it wouldn't react anymore. It should be dead. He then exhaled a long breath. Lu Fugue's whole body slumped, his expression somewhat complicated. Boss, what exactly is this head? Huzi couldn't help but ask. It should be some kind of evil object refined by sorcery, but I don't know the specifics. Lu Fei frowned and said. I've only heard of a kind of voodoo in the South Sea, where at the highest level, a head can detach from the body and fly. Called a head voodoo. Isn't this a head voodoo? No, a head voodoo can't attach its head to someone else's body, and besides, the head of a head voodoo is still connected to a long string of internal organs, which is very disgusting. Lu Fei waved his hand, as the foul smell of the corpse filled the entire house, making breathing difficult. Let us not talk about this anymore. We need to hurry back. Staying in this smell for too long can be toxic. Moreover, the head called for its master before it died, and I'm worried that the other party will come. To be able to refine such a strange, evil object, the one behind it is obviously not a simple character. The three of them didn't say much more and quickly exited the house. However, before Lu Fugue went out, he paused at the sofa, as if picking something up. Running out of the building, fresh air instantly rushed into their lungs. The three could finally breathe deeply. It was just that after staying in the house for so long, they had accumulated quite a bit of the smell of corpses on them. The entire community was silent. All the windows were dark, as if there were no living people residing at all. The head's shrieks before dying had not woken anyone. Lu Fei was increasingly certain that there was something wrong with this community. The three of them ran out in one breath, driving away without stopping. The car quickly got onto the main road, and the gloomy community in the rearview mirror grew further away, allowing the three to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Huzi rolled down the car window, letting the cool night breeze in to carry away the smell of corpses from their bodies. After a moment of silence, Lu Fugue sighed. If it weren't for you, little Lu, and Huzi, old Lu, would have been in big trouble this time. Remembering the thrill of the night, Lu Fugue felt a lingering fear. Who would have thought that a stroke of luck would lead to encountering such a bizarre thing? Little Lu, what exactly was that thing? Why could it still be lively after its head was moved? He really couldn't understand why he was so unlucky. I estimate that it's some kind of head-related evil spirit, specifically used to absorb human essence. What it absorbs the essence for, I don't know. But it can be certain it's not for anything good, Lu Fei pondered. This method is somewhat similar to corpse raising, but the body and head are not the same. It's more like attaching a head to someone else's body, pretending to be a living person. Therefore, without the head, the body would immediately rot. What? Then the one I've been sleeping with all this time is actually a corpse. Lu Fugue was utterly horrified. Now, he would rather the one seducing him was a female ghost. Seeing him so dejected, Huzi surprisingly didn't make fun of him, but instead took out a pack of cigarettes and tossed it to him. Have one, to get rid of the smell on you. Thank you. Lu Fugue was somewhat surprised, trembling as he lit a cigarette. Earlier, Huzi had relished in his misfortune. Lu Fei also took one. He wasn't used to it, mainly because the smell of the corpse on his body was too unbearable. The ashes floated in the night wind. Having left that community for a while, Lu Fugue perked up again. No matter what, being able to save his life was a good thing. Surviving great calamities must bring future blessings. I, Lu Fugue, along with little Lu and Huzi, will have great fortune in the future. He encouraged himself. Old Lu, didn't you escape earlier? Why did you come back? Huzi asked. This was what made him see Lu Fugue in a different light. At least this person still had some loyalty. Nonsense. I wasn't escaping. I was going out to find weapons. Lu Fugue straightened his back immediately. Old Lu, value loyalty the most. You two were fighting inside. How could I just leave you behind and run? Am I that kind of person? At that time, I thought if one dies, one dies. What else there to be afraid of? At worst, I can be a hero again in 18 years. Really? I don't believe it. Huzi laughed deliberately. Believe it or not, I went back to find you. Lu Fugue snorted coldly, regaining his thick-skinned demeanor, and chuckled. This life and death together has forged a bond between me and little Lu. From now on, bang. Suddenly, the car jolted violently, making a loud noise. It felt like they had hit something. Huzi's face changed drastically as he quickly slammed the brakes, bringing the car to a stop. What did we hit? The three of them looked out the window, their faces pale. There was only their car on the entire road, no streetlights on either side. And the surroundings were dark and eerie. They had just happened to be on a secluded stretch of road. I was looking at the road the whole time and didn't see anyone ahead. It might be an animal that suddenly crossed the road. I'll go check, Huzi said, unbuckling his seatbelt. Wait, Huzi, don't go. Lu Fei looked at the pitch-black surroundings, feeling a bad premonition. Just now, the three of them were joking. But he was also looking ahead and didn't see any figures or animals passing by. Close the windows. Okay. Huzi didn't know why, but did as told. The car windows were shut tight. Lu Fei gripped the willow whip, cautiously looking outside. Lu Fugue was made somewhat nervous by his serious expression, swallowing hard and asking, Little Lu, is there something wrong? Bang. Before Lu Fei could answer, a grayish-blue hand suddenly emerged from the darkness, striking the car window. Chapter 89. The dead blocked the road. That hand was pale and bloodless, with skin showing a kind of grayish-blue color that only dead people have. Where did that hand come from? Lu Fugue jumped in fright, trembling as he pointed at the window. Lu Fei tightened his grip on the willow whip. Huzi grabbed the ghostly knife placed in the passenger seat. Bang! Immediately after, another grayish-blue hand hit the window. 2 hands slowly crawled up, followed by an extremely pale dead face pressing against the glass, with grayish-white eyeballs staring intently at the people inside. Oh my god, it's a ghost! Lu Fuguei screamed in terror. That's not a ghost, it's a dead person, Lu Fei said calmly. The owner of the head has come to seek revenge. Controlling the dead is usually the means of corpse raisers. It must be the owner of the head coming for vengeance. Huzi was drenched in cold sweat. If he had gotten out of the car to check just now, he would have definitely been pounced on by the dead person. Before they could react, another grayish-blue corpse appeared at the other window. Bang bang bang. The corpse fiercely pounded on the window. Its palms seemed frozen stiff, extremely hard, causing the glass to tremble slightly. Fortunately, Lu Fuguei's business vehicle was of high quality and didn't break apart immediately, but it couldn't hold up for long either. Tiger, don't worry about them. Hurry up and leave. They won't dare go where there are many people, Lu Fei shouted. Through the window, he saw many grayish-blue figures on both sides of the road, stiffly walking toward the vehicle. So many dead people. If each one were as tough as iron, they wouldn't stand a chance. If one listened closely, there was a faint moaning sound, like some kind of instrument, very strange. This is how the corpse raiser controls the bodies. Lu Fuguei turned pale with fear. He thought that after dealing with the head, everything would be fine. But he didn't expect there was something even more formidable behind it. Hold on tight. Tiger quickly shifted gears and pressed the gas pedal. The vehicle roared forward. The body seemed to run over something, jolting violently. Tiger didn't care, firmly gripping the steering wheel and flooring the gas. After all, there were no other vehicles on this road, so he acted without restraint. A few grayish figures were blocking the road ahead. Under the headlights, their faces looked particularly terrifying. Charge through, Lu Fei shouted, gripping the armrest and staring ahead. They're not living people. Why should we be polite? All right. Tiger gritted his teeth and drove straight into them. Bang bang. The vehicle shook violently, and the dead were knocked away like bowling pins. The car swerved, but Tiger quickly corrected it back to the center of the road and continued speeding ahead. My car. Lu Fuguei clutched the armrest, his face full of anguish. What are you worried about your car for at a time like this? Lu Fei couldn't help but roll his eyes at him, looking back at the vehicle. Those grayish dead were staggering to get up from the ground, struggling to chase after the car. These agile dead had already reached the level of walking corpses. But no matter how fast they were, they couldn't outrun a car, and soon those gray shadows were left far behind, until they were completely out of sight. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Although these walking corpses were eerie, they were in a car, so shaking them off wasn't too difficult. This should have created an enemy. Lu Fei glanced at Lu Fuguei and said, You didn't tell Xiaomei your identity and address, did you? Lu Fuguei turned pale, looking mournful as he said, I told her I was the owner of the antique street. Then you're done for. The owner of that head will definitely come looking for revenge. Lu Fei said, speechless. These sorcerers hold grudges and definitely won't let it go so easily. What do we do now? Lu Fuguei felt like he wanted to die. He thought he had saved his life, but unexpectedly, he had attracted even greater trouble. Little Lu, we've been through life and death together. You can't just leave me hanging. Did he even need to say that? The head was killed by Lu Fei. The person seeking revenge wouldn't only target him. Don't panic. Once we get to the antique street, it's our territory. In our own territory, he can't just call the shots. Lu Fei said calmly. I'll still stay with you guys. Lu Fuguei felt much more at ease. Until the trouble was completely resolved, he needed to hold onto this big thigh tightly. Bang. Just then, the windshield in front of the car was suddenly hit. A grayish face appeared from above the car roof. There was actually another walking corpse. Caught off guard, Tiger was startled and lost grip of the steering wheel, causing the speeding vehicle to swerve toward the roadside guardrail. The huge inertia made Lu Fei and Lu Fuguei lean to one side. Squeak. Tiger desperately tried to stabilize the vehicle, pressing the brake and constantly adjusting the steering wheel. Bang bang bang. The walking corpse continued to violently bang its head against the glass, and in a few hits, the glass was covered in cracks. Tiger. Once the glass shattered, Tiger in the front would be in danger. Lu Fei unbuckled his seatbelt, climbed over to the front seat, grabbing the armrest with one hand and holding the willow branch whip tightly with the other, staring intently at the walking corpse outside the window. Crack. The window broke open, and shards along with the wind rushed in. The walking corpse flipped down from the roof, crouching at the window, its hands reaching out violently toward Tiger. Tiger was struggling to stabilize the swerving vehicle and had no way to defend himself. Get lost. Lu Fei infused his magic power and swung the willow whip, striking the dead person's hand. Instantly, a charred whip mark appeared on the walking corpse's hand, but it felt no pain, only slowing down slightly. Damn it. The dead don't feel pain. Lu Fei realized that no matter how many times he struck, it wouldn't work. So he immediately picked up the ghost-headed knife from under the seat and stabbed it fiercely at the walking corpse. Thud. The tip of the knife hit the corpse, making a crisp sound. This walking corpse's body was indeed tough. Although the knife tip didn't pierce its flesh, it could serve as a blunt weapon. The corpse leaned back slightly from the jab. It works. Lu Fei leaned forward, practically lying on the car's center console, using the ghost-headed knife to desperately push the walking corpse down from the car. With the vehicle bouncing, the walking corpse finally fell off the engine. Bang! The tires ran over the corpse, making a loud noise. The vehicle shook violently, and its speed just happened to decrease. Hurry up! Lu Fei didn't know if there were any pursuers behind them, and urged Tiger to drive quickly without stopping. Tiger quickly restarted the vehicle, swerving around the walking corpse and speeding ahead. The vehicle was making strange noises all over. Wind rushed in through the broken windows, making it hard for everyone to open their eyes. They sped along, finally seeing the prosperous lights of the city before the vehicle completely broke down. And there were other cars on the road. We're safe. Lu Fei and Tiger both breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Although they had escaped danger, Lu Fuguei looked ashen, on the verge of tears. My car. Enough, old Lu. Just be grateful you made it back alive. Lu Fei glanced back at him and said, that corpse raiser is relentlessly pursuing us. It's probably not just for revenge. Did you take something? Chapter 90 New customers what? This question caught Lu Fuguei off guard. Did you take something before leaving Xiaomei's house? Lu Fei stared at him and asked. Lu Fuguei stammered. And seeing Lu Fei's piercing gaze, he fished out a glass bottle the size of a palm from his pocket. Inside the bottle was yellow oil. Corpse oil. Lu Fei's eyes widened in disbelief. What did you take this useless thing for? I thought this oil had good effects, so I thought I'd take it back for you. Maybe it could sell for a good price, Lu Fuguei explained. I really appreciate it. Lu Fei was completely speechless. Even Tiger, who was driving, couldn't help but look back at Lu Fuguei and said, Old Lu, I'm really impressed. You never forget to make money, do you? I'm all for the sake of the evil stuff. The evil stuff is for collecting evil items, right? Little Lu, what do you think of this corpse oil? Does it have any special value? Lu Fuguei asked with a proud expression. What special value could it have? It's just something that makes others devoted to you. This thing can't be sold casually, or it will cause trouble, Lu Fei replied irritably. However, this corpse oil is indeed rare. Besides having an aphrodisiac effect in romantic relationships, it also has special functions in certain sorceries. So, it's a bit of an unexpected gain. The vehicle pulled into the parking lot of the antique street. As soon as the three got out of the car, they saw that Lu Fuguei's business vehicle was in a terrible state. The front windshield was shattered. The hood was dented, the exterior was damaged in several places, and there were scratches everywhere. It was a miracle that he managed to drive it back safely. Oh, my car. Lu Fuguei's face was twitching in pain. A romantic encounter had cost him both health and money. He regretted it deeply. What's the fuss? It's just a car. If it can't be repaired, buy a new one. Isn't it better than losing your life? Huzi couldn't stand Lu Fuguei's obsession with money. What do you know? A car is a man's second wife. Wouldn't you feel heartbroken if your wife was damaged? Lu Fuguei carefully wiped the scratches on the car with his sleeve. Then you take your time with your wife. We're heading back. Lu Fei shook his head and strode out of the parking lot. After dealing with the head monster that night, he had exhausted a lot of his magical energy, and after a series of terrifying experiences, he just wanted to get home and rest quickly. Huzi didn't bother with Lu Fuguei anymore and caught up with Lu Fei. Wait for me. Lu Fuguei hurriedly locked the car and shamelessly chased after them. Little Lu, don't worry. I will remember your life-saving grace and definitely won't let you work for nothing. It's just that I'm a bit short on cash right now, and fixing the car will cost quite a bit. Just give me some time. He rubbed his hands, feeling a bit embarrassed. But don't worry, I'm not the kind of person who takes advantage of others. All expenses for the next few days will be on me. Lu Fei didn't save him for money, so letting him stay a few more days was fine. Besides, he still had a bottle of corpse oil. After returning safely to the pawnshop, Lu Fei took a shower and changed into clean, comfortable clothes. Then, he set up a fire pit in the yard and threw all the dirty clothes that had absorbed the stench of the corpse into it to burn. This kind of corpse odor couldn't be washed away. Throwing it in the trash would cause others to pick it up and spread bad luck. So burning it was the best way to deal with it. Huzi and Lu Fuguei saw this and burned their own stinky clothes as well. After they were done, it was already late at night, and everyone was quite tired, so they didn't say much and went to rest. It was a peaceful night. Lu Fei slept until noon before getting up to open for business. This is the benefit of being your own boss. You can open whenever you want. Huzi was in charge of cleaning and miscellaneous tasks, while Lu Fuguei was responsible for buying meals. To be honest, this life was quite comfortable. However, Lu Fei didn't waste any time. After lunch, he went to the storeroom to take out the dark wood and prepare it. Tonight was the night of the ghost market opening. He planned to take the dark wood for a walk around the ghost market, hoping to exchange it for a suitable material to craft a handy magical tool for himself. The ghost-headed knife and willow whip were both good, but each had its pros and cons. The ghost-headed knife was domineering and could suppress evil, but it was too heavy and somewhat inconvenient to use. The willow whip was flexible and the best for hitting ghosts, but it lacked effectiveness against other evils. Lu Fei hoped to find a magical tool that was good at driving away evil and also flexible and lightweight. Now that he had magical power, if he found something suitable, he could directly refine it into a personal magical tool. Powerful practitioners in the Xianmen mystical sect would refine a personal magical tool for themselves. With the help of a personal magical tool, their cultivation would be much more effective, but very few could successfully refine one. The Master Yang that Su Mingxin invited, although also from the Xianmen and somewhat capable, didn't have a personal magical tool, so he couldn't be considered a powerful character. The old ghost raiser who used little ghosts to ambush others didn't have a personal magical tool for protection, which is why he suffered such severe backlash. Lu Fei's grandfather had a personal magical tool called the Sima scale. The Sima scale itself is a measuring tool, typically used by pawnshops to weigh gold. His grandfather's Sima scale was made from special materials and refined with his blood. The weight could suppress evil, and the pole could drive it away, making it very effective against evil entities. Moreover, it was lightweight and portable. However, once a personal magical tool was refined, it would be bound to its owner for life and could not be passed on to others. If one prospered, all prospered. If one suffered, all suffered. When his grandfather passed away, he naturally took this personal magical tool with him. Therefore, if Lu Fei wanted a personal magical tool, he had to rely on himself to seek and refine it. Whether he could find good materials depended on him. Lu Fei put away the dark wood and opened the ancient script research book on the table. He needed to look for a magical tool and also for his grandfather. He wasn't someone who gave up easily. As long as he set his mind on something, he would see it through to the end, no matter how difficult it was. As for the corpse raiser, he might not necessarily find him. Even if he did come, he wasn't afraid, as this was the antique street, not a desolate wilderness. Huzi and Lu Fuguwei didn't dare to disturb him. Lu Fuguwei called someone to tow the car for repairs and stayed in the pawn shop playing on his phone, occasionally bantering quietly with Huzi. Just as it was quiet, two hurried figures walked into the pawn shop. The first was a middle-aged man, short and chubby, wearing a big gold chain around his neck, with sharp eyes and many bead bracelets on his thick arms, exuding a nouveau riche vibe. The person behind him was tall and strong, with a face full of flesh, clearly a bodyguard. "May I ask where Manager Lu of the evil pawn shop is?" The short, chubby nouveau riche bellowed, scanning the three people in the shop. "That's me. How can I help you?" Lu Fei closed the book, stood up from behind the counter, and revealed a friendly smile typical for customer interactions. "Is it you? So young." The nouveau riche was surprised and looked Lu Fei up and down. "I heard that the evil pawn shop specializes in collecting evil items. I dug up a strange thing on my construction site. Do you dare to take it?" Chapter 91. The evil item dug up from the construction site. Huzi. Make some tea. With business coming in, Lu Fei naturally had to take it seriously. "Before we know what kind of evil item it is, no one can guarantee anything. You might as well sit down and tell me slowly." He stepped out from behind the counter and politely gestured for the nouveau riche to take a seat. Lu Fuguwei wisely vacated a spot. The nouveau riche sat down boldly, and the bodyguard stood behind him with his arms crossed, exuding a strong presence. "Boss, have some tea." Huzi handed over a teacup, and the bodyguard shot him a glance. The two briefly locked eyes. Huzi calmly stepped back behind Lu Fei, standing tall and confident, not losing out in presence. "My name is Chen Jinfa. People in the industry call me Brother Fa." The nouveau riche pointed to himself with his thumb and spoke in a rough voice. "Oh, so it's Brother Fa. My apologies." Lu Fei nodded slightly. This type of nouveau riche valued face the most. As long as he was given enough face, everything else could be negotiated. Lu Fei naturally had to give the customer face. "I've long since left the industry and switched to doing some legitimate small business," Chen Jinfa modestly replied. "Through a friend's introduction, I took on a small renovation project for a shopping mall, and when we started digging, we dug up a small coffin." "A small coffin?" Lu Fei raised an eyebrow. It was common for things to be dug up at construction sites. Some were antiques, some were ancient tombs, and others were strange items buried deep underground. If the dug-up item was a coffin, it might be related to an ancient tomb. The coffin is only half a meter long, and the surface is red, as if smeared with blood, with 3 nails on the top. Chen Jinfa continued. "I've never seen such a strange coffin. It's this small, what can it hold? A half-meter-long coffin? That's indeed rare." Lu Fei nodded and asked, "Brother Fa, have you opened the coffin?" "The workers dug up something and didn't dare to touch it, so they called someone to ask me. I thought, what is there to be afraid of in broad daylight? I told the workers to pry open the coffin. Guess what was inside?" Chen Jinhua said mysteriously. "What was it?" Lu Fei asked with curiosity. "A tattered clay doll. It was all nailed up and I don't even know what it was for. So I had the workers throw it away." Chen Jinhua looked annoyed. But after that day, the construction site was not peaceful, no matter how they tried. They couldn't get the foundation to settle. The walls they had just built collapsed after a while, and changing technicians or experienced workers didn't help. "If this delays my schedule, it will be a big problem." Brother Fa suspected that it was that little coffin causing trouble. Lu Fei said, "That tiny coffin. It's not like it was meant for burying the dead. It must be something dirty. Otherwise, why was everything going smoothly before they dug up the coffin? And then everything went wrong? Did they dig up anything else besides that little coffin?" Lu Fei asked again. "No, just that one." Lu Fei pondered. "If that's the case, it has nothing to do with the ancient tomb. That little coffin containing the clay doll might really be something evil." Chen Jinhua looked at Lu Fei's young face, his eyes showing doubt without any reservations. "Young man, you seem quite young. Do you really understand things like yin-yang and feng shui?" Lu Fuguwei immediately said, "Brother Fa, being capable has nothing to do with age. Young Master Lu has inherited the true teachings of old Master Lu, and his skills in dealing with evil things are extraordinary. You should know the Su family in Jiangqing, right? Young Master Lu is a distinguished guest of the Su family and has helped them solve major troubles before." This guy sounded like a braggart, leaving Chen Jinhua stunned. "Is it true?" The Su family, one of the three big families? Don't be joking. There can't be any fakes about this. Lu Fugui said seriously. Su Ligua, the head of the Su family, specifically set a table to invite us for dinner. You can ask around and find out, Brother Fa. Really? Chen Jinhua squinted at Lu Fei, and no matter how he looked at this kid, he didn't seem like a master. He looked more like a pretty boy. When he inquired, the other party only said that the evil department specializes in collecting evil things, but didn't he mention that the boss here was a young lad with no facial hair? Brother Fa, it's not as exaggerated as he said. Lu Fugui is just too good at boasting. Lu Fei quickly waved his hand. Understanding it or not is useless just by talking. Instead of boasting here, it's better to prove it with actions, right? You're quite direct. I like that. Chen Jinhua clapped his thigh and immediately stood up. Since we're all straightforward people, you come with me now. If you can really collect that little coffin, Chen Jinhua, will definitely reward you handsomely. Anyone who can make friends with the Su family should have some skills. He decided to give it a try. Brother Fa, please be patient. I happen to have something to do tonight. How about tomorrow? Lu Fei also stood up. Something to do? Chen Jinhua frowned immediately. My construction schedule doesn't wait for anyone. Others told me that the evil department specializes in collecting evil things, so I prioritize considering you. If you don't have time, I'll go find someone else. It's really unfortunate, Brother Fa. I have important matters tonight. How about this, Tiger? Bring me my business card? He had Tiger hand over a business card to Chen Jinhua and sincerely said, Brother Fa, I know you guys do big business. Time is money. You can first invite other masters. If the trouble is resolved smoothly, I'll certainly be happy for you. If not, you can contact me again. How about that? This statement was faultless, and Chen Jinhua couldn't help but look at Lu Fei a bit more, laughing. You know how to deal with people. I'll take the business card, but I hope I won't have to call you tomorrow. After saying that, he hurriedly left with his bodyguard. Lu Fugui wanted to hold him back, but couldn't find the opportunity. Young brother Lu, why not take such a good business? He turned back, puzzled, and said to Lu Fei, didn't I just say, I have important matters tonight? Going with them to look at evil things today would definitely take too much time. Lu Fei shrugged and began to pack his things. Tonight we are going to the ghost market. It only opens once every 3 months, and I can't miss it. What could be more important than making money? Lu Fugui looked regretful. If I had known, I would have also printed a business card for these local bosses. As long as you make them happy, they're very generous. I saw he was wearing quite a few bracelets. He must also be an antiques enthusiast. Tiger disdainfully said, do you have anything else in your eyes besides money? If I don't make money, how can I thank young brother Lu for saving my life? Lu Fugui said righteously, where did all the money you earned before go? I don't believe you have nothing left. Of course, it's for other uses. If I could take it out, would I hold on to it and not give it? While the two were bickering, Lu Fei had already packed his things. Tiger, it's time to go out. Tiger no longer paid attention to Lu Fugui and curiously asked, boss, where are we going? Chapter 92, Midnight arrives. The ghost market opens the ghost market. Lu Fei put on his backpack and told Tiger to lock the door. Lu Fugui anxiously said, young brother Lu, where are you going? Don't leave me behind. Old Lu, the place we're going to tonight has heavy energy, and your yang fire isn't strong enough. It's best not to go. Spend the night in a crowded place, Lu Fei said with a helpless smile. What if the thing that kills people comes looking for me? Lu Fugui said with a bitter face. It wouldn't dare act recklessly in a crowded place. If it really comes down to it, you can hide in the police station for a night. Then you have to come back early. Seeing that Lu Fei had already made up his mind, Lu Fugui didn't insist any longer and waved at them reluctantly. After leaving the antique street, Lu Fei hailed a cab and arrived outside a dark alley in the old city. This alley is called Wuding Alley and has been abandoned for many years. The driver saw them getting out in this place and had a strange expression, stepping on the gas and driving away quickly. Lu Fei looked around. This place isn't too far from the antique street, and the nearby old buildings have lights and voices, but this alley is pitch black, without a hint of sound. At the entrance of the alley, there is a tall willow tree, its long branches swaying slightly in the wind. It should be here. The place with a big willow tree. Lu Fei looked left and right, but didn't walk into the alley immediately. Instead, he took Tiger to a nearby grove to dig out some cool dirt and smeared it on their faces. Boss, why are we putting mud on again? Tiger asked curiously. The last time we put mud on was when we subdued Sister Ling. We can't let her know there are living people. This kind of mud that doesn't see the sun has heavy energy and can cover up the aura of living people. In the ghost market, the line between the living and the dead is blurred. There must be no living energy, or it will easily attract disaster. After smearing the mud, Lu Fei also put on a hat and a mask. However, it's still not time. Let us find a place to wait for a bit. All right. Tiger glanced at the alley, feeling the heavy energy and an indescribable fear. They found a relatively clean spot in the nearby abandoned building to sit and wait. Lu Fei occasionally checked the time and cautiously looked at the big willow tree in the alley. In fact, he felt a bit uneasy. It was his first time at the ghost market, and he found this place based on his grandfather's directions. What if he got it wrong? The night gradually deepened. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew, and the big willow tree at the alley entrance swayed in the wind. Lu Fei looked at the time and was suddenly delighted. Midnight has arrived. The ghost market opens. No doubt, it's right here. He quickly nudged Tiger. Tiger, there are a few taboos in the ghost market that you need to remember. First, you must not talk carelessly. The things in here. Do not ask where they come from or where they go, and definitely do not inquire about others' identities. Second, once you buy it, it's final. Regardless of whether what you exchange for meets your expectations, you cannot go back on it. Third, no disturbances in the ghost market. The ghost market is not our living people's territory. If you cause trouble, neither heaven nor earth will respond. Once inside, just follow me. And you don't need to do anything. Understood, boss. Huzi nodded vigorously, feeling both nervous and excited. The two applied some mud on themselves before heading towards the big tree. The giant willow tree stood silently under the night sky, its rough trunk covered with growths of varying sizes. One of the growths seemed to have human features. Its hollow eyes appeared to be watching Lu Fei from above. Lu Fei quickly took out 2 incense sticks from his backpack. This incense, called human bone incense, is made from powdered human bones. He lit the human bone incense and inserted it under the big willow tree. If permitted, they could enter the ghost market. Lu Fei anxiously waited for a moment. The green smoke rose, and the human bone incense burned steadily. This means they have been granted permission. He let out a slight sigh of relief, waved to Huzi, and the two entered the deep, dark alley together. Suddenly, everything went dark. Then, the scene in front of them changed. Dim yellow lanterns hung on both sides of the alley, casting a faint light that illuminated the alley in a half-bright, half-dark manner. Shadows flickered all around, with many indistinct figures coming and going. Huzi was shocked. Outside the alley, they hadn't seen any light at all. Could it be that the alley and outside are not the same world? This is the ghost market. Lu Fei suppressed his excitement and started browsing with Huzi. Each lantern corresponded to a stall. The items displayed at the stalls were bizarre and varied, opening their eyes to a whole new world. Some were grayish-white bones, uncertain if they were human or animal bones, looking quite eerie. Others were ancient artifacts, looking tattered, unsure if they were still usable. There were also treasures and antiques, and even precious medicinal materials like Ganoderma and ginseng. In addition, there were many oddly shaped items that were hard to understand. The stall owners squatted against the walls, guarding their goods, their faces blurred, making it unclear whether they were human or ghost, adding to the eerie and mysterious atmosphere. After browsing around, Lu Fei found that there were people under every lantern. It seems that if one wants to set up a stall, they need to arrive early to queue, or else there won't be any space. Setting up a stall allows for priority display of goods, making it easier to exchange for what one wants, Lu Fei speculated. However, he wasn't in a hurry. After all, it was his first time at the ghost market, and he was unfamiliar with many items, so he decided to browse first. He came to exchange for artifacts, mainly focusing on these stalls. Soon, an old token displayed at one stall caught his attention. He squatted down to examine it closely under the lantern's light. According to the rules of the ghost market, once an item is picked up, it indicates a transaction. So he could only rely on his eyesight. The token was carved with a tiger head, looking very fierce. However, after a while of looking, Lu Fei shook his head. At first glance, this token seemed very old and impressive, but it was a fake. Even the carved wood was not of good quality and had no power to suppress evil at all. The items in the ghost market were mixed, naturally. There were good items among the bad. Lu Fei moved on to the next stall. This stall had a variety of items, including Taoist talismans, talismans for suppressing evil, prayer beads, and so on. Lu Fei looked through them one by one and couldn't help but sigh. They were all ordinary goods, even inferior to his ghost hunting whip and ghost head knife. It seemed that good items were rare. Having come to the ghost market with great difficulty, Lu Fei was somewhat unwilling, so he browsed through every stall. Huzi obediently followed him. Although he was bursting with curiosity, he remained silent the whole time, afraid of saying something wrong. What is that? Just as Lu Fei thought he would return disappointed, he inadvertently caught sight of an inconspicuous little stall in the corner, which had an item on display. It was a 1-meter-long wooden branch with a charred surface, as if it had been burned by fire. Lu Fei's eyes lit up. Could it be lightning-struck wood? He quickly walked over and carefully examined the wooden branch, feeling overjoyed inside. This seemed to be a piece of lightning-struck jujube wood. Chapter 93, Lightning-struck jujube wood, additional update. Since ancient times, heavenly lightning has been the nemesis of all demons and ghosts. Lightning-struck wood refers to trees that have been struck by lightning, and this wood, through the power of lightning, absorbs the essence of thunder and can suppress fierce spirits. Making it more spiritual, it is regarded as a divine wood for warding off evil and has powerful exorcising properties. Among all lightning-struck woods, lightning-struck jujube wood is the finest, followed by lightning-struck peach wood and lightning-struck cypress. Lu Fei's heart raced as he moved closer under the dim lantern light, carefully examining the charred wooden branch. Even amidst the charring, he could still see the delicate wood grain. This is a characteristic of jujube wood. Lu Fei suppressed his excitement and continued to observe. The surface of the branch was charred, with slight signs of carbonization. It looked rather shabby, but there was a faint flow of power within the gaps. This kind of power is usually not visible unless one touches it, thanks to Lu Fei's yin-yang eyes. It's genuine. At this moment, Lu Fei's heart nearly jumped out of his throat, but he kept a calm exterior. He first looked up at the stall owner. He seemed to be a scruffy old man, sitting in the shadows where the lantern light couldn't reach, with a pair of old eyes also watching Lu Fei. Lu Fei pointed at the lightning-struck jujube wood and took out his piece of wood from his backpack, waving it at the old man. The old man immediately leaned forward, intently staring at the wood in Lu Fei's hand. After a moment, the old man waved his hand. What does that mean? Not trading? Lu Fei's heart sank. This lightning-struck jujube wood is a rare item. If he missed this opportunity, there might not be another. Lu Fei quickly gestured to ask the old man what he needed. After some communication, he finally understood that the old man did not look down on the wood, but felt that it was not enough on its own. Not enough? Lu Fei thought for a moment and took out half a bottle of corpse oil from his backpack. This kind of thing is very suitable for trading in the ghost market. He had brought it along just in case it was useful. Wood is mostly used to nourish corpses or ghosts, so since the old man valued the wood, he might also need the corpse oil. The old man stared at the corpse oil for a few seconds, weighing it for a while, and finally nodded. Great. Lu Fei was overjoyed and quickly put down the wood and corpse oil, taking the lightning-struck jujube wood in hand, nodding to the old man, and hurriedly pulled Huzi away. As he walked, he wrapped the lightning wood in black cloth. This is called keeping wealth from being exposed. After quickly leaving the ghost market and walking to a crowded area, he then wiped the mud off his face and took a taxi back to the antique street. Once inside the pawn shop, he instructed Huzi to close the doors and windows tightly. Huzi, don't let anyone in to disturb me. He took out a dagger and carefully scraped off the charred marks on the surface of the lightning-struck jujube wood. Layer by layer, the waste wood was removed, eventually revealing a half-meter-long wooden core. The wood was delicate and hard, and its quality was excellent. What a gain! Lu Fei was so happy he almost jumped up. Since ancient times, many practitioners have sought lightning-struck wood to make their life-saving artifacts. Such good things are hard to come by. Of course, this is also thanks to his rare piece of agar-wood and the corpse oil that Lu Fuguei stole back, which unexpectedly played a significant role. Lu Fei took a deep breath, cut his middle finger, and smeared his blood on it. Then he channeled his mana into the thunderstruck wood. As long as the absorption was successful, this piece of thunderstruck wood could become his life weapon. This process required complete focus, with no room for distraction. The blood gradually merged into the wood, but Lu Fei felt his mana encountering an incredibly powerful force. This force was like a wild horse, untamed and fierce. Lu Fei channeled his mana, trying to control this force. Sweat beads formed on his forehead. Lu Fei fought desperately against this force. He didn't know how long it had been, but his tense body suddenly relaxed. Halfway successful, he had integrated his blood into this thunderstruck wood, allowing him to harness some of the heavenly thunder power within. Achieving this level on the first refinement, Lu Fei was already very satisfied. Life weapons also require nurturing. As his mana increased, his mastery over the life weapon would also improve. The stronger he became, the stronger his life weapon would be, complementing each other. It would be great to have another deal with the dead soon. Lu Fei wiped the sweat from his forehead, feeling an immense sense of anticipation. In addition to gaining mana through cultivation, it could also be increased through the power of merit. Last time, he took on a deal with the dead and helped a spirit fulfill its wish, which should have earned him merit and thus increased his mana. He was in a great mood, even sleeping with the thunderstruck wood in his arms. Once he nurtured this life weapon well, it would be no worse than his grandfather's Sima balance. Just as dawn broke, Lu Fei was awakened by a phone call. An unfamiliar number. Hello, who is this? Boss Lu, it's me, Fa Go. As soon as the call connected, the boisterous voice of the nouveau riche came through. Fa Go. Lu Fei was taken aback and sat up. Chen Jinfan calling him so early only meant that the evil entity on his construction site hadn't been resolved. Boss Lu, do you have time today? Come over here. Chen Jinfan's tone carried a hint of urgency. I have time. Lu Fei nodded immediately. Fa Go, didn't you find a suitable expert yesterday? I found one, but it's a long story. The problem hasn't been resolved, and it has caused me a lot of trouble. I'm furious. Chen Jinfan seemed a bit overwhelmed. Fa Go, may I ask what the situation is? Lu Fei couldn't help but be curious. I can't explain it over the phone. Hurry over here. I'll be waiting for you at the construction site. All right, send me the address, and I'll be there shortly. After hanging up, Lu Fei went to wash up and then wrapped the thunderstruck jujube wood stick in cloth and put it in his backpack. After the bark was stripped away, the thunderstruck wood was only half a meter long, making it very convenient to carry. Lu Fei was quite satisfied. Today was just right to verify the power of this thunderstruck jujube wood. Huzi, we're going out to work. Lu Fei called Huzi awake, and the two casually bought some food for breakfast on the way. Huzi said that Lu Fuguei had found an internet cafe yesterday, stayed up all night, and was planning to find a place to sleep now. Then let him find a tea house to continue sleeping. The two didn't call Lu Fuguei, took a cab, and arrived at Chen Jinfan's construction site. This was a commercial mall reconstruction project, surrounded by metal fences. As soon as Lu Fei got out of the car, he felt that the feng shui of the place was problematic and squinted his eyes to survey the area. Boss Lu, you finally arrived. Chen Jinfan and his bodyguard were waiting at the entrance. Chen Jinfan had dark circles under his eyes, looking exhausted, as if he hadn't slept all night. The tall and strong bodyguard still stood behind him. Fa Go, what is the situation now? Lu Fei could see his anxiety and didn't waste words. Sigh. Yesterday, It almost turned deadly. Chun Jinfan recalled and became furious, saying, "After I left your place, I heard about a master named Wang. He came to take a look and said that the feng shui of my mall is bad, which is why there have been troubles." Hearing this, Lu Fei couldn't help but feel puzzled. If this Master Wang could see that there was a problem with the feng shui at the construction site, why did things still go wrong last night? Chapter 94. Sharp Angle Kill. Chun Jinfan became furious just mentioning that master. That damn Master Wang said that all he needed to do was set up a feng shui array to ensure my good fortune and smooth progress for the project. I thought he made sense, so I let him try. He took a compass and performed a series of operations on the construction site, placing a branch here, setting up a tiger head ornament there, and he pounded his chest to guarantee that construction would go smoothly. I wanted to catch up on the schedule, so I had the workers work overtime at night. But by nightfall, many workers saw a clay doll running around, and when they blinked, the doll disappeared again. One worker was almost killed by a suddenly falling brick. Another worker was pushed from behind by something and fell from the upper floor, breaking his bones. Fortunately, no one died, but the workers were so frightened that they all ran away. That bastard is just a scammer. Chun Jinfan spat, his face showing fierce anger. Damn it. Scamming money is one thing, but wasting my time is a bigger issue. If no one is working and the deadline is missed, I'll make him pay. At this point, the mall had been completely demolished, but the foundation hadn't been laid, leaving debris everywhere. A vast construction site, and not a single worker could be seen. It was quite desolate. Fortunately, I kept my wits about me and only paid half the money yesterday. I've already sent out a wanted notice to my friends in the underworld. After this matter is settled, I'll settle the score with him. Boss Lu, I must say this up front. If you can help, please do. If not, don't waste my time. Saying this, he fixed a burning gaze on Lu Fei. Lu Fei remained calm and said, "Fa go. Actually, he is not completely scamming you. At least the feng shui of this mall is indeed bad." "What is bad about it?" Chun Jinfan frowned. "The location of this mall isn't bad. It's situated on a busy road, and there are several commercial streets nearby. The foot traffic in this area is quite good." Lu Fei smiled and said, "A good location doesn't equate to good feng shui. Fa go. Look at those tall buildings across the road. Aren't they all pointed at us?" Chun Jinfan looked up, squinting, and said, "It seems so. One sharp angle is one thing, but all those buildings in that area are pointed at us. This is called the sharp angle kill. When sharp angles are directed at the main position, accidents, fires, and casualties are likely to occur." Lu Fei pointed at those buildings. The sharp angle kill is just a common type of feng shui formation, but the sharp angle kill here is particularly severe. A fire. Chun Jinfan's eyes widened. This mall has indeed experienced fires, not just once, which severely impacted business. It was said that the fire safety measures were inadequate, which is why it had to be demolished and rebuilt. "All right, Boss Lu, just for this. You're more capable than that bastard Master Wang. What he said about the green dragon and white tiger having gaps, I followed the location to counter it. Fa go, love capable people the most. As long as you can help me resolve this trouble, I will definitely not treat you poorly." A touch of admiration appeared in his eyes. This young man, unexpectedly, has some skills. In fact, he had specifically inquired and knew that the Su family had indeed hired the evil organization's little manager, which is why he called Lu Fei. "Fa go. Please don't be impatient. The problems at your construction site might not just be due to feng shui. Didn't you dig up a small coffin? Let me take a look first." Lu Fei smiled. "I called the workers to retrieve the coffin and placed it in the temporary wooden house." Chun Jinfan was impatient and immediately led Lu Fei through the messy construction site to the temporary wooden house. This wooden house had 3 rooms. One was a temporary office, and the other 2 were resting places for the on-duty workers. The small coffin was placed on the office desk. The bodyguard opened the door, and Chun Jinfan pointed with his short, thick fingers adorned with a gold ring at the desk. "Manager Lu, the small coffin is right here on the table. The more I look at it, the creepier it gets, so I had someone cover it with a tablecloth." Lu Fei and Huzi walked in and stood by the desk. After putting on gloves, he lifted the tablecloth. A small coffin in bright red appeared. The coffin was intricately designed, just like a normal coffin, but it was scaled down significantly, measuring only half a meter in length. It looked exquisite, but there were 3 small holes on the lid. "Brother Fa, these 3 holes were where the nails were originally, right?" Lu Fei asked. "That's right," Chun Jinfan nodded. "What about the nails?" "I told the workers to throw everything away at that time. The small coffin was retrieved, but I don't know where the nails went." Lu Fei didn't say anything and reached out to open the coffin lid. Inside the small coffin were only a pile of broken clumps of clay, and there was no sign of the clay doll. The clay doll was broken, and this is all that could be found, Chun Jinfan explained with a bitter smile. Lu Fei carefully examined the fragments and discovered some things resembling human nails and hair among the broken clay. He couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart. Whether it be a clay figure, a paper figure, or a straw figure, as long as they contained something belonging to a person or their birth date, they could serve as a substitute for that person. This clay doll must have been meant to replace someone buried here. "Brother Fa, where was this small coffin dug up?" After pondering for a moment, Lu Fei asked. "Over there at the piling location. I'll take you there. By the way, you need to wear a safety helmet. If the workers hadn't been wearing helmets last night, someone could have ended up with a head injury." Chen Jinfan had the bodyguards bring over several helmets, dusted them off, and everyone put them on. Then, the bodyguard led the way to the piling location. It's right here. Chen Jinfan stopped in front of a large pit containing several cement piles that were only partially poured. The entire construction site was at the initial stage of piling and wall building. In other words, Chen Jinfan's project had just begun and was already encountering trouble. No wonder he was anxious. Where exactly? Lu Fei squatted by the edge of the pit and looked inside. There, do you see it? There was a cement pile we discovered when we were dismantling the piles. Chen Jinfan pointed in a direction below. The small coffin was taken out from the cement pile? Lu Fei's eyebrows twitched, and a guess formed in his mind. Yes, what's the problem? Chen Jinfan looked at Lu Fei. Brother Fa, have all the cement piles here been dismantled? Instead of answering, Lu Fei asked again. Not all of them. I left 2 piles untouched to save a bit, right? Lu Fei looked again and noticed that 2 of the cement piles were older, clearly a different color from the others, and more intact. It's those 2, right? Yes. What's the problem, Manager Lu? Chen Jinfan scratched his head anxiously. If you see something, just say it quickly. I can't stand people being vague. Brother Fa, don't rush. Let me take a look first. Lu Fei stood up and walked along the pit to the 2 sturdy cement piles, took a few glances, and then jumped directly into the pit. Chapter 95. 3 Soul Locking Nails Boss. Be careful. Huzi exclaimed, quickly jumping down after him. Along. Chen Jinfan signaled to his bodyguard, who followed suit and jumped into the pit. Lu Fei circled around the 2 cement columns, walked a few laps, suddenly stopped in front of one column, looked at it for a few moments, and then turned back to look at the spot where the small coffin was dug up. Brother Fa, this column has a problem and needs to be removed. Why? Chen Jinfan was surprised. If I'm not mistaken, there's another small coffin inside here. What? There's another small coffin? Chen Jinfan was quite shocked, his eyes wide as he looked at Lu Fei in the pit. Manager Lu, you can't be mistaken, right? Have Brother Fa get someone to dismantle the column, and you'll know whether I'm mistaken or not. Lu Fei smiled slightly, clearly confident in his guess. Bodyguard Along walked over to take a look at the old pile, couldn't discern anything, and shook his head at Chen Jinfan. After hesitating for a moment, Chen Jinfan gritted his teeth and said, dismantle it. Out with the old, in with the new, as long as it allows the project to proceed smoothly. These are minor issues. Along, go call a few people over to dismantle it immediately. He was so impatient that he couldn't wait a moment longer. Yes. Along's strong arms grabbed the protruding edge of the pit, pushed off with his feet, and nimbly leaped out of the pit like a leopard. This guy has some skills. Huzi narrowed his eyes as he watched his agility. This bodyguard was clearly trained and not just for show. He had a heavy presence and a cold gaze. Huzi also easily jumped out of the pit and reached out to pull Lu Fei up. The workers were frightened, and it might take a while to find people. Manager Lu, have you eaten? How about we grab something to eat together? Chen Jinfan's throat was dry. After a whole night of worry, he hadn't even had breakfast. Then let's eat with Brother Fa, Lu Fei readily agreed. When he and Huzi set out, they only hurriedly handled 2 bites and hadn't eaten enough. The 3 of them left the construction site and found a nearby breakfast shop. Chen Jinfan was quite generous and ordered a lot of food. Gentlemen, no need to be polite. Eat slowly. Saying this, he picked up his chopsticks and started eating heartily. It seemed he was truly hungry. With free food available, Huzi also dug in. Lu Fei quickly gave him a look, signaling him to hold back a bit and not embarrass the team. Haha, it's nothing. Martial artists just have bigger appetites. Chen Jinfan didn't mind at all and laughed loudly. My Along is the same way, can eat enough for 3 people in one meal. The more you eat, the stronger you get. Taking on 10 at once is no problem. Several times in the past, I was cornered by opponents, and Along saved me each time. I vowed then that he was like my own brother. As long as I have food, he will never go hungry. Speaking of his bodyguard, Chen Jinfan was quite proud. Brother Fa is truly loyal. Lu Fei seized the opportunity to compliment him. Your brother is also quite good. I can see he's a practiced fighter. Chen Jinfan was pleased with such flattery and glanced at Huzi. However, compared to my Along, he's still a bit lacking. Huzi felt a bit unconvinced and boldly said, we haven't sparred, so that's not certain. When do you want to spar with my Along? Chen Jinfan laughed. Sure. After they finished eating and chatted for a while, Chen Jinfan received a call from Along, informing him that the workers had arrived to dismantle the piles. Okay, wait for me. I'll be right back. Chen Jinfan immediately paid the bill and hurriedly led Lu Fei and Huzi back to the construction site. As soon as they entered the fenced area, they saw several workers wearing safety helmets pushing machinery toward the piles. Big brother, I had to double their wages to get them to come, Along reported. It's nothing. Just a small amount of money, as long as we can get things done quickly. Chen Jinfan waved his hand nonchalantly. Soon, the workers set up the machines, waiting for Chen Jinfan's order. Chen Jinfan glanced at Lu Fei, a hint of worry appearing in his eyes, and said, if there's really a problem with this, we can just dismantle it, right? It won't cause any accidents, will it? Putting this up won't cause any issues. Lu Fei thought for a moment, took out a Kagewei character, and instructed Huzi to stick it on top of the concrete pile. Master Lu, what's this? I've never seen this kind of character before. It looks like a ghost scribble. Chen Jinfan squinted at it for a long time, but couldn't understand it. Lu Fei chuckled lightly and said, this is called Kagewei. specifically used to ward off evil spirits. It's a talisman used by our evil sect. Interesting. Chen Jinfan raised an eyebrow and signaled the workers to start. He and Lu Fei stood at the edge of the pit, watching the workers operate. Two bodyguards stood behind their respective bosses, arms crossed, showcasing their muscular build, seemingly in a silent competition. Bang, bang, bang. The workers began their work, and the roar of the machines was deafening. Dust and debris flew everywhere. Lu Fei and the others couldn't help but step back a few paces. About half an hour later, the machine noise suddenly stopped. Amid the smoke and dust, a worker's voice came through. There's something. Chen Jinfan quickly stepped forward and asked, what is it? Is it a coffin? It should be. It's bright red. Like it's smeared with blood. As the dust slowly settled, the terrified faces of the workers emerged. Chen Jinfan craned his neck to look at the concrete pile. He found that a part had indeed been removed, revealing a small section of redwood. The color and material were exactly the same as the small coffin on his desk. Wow, there really is one. Chen Jinfan was shocked, looking at Lu Fei in disbelief. Master Lu, how did you know? What exactly is this? Just keep digging. Once I verify it, I will definitely inform you, Brother Fa. Lu Fei said seriously. Please be careful, everyone. Don't damage this small coffin. Did you hear that? You guys, keep digging. Get it out completely. Chen Jinfan urgently ordered the workers. Boss Chen, we can't do this. This is a dirty thing. If we keep dismantling it, the workers might hesitate. What are you afraid of? Chen Jinfan shouted. I've invited a master from the evil sect to oversee this, and I've put up a talisman on it. You'll be safe. The workers still didn't move. Chen Jinfan gritted his teeth and said, I'll increase the pay. I'll double the wages. With great rewards come brave men. The workers finally gritted their teeth, turned on the machines, and continued to dismantle. After a tense and busy time, the small coffin was finally safely extracted. The workers turned off the machines. Their dust-covered and sweaty faces filled with relief. They placed the small coffin on the ground, not daring to move it too much. Boss Chen, is that enough? Seeing that this went smoothly, Chen Jinfan's trust in Lu Fei increased a bit more. He looked at Lu Fei with a questioning gaze and asked, Master Lu, is this enough? It's enough. Let the brothers disperse. I'll go bring the coffin up. Lu Fei said, putting on gloves again, jumping into the pit, and picking up the small coffin. This small coffin was heavy and very cold. The lid had 3 nail caps arranged vertically, with the nails clearly driven deep into the coffin. Lu Fei's brows furrowed. 3 soul-locking nails. What a ruthless method. Seeing Lu Fei retrieve the coffin, Chen Jinfan immediately waved to the workers. All right, everyone, you can go. Boss Chen, what about our wages? Along. Take them to settle the payment. The workers followed along to one side. Master Lu, what exactly is this? Chen Jinfan looked at Lu Fei anxiously. Why are there 2? Let's go inside and talk. The contents of the coffin shouldn't be exposed to light. Lu Fei climbed out using the ladder built by the workers, holding the small coffin, and pointed to the boardroom. A group of people quickly entered the office. On the desk, Lu Fei placed the 2 small coffins side by side. The 2 small coffins were identical in color, size, and shape, as if they were replicas. There should also be a clay doll inside this coffin. The clay doll is a substitute for a person, buried in the concrete pile in place of that person. Lu Fei did not open the coffin. Why not? Chen Jinfan asked, confused. It's not a real person. What's the use of burying it in the concrete pile? This is called a soul pile. Lu Fei said in a deep voice. What? What is that? Chen Jinfan was even more puzzled. Lu Fei explained. Brother Fa should know about living piles, right? I know that. Who in construction doesn't know about living piles? That's a wicked deed. Living piles are a cruel construction technique, said to come from the book of Lu Ban. In ancient times, when people were building houses or bridges, if a collapse occurred, it would be believed that the earth had been disturbed, upsetting the local feng shui and disturbing the spirits. A life was needed to appease the spirits to ensure the project proceeded smoothly. In short, it involves using a living person as a sacrifice, burying them alive in concrete piles to appease the spirits. Sometimes, some homeless people mysteriously disappear. Perhaps they were taken to be used for living piles. This practice is heinous, but the losses from halting work for a day are immeasurable, especially for large projects. Therefore, there will always be those who knowingly break the law. Recently, when the project was going poorly, someone suggested this unfortunate idea to me, and I immediately gave him a good scolding. Chen Jinfan said angrily, pointing at himself with his thumb. I've been in this business for so many years, living openly and honestly. I'm not a good person, but I never engage in this kind of immoral and shady business. He cursed a few times, not knowing if he was pretending or truly upright. Soul piles and living piles are types of techniques. However, soul piles are older and use souls, while living piles use living people, Lu Fei explained. What? Chen Jinfan's brows instantly knitted into a big knot. Creating a soul pile requires the souls of one man and one woman. Adding items like nails and hair to the clay doll to substitute for the couple, and then placing them inside the 2 small coffins. Locking the souls with 3 soul-locking nails. Their souls will never escape, buried in the concrete pile, eternally imprisoned in darkness. Whether it's a living pile or a soul pile, the purpose is the same, to use lives as sacrifices to ensure the project goes smoothly. After the ritual, the individuals whose souls were used for the soul pile will suddenly die. The biggest difference is that it's legally impossible to convict someone since it's not a living person, but a clay doll. Lu Fei shook his head, unsure who built the mall initially. There must be something fishy about it. It seems there were issues during the construction of this mall. I've heard it was built by the Tang Company. I'll ask about it later. Chen Jinfan looked troubled. But since sacrifices have already been made, why is this mall still not peaceful? It seems like there's a fire or an accident every few days. This method can only ensure the building is completed successfully, but it doesn't guarantee that there won't be issues afterward, Lu Fei pondered. The souls of the dead trapped in the concrete piles often harbor resentment. Don't you see that roads built using living piles are more prone to accidents? Plus, with a sharp angle causing misfortune, it's hard for this mall to be peaceful. Damn it. Chen Jinfan understood and immediately began to curse. You introduced such a tricky project to me. Aren't you just trying to set me up? That bastard Xiangzai. I'll settle the score with him later. Shopkeeper Lu. You figured out the origin of this coffin, right? You must have a way to resolve it. You pried open the coffin and broke the seal of the soul nail, so the ghost inside escaped. It has been sealed in the concrete pile for many years. And it must be filled with resentment, which is why it causes trouble and prevents your project from proceeding smoothly, Lu Fei analyzed. If we can capture the ghost, it should be fine. That's great. When can you capture it, Shopkeeper Lu? Chen Jinfan asked eagerly. The ghost only appears at night. So we have to wait until then, Lu Fei replied seriously. However, there is one thing I need to explain to you, Brother Fa. Oh, what is it? Do you know the rules of our evil organization, Brother Fa? If you want me to help you solve the trouble, you have to give me the evil item. As long as we can eliminate the evil spirit inside, this little coffin has its uses. It might even allow Lu Fei to make a fortune, Chen Jinfan said, relieved. I'd love for you to take this cursed coffin away. Don't worry, this is definitely not a problem. If you help me resolve this big trouble, I won't only give you the coffin, but will also express my deep gratitude. Alright, then we'll start tonight. Don't touch this intact little coffin for now. I'll need it tonight, Lu Fei added. No problem, whatever you say. Chen Jinfan immediately agreed. Lu Fei smiled. After getting to know him, he found Chen Jinfan to be quite a decent person. Although he seemed like a nouveau riche, he was very straightforward in his dealings. When it comes to collecting evil items, the most feared thing is when some people take matters into their own hands and don't follow the arrangements, causing unnecessary trouble. Afterwards, Chen Jinfan asked Along to book a room nearby for everyone to rest. He hadn't slept all night and was very tired. So he collapsed into bed as soon as he entered the room. Lu Fei and Huzi also rested in the room. Huzi fell asleep after watching TV for a while, snoring loudly. Lu Fei was a bit excited, took out his Thunderstrike Jujube stick, and felt the powerful energy within it, almost reluctant to let it go. The stick was half a meter long, resembling a small rolling pin. At first glance, it seemed ordinary, but who would have thought it was such a rare good item? Now I also have a lifebound magical tool. Tonight, I'll test the power of this Thunderstrike wood. He was filled with anticipation and forced himself to take a short nap to be in better condition for the night. In the evening, after Chen Jinfan treated Lu Fei and the others to dinner, the group returned to the construction site early. As night fell, the city's bright neon lights began to shimmer. The surroundings of the construction site were filled with the hustle and bustle of the city. It was evident that the location of this shopping mall was indeed very good, but it was unclear what problem had arisen initially that required the use of soul piling to fill it. The buildings that formed the sharp angles of the shopping mall were newer and had been built later. Clearly, that wasn't the reason. Lu Fei narrowed his eyes. This place has had problems from the very beginning. Shopkeeper Lu, when will we make our move? Chen Jinfan's voice brought Lu Fei back to reality. At this time, there was only one searchlight illuminating the construction site, making it very dim. Whether it was a psychological effect or not, Chen Jinfan felt that the construction site was eerie, giving off an indescribable chill. The outside neon lights and the sound of traffic seemed particularly distant. Having roamed the martial arts world for so many years, he had seen many grand scenes. In the past, when fighting for territory, women, and power, there were few things he couldn't handle. Yet, he found it difficult to deal with these supernatural matters. Where did the workers get hurt? Lu Fei took 2 tablecloths and wrapped the 2 coffins. He carried one, and Huzi carried the other. Along, lead the way. Chen Jinfan waved his hand. Along carried a high-powered flashlight, leading the group as they jumped into the foundation pit and walked into the dark depths. The original basement of the shopping mall has 3 levels and is quite deep. So be careful when you go down, Shopkeeper Lu, Chen Jinfan said, following along. As they descended the makeshift ladder, it grew progressively darker. The air began to carry a hint of chill, and the smell of dirt became more intense. At the last few steps, Along jumped down directly and hung the flashlight on a nearby pole. The bright light illuminated a corner of the dark pit. Lu Fei noticed that bricks and concrete blocks were scattered all around, and most of the walls were in a state of collapse, a complete mess. Last night, several workers were building a wall when a few stones suddenly fell from above, Chen Jinfan said, looking up at the ceiling, his rugged face wrinkling. Some workers were walking on the ladder when suddenly something pushed them from behind, causing them to fall directly. At that time, I was in the office. Hearing the workers' screams, I hurried over with Along and saw one worker covered in blood. It scared me to death. Remembering the scene from last night, Chen Jinfan still felt a lingering fear. Some workers had blood all over their heads and faces, some had broken legs, and others had fainted and were taken away. However, compared to the huge penalty for breach of contract, the workers' compensation was a small matter. Shopkeeper Lu, can you handle it tonight? Brother Fa, don't worry. I will definitely do my best. Actually, you don't need to come down. It's safer for you to stay up there, Lu Fei said, surveying the surroundings calmly. I'm not afraid of these. If there are really ghosts in this world, I'd really like to see. Chen Jinfan said fiercely. Lu Fei glanced at him. You can stay here if you want, but don't act recklessly. You must follow my instructions. He knew that some things were hard to convince people of without seeing them with their own eyes. No problem. Chen Jinfan quickly agreed. Lu Fei exchanged glances with Huzi, and the two carried the small coffin around the dim pit. Chen Jinfan, full of curiosity, followed closely behind with a long. Let us put it here. Lu Fei chose a slightly less chaotic spot, placed the open small coffin on the ground, and then led everyone to hide behind a nearby pillar. He intended to use the small coffin to lure out the ghost. The ghost had been sealed in the coffin for many years and must be filled with resentment. As for the unopened coffin, it didn't need to be touched for now. He sprinkled some incense ash around. The depths of the pit were extremely quiet, and the noise of the city seemed to fade away. Chen Jinfan widened his eyes, staring at the small coffin. After waiting for a long time, there was still no movement, making him a bit impatient. He opened his mouth to ask something, but Lu Fei calmly shook his head, signaling him not to speak. However, he was an impatient person and hated waiting the most. Feeling restless, he took out a cigarette and put it in his mouth. Just as he was about to light it, he caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye. Something seemed to be moving on the broken concrete wall across from him. He squinted to look and was suddenly shocked. The thing was oval-shaped and was slowly floating out from the wall, revealing eyes and a nose. Is that a human face? The cigarette suddenly fell from Chen Jinfan's hand, and his mouth dropped open wide. Shopkeeper Lu, before he could finish, he saw the concrete face grinning eerily at him. Bang! Immediately after, a faint sound came from above, and everyone looked up, their faces changing dramatically. A row of bricks came crashing down from above. Be careful! Almost simultaneously, Huzi pulled Lu Fei, and along grabbed Chen Jinfan. For people rolled to dodge the falling bricks. Bang! The bricks crashed to the ground, shattering into pieces and scattering debris everywhere. Huzi, are you okay? Lu Fei steadied himself and saw a scratch on Huzi's arm. I'm fine, just a surface injury. Huzi said nonchalantly, shaking his arm. Chen Jinfan was safe under Along's protection. Along reacted quickly and was unharmed. Lu, there was a face on that wall. Chen Jinfan's face turned pale as he pointed at the concrete wall across from them, still shaken. A face? Lu Fei turned to look, but there was nothing on the dilapidated wall. There really was. I saw it, and it smiled at me, Chen Jinfan insisted urgently. I believe you, Brother Fa. It's that ghost. Lu Fei's expression turned serious as he quickly sprinkled incense ash around Chen Jinfan. As long as this protective circle is here, that thing won't dare come near you. Lu Fei nodded at him, took out the thunder-striking jujube stick, and cautiously surveyed the surroundings. In the shadowy corner of the ladder, a small shadow seemed to flash by. Huzi, keep an eye on Brother Fa. Don't leave the small coffin's range. Lu Fei immediately chased after that direction. Got it. Huzi took off the ghost head knife from his back, removed the black cloth wrapped around it, and held it carefully, vigilantly watching the surroundings. The knife had a very imposing design, and the ghost head on the handle was particularly ferocious. Along couldn't help but take a couple more glances. Chen Jinfan swallowed nervously. If he hadn't seen that bizarre scene with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it. Along stayed closely by his side. When Lu Fei reached the ladder, that small black shadow had already disappeared. He squinted, channeling his spiritual energy to sharpen his senses, carefully feeling the movements around him. To his left, there was a cold, eerie presence. In energy. Lu Fei immediately turned, and in the dim light, he saw a row of bricks that had collapsed significantly, with a shady little black shadow in the corner, seemingly planning to push down some bricks to ambush him. Lu Fei pretended not to notice and slightly turned while gripping the thunder-striking jujube stick. Boom. The next moment, the brick wall suddenly collapsed. Lu Fei was prepared. As he sidestepped, he leaped over the fallen wall and directly charged toward that little black shadow. The small shadow seemed taken aback and darted away in surprise. Lu Fei chased closely behind. This little shadow was less than half a meter tall, had hands and feet, and looked like a mud doll. But it ran faster than a rabbit. Chapter 98. Ghostly Disappearance. The mud doll ran swiftly, almost disappearing several meters in the blink of an eye. The pit was filled with miscellaneous bricks and debris, making it difficult for Lu Fei to chase it. A moment's inattention could lead to a fall. But he remained fully focused, keeping his eyes fixed on the mud doll, and thanks to his perception of the Yin energy, he managed to keep up. The mud doll, feeling the pressure, turned around and pounced fiercely at Lu Fei. Instead of retreating, Lu Fei felt a surge of excitement and immediately swung the jujube stick to meet it. This half-meter-long stick contained the power of heavenly thunder. Before it even touched the mud doll panicked, desperately twisting its small body to evade the strike. After landing, it glared at Lu Fei with apparent hatred and dove headfirst into the concrete wall, suddenly vanishing. Gone. Lu Fei rushed over, panting as he looked at the concrete wall. his mind filled with doubt. This little thing can hide inside the wall. Lu Fei frowned and kicked the wall hard. The wall was already poorly constructed and not sturdy. After Lu Fei's vigorous kicks, it collapsed significantly. A small black head popped out from the corner of the wall, sneaking a glance at Lu Fei before quickly scurrying along the wall's base to the other side. Yin energy. Lu Fei sensed the Yin energy and immediately retracted his leg to chase after it. However, having just kicked the wall, his legs lacked strength, and he couldn't keep up. The mud doll seized the opportunity to run towards Chen Jinfan and the others. Seeing Lu Fei hadn't caught the mud doll after a while, Chen Jinfan grew anxious and said, "Huzi, should we help Lu?" The boss said not to unless he does. Huzi firmly guarded the two small coffins. Chen Jinfan, feeling restless, wanted to ask along to check, but suddenly saw Lu Fei running toward him, followed by a gust of cold wind rushing past him. "Get out of the way," came Lu Fei's urgent shout. Lu Fei saw the mud doll dart into the wall beside Chen Jinfan, and then a wooden board covered in nails came crashing down towards Chen Jinfan. The rows of nails glinted coldly in the dim light, extremely sharp. Chen Jinfan was still unaware of what was happening when he felt a long grab his shoulder and forcefully pull him back. At the same time, Huzi swung the ghost head knife towards him. Bang! The ghost head knife did not strike him but blocked the wooden board. The board was densely packed with long nails. If hit by this thing, it would surely tear through skin and flesh. Chen Jinfan's heart raced, and he broke into a cold sweat. "Brother Fa, are you okay?" Lu Fei caught up, but the mud doll was gone again. "No, I'm fine, that was close." Chen Jinfan's throat was dry, and his shoulder ached from Along's grip, showing how much strength Along had used. Along gratefully glanced at Huzi. "Thank you." Earlier, he had shielded Chen Jinfan with his back, and if Huzi hadn't timely blocked the wooden board with the ghost head knife, the nails would have pierced him. "No need for thanks," Huzi said coolly, resting the ghost head knife on his shoulder. "As long as you're okay." Lu Fei looked at the incense ash on the ground, his expression serious. "This little thing is ghostly and elusive. It can use external objects to harm people. Staying in this protective circle is useless. Brother Fa, it's too dangerous for you here. You should find a place to hide outside. This thing is so fierce." Chen Jinfan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, steadied his mind, and gritted his teeth. "But it's causing trouble in my territory. I want to see it destroyed with my own eyes before I feel at ease. Then be careful, and stay away from the walls and these dangerous objects." Lu Fei gave them a couple of ghost-repelling gestures, then moved the nail board aside and pressed it down with several bricks. Channeling his spiritual energy, he carefully walked among the crumbling walls, searching for traces of the mud doll. The pit was filled with a chilling energy. Thud! Bricks fell ahead, and Lu Fei immediately quickened his pace. On the wall behind him, a concrete face slowly emerged, glaring at him with resentment, silently following behind. When he reached a staircase, a pair of pale, seemingly concrete little hands suddenly pushed against his back. In energy. Sensing a sharp chill coming from behind, Lu Fei immediately ducked down. The pair of concrete little hands missed the push and hurriedly retracted. At that moment, Lu Fei swung the thunder-striking jujube wood stick. Ah! When the jujube wood stick touched its fingertips, the mud doll let out a scream similar to a cat's wail, its fingers abruptly snapping off, and its arm painfully retreated back into the wall. Lu Fei crouched down and saw that the tiny fingers were made of clay. So it really is a mud doll. No wonder it can hide in the walls. He frowned. The mud doll could move freely within the walls, making it impossible to catch while it ran around like this. It seemed he needed to think of another method. Just then, he heard Tiger's anxious shout, "Fa go, be careful." He quickly turned to see Tiger swinging a ghostly knife at a wall. A cement ghost face flashed across the wall, and then a pile of bricks came crashing down from above. Tiger and Chen Jinfang quickly dodged. The bricks smashed onto the small coffin that had been opened earlier, completely destroying it. Before they could react, the other unopened coffin began to stir. "This is bad. That little thing wants to release the other mud doll," Lu Fei shouted as he ran back. "Tiger, keep an eye on the remaining coffin." Upon hearing this, Tiger rushed over and swung his knife at the back of the coffin. The cement face flashed by again and hid. Tiger wrapped up the small coffin, not giving the mud doll a chance. Lu Fei returned and checked the small coffin, letting out a slight sigh of relief. Thankfully, it hadn't opened. If both mud dolls got out, it would be even harder to deal with. As he thought of this, Lu Fei suddenly had an idea. Since it cares so much about this mud doll, why not use this opportunity to lure it out? "Tiger, put the coffin on the ground." "Okay." Tiger complied. "Manager Lu, what exactly are we going to do? Are we just going to ignore that thing?" Chen Jinfang asked curiously when he saw Lu Fei not looking for the mud doll, but fiddling with the small coffin instead. "No. That thing is hiding in the cement wall, and there's no way to chase it. I need to use the ghost inside this coffin to lure it over." Lu Fei took out a talisman to subdue ghosts. They are both trapped here by the soul stakes, and their souls are connected. If one encounters danger, the other will definitely come to save it. After saying this, a painful whimper came from the small coffin. The sound was like a child crying, and it sounded very pitiful. A child? Lu Fei was slightly taken aback. Could it be a boy or girl? Chapter 99. Boy and girl. Listening to the whimpering sound from the small coffin, which sounded like a child's cry, Lu Fei's brow twitched slightly. They actually used boys and girls as soul stakes. Those people were truly inhumane. It is said that whether making birth stakes or soul stakes, using boys and girls for sacrifice yields the best results. This kind of sorcery seems to work better the more cruel it is. Lu Fei even suspected that this evil sorcery did not originate from the Lu Ban book at all, but rather some sorcerers borrowed its name to achieve their own purposes. Because the original intention of the Lu Ban book was to prevent unscrupulous employers from bullying carpenters. These were a pair of poor children harmed by evil sorcery. Lu Fei shook his head slightly, but he would not show mercy, because these children were filled with resentment and had already transformed into harmful little ghosts. Once they take a human life, they would never be able to reincarnate. The child's miserable cries echoed in the dark pit. The cries were like cat claws scraping glass, both pitiful and piercing. Chun Jinfang felt a chill run down his spine, and all the hairs on his body stood on end. Alung's face also looked a bit grim. Tiger had seen quite a few evil spirits and was still relatively calm, holding the ghostly knife. Lu Fei remained very calm, his magical powers operating without sensation. Fully focused on the movements around them, he could feel a cold, sinister energy hovering around them, coming close and then retreating. That little thing was looking for an opportunity. Lu Fei maintained his composure. The cries stimulated everyone's eardrums and also provoked the mud doll. In the darkness, a sinister little face emerged from the cement pillar, staring viciously at Lu Fei, as if it wished to swallow him whole. Lu Fei seemed to sense something, turned his head to look, and it quickly shrank back into the wall. In the next moment, the mud doll popped out from another wall. Hearing its companion's pitiful cries, the cement-formed little face was filled with urgency. It darted between the walls, searching for a chance to get closer. Several times it stealthily approached, but retreated in a panic due to fear of Lu Fei's thunder-striking wooden stick. It was anxious and gritted its teeth, suddenly climbing up the highest cement pillar, all the way to the top, and burrowing inside. Crack. Moments later, a crack appeared on the cement pillar and quickly expanded. Soon, a large web-like crack formed, and the entire massive cement pillar began to sway, with dust and debris constantly falling. What sound is that? Lu Fei sensed something was off and immediately searched for the source of the noise. Soon, Alung and Tiger also noticed it and looked around in unison. Only Chen Jinfang heard nothing. On the shaking cement pillar, a sinister ghost face emerged, followed by the mud doll completely drilling out. Standing at the top of the cement pillar and pushing down forcefully. Boom. The cement pillar swayed and came crashing down towards them. Run! Lu Fei shouted loudly, grabbing the small coffin and sprinting away. The air surged. A tremendous pressure followed. A cement pillar weighing several thousand pounds would leave nothing but a puddle of flesh if it fell on someone. At that moment, everyone forgot everything else and ran away with the fastest speed of their lives. The pit was filled with rubble, and they stumbled and fell. Hearing a deafening crash behind them, the ground trembled, and dust flew up. The flying debris hit their backs, causing sharp pain. Everyone fell over, unsure of how many places they had bruised. Is everyone okay? Lu Fei, enduring the pain, crawled up from the rubble and anxiously looked around. I'm fine. Tiger was the first to raise his hand, his arm covered in scratches. We're okay too, followed Chun Jinfang, who was under Ulung's protection and had the fewest injuries. Ulung was covered in blood, but showed no sign of pain on his face. Seeing that everyone was fine, Lu Fei felt a bit relieved and quickly turned to search for the small coffin. When he fell earlier, the small coffin had rolled away. There. The small coffin was stuck in a pile of rubble, thankfully unharmed. In the midst of the smoke and dust, a small figure was quickly bouncing and running, rapidly approaching the small coffin. Not good. Lu Fei didn't care how sharp the edges of the rubble were and directly lunged forward, using his body to block the small coffin. At the same time, the mud doll also pounced forward. It bared its teeth, the hatred in its eyes reaching a peak, and its broken-fingered little hand swung wildly, hurling pieces of rubble violently at Lu Fei. Boss! Tiger shouted as he ran over, angrily swinging his ghostly knife at the mud doll. The mud doll nimbly jumped aside, avoiding his slash. Tiger wildly slashed and chopped, not allowing the mud doll to approach Lu Fei. However, with his distraction, Lu Fei freed one hand, took out the thunder-striking jujube with stick, and focused intently on the mud doll. When the opportunity arose, Lu Fei immediately infused his magical power and struck the top of the mud doll's head with the wooden stick. Bang! With a crisp sound, the mud doll's body suddenly stiffened, as if a faint electric arc flashed through its body, and cracks appeared on its head. It then fell to the ground, shattered into pieces. Rest in peace. Lu Fei panted heavily. The thunderstruck jujube wood is indeed well-deserved of its reputation. With just one strike, it banished that fierce little ghost. Wow. At the moment the mud doll shattered, the crying from the small coffin suddenly became sharp, filled with anger and sorrow, and the coffin began to shake violently. Lu Fei took out a talisman to suppress the ghost and affixed it to the coffin. The crying gradually weakened, eventually disappearing completely. It's done. Lu Fei breathed a long sigh of relief, collapsing onto the rubble, and only then did he feel the aches all over his body, instantly grimacing in pain. Boss, you have so many injuries. Huzi put down his knife, looking at Lu Fei anxiously. It's nothing, just some superficial wounds. I'll use our specially made ointment when I get back, and it'll be fine soon. Lu Fei smiled reassuringly at him. In fact, Huzi also had quite a few scrapes, but his physique was stronger than Lu Fei's, so he looked a bit better. Boss Lu. At that moment, Chen Jinfa, supported by a long, stumbled over. Boss Lu, how are you all? It's fine. We finally dealt with that mud doll. Lu Fei wiped the sweat from his forehead, only to make himself look like a clown. The pillar collapsed, dust flying everywhere, and everyone was covered in dirt. Boss Lu, you're really impressive, whether it's ability or character. Chen Jinfa admire you. Chen Jinfa's eyes were filled with gratitude and appreciation. He felt that this young boss was different from others. Brother Fa, don't be too happy yet. We've only dealt with one mud doll, and there's still another one. Lu Fei gathered his spirits and stood up holding the small coffin. Chapter 100. Breaking the spell. Looking at the small coffin in Lu Fei's hands, Chen Jinfa's previously relaxed expression tightened again. Boss Lu, let's open the coffin now and deal with it all. Although it's a pity for the doll, it's not our fault. Why keep it? If a little ghost goes wild, it can have such great power to bring down a pillar like that. If we don't get rid of it, who knows how many people might die in the future. The thought of it still sent chills down his spine. Brother Fa is right, but I thought of a question. Lu Fei pondered. What? What happened at this construction site that required a pair of child sacrifices? Who cares? One is one. Let's deal with this little thing first. Brother Fa waved his hand impatiently, worried that the mud doll in the small coffin might come out. That's true, since the customer said so. Lu Fei didn't dwell on it anymore, holding the small coffin and preparing to find a suitable place to act. As he stepped forward, he noticed the broken pieces of the mud doll on the ground. He stopped, instructing Hu Zi to pick up the shards and put them in the backpack. Then, he carried the small coffin through the messy pile of stones, finding a relatively flat spot to set it down. He took out a small hammer he had prepared earlier, ready to get to work. Boss Lu, be careful. Brother Fa couldn't help but feel nervous. Don't worry, it won't escape, Lu Fei said as he slowly pried the soul-locking nails from the coffin. When the first nail was pulled out, the coffin immediately trembled. Chen Jinfa was startled. However, Lu Fei maintained a calm expression, picked up a bottle of mineral water, and poured the slightly cloudy water into the coffin through a small hole. The coffin quickly settled down. Lu Fei then pulled out the second nail, pouring more water into the coffin afterward. This time, the small coffin only shook slightly. When Lu Fei removed the third nail and poured all the water from the bottle into the third small hole, the small coffin remained motionless, and a foul odor of damp earth wafted from the three small holes. After Lu Fei completed these tasks, Chen Jinfa was amazed to find that the red surface of the coffin was visibly aging at a rapid pace. He thought he was seeing things and rubbed his eyes. The entire small coffin had aged, as if it had been buried underground for many years, no longer as bright red as blood. Boss Lu, I didn't see wrong. Did I? Why is the coffin fading? Brother Fa didn't see wrong. The fading of the coffin indicates that the spell on the soul-locking nails has been broken, and the mud doll inside is really just a mud doll now. Lu Fei opened the coffin lid. Inside was a mud doll less than half a meter tall, wet and covered in cracks, with arms and legs, and a clear face that was very realistic. However, the youthful face was not cute at all. Instead, it was filled with pain. Rest in peace. Lu Fei instructed Hu Zi to pack up the shattered mud doll, while he wrapped up the small coffin and the soul-locking nails. It didn't matter that another small coffin was smashed. The useful one was this one that hadn't been opened beforehand. Brother Fa, it's done. He clapped his hands and smiled at Chen Jinfa. Is that it? Chen Jinfa's eyes widened in disbelief. After being on guard for so long, he didn't expect the process to be so easy. This small coffin wasn't opened, and the mud doll inside wasn't released, so it was easy to handle. Lu Fei smiled. Chen Jinfa scratched his head, showing a frustrated expression. After all that fuss, I only made trouble for myself. In the future, if anything else is dug up, I must not act rashly. I have to find someone to take a look first. How could it be Brother Fa's fault? As long as the earth is disturbed, the small coffin being dug up is inevitable. Lu Fei looked around and found that the breaking of the soul-locking nails hadn't caused any abnormalities at the construction site, so he felt relieved. Luckily, I found Boss Lu. It seems that a person's true ability has nothing to do with age. That damned Master Wang, with his beard making him look impressive, is actually a fraud. With the trouble resolved, Chen Jinfa was very excited, looking at Lu Fei with admiration. His dusty face breaking into a broad smile as he confidently put his arm around Lu Fei's shoulders. I, Chen Jinfa, admire capable people the most, from now on. Boss Lu is my brother. This young boss not only has skills, but also works very efficiently, showing no pretensions and not dragging his feet, which greatly suits Chen Jinfa's taste. Brother Fa is overpraising me, Lu Fei said with a faint smile. With the matter settled, everyone no longer lingered and walked out through the chaotic pile of stones. Just as they were climbing the stairs, Lu Fei suddenly heard a strange gurgling sound. Gurgle, gurgle. It sounded like bubbles rising in water. He felt uneasy and looked back. The chaotic pit was very dim, and he didn't see anything emerging. Brother Fa, did you hear any sound? Lu Fei turned to ask the others. No. Chen Jinfa paused for a moment. Everyone listened quietly for a while, shaking their heads, indicating they didn't hear anything. What's the matter, Boss Lu? It's nothing. Maybe I heard wrong. As they spoke, the group climbed out of the pit, and the warm air of early summer rushed up, accompanied by the noise of city traffic and the glow of neon lights surrounding them. It felt like a return to the human world. Boss Lu, it's already too late today. Don't rush back yet. Let us rest at the hotel for a night. Tomorrow, I'll treat you all to a meal, and we'll celebrate together, Chen Jinfa said warmly, insisting that Lu Fei not return to the pawn shop, but pulling him back to the hotel. It was the same hotel as Noon, close to the construction site, and standing by the floor-to-ceiling windows, they could see the situation at the site. The pit was dark, like a large mouth split open from the ground. Lu Fei still felt a bit uneasy, so he said to Chen Jinfa, Brother Fa, I'm still worried. Don't rush to start work tomorrow. Observe for another couple of days. Chen Jinfa stroked his chin, hesitating for a moment, then slapped his thigh and said, I trust Boss Lu. Then we'll do as you say and observe for another day. Saying this, he let Lu Fei and Hu Zi wash up first and change out of their dirty clothes. After the two tidied up and came out in their pajamas, Along immediately brought out a small medical kit to treat everyone's scrapes. His movements were very skilled. Along, use this, Lu Fei said, taking out his specially made wound powder. Along looked at Chen Jinfa. What the shopkeeper Lu gave is definitely good stuff. Chen Jinfa nodded at him. Along then took the wound powder and began applying it to everyone. The powder sprinkled on the wounds felt cool and quite comfortable. After treating the others, Along started to take care of himself. He had often gotten injured in fights before, who went to the hospital. It was always self-treatment. Chen Jinfa sat in a reclining chair, lighting a cigarette. Brother Fa's past life must have been quite exciting, Lu Fei said with a smile. Haha. That's all in the past. Chen Jinfa exhaled a thick cloud of smoke, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. The days of fighting and killing were long gone. People had to look forward. I, Chen Jinfa, won't grow old. I'll make a name for myself in the right path. Then he squinted at Lu Fei. Shopkeeper Lu is still young, with a bright future ahead. You've worked hard tonight. I called a few beautiful girls to help you relax. Chapter 101. The same nightmare, Chen Jinfa clapped his hands. The door flew open, and several beautiful girls of different styles walked in, holding massage oil and wearing gentle smiles. Instantly, Hu Zi's eyes nearly popped out. I didn't know what kind of girls you and brother Hu like, so I called a few more, Chen Jinfa said, biting the end of his cigarette. Don't be shy, pick whoever you like. No. Thank you for your kindness, Brother Fa, but we won't need this. Lu Fei waved his hands repeatedly. Hu Zi swallowed hard. Since his boss had spoken, he could only shake his head along. Shopkeeper Lu is being polite with me. He doesn't see me as a brother, Chen Jinfa said loudly. If you don't like this batch, I'll get you another. I must make Shopkeeper Lu happy. Really? Brother Fa, we don't have that hobby, Lu Fei said with a bitter smile. That's right. These are all superficial girls. How could they catch Shopkeeper Lu's eye? Chen Jinfa waved his hand, sending the beautiful girls out, and he also stood up from the reclining chair. Tonight, Shopkeeper Lu should have a good rest. I'll rearrange things tomorrow. After saying that, he didn't give Lu Fei a chance to refuse and left with Along. Ah, what a pity. The lingering scent of massage oil remained in the room, and Hu Zi sniffed it, revealing a look of regret. How about we ask Brother Fa to call them back? Lu Fei said, looking at him. That is not necessary. I'm a decent person. Hu Zi's old face turned red as he jumped onto the bed and pulled the blanket over himself. Lu Fei chuckled. After a busy night, he was indeed tired and quickly fell asleep after turning off the lights. He didn't know how long it had been. In a daze, Lu Fei felt a chilling sensation, as if he had fallen into cold water. His body kept sinking, and the icy water slowly engulfed him. He felt suffocated, unable to catch his breath, desperately struggling to rise, but his body felt frozen and unable to move. Just as he was about to sink into the bottomless darkness, a warm current surged from his dantian. The cold water instantly. Lu Fei sat up, gasping for air. Was it a dream? The night light cast a dim warm glow, and Lu Fei wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his mind filled with uncertainty. Why did I have such a strange dream? Then he heard movement from the bed next to him. Turning to look, he saw Hu Zi covering his head with the blanket, desperately kicking his legs. Hu Zi. Lu Fei quickly jumped out of bed, pulled off the blanket, and slapped his forehead to wake him up. Hu Zi, what's wrong? Why are you covering yourself with the blanket? Lu Fei frowned. What? Hu Zi was drenched in sweat, his face turning purple, gasping heavily. Am I covering myself? I had a dream that I fell into water and almost drowned. What a coincidence. I had the same dream. Lu Fei's heart skipped a beat. The two having the same dream was clearly not a coincidence. What the hell is going on? Is there something dirty in the hotel? Hu Zi quickly jumped out of bed, grabbing his knife, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. With the knife here, even if there is something dirty in the hotel, it wouldn't dare to stir. It should be for another reason. Lu Fei walked to the window, pulled back the thick blackout curtains, and looked down at the construction site. By this time, it was late at night, and most of the city's neon lights had gone out. Only the street lights dutifully shone. The construction site was dim and silent. From a distance, he couldn't see anything. I wonder how Brother Fa and the others are doing. Lu Fei felt a twinge of worry as he was about to call Chen Jinfa, when there was a loud knock on the door. Shopkeeper Lu, Shopkeeper Lu. Are you asleep? It was Chen Jinfa's anxious and flustered voice. Hu Zi immediately opened the door. Brother Fa. Shopkeeper Lu, something strange happened. I just had the same dream as Along. Chen Jinfa hurriedly walked in, a hint of terror on his face. Along followed closely behind, looking pale as well. Did you dream that you fell into water and almost drowned? Lu Fei asked. Exactly. Chen Jinfa's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with admiration. Shopkeeper Lu, you're truly amazing. How did you know that? It's not that I knew. It's just that Hu Zi and I also had the same dream. Lu Fei said with a bitter smile. Huh. Chen Jinfa and Along exchanged glances, exclaiming, for people had the same dream? This can't be a coincidence. It must be related to the construction site. Lu Fei nodded. When leaving the construction site, he had heard bubbling sounds like water, and water appeared in the dream, which clearly had a connection. Is there really something going on at the construction site? Chen Jinfa hurriedly walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, looking outside. But after glancing a few times, he couldn't figure it out. Shopkeeper Lu, what is that thing? I don't know. It's not safe to go now. I'll check it out in the morning, Lu Fei replied honestly. The worst fears had come true. Once the protective charm broke, the original dirty things from the construction site had emerged. Luckily, there were only 2 or 3 hours left until dawn. Everyone dared not sleep. And Chen Jinfa and Along stayed in Lu Fei's room, anxious and chain-smoking. Just as one wave calmed down, another rose. Would the construction site be able to continue smoothly? Was this year going to be unlucky? It seemed they needed to go worship Guan Yu. They stayed awake with their eyes wide open until dawn. As the morning light began to filter in, the 4 of them left the hotel and headed toward the construction site. Even from across the street, they could smell a faint hint of blood. What is that smell? Could it be from the construction site? Chen Jinfa's face looked very bad. Opening the fence and entering the construction site, the smell of blood became even stronger. The source of this odor was the pit where the piling was occurring. The 4 hurried over, eager to know what was happening at the construction site. As they reached the pit and saw the situation inside, their scalps instantly went numb. My God, what is all this? Chen Jinfa stepped back in shock. At the bottom of the pit lay a layer of blood-red water, reeking. Some spots in the water were bubbling, and the water level seemed to be slowly rising. At a glance, it looked like a pool of blood. Could it be that we dug into groundwater or some pipeline? Chen Jinfa said with a hint of hope. Lu Fei found a long stick, dipped it into the crimson water, picked it up and sniffed it, and his face immediately changed. Not good. This is blood. All blood. Chen Jinfa couldn't believe it. Where did all this blood come from? Could it be that many people died down there? No. Even if there were dead bodies buried here, it would be rotting corpse water, not blood. Fat girl, don't panic. This must be related to the dirty things that were originally at the construction site. Lu Fei quickly calmed down. We need to find a way to figure out what this blood water really is. Once we understand that, it'll be easier to deal with. With such a large area, how can we handle it? Chen Jinfa steadied himself, looking at Lu Fei. Lu Fei squatted by the pit, staring at the bubbling spots in the blood water, thought for a moment, and said, first, let's find some living creatures to test the nature of this blood water. Chapter 102, Bloodwater Ghost, Extra Update. With Lu Fei in charge, Chen Jinfa quickly calmed down. Lu, what kind of living creatures do we need? I'll prepare them right away. First, buy a few roosters and big geese. Choose the ones that are older and full of vitality, Lu Fei said. Okay. Chen Jinfa immediately sent Along to buy them. Along swiftly left the construction site. I was wondering why that kid Xiangzai was so kind, introducing me to such a lucrative job. It turns out it's all a trap. Chen Jinfa glared at the shocking blood water in the pit, grinding his teeth. Once this matter is resolved, just wait and see how I deal with him. If it can't be resolved, haha, he'll be buried along with it. He felt a surge of anger inside. He originally wanted to make a good profit to kickstart his business venture, only to encounter such a troublesome situation right off the bat. Lu Fei stood by the pit, looking up at the sky, then down at the blood water. A thick smell of blood filled the entire construction site. Occasionally, a few bubbles would rise, and although the water level was slowly rising, it hadn't stopped. If left unchecked, it could very likely overflow the pit. Lu Fei noticed that the bubbling spots were all in areas where sunlight couldn't reach, and it seemed like there were dark shadows flickering beneath the bubbles. What is that? He squinted, but the distance was limited, and that thing was hiding under the water, making it impossible to see clearly. It definitely didn't look human-shaped. Huzi, keep an eye on me. Lu Fei stepped onto a ladder, trying to get closer to the blood water. As he descended 2 steps, he felt a cold, eerie energy surround his calves. This bone-chilling cold felt just like the sensation of being submerged in cold water in a dream last night. Lu Fei immediately pulled back, returning to the edge of the pit. This blood water looked very dangerous. It was better to be cautious. Chen Jinfa anxiously paced back and forth at the edge of the pit. After waiting for 2 hours, Along returned, sweating profusely. He was carrying several live roosters in his left hand and a few large geese in his right. The geese were very noisy, occasionally stretching their necks to peck at Along's legs. Boss, are these okay? That's fine, Lu Fei nodded, directly tossing the roosters and geese into the blood water. Splash! The blood water immediately bubbled up, and the roosters and geese flapped their wings in panic, splattering blood water everywhere. The few people standing by the pit quickly stepped back. Boss, look! Huzi's face changed dramatically as he pointed at the blood water and shouted. The roosters and geese screamed as they struggled desperately to escape. But it was as if something was pulling them down, and they sank little by little. The piercing cries abruptly stopped, and the water's surface was left with only a string of bubbles. The creatures disappeared without a trace, as if they had been dissolved by acid. From a distance, the blood water looked like a sinister, gaping red mouth. Lu, what is going on? Chen Jinfat's heart raced. This blood water can dissolve living things. Lu Fei found a few long wooden sticks and stirred the water's surface. The sticks remained unharmed. Roosters and geese are typically considered protective creatures, usually scaring away ordinary dirty things, but this blood water could dissolve them. There must be a sinister creature below. A big creature? Chen Jinfat's expression darkened. Can you handle it, Lu? It's not about the money. Fat Go, we take on jobs that involve evil spirits and disasters, and once we accept a job, we will be responsible for it to the end. Don't worry, I will definitely find a way, Lu Fei said seriously. If I can't solve it, I will tell you the truth and won't waste your time. I definitely believe in you, Lu. I still hope you can help me solve this trouble. Chen Jinfat nodded vigorously. Lu Fei walked around the pit, deep in thought, when suddenly he recalled something and stopped. I remembered a type of evil spirit that resembles this blood water. What is it? Chen Jinfat quickly followed up with a question. This type of evil spirit is called a blood water ghost, which is formed from a person who died in extreme pain and resentment, usually in water. When they appear, the water turns blood red. Once a person approaches the blood water, they will be pulled down, leaving no trace behind, Lu Fei said solemnly. You mean, someone died down there, and it was particularly tragic? Chen Jinfat frowned. But this is a city. Where could there be water to drown people? Now, it can only be confirmed that the construction team building the mall encountered this, which is why they had to use a pair of young boys and girls to conduct a soul stake. How do we deal with this? Chen Jinfat was only concerned about this. Fat Go, I think we need to prepare for two scenarios, Lu Fei pondered. Tell me, Chen Jinfat replied seriously. First, buy a few town stones to temporarily suppress this blood water and prevent it from overflowing. Second, find out what exactly happened when the mall was being built. No problem. Chen Jinfat immediately ordered Along, you personally go investigate. If anyone dares not tell the truth, deal with them seriously. Understood. Along replied with a serious expression and immediately went to carry out the task. Also, don't let anyone near the construction site, Lu Fei added. Chen Jinfat immediately called in more people to guard the construction site. Soon after, they sent someone to buy town stones. There is a market on the outskirts of the city that specializes in selling such stones. Lu Fei thought for a moment and selected 4 stones carved with fierce mythical beasts. Chen Jinfat paid on the spot and had them delivered to the construction site. Lu Fei instructed the delivery workers to place the 4 town stones at the 4 corners of the pit. In no time, a miraculous scene occurred. The blood water actually began to recede slowly, and the water level dropped significantly. Lu, amazing. Chen Jinfat was overjoyed. I know about this kind of town stone. It's also called a shigandang, said to be able to ward off evil. It's most commonly used at places prone to accidents. Placing a shigandang by the roadside makes it safe. But I didn't expect it could even suppress a water ghost. The blood water ghost belongs to the water element. And earth suppresses water, so stones naturally belong to the earth. Using a shigandang can certainly suppress the blood water ghost. Lu Fei stared at the slowly descending water level. His expression still tense. But this is only a temporary measure. If the root cause is not eliminated, the blood water will rise again. Chen Jinfat gritted his teeth. How can we eradicate it completely? The simplest way is to directly eliminate the blood water ghost. But living people cannot approach this blood water. So this method is a last resort. We need to wait for Along's news. Along spent the whole day investigating and finally returned in the afternoon, bringing someone with him. This person had a bruised face, clearly having been beaten up quite a bit. Xiangzai? Chen Jinfat's expression darkened as soon as he saw this person. Along, did you find out clearly? Along glanced at Xiangzai and coldly said, should I explain it? Or will you? Xiangzai shivered and quickly said, I'll tell you. I'll tell you. He cautiously glanced at Chen Jinfan. Brother Fa, I really didn't know there was a problem with this mall before, otherwise I wouldn't have dared to introduce this job to you. Later, I only found out today that there was a major incident during the construction of this mall. Chapter 103. The mysterious death of the developer Chen Jinfan lit a cigarette and squinted at the man called Xiangzai. Xiangzai looked to be in his 30s, very thin, with a sharp head, resembling a big rat. What happened? Explain everything clearly, or I'll throw you down there, and there won't be a bone left. Although the blood had receded quite a bit, the bottom of the pit was still a deep crimson, and just looking at it made one feel terrified. Xiangzai's purple face instantly turned pale, and he began to spill everything he knew like beans from a bamboo tube. It turned out that this area had seen a death back when it was being demolished. Before the mall was built, it was an old community with decades of history. The facilities were outdated, but the location was excellent, situated on a major traffic route, surrounded by newly developed commercial streets. A developer saw the potential here and wanted to build a luxury mall, but encountered trouble during the demolition. Most residents accepted the offer gladly, except for one crazy old lady who refused to sign, no matter what conditions the developer offered. She became a real nail household. Countless people tried to persuade her, but she was completely unyielding. Eventually, it escalated to the point where anyone who came to negotiate would be driven away by her swinging her cane like a madwoman, making communication impossible. Because of her, the huge project was delayed, and the developer was in a panic. However, it wasn't long before the old lady mysteriously disappeared. Disappeared? It's not that simple. Lu Fei frowned upon hearing this. Chen Jinfan coldly snorted. It's obvious that it's the heartless developer's doing. I really don't know about that, Brother Fa. Anyway, the police came to investigate but couldn't find her, Xiangzai said with a bitter smile. The developer used some connections to take over the old lady's house. After all, she had no children and was all alone. And then, Lu Fei asked. They demolished the old house and started construction on the mall. At first, everything went smoothly. But when they were driving the last foundation pile, someone suddenly died on site. Xiangzai continued. The first to die was a foreman. He was supervising the workers at the edge of the pit when, for some reason, he suddenly fell in, landing right on a rebar, which pierced his belly. Blood flowed everywhere, dyeing the soil red. Before he died, he said someone had pushed him, but he was the only one standing there, with no one else around. The second person to die was the developer's boss. When he heard about the accident, he rushed to the site to check it out. He stood in the same spot where the foreman had been, and after seeing something, he suddenly panicked and got into his car, urging the driver to leave quickly. However, before they could even drive away from the site, an accident happened. A large truck parked nearby, which was supposed to be transporting cement, suddenly lost its brakes and crashed into the boss's car. The boss's vehicle flipped over, and he was thrown out, falling into the pit and dying, while the driver only sustained minor injuries. 2 people died in a row, and in such a bizarre manner. Some said the developer had done something wrong, and that the old lady was seeking revenge. The developer, scared to continue, transferred the project to an unsuspecting out-of-town owner. The out-of-town owner didn't work for long before also encountering problems. First, they couldn't drive the last foundation pile no matter what. The technicians tried many methods, but to no avail. Then, the out-of-town owner constantly saw 2 figures on the construction site. Those 2 stood at the edge of the pit, slowly waving at him. When he approached, he discovered they were covered in blood, which scared him out of his wits. At that moment, if no one had pulled him back in time, he would have fallen into the pit. Even the out-of-town owner realized there was something wrong with this construction site. After spending money to investigate, he found out that 2 people had died there before. The 2 bloody figures he saw were likely the foreman and the previous developer's boss. The out-of-town owner felt both anger and fear, but since all the paperwork was done, he had no choice but to swallow his anger and transfer the project at a low price to minimize his losses. In the end, it was the Tang Corporation that took over. However, they reportedly had a smooth construction process and quickly finished building the mall. After Xiangzai finished speaking, he cautiously looked at Chen Jinfan. Chen Jinfan's face was extremely grim. He hadn't expected there to be so many issues at the beginning of the mall's construction. No wonder everything had gone wrong since he took over. Lu Fei said coldly, if that old lady was indeed harmed by the developer, she must have suffered greatly before her death. Those who turn into blood water ghosts are usually due to a painful death, filled with resentment. It's a miracle this mall was built at all. Damn it. Those heartless bastards, they deserve to die. Tiger hated such unscrupulous bosses and cursed angrily. After so many accidents, there was actually no news on the market. It seemed someone was deliberately suppressing these matters. Otherwise, where would they find a scapegoat to take over? Chen Jinfan sneered. Xiangzai didn't dare to say a word, feeling guilty and bowing his head. Chen Jinfan didn't immediately deal with him, but looked to Lu Fei for help. Manager Lu, do you think this bloodwater ghost is the old lady transformed? How can we get rid of it? It would be best to find a way to resolve the resentment. If we can't, we need to find a way to lure the bloodwater ghost out to deal with it. Bloodwater ghosts are feared by many practitioners because the blood can dissolve living beings, including humans. Even Lu Fei's grandfather wouldn't dare to approach easily, let alone him. Lu Fei looked at the blood water in the pit, which had receded quite a bit, leaving only a shallow layer at the bottom. But he didn't know how long Shigandang could suppress it. They had to find a way to resolve it before the blood water surged out again. Didn't the developer and the foreman die? Isn't she still angry? Chen Jinfan said irritably. Perhaps there are other reasons why that old lady was unwilling to relocate. Moving to a better living environment and receiving compensation, any normal person should be happy about that, Lu Fei suggested. Chen Jinfan looked at Xiangzai. Who knows? I heard that old lady was crazy. Xiangzai replied helplessly. Impossible. The old lady was very clear and adamant in refusing the developer's demands, which shows she wasn't crazy. At least not in that sense, Lu Fei pondered. The reason the old lady was unwilling to relocate might be the key. Chen Jinfan immediately glared at Xiangzai. Explain clearly. This big brother, Brother Fa, I really don't know. That's all the information I have, Xiangzai said with a mournful face. I think your skin is still itching. Along grabbed his collar, and he hurriedly cried for mercy, tears and snot streaming down his face, looking as scared as a dog, clearly not knowing more. The old lady was already dead, and with no children. Where could they find out why she was unwilling to relocate in such a short time? Chen Jinfan was at his wit's end. Lu Fei thought of someone, and his eyes lit up. I have a great candidate to investigate past events. Chapter 104. The crazy old lady's relics. Lu Fei immediately contacted Liang Gu from the private detective agency, asking him to help investigate this matter. Liang Gu agreed without hesitation upon hearing it was Lu Fei. Brother Liang, can it be figured out in a day's time? It's a bit difficult, but I'll do my best. Putting down his phone, Lu Fei nodded at Chen Jinfa. Brother Fa, let's wait for news. Chen Jinfa knew that being anxious was useless, and he could only be patient. After all, he had seen the power of that blood water with his own eyes. Any living thing that dared to approach would be completely dissolved, with no bones left to be found. With 4 stone statues pressing down, this blood water wouldn't overflow for the time being. It was useless to wait at the construction site, so everyone returned to the hotel to wait for news. Chen Jinfa looked troubled, smoking continuously, with no appetite for food. The Tang family has a way, using a pair of young boys and girls to hit the soul stake and successfully build them all. He sighed, buying low and selling high. The subsequent troubles wouldn't concern them. Who is the Tang family? Lu Fei couldn't help but ask. They are one of the so-called 3 big families in Jiang City. The Tang family. Lu Fei's heart skipped a beat. Isn't that Xie Yao's family? However, it seemed that Xie Yao's relationship with her family wasn't good. What her family's business did might not necessarily have anything to do with her. Does manager Lu know the Tang family? Chen Jinfa asked. I don't know them. Just asked casually. Lu Fei smiled. Tang Mingda is lucky. He was originally an obscure little figure, but after marrying 2 good wives, he transformed into one of the 3 big families. Chen Jinfa sighed. 2 wives? Lu Fei asked curiously. This is a well-known gossip in Jiang City. Doesn't manager Lu know? Tang Mingda was originally a small employee of the Xie family in medicine and somehow ended up marrying the only daughter of the Xie family. After marrying, he relied on the resources of the Xie family to make a name for himself. However, the only daughter of the Xie family had always been in poor health and passed away 10 years ago. After that, Tang Mingda married the daughter of a jewelry king, quickly climbed up with the resources of his second wife, and became the current mall tycoon. A hint of disdain appeared in Chen Jinfa's eyes. I've always thought he was the least qualified among the 3 big families, relying on women to rise. What kind of ability is that? It seems that his means in business are not clean either, even doing something morally questionable like hitting soul stakes. It really fits that saying, in this day and age. If you want to make money, you can't be too conscientious. Maybe. Lu Fei shook his head. He doesn't understand business matters. He's just someone who collects evil objects. Collecting evil objects, helping people avert disasters, and not getting involved in anything else. The few of them waited in the hotel until the sun set. Chen Jinfa urged several times in anxiety, and Lu Fei finally received a message from Brother Liang. Manager Lu, I found out that the old lady's name is Lu Guiying. She is unwilling to leave her old house because she is waiting for her child to come back. Isn't she a lonely old woman with no children? Lu Fei asked in surprise. She was married once and had children. However, 20 years ago, her child went missing, and her husband passed away in an accident while searching for the child. After such a severe blow, she became mentally unstable. I found a neighbor who knows her. The neighbor said that she always believes her husband and child are not dead and will come back one day. She is afraid that if she leaves, her husband and child won't be able to find their way home. So no matter how generous the developers offer, she is unwilling to leave. I see. This old lady is also a pitiful person. Lu Fei shook his head. No wonder her resentment is so strong. This is a lifelong obsession. However, later, the old lady suddenly disappeared, and the police could not find her, so the matter was left unresolved, and the old house was demolished. The neighbor suspected that she had most likely met with misfortune and collected some of her belongings before the house was torn down, hoping that one day when her remains were found, they could be buried with her. Brother Liang continued. Lu Fei's eyes brightened. What were the belongings? Among them was an album, the thing the old lady cared about most in her life, with a family photo of the 3 of them. That's great. Where's the album? It's at the neighbor's house. I'll send you the address right away. Brother Liang, thank you so much. You've been a great help. Lu Fei was extremely happy. I must say, this detective's investigative ability is remarkable. No need to be polite. As long as you can help me find the murderer of the skinning case later, it's fine. Recently, I've been re-examining the case files and have made some new discoveries. No problem. Feel free to contact me if you need anything. Putting down the phone, Lu Fei shared the good news with Chen Jinfa. Chen Jinfa was also very excited and immediately sent along to the old lady's neighbor to retrieve her belongings. Lu Fei also had Hu Zi buy some items for worship. Along was very efficient. In less than 2 hours, he brought back all the old lady's belongings. Along, you didn't mess around, did you? This speed made Chen Jinfa a bit worried. Don't worry, big brother. I bought them at a high price. Along said. That's good. Chen Jinfa nodded, looking nervously at Lu Fei. Manager Lu, will these things calm the old lady's resentment? If our speculation is correct, it should be possible. What if it doesn't work? Chen Jinfa asked anxiously. Then we can only fight it out. Lu Fei gritted his teeth. Everyone took all the items and returned to the construction site once more. It was already dark. The blood water in the pit looked particularly eerie in the night. Lu Fei lit incense and burned paper at the edge of the pit, offering sacrifices to the blood water. This is called showing respect before taking action. Old lady, we know you died unjustly, but grievances have their source and debts have their owner. Your enemy is already dead. Please don't make things difficult for those who come after. The blood water showed no reaction. Everything here has long changed. It's useless to cling to this place. Your husband and child will find it hard to locate you if they come back. But if you are willing, I can find you a new place to be buried. When they return, we will take them to your grave to find you, so that your family can reunite. As Lu Fei spoke, he picked up the old album, and the blood water suddenly bubbled up, as if boiling. The surface of the water distorted, forming a blurry and hideous ghost face. Two blood-red eyes swirled like whirlpools, and thick resentment surged out, forming a fierce cold wind that swept over, wanting to pull everyone in. The burning paper money suddenly extinguished, and dust flew chaotically in the construction site, causing everyone to wobble unsteadily. "Boss, be careful." Lu Fei was closest to the bloodwater, and Huzi quickly grabbed Lu Fei's arm to prevent him from being swept away by this cold wind. "Old lady, have you thought it through? Do you want your soul to scatter, or do you want to reunite with your family?" The cold wind cut against his skin like a knife, and Lu Fei gritted his teeth, unfolding the album against the wind. The yellowed family photo was revealed. Boom. The ghost face in the blood water surged violently, pouncing toward Lu Fei. Lu Fei's heart leaped to his throat. Is it time to fight it out? Chapter 105. The murderer. The stench of blood rushed at him. Lu Fei stared tightly at the surging blood water, his heart almost jumping out of his throat, gripping the lightning-struck jujube stick, ready for a fight. The old ghost face in the blood water, with a twisted expression, lunged directly at Lu Fei. "Boss!" Huzi shouted nervously, pulling Lu Fei away with all his strength. Lu Fei rolled to avoid the water flow just in time. The burning paper money was completely extinguished by the blood water, and the offerings were scattered everywhere. The blood water ghost showed no gratitude. Of course, a lifelong obsession is not so easily resolved. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being tough. Lu Fei gritted his teeth, tightly gripping the thunderstrike jujube stick, cautiously watching the surging blood water. Fortunately, he had gotten this album. Although the blood water ghost didn't appreciate it, it reacted strongly to the album. Perhaps he could use the album to imprint its true form. "Old man, this is a family photo of yours. Don't you want it anymore?" Lu Fei raised the album with his left hand and carefully approached the blood water. "Boss, don't go over there. It's too dangerous." Huzi shouted nervously. "Huzi, don't come over. I know what I'm doing. If it really comes to it. It has legs, right?" Lu Fei didn't turn around, his eyes fixed on the movement of the blood water, extremely cautious. "Boss, be careful." Huzi, holding a big knife, was anxiously stomping his feet. But if Lu Fei wouldn't let him go, he wouldn't move, to avoid making things worse. Chen Jinfan, who had stepped aside, watched with bated breath, increasingly admiring this young shopkeeper. Lu Fei held the album, gradually getting closer to the blood water. The blood water indeed surged more violently, a high wave rising, and the ghostly face in the water rushed towards the album, its blood-red eyes seemingly looking at the photos inside. The opportunity has come. Lu Fei immediately acted. With the album in his left hand, he sidestepped and struck hard at the ghostly face with the thunderstrike jujube stick in his right hand, infusing it with magical power. Rest in peace. The power of the heavenly thunder contained within instinctively terrified the ghostly face. But it was too late to retreat into the water flow. The small stick, seemingly like a rolling pin, lightly touched the ghostly face, and a blue electric arc flickered through the blood water. The next moment, the ghostly face disintegrated, and the blood water fell back into the pit with a loud crash, visibly decreasing in speed, until only a small trickle of blood water remained, quickly retreating. The source of the blood water was where the bones were buried. Lu Fei immediately jumped into the pit and chased after it. "Boss!" Huzi, fearing for Lu Fei's safety, hurriedly followed with his big knife. "Along, you go help too." Chen Jinfan instructed Along to go down while he chose to wait above. Lu Fei followed the small stream of blood, running all the way to the depths of the pit, where the blood flow retreated into a patch of soil and completely disappeared. "It's here." Lu Fei crouched down and inserted a wooden board here to mark the spot. As soon as Along arrived, he immediately said, "Along, tell Fega to find someone to dig this place up." "No need to find anyone, I can do it. The construction site is full of tools." Along found a shovel and immediately began digging at the spot marked by Lu Fei. Seeing this, Huzi also found a hoe to help dig. After waiting for a long time above, Chen Jinfan saw that the blood water had completely disappeared and that there was no danger in the pit. So he ran down as well. The two strong men worked quite efficiently, and before long, they had dug a 2-meter deep pit. Clang! The shovel hit something, producing a crisp sound. The two exchanged glances, switched to smaller tools, and carefully unearthed the buried object. After removing the outer layer of dirt, they discovered it was a 1/2-meter tall cement jar, quite heavy, with a lid on top. The two strong men exerted all their strength to lift it up. "This looks like an old water tank from decades ago," Chen Jinfan said, rubbing his chin and examining it carefully. "A water tank?" Lu Fei reached out and removed the lid. A foul smell immediately spread out. Inside was a tub of murky, stinky water, seemingly containing a pair of human bones. Indeed, it was a corpse. Lu Fei no longer looked and closed the lid. No wonder it became a blood water ghost. The old lady drowned in the water tank. Looking at the broken bones, it was clear she had suffered quite a bit before her death. They probably thought that burying the old lady along with the water tank underground and covering it with a building would ensure she would never be discovered. Unfortunately, they underestimated human obsession and resentment. Lu Fei shook his head. "Go, call the police." "Huh, call the police?" Chen Jinfan was stunned. Is it really appropriate for someone who has mixed in the underworld to call the police? Also, find a burial site to bury her bones and belongings together. If someone really comes looking, there will be a place for offerings. Consider it a good deed to bless your project for a smooth progress. Lu Fei smiled and patted Chen Jinfan's shoulder. Oh, right. And those 2 clay dolls, let us bury them together too. Can good deeds really accumulate? Upon hearing that it could bless the project, Chen Jinfan was immediately tempted. He struggled for a while before finally making up his mind. All right, let us call the police. We are good citizens now. What is there to fear from the police, right, the police comrades? After exiting the pit and resting in the temporary office at the construction site, Lu Fei finally breathed a sigh of relief. No wonder the Tang family wanted to suppress it with a soul-pressing stake. The Bloodwater ghost was indeed too difficult to deal with. Fortunately, he found the old lady's belongings and had the Thunderstrike Jujube wood as a powerful tool. Otherwise, he really couldn't resolve the troubles at this construction site. Lu Fei took out the Jujube wood stick and carefully wiped it. Just now, the stick had been extended into the Bloodwater, and its surface was still intact. It had only lightly touched the Bloodwater ghost, and it disappeared. No wonder it is a powerful tool that almost everyone in the Xianmin wants to possess. With the troubles at the construction site completely resolved, Chen Jinfan naturally expressed his immense gratitude to Lu Fei. Shopkeeper Lu, I've seen how hard you've worked this time. Saying thanks is just empty words. I hope you won't despise this little token of appreciation. He took out a thick red envelope and stuffed it into Lu Fei's hands. Gu, you're being too polite. Accepting evil things and helping others to avoid disaster, treating this evil thing as a gift to me is enough. Lu Fei patted that small coffin. No matter what your evil sect rules are, our Taoist rules dictate that one must repay kindness. This small coffin is a gift for you. After I finish the remaining matters, I will come back to repay Shopkeeper Lu. Chen Jinfan was very persistent. After arranging for someone to send Lu Fei back, he gathered his courage to call the police. The police took the bones away for investigation and quickly confirmed that this was indeed the remains of the old lady Lu Guiying, tracing it back to the original developer. Initially, it was thought that it would take some time to investigate due to the passage of time. Unexpectedly, the next day, someone voluntarily turned themselves in. Chen Jinfan rushed to the evil sect in a hurry, personally bringing the news to Lu Fei. Shopkeeper Lu, guess who the murderer is? Chapter 106. Moon watching Lu Fei didn't even need to think, and said, is there any need to guess? It must be someone related to the original developer. Most likely connected to those who were involved in the demolition back then. Shopkeeper Lu truly has a sharp mind. Chen Jinfan gave a thumbs up. The murderer was indeed one of the personnel who came to persuade the demolition. He claimed he acted in a fit of rage to force the old lady to agree to the demolition. While struggling to escape, she fell into the water tank and drowned. To cover up his crime, he buried the old lady along with the water tank underground. He didn't expect that after 6 or 7 years, the old lady's corpse would be dug up during the reconstruction of the mall. Knowing he couldn't escape, he simply confessed voluntarily. Even if this scoundrel is a scapegoat, we have still eliminated a harm for the people. I did as you said and bought a burial site for that old lady and the 2 clay dolls. Now my construction site is finally able to start smoothly. Chen Jinfan was in high spirits, his face glowing. Shopkeeper Lu, I've set up a table at a great place today. You must come and honor me. Otherwise, it would mean you look down on me. Chen Jinfan. Brother Fa, there's no rush to eat. Our business isn't finished yet. Lu Fei took out a small coffin and a pawn ticket. How do you plan to pawn it? Dead pawn or live pawn? What price? I already said it's a gift from Manager Lu. It doesn't matter what price. You helped me a lot. I should be thanking you. Chen Jinfan waved his hand. Brother Fa, this is our rule in the evil faction. We can't break it. Lu Fei smiled faintly, holding a pen and paper. Chen Jinfan scratched his head and looked at Lu Fei. You guys in the evil faction really do things differently. Others take money to help people avoid disaster. You don't want money, but instead take things that scare people. Is this evil thing really a good thing? Huzi proudly said, of course. Brother Fa, haven't you heard? We in the evil faction have the ability to turn evil into treasure. What is evil in others' hands can become a treasure in my boss's hands. Wow, that's amazing. Chen Jinfan exclaimed, becoming interested. After examining the small coffin, he asked, Manager Lu, what treasure can this coffin turn into? Brother Fa, I can't tell you. That's also our evil faction's rule, Lu Fei said, shaking his head with a smile. Although he couldn't use this small coffin, there were certain people who would love it and pay a high price for it. Otherwise, it wouldn't be worth the effort. I was presumptuous. I know every industry has its secrets, especially for experts like you. Brother Fa, you're overestimating me. I'm just doing a little side business. Lu Fei brought the topic back. So how do you plan to pawn it? Chen Jinfan stopped hesitating and said, this thing is useful for your evil faction, so I'll definitely choose dead pawn. As for the price, let's say 168. Good luck to everyone. Alright. Lu Fei wrote the pawn ticket and had Chen Jinfan sign and stamp it. The transfer payment was made. The pawn ticket was in duplicate. The transaction was completed. Done. Now can Manager Lu enjoy a meal? Chen Jinfan seemed determined not to leave until Lu Fei did. Unable to refuse, Lu Fei called Lu Fuguei over. Lu Fuguei was so happy he couldn't close his mouth, using all his charm, and quickly got along with Chen Jinfan. When they arrived at the dining place, the two were already very close, as if they were long-lost brothers. This place was called Wangyue Mountain Villa. It had a nice name, but the environment and facilities were quite average, looking more like a farm stay. However, The business was excellent, with almost every table occupied and even a line outside. Huzi couldn't help but feel puzzled. Is this really the promised treat? Even if we don't go to a high-end club like the Su family, at least we should find a decent place. Chen Jinfan had already reserved a private room in advance. Manager Lu, don't be fooled by the old place. You have to make a reservation to eat here. Ordinary people can't even get a spot. Brother Fa definitely chose a good place. Lu Fei smiled. Lu Fuguwei seemed to have heard of this place before, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Brother Fa, is this Wangyue Mountain Villa the one that specializes in Wangyue eels? That's right. Brother Fuguwei has good taste. Chen Jinfan was very pleased. Lu Fuguwei couldn't help but swallow hard. I heard these eels are much larger than regular eels. The biggest can be as thick as a baby's arm, and they're particularly spirited. Every time there's a full moon in June, they swim out from the water caves to pay homage to the moon. That's why they're called Wangyue eels. Exactly. The Wangyue eels here are not only exceptionally delicious, but also have the effect of nourishing yin and boosting yang. They're a great tonic. A gas station for men and a beauty salon for women. Chen Jinfan laughed heartily. Is it really that amazing? Huzi was stunned, his eyes revealing anticipation. Just like no one would complain about having too much money, who wouldn't want to become stronger? The owner of this place is an old subordinate of mine. He reserved a spot for us when he heard I was inviting the manager of the evil faction. That kid said he had some matters and wanted to meet Manager Lu, so I agreed to introduce him. Since Manager Lu won't accept money, I can only repay you in other ways. If I can help you close a few more deals and collect a few more evil items, that counts as fulfilling my gratitude. Chen Jinfan looked at Lu Fei earnestly. You're young, but it's good to supplement yourself. After all, for men, the stronger, the better. Lu Fei was intrigued by what he said. He had heard of a type of Wangyue eel before, but it was different from what Chen Jinfan mentioned. That type of Wangyue eel was not edible. However, business here was indeed booming, with every table filled. Soon, the dishes were served. Besides other small dishes, there was a large plate in front of each person, the lid unable to conceal the delicious aroma. Just the smell made everyone's appetite increase. I've prepared a top-quality one for each of you. Don't be shy, eat up. If it's not enough, there's more. Chen Jinfan clapped his hands, and the waiter immediately lifted the lid. One by one, eels as thick as a baby's arm were coiled in the plate, steamed and topped with shredded ginger and scallions. The rich fragrance filled the entire private room. This aroma seemed to have a magical power, stirring the appetites of everyone present. I heard top-quality Wangyue eels cost at least 10,000 each. Today I'm really lucky to be with Brother Lu and Brother Fa. Lu Fuguwei couldn't stop swallowing. Wow. How many years does it take for such a thick one to grow? It wouldn't have become a spirit, would it? Huzi exclaimed, seeing such thick eels for the first time. Eat, eat, eat. Don't be shy. Once you eat it, you'll know the benefits. Chen Jinfan enthusiastically urged, especially to Manager Lu. You should eat more. Everyone eagerly picked up their chopsticks. Even the usually expressionless A Long showed a hint of desire. Only Lu Fei's expression was somewhat serious, staring at the Wangyue eels on the plate, hesitating to move his chopsticks. Chapter 107. The spirit of the infant entangled Manager Lu. Why aren't you eating? Chen Jinfan asked, puzzled. Brother Fa, old Lu, I'm afraid this Wangyue eel can't be eaten, Lu Fei said solemnly. Everyone's chopsticks paused. Lu Fuguwei had already taken a couple of bites, and hearing this made him feel an ominous premonition. Little Lu, why can't it be eaten? Is there something wrong with this eel? In the private room, several pairs of eyes were fixed on Lu Fei. I've heard of a type of Wangyue eel that grows by feeding on the corpses of cats and dogs. It's as big as this eel, Lu Fei said calmly. In ancient times, there was a saying that one should never eat Wangyue eels, because these eels have long fed on rotting corpses and contain deadly toxins. Eating them can cause problems in the body, and in severe cases, one can die. What? Lu Fuguwei's face instantly changed, and he couldn't steady his chopsticks. I've already swallowed it. I won't die, right? You won't die? Brother Fuguwei, just relax and eat. Chen Jinfan, however, relaxed his expression, laughing and waving his hand. Haha, I thought there was something wrong. It turns out that's what Manager Lu meant. No worries. Everyone can eat with confidence. The Wangyue eels here are raised by the owner himself, and they are different from purely wild ones. They're guaranteed to be non-toxic. Really? Lu Fei frowned, glancing again at the tempting large eels on the plate. Why do I feel like these eels have a smell of corpses? As if they grew by eating human flesh? Human flesh? As soon as he said this, the private room fell into a dead silence. Manager Lu, no way, right? Are you mistaken? Chen Jinfan exclaimed, astonished. Isn't the smell of corpses supposed to be foul? This eel smells so fragrant. When something reaches its extreme, it will reverse. When the smell of corpses becomes rich enough, it won't smell foul anymore. Instead, it becomes fragrant, known as corpse fragrance, Lu Fei said seriously. Old Lu, take a whiff. Doesn't this fragrance feel the same as the corpse oil in Xiaomei's bottle? Lu Fuguwei dropped the chopsticks in his hand and felt unwell, saying, really, it's a bit like I'm not that unlucky, right? A while ago, I was sleeping like a dead person, and now I'm eating eels raised on dead human flesh. Why can't I just get away from dead people? Chen Jinfan looked at Lu Fuguwei, and then at Lu Fei, still finding it hard to believe. It shouldn't be. Business here is booming. So many people have eaten the Wangyue eel. If this eel was really fed on human flesh, someone should have had an accident by now, right? But everyone who has eaten here says it's good, and they all come back for more. Besides, they sell hundreds of eels every day. How many corpses would that take to feed? Wouldn't so many corpses be discovered by now? That is true. I haven't eaten such things. Maybe I was mistaken. Lu Fei thought for a moment, and it made sense. He said apologetically to Fa Go, you guys eat, just don't let it affect you. However, everyone had lost their appetite, fearing what if something happened? It's fine, if we don't eat, we don't eat. There are so many delicious foods in the world, let us switch to something else. Chen Jinfan had originally intended to treat Lu Fei to something special, but was also afraid of messing it up. He asked Along to find the waiter to add more dishes. Just as Along stood up, the door to the private room was pushed open from the outside, and a bald man entered with a bottle of wine, smiling broadly. Fa Go, have all the dishes been served? Why isn't anyone moving their chopsticks? He said. I should have personally greeted you at the door, but I've been too busy with business and just now found time. As soon as the bald man entered, Lu Fei noticed several small dark shadows on him, resembling infant spirits. But he seemed completely unaware, opening the wine bottle and enthusiastically pouring wine for Chen Jinfan. Now you're the general manager Hua. It's understandable that a person of your status is busy, Chen Jinfan said lightly. You're too kind, Fa Go. A big brother for a day is a big brother for a lifetime. This is what I should do, the bald man replied, his shrewd eyes scanning everyone before landing on Lu Fei. Could it be that this gentleman is the manager Lu from the evil pawnshop? Exactly, Chen Jinfan said. I've heard so much about you, Manager Lu. The bald man walked towards Lu Fei, with the small shadows following him, bringing a slight chill with them. But except for Lu Fei, no one in the private room could see them. They only felt a bit of cold air when the bald man approached. I've long heard that the evil pawnshop specializes in collecting evil objects and has superb skills. Today, meeting Manager Lu in person, indeed, you're a remarkable talent. The bald man was very polite while pouring wine for Lu Fei. His words sounded nice, but his gaze towards Lu Fei was clearly suspicious. Lu Fei was not surprised and smiled politely. General Manager Hua, you flatter me. The evil pawnshop does collect some peculiar little items. You're too modest, Manager Lu. Your evil pawnshop is indeed famous in the Jianghu. I heard that when FAGE's construction site had issues, you solved it in just 2 days. The bald man praised, his smile never fading. But Lu Fei felt that this person was not sincere. It was a typical case of a smiling tiger. Standing closer, Lu Fei could see the small dark shadows on the bald man more clearly. Indeed, there were several infant spirits. Some were hanging on his back, some were hugging his thigh, some were sitting on his shoulders, and one was clinging to his neck. Lu Fei counted and found there were 7 in total. It was quite rare for a living person to be surrounded by so many infant spirits. What was even stranger was that ordinary people would have problems if they were entangled by just one infant spirit, either getting unlucky or falling ill. Yet he seemed unaffected, rosy-cheeked and full of energy. Lu Fei was momentarily puzzled. All right, Lai Tuhua, stop boasting here. Chen Jinfan waved his hand dismissively. If you really encounter any evil objects, hurry up and take them out. Don't waste Manager Lu's time. A flash of displeasure crossed the bald man's eyes, but he still smiled and said, but we haven't eaten yet, right? No matter how urgent it is, we should let Manager Lu eat first. Exactly. Have someone bring out some better dishes. It seems Manager Lu doesn't like the Wangyue eel. Doesn't he like it? The bald man paused, looking surprised as he gazed at Lu Fei. Manager Lu, the Wangyue eel is our specialty, freshly killed and cooked. What about it doesn't suit your taste? If you like a different flavor, I can have the chef cook another one right away. As he moved, the infant spirits on him also shifted, which was quite creepy. No need to trouble yourself. General Manager Hua, I just don't like eating fish, Lu Fei said calmly. If you really encounter any evil objects, you can tell me now. We can talk while eating. Is that appropriate? The bald man looked at Chen Jinfan. Then let us listen to Manager Lu. But the dishes still need to be added. Chen Jinfan said without hesitation. All right, Manager Lu, you eat first. I'll go prepare. The bald man smiled at everyone, put down the wine, and left the private room. As soon as he left, Chen Jinfan said, Manager Lu, you don't need to be polite with him. Lai Tuhua was just a runner under me. He just made some small money by opening a restaurant over the years. Lu Fei thought for a moment and asked, does he have children? I can't guarantee about others. But that guy definitely has no children. Chen Jinfan said firmly, revealing a hint of a playful smile. Why is that? Lu Fei asked curiously. When he was mixing in the underworld, I don't know how he got involved with a big boss's woman. When the boss found out, he had someone beat him up badly, and he got injured down there. Since then, he has been unable to reproduce. Chen Jinfan chuckled lightly. If he really got married and had children, those children wouldn't be his. Oh, is that so? Lu Fei felt even more curious. If his wife or girlfriend had a child but aborted it, it would explain why he was entangled by infant spirits. But since he couldn't have children, why would he still have so many infant spirits clinging to him? It was probably related to the evil objects he encountered. Why did Manager Lu suddenly think to ask this? Chen Jinfan's eyes widened. Could it be that you can even see this little problem of his? No. I just asked casually, Lu Fei chuckled, finding himself increasingly mysterious in the eyes of this local boss. Before long, a waiter came in with the dishes. The Wang Wei eel was removed and replaced with many ordinary home-style dishes. Chen Jinfan felt quite guilty, thinking he had treated Lu Fei poorly, and shouted that he would arrange some entertainment after the meal. Life is about enjoying food, wine, and pleasure, otherwise, it's too dull. After we finish eating, I'll take you to a good place. Whether it's Black Pearl or Great Ocean Horse, we have it all. Hearing this, Lu Fuguei and Huzi were excited, eager to experience it. Lu Fei didn't care much about these things. He was more curious about whether the bald man had really encountered any evil objects. There were so many ghostly happenings in the world, not all of them were related to evil objects. After they had eaten most of the meal, the bald man returned. The 7 small infant spirits clung tightly to him, bringing gusts of cold air with every move he made. Lai Tuhua, we've been waiting for you for ages. Why did you take so long? And you didn't even pour wine for Manager Lu. Chen Jinfan shouted at the bald man as if the latter was still his subordinate. The bald man picked up the wine glass, still smiling as he said, "There were just too many guests, and I had to attend to each of them. I'm sorry for keeping everyone waiting. I'll drink a cup myself." Saying this, he downed the entire glass of white liquor. "At least you know some manners. Hurry up and show Manager Lu your evil objects. We still have plans later," Chen Jinfan urged. Yes. The bald man nodded but cast a cold glance at Chen Jinfan. The small infant spirits on him also turned their underdeveloped heads, all staring at Chen Jinfan. This scene is quite terrifying. Fortunately, Chen Jinfan cannot see it. Lu Fei watched silently, not showing any expression. "Shopkeeper Lu, please take a look and see if there's something wrong with this item." The bald man walked over to Lu Fei and pulled out a chair to sit down. He opened a very exquisite packaging box, revealing a palm-sized small ornament inside. It was a stone-carved 3-legged golden toad, plump in shape, squatting on a pile of gold coins, with a copper coin in its mouth. Before Lu Fei could speak, Lu Fuguei spoke first, saying, "This is called a wealth-attracting golden toad, symbolizing wealth and treasure. Many business people buy one to place in their shops as a good luck charm." "That's right, this guy has good eyesight," the bald man nodded. "I bought this ornament to put on the cash register for good luck, but ever since I placed it there, I've been hearing crying sounds every night while I sleep." "Crying sounds?" Lu Fei raised an eyebrow slightly and glanced at the creepy little baby spirits around him, saying, "Is it the sound of a baby crying? Shopkeeper Lu is really amazing. It is indeed the sound of a baby crying." The bald man was very surprised, and his gaze towards Lu Fei changed instantly. "Every night when I close my eyes, I can hear the crying. The sound is different from that of an ordinary child. It's the sound that only a baby makes, keeping me awake at night. At first, I thought it was the neighbor's child, but I live in a villa. Where would the neighbors come from? There are no children in my villa, let alone babies. Shopkeeper Lu, what do you think is going on? Is this thing causing it? I was fine before I bought it, but ever since I put it up, I've been hearing the baby crying. Wait a minute, let me take a look first." Lu Fei put on gloves and picked up the exquisitely crafted wealth-attracting ornament to examine it closely. The others also curiously gathered around, widening their eyes. Soon, Lu Fei put down the golden toad and shook his head, saying, "This is not an evil object. It's just an ordinary ornament." "Huh." The bald man was half convinced. "If it's not this, then what could be causing it?" Chen Jinfang immediately said, "Shopkeeper Lu definitely won't make a mistake. Are you dreaming? Are you mistaking the crying sound you heard in your dream for reality? Brother Fa, even if it was a dream, it can't be the same dream every day, right?" The bald man said with a bitter smile, "I hear the baby crying every night. It's very real. Besides, didn't Shopkeeper Lu just say he heard the baby crying? Then you should listen to Shopkeeper Lu." Chen Jinfang waved his hand. Everyone turned to look at Lu Fei. Lu Fei did not immediately express his opinion but asked, "Mr. Hua, besides this golden toad ornament, do you have any other suspects?" "I can't say for sure about the others. How about this, Shopkeeper Lu? Why don't you come with me to take a look?" The bald man pleaded. "All right, Mr. Hua, lead the way." Lu Fei readily stood up. "You're lucky. Shopkeeper Lu is willing to help you," Chen Jinfang said. The bald man immediately smiled eagerly, saying, "I understand the rules. If there really is an evil object, I will definitely compensate Shopkeeper Lu generously afterward." A group of people followed the bald man out of the private room, first arriving at the cash register. Lu Fei looked at the auspicious decorations and other ornaments on it, and shook his head. Then the bald man took them to his office. The office was not standard. It was more like a break room for him as the boss. There were a few crystal ornaments on the desk, and a normal calligraphy painting hung on the wall. It had no taste. Lu Fei checked around and shook his head again. "There's no evil object here either. Could it be in the place where I live?" The bald man scratched his bald head, looking very troubled. "If Mr. Hua doesn't mind, I can go take a look as well," Lu Fei smiled. While searching for the evil object, he also observed the baby spirits on the bald man. These baby spirits were firmly attached to him, showing no signs of movement. "Shopkeeper Lu, I really appreciate it if you don't mind the trouble." The bald man instructed the foreman to watch the business and immediately took Lu Fei and his group to the residence behind the villa. There was a small building and a row of bungalows in the back. The small building was the bald man's residence, convenient for taking care of the villa's business without affecting his rest. "What's that over there?" Lu Fei asked, looking at the row of dark bungalows. "That's where we raise eels." The bald man didn't say much and hurriedly pushed open the door of the small building. "Shopkeeper Lu, Brother Fa, please. Chapter 109. Take care of yourself. The small building was nicely decorated, at least a notch above the villa, and it was very clean, looking like someone was carefully cleaning it every day. Lai Tuwa, this isn't right. You live so comfortably, while the guests eat in a messy place. I think you should adjust that. Chen Jinfang looked around, a bit displeased. Brother Fa, this small building didn't cost much, but renovating the villa is not a small amount. Once I have money, I will definitely renovate it again, the bald man said with a perfunctory smile, leading Lu Fei up and down searching for the evil object. The rooms had nothing noteworthy. Lu Fei glanced at them roughly, and finally, in the bedroom on the second floor, he saw a small incense burner on the vanity. The scent of the incense ash had a very unique smell. What kind of incense is this? Lu Fei looked at it for a while longer. It's for calming the mind and aiding sleep. I've been kept awake by the sound of the baby crying, so I bought some incense to burn, the bald man said. Does it work? Not much use. These things are just deceiving. I'm thinking of buying some sleeping pills. The bald man scratched his head and said with a bitter smile. Shopkeeper Lu, you've looked all around. Do I have any dirty things here? There are no evil objects here. At least, I haven't found any. Lu Fei turned back to look at the bald man. 7 baby spirits were firmly attached to him, absorbing his vitality, but strangely. He looked very healthy and in good spirits, showing no signs of being haunted by evil objects. What is going on with the baby crying? The bald man scratched his bald head in distress. Mr. Hua, have you done anything guilty, especially related to babies? Lu Fei suddenly asked. Since it wasn't caused by an evil object, the problem must lie within him. Huh. The bald man was taken aback, confused. What do you mean, Shopkeeper Lu? I run a restaurant properly. I haven't done anything guilty. I'm sorry, but I can't help you. Lu Fei shook his head. The bald man was stunned and quickly said, No, Shopkeeper Lu, please take another look for me. Even if it's not an evil object. What if it's some other dirty thing? Like a ghost or something? Can you help me exorcise it? I'm sorry, I only deal with evil objects. You should find someone else. Lu Fei directly rejected his request and strode out of the small building. Huzi and Lu Fugue hurried to catch up. Lai Tuwa, what's wrong with you? You don't even tell the truth in front of Shopkeeper Lu. People like you. Haven't you ever done anything guilty? Chen Jinfang looked at the bald man with dissatisfaction. Brother Hua, I really haven't. The bald man said innocently. Then let me ask you. What do you use to raise those moonlight eels? Chen Jinfang snorted coldly. Brother Fa, I spent a lot of money hiring a specialist to raise them. That's their secret technique and can't be revealed. The bald man forced a smile. It wouldn't be anything like dead human flesh, would it? Chen Jinfang's face turned serious. The bald man immediately widened his eyes in terror. Brother Hua, you think too highly of me. I wouldn't have the guts. You know I've never been involved in anything like that when I was with you. That's true. Whenever there was something to fight, you always hid at the back, and when there were women around, you ran the fastest. But now, I don't know if you can still run. Chen Jinfang chuckled lightly. The bald man's smile stiffened slightly. Regardless, if you don't tell Manager Lu the truth, the one who suffers is yourself, so take care. Without waiting for him to speak, Chen Jinfa waved his hand and left. Looking at the backs of the group, the bald man's smile gradually faded. After they walked away, a woman in her 30s emerged from the row of dark bungalows and approached the bald man. Under the light, there was a large dark spot on the left side of the woman's face, resembling a birthmark, which made her otherwise beautiful features appear ugly. Honey, how is it? She glanced in the direction where Lu Fei and the others had left, asking the bald man. I think that so-called evil Zihua is just a fake, completely useless. Can't even see what's on me. That idiot Chen Jinfa got tricked and still worships them. The bald man snorted coldly. What should we do then? How much longer can your body hold up? The woman asked with concern. What else can we do? Just eat a few more eels to hold on. I don't believe that with money, I can't find a capable master. I'll go catch you a good one right now. The woman said as she rolled up her sleeves and walked towards the bungalows. Wait a minute, haven't you found the one that ran away? The bald man called her back. No food, no drink, it can't run far. I'll go catch it back tomorrow. Right now it's more important to replenish your body. The woman entered the dark bungalow. The bald man adjusted his expression and returned to the villa to greet the guests. The villa was bustling with business, brightly lit. When Lu Fei and the others drove down the mountain, cars were continuously coming up. The business was so good that Chen Jinfa was a bit envious. Damn it. I don't know what kind of luck that Lai Tuhua has, inviting such people to raise fish. The business is so good. Brother Fa, it's better not to eat that Wangyue eel. Lu Fei shook his head. He had specifically checked that row of eel-raising bungalows. And even though the doors and windows were tightly shut, the stench of death could not be concealed. There was definitely something wrong with that Wangyue eel. I asked him. He said there was no problem. He wouldn't dare hide it from me. Chen Jinfa said in shock. Lu Fei smiled, but did not explain. Wait. Lu Fugue hurriedly interrupted. Looking nervously at Lu Fei, what exactly is wrong with that Wangyue eel? I ate 2 pieces. It's fine, just 2 pieces, it won't kill you. Aren't you doing well now? Lu Fei smiled to comfort him. Really nothing? Lu Fugue was half convinced, looking unfortunate. Chen Jinfa was very angry, slamming his hand heavily on the car. Good, daring to lie in front of me. I will settle the score with him. Forget it, Brother Fa. What's the point of arguing with someone like that? He's entangled with dirty things and won't be able to enjoy himself for long. Lu Fei advised. Entangled with the spirit of a baby, either the baby's parents or the one who caused the baby's death. That Lai Tuhua is not a good person. Don't say that the spirit has nothing to do with evil things. Even if it does, Lu Fei doesn't want to get involved. Entangled with dirty things? Chen Jinfa paused, turning his anger into a smile. I said, Manager Lu couldn't possibly not see it. He was given a chance, and if he doesn't admit it, he deserves it. I'm waiting to see when he will have bad luck. Don't let this unlucky person affect our mood. Let's change places to have fun. Along. Let's go to Rose Paradise. Then, he waved at the driver along. The boss over there, Sister Hua, is familiar with me. I've already given her a heads up, so she's reserved a spot for us. Lu Fuguei usually loved such things, but at this moment, he felt a bit down and couldn't lift his spirits. Just as they were nearing the foot of the mountain, he suddenly shifted in his seat and said, Stop the car. I need to use the restroom. Where's the restroom? Just hold it in. Wait until we get there, Huzi said, glancing outside. Both sides were dark forests. I've been holding it in all the way. As soon as the car stopped, Lu Fuguei pushed open the door and hurried into the small woods. In less than 2 minutes, a scream like that of a slaughtered pig suddenly echoed from the small woods. What happened? Everyone exchanged glances and quickly got out of the car. They saw Lu Fuguei running out of the small woods, his pants not even properly fastened. Monster, there's a monster. He rushed into Huzi's arms, his face full of terror as he shouted. What monster? Huzi looked toward the woods. It was very dark, and he could only see the swaying shadows of the trees. For legs, with the head of a little child, covered in fur, Lu Fuguei said incoherently. What kind of monster is that? You must have seen it wrong. Huzi didn't believe him. If you don't believe me, go see for yourselves, it's right there. Lu Fuguei fearfully pointed to the woods. Chapter 110. The monster in the woods. The faint light of a flashlight shone into the pitch-black woods. It was overgrown with weeds, with no fields around, and the residents lived at the foot of the mountain, so normally no one would come here. Everyone turned on their flashlights and looked around. Where is it? There's nothing here. Lu Fuguei trembled, shrinking behind Huzi, pointing to a big tree on the right, and said, It's there, right behind that big tree. Lu Fei walked over with the flashlight. The ground was covered in fallen leaves and weeds, and there was no monster with 4 legs and a child's head. Old Lu, you definitely saw it wrong, Lu Fei said helplessly. Without any light in the woods, some shadows of swaying branches could look quite strange. How is that possible? I clearly saw it just now. That baby face even opened its mouth at me. I didn't think it had a face at first glance. But when I saw it clearly the second time, I was scared to death. Lu Fuguei's eyes widened as he stepped out from behind Huzi, looking around intently. Why is it gone now? It must have been scared away by so many of us. Cut it out. You just saw it wrong. No one will laugh at you for being wrong. What a fuss to make at night. Huzi rolled his eyes, never believing him. Everyone also thought it was impossible. This wasn't some remote wilderness or primeval forest. How could there be such an outrageous monster? I didn't make it up. I really saw it. Lu Fuguei felt very unconvinced as everyone doubted him. He snatched the flashlight from Huzi's hand and shone it everywhere, suddenly noticing something and bending down to pick it up from the ground. Look, there's a clump of fur. What's so interesting about fur? Don't you have any on you? Huzi said impatiently. This is fur from the monster, look. Lu Fuguei held the small clump of fur under the flashlight. Everyone saw how serious he was and became curious, leaning in to observe closely. The fur was grayish-white, stained with some dark red dirt, looking a bit dirty but very fine and supple. This is sheep wool. Huzi recognized it at a glance. I raise sheep at home. I used to pull it out to play with when I was a kid. It's exactly like this. Sheep wool? Lu Fuguei was a bit confused. It might just be a sheep. There's a village at the foot of the mountain, so it wouldn't be strange for a sheep to run out. The sheep's head is a bit pointed, and in this pitch-black darkness, it looks a bit like a human face. Huzi said. Is that so? Lu Fuguei scratched his head. All right, it's fine. Let's go. Sister Hua is still waiting for us. Chen Jinfa urged anxiously. Everyone laughed at Lu Fuguei and left the woods. The car started. Lu Fei couldn't help but glance back at the woods one more time and was suddenly startled. Among the dark branches and leaves, it seemed there really was a pale little child's head. Wait, Lu Fei exclaimed softly. The car, which had just started to move, suddenly stopped. What's wrong, Manager Lu? Everyone turned back. Lu Fei opened the car window, but the woods were pitch black and there was nothing. The child's head had vanished in the blink of an eye, and he couldn't clearly say whether he saw a sheep's head or a child's head. Little Lu, did you see it too? Lu Fuguei shouted as if his grievances had been avenged. I told you I wasn't mistaken. There was something. Little Lu, what did you see? I ran too fast and didn't see clearly. The forest may not be big, but it connects to the mountains, and it's normal to have a few animals up there. Never mind that. Sister Hua and the others are waiting anxiously. Chen Jinfang didn't care, urging along to drive. As the car drove away, Lu Fei kept looking at the forest, but that head didn't appear again. If what Lu Fuguei said is true, with 4 legs, a baby's head, and covered in fur, then isn't that a monster from the legends of human heads and animal bodies? Let's not even discuss whether mythical monsters exist in this world. Even if they do, how could they appear in such a place? Although Lu Fei was puzzled, the forest was dark and going into search wasn't realistic. Besides, even if there were monsters, what would it have to do with him? Lu Fei shook his head, dismissing the doubts. The car went down the mountain and entered the city streets. Brother Fa, Just take us back, Lu Fei said. How can that be? If we go back now, we won't have eaten well or played well. Qin Jinfang shook his head repeatedly. Brother Fa, I appreciate your kindness, but I really don't have that interest. I don't know what to do there. It feels too restrictive. It's better to go home and sleep early. Lu Fei insisted. And Qin Jinfang didn't want to force him, looking at Lu Fugui and Huzi. What about you, Huzi and old Lu? Like my boss, I'm a serious person. Huzi said with a serious expression. Lu Fugui was also in no mood, sighing. Forget it, I won't go either. I should abstain this year. Every time I want to go out to play, something strange happens. Manager Lu, I'll arrange it again next time. Qin Jinfang originally wanted to treat Lu Fei to a nice meal, but ended up with dead bodies and forest monsters, and he felt disappointed himself. He pushed that aside and took them back to the antique street. I think it's safer to stay with you tonight. Lu Fugui felt uneasy and thickened his face to go to the pawn shop with them. Huzi naturally ridiculed him. Old Lu, your courage is smaller than a sesame seed. Doubting everything, what are you afraid of? What do you know? This is called being cautious, better safe than sorry. The feng shui of Wangyue Villa must be problematic. We can encounter strange things on the way. Back at the pawn shop, the three each made a bowl of instant noodles. There was nothing good to eat at Wangyue Villa besides eel, and everyone wasn't full, but they felt embarrassed to say it in front of Qin Jinfang. Gourmet food can't compare to a bowl of instant noodles. Huzi patted his belly. After eating, Lu Fei wiped his mouth, handed the things to them to clean up, and began organizing the accounts. Then he took out the small coffin collected from the construction site and wiped off the dust on it. Old Lu, spread the news about this small coffin. There are some people who love this kind of thing. We can charge them sky high this time. Anyway, the small coffin is of no use to him, so it's better to sell it sooner. Since the opening, they've only sold 2 pieces of evil items. It's time to sell another one. How high is sky high? Lu Fugui almost thought he heard wrong. The higher, the better, no upper limit. Whoever offers the highest price gets the small coffin. Lu Fei patted the small coffin. All right. Lu Fugui was extremely excited and immediately took out his phone to send the message. This time, we'll make a big profit. He happily envisioned it. Tossing aside the strange things they encountered tonight, checking his phone every little while. Huzi couldn't help but be curious and asked, Boss, what kind of person would like this kind of coffin? Why don't you guess? How would I know? Huzi spread his hands. Then let us see when old Lu finds this person who likes coffins. Lu Fei laughed, stretched lazily. All right, it's getting late. Everyone should sleep. Tomorrow I need to go somewhere. Everyone washed up and returned to their rooms. Lu Fei couldn't sleep, so he decided to read a book. Sitting at the desk, he accidentally discovered a missing person notice on the table. Where did this come from? He was stunned for a moment. Then remembered it was handed out by a couple he encountered when buying books. Their humble appearance while handing out flyers was heart-wrenching. At that time, Lu Fei had said that if he saw any clues related to the child, he would definitely inform them. He wondered if they had found their child. Then he looked at the photo on the flyer and was stunned again. Wait a minute. This child looks somewhat like the face I saw in the forest. Chapter 111. The missing child. Lu Fei tried hard to recall the child's head he saw in the forest, but unfortunately, that head disappeared too quickly for him to see clearly. He just had a gut feeling that it resembled the child in the photo. Could it be that what Lu Fugui saw was a child? Lu Fei looked at the information on the missing person notice. The child had been missing for a month, and the place where he went missing was a park. That park is so far from Wangyue Villa, it can't be possible, right? But what if? After thinking it over, Lu Fei couldn't sleep at all. He ran to the guest room and woke up the soundly sleeping Lu Fugui. Old Lu, take a good look. Is the baby face you saw in the forest the one on this notice? What? I just fell asleep. Lu Fugui rubbed his sleepy eyes and held the missing person notice under the light. It looks kind of like it, but also kind of not. What do you mean kind of like, kind of not? Look carefully. Lu Fei shook his shoulder vigorously. Okay, I'll look closely. Lu Fugui rubbed his eyes and looked carefully, becoming surprised. It seems to be the same one. What do you mean seems to be? Confirm it more. Lu Fei urged. I can't confirm it, my big brother, Lu Fugui said helplessly. The forest was dark. I didn't see clearly at the time. And I was scared when I looked the second time. I didn't dare to look more. This child in the photo has a mole on the chin. Think again. Does the face in the forest have one? Lu Fei looked at the photo again and asked. Such a small mole, who can see it? Lu Fugui looked at Lu Fei strangely. Where did this missing person notice come from? Do you know the child on it? I don't know. Someone handed it out on the road. I thought I could inform them if I found any clues. Lu Fei sighed. Children are the heart-s flesh of their parents. Losing one must hurt so much. If my daughter was lost, I wouldn't want to live. Lu Fugui empathized. How about we make a call to let them know? Maybe I misidentified it. It wasn't 4 legs but a child squatting there. After all, what kind of animal has a human head? Lu Fei hesitated. I'm afraid of getting it wrong, giving them hope, and then disappointing them. No, little Lu, you can't say that. You don't understand if you haven't been a parent. When a child is lost, the most feared thing isn't disappointment, but having not a glimmer of hope left. Lu Fugui's chubby face rarely showed a serious expression. At this moment, if someone could provide a clue, they would be grateful. Moreover, even if it's not their child but someone else's, being found by adults is still a good thing, right? Lu Fei couldn't help but think that his feelings in searching for his grandfather were no different. All right, then let's inform them, but it's a bit late now. Call now. When it comes to finding a child, not a minute can be delayed. Encouraged by Lu Fugui, he dialed the number on the missing person notice. The phone was quickly connected, and a weary man's voice came through. Hello, who is this? Hello, is this Mr. Yu? Yes, I am. Do you have any clues about my child? From Lu Fei's tone, the other party seemed to sense something and became noticeably tense. We saw a child at a certain place tonight, who looks somewhat like the photo on the missing person notice. But we couldn't see clearly and aren't sure if it's the same person, Lu Fei said honestly. Where is it? Regardless of whether it's him or not. We need to go check it out. The other party became excited. Okay, I'll send you the address right away. Thank you. We'll head over immediately. No matter whether we find the child or not. We really appreciate your help. Lu Fei sent the address, hung up the phone, and let out a long sigh. Hopefully, they can find him soon. We've already informed them. The rest is up to fate. Lu Fugui patted his shoulder. Let's hope for the best. I hope so. Both of them had this matter on their minds and couldn't sleep well all night. When dawn broke, Lu Fei finally received a call from Mr. Yu. How is it? Did you find him? No. Mr. Yu's tone was very desolate. We hired a search and rescue team and searched all night. But they said there are no signs of a child in these mountains. Lu Fei's heart sank, and he sighed heavily. I'm sorry I couldn't help. No. We should be thanking you. No matter what others say, we believe the child is still alive, and we will find him one day. If he's not here, we'll look elsewhere. We will never give up. This is a determined father. After hanging up the phone, Lu Fei shook his head at Lu Fugui. Lu Fugui also wore a look of regret. But this was actually expected. A 7 or 8-year-old child got lost from his parents. Why would he run to the mountains without seeking help? The situation itself was illogical. Since there are no children in the mountains, what did we see last night? Lu Fei was still puzzled. Who knows? Maybe it was just a sheep or some other animal, just like Huzi said. I was startled at the time, which is why I thought it was a monster. Lu Fugui couldn't explain it either. After all, it was too dark in the woods, and he couldn't see clearly. All right, don't think too much about it. We've done what we could. Sometimes, that's just fate. After a moment of reflection, Lu Fei collected his thoughts and decided not to dwell on it anymore. After all, he had his own matters to attend to. Huzi, we should head out. Where to? Boss. To drink tea. The two left, while Lu Fugui returned to his antique shop. Old Street. An antique tea house with a classical charm. Above the main entrance hung an elegant plaque, inscribed with the 4 characters Sanwei Tea House in a flowing script. Lu Fei stood at the entrance, gazing at the plaque. Before his grandfather went missing, he had visited 2 places. One was the Tianlong auction house, and the other was Sanwei Tea House. It was said that this was a gathering place for people from the Xianmen sect, and Lu Fei had long wanted to come and try his luck. But things had been happening one after another lately, leaving him no time to spare. Today was the first time he found the time. He took a deep breath and stepped into the tea house. Hey, you 2 handsome guys look unfamiliar. What would you like to drink? A beautiful young woman in a cheongsam approached, the fragrance of tea wafting towards them. Huzi instantly felt his eyes light up. It wasn't just because the woman was beautiful, but because she wore a jade necklace and golden bracelets, radiating a dazzling glow. The bright moon shines with a gentle breeze, seeking kindred spirits at Sanwei. Lu Fei smiled. Sanwei Tea House only served 3 types of tea: Longjing, Tiguanyin, and Dahongpo. It was said that Longjing was the most fragrant. So he ordered a pot of Longjing. The first sentence was a secret code for those from the Xianmen sect to enter for tea. Only with this code would the owner allow you in. Oh, so you 2 handsome guys are from the same circle. Please come in. The beautiful woman immediately became enthusiastic, leading the 2 to a table. Is this your first time here, little handsome guy? I haven't seen you before. May I ask where you're from? My name is Lu Fei, and my family runs a pawn shop, Lu Fei said politely with a smile. Lu, and you run a pawn shop? The beautiful woman slightly raised her delicate eyebrows. Could it be the new little manager of the evil branch? Sanwei Tea House was indeed well informed. It was said that the owner, Hongjia, could learn about the world of Jianghu without even stepping outside. News had it that the evil branch was back in action, and a handsome young man was in charge. Seeing him today was indeed no false rumor. He was even more handsome than she had imagined. The beautiful woman giggled, becoming even more enthusiastic. Since it's your first visit as the little manager of the evil branch, I must give you a discount. Saying this, she went to prepare the tea. Huzi took the opportunity to glance at the menu and was nearly knocked off his seat. My goodness, this is robbery. A pot of tea costs 3,000. This place isn't just for drinking tea, it's more for gathering information. The 3,000 is actually the information fee, Lu Fei explained. That's too expensive. My monthly salary is only 3,000. Are people in the Xianmen sect all this rich? Huzi exclaimed, looking around curiously. Lu Fei also discreetly surveyed the tea house. There weren't many people. Besides them, there were only 2 other tables of tea drinkers. One table had a man in a white shirt, drinking tea by himself, seemingly uninterested in anything else. The other table appeared to be a pair of a grandfather and granddaughter. The elderly man looked spirited and kind, while the young girl was playful and cute, munching on snacks with her cheeks puffed out like a chubby little hamster. However, after hearing that Lu Fei was from the evil branch, the elderly man occasionally cast glances at Lu Fei, noticing that the elderly man was about the same age as his grandfather. Lu Fei couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart. Could he know my grandfather? So, he turned around, met the elderly man's gaze, and nodded at him with a friendly smile. The elderly man smiled back. just as Lu Fei was about to get up and ask a few questions. Hongjie came over with the tea and 2 plates of exquisite snacks. Little manager Lu, please enjoy the tea. The snacks are my gift. I hope you'll come often. Thank you, Hongjie. Lu Fei took the opportunity to ask, may I ask who that elderly gentleman over there is? He is the renowned feng shui master Duan Tiankui, known as Old Duan. In terms of feng shui and jiangcheng, if Old Duan claims to be second, no one dares to claim first. Hongjie introduced with a smile while sitting down beside him. And this is his little granddaughter, Duan Linghua. The little girl loves to eat our snacks and often drags her grandfather here for tea. As she spoke, the jingling of her gold and silver jewelry made a pleasant sound. Does he know my grandfather? This was what Lu Fei most wanted to know. Of course he knows. The evil branch is quite famous, and old Lu's skill in collecting evil items is extraordinary. How could there be a few people in Jianghu who don't know him? Hongjie extended her finger, painted with bright red nail polish, and gestured playfully, her charming eyes narrowing slightly. However, it has been 3 years since old Lu last came to the tea house. Little manager Lu, did you come to inquire about old Lu's news? Nothing escapes Hongjie's attention. Lu Fei smiled. Old Lu has been missing for 3 years, and there hasn't been a shred of news about him in Jianghu. Many people say he has met with misfortune, but I don't believe it. People with great abilities often have 9 lives. How could they easily come to harm? Hongjie affectionately patted Lu Fei's hand. Little manager Lu, don't worry. Old Lu might be enjoying himself somewhere. As soon as I have news, I will notify you first. So please take good care, Sister Hong. I have to say, Sister Hong is really good at talking. Lu Fei nodded gratefully and asked, Sister Hong, also. My grandfather came to the tea house 3 years ago. It shouldn't just be for tea, right? Old Master Lu invited someone for tea, Sister Hong said softly. Who? Lu Fei immediately became tense. An old drunkard, calling himself Jia Banjian, very shabby. Sister Hong's beautifully adorned face showed a hint of disdain. If you want to find this person to inquire about your grandfather's news, I advise you not to have too high hopes. Why? Lu Fei was puzzled. Because this person is a drifter, wandering everywhere. No one knows where he is begging now, not much different from a dirty beggar. 3 years ago, after your grandfather invited him for tea, I haven't seen him again. Please help me inquire about him as well, Lu Fei said, unwilling to miss any chance. This was someone who specifically came to see his grandfather before he went missing. He must know something. I can help, but you should know the rules here. Sister Hong said with a charming smile. For a regular missing person case, 100,000 is enough, but for Jia Banjian, it costs 200,000. This person is unpredictable, and it's quite troublesome to find him. No problem, as long as Sister Hong is willing to help. Lu Fei immediately paid 100,000 as a deposit. This is the meaning of making money. Even in the world of mysticism, everything revolves around money, and there will be plenty of opportunities to spend it in the future. Sister likes this kind of straightforward, handsome guy. Don't worry, I will definitely do my best. Sister Hong was almost beaming with joy, leaning close to Lu Fei's ear and whispering, you can get to know old Master Duan over there. After all, he is an old senior and a big shot on the same level as your grandfather, which will be beneficial for you. Thank you for the reminder, Sister Hong. Lu Fei thought for a moment and said, it's not good to come empty-handed. Please help me prepare 2 plates of fruit pastries to send over, and put it on my account. The fruit is also on me. You're really handsome and considerate, little Lu. I like you the most. Sister Hong touched Lu Fei's hand before going to prepare the fruit. My mom says that women who are good at talking, the prettier they are, the better they can deceive people. Boss, don't let her steal your soul. Looking at Sister Hong's graceful figure, Huzi wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. Lu Fei thought to himself, it's you whose soul might be stolen. He deliberately put on a serious face and said, what are you thinking? Sister Hong is an elder. Elder? She looks only in her 30s, just a few years older than us. How can she be considered an elder? She opened this tea house 20 years ago. She looked like this back then. Do you think she counts as an elder? She looked like this 20 years ago? Then she must be over 50. Huzi's jaw almost dropped to the ground, unable to close it for a long time. Not just 50. Who knows how old she was before coming here? Huzi was stunned and whispered, then how come she doesn't look old at all? Is she a fairy? Maybe she really is. You need to be careful. Don't disrespect her, or if she sees it, you won't have good results. Lu Fei said with a serious expression. I didn't tea. Huzi swallowed hard. This time it was out of fear. Lu Fei quickly picked up his teacup to hide his smirk from Huzi. In fact, he wasn't lying to Huzi. He didn't know if Sister Hong was a fairy, but it was true that she looked like this 20 years ago. After a while, Sister Hong placed 2 beautifully arranged plates of fruit on Duan Tiankui's table and told them it was sent by Lu Fei. Duan Tiankui nodded and smiled, waving to Lu Fei. Little shopkeeper Lu, I have a long-standing friendship with your grandfather. There's no need to be so polite. Come over and have tea together. Chapter 113. Fish Scare Stone and Coffin Fungus. Lu Fei saw that his little granddaughter liked snacks, so he brought the pastries from his table over. Younger generation Lu Fei. Greetings to old Master Duan. No need for courtesy, sit down. Lu Fei sat down. Huzi wisely sat behind him. Wow, it's pineapple cake. Seeing the pastries, Duan Lingyue's sparkling eyes filled with surprise as she sweetly smiled at Lu Fei. Thank you, big brother. You're welcome, Lu Fei smiled back. Duan Lingyue's delicate fingers picked up the pastry and stuffed it into her pink little mouth. Lingyue, eat slowly, don't choke. Duan Tiankue said with a loving smile. My little granddaughter loves to eat the most. Don't mind her, little shopkeeper Lu. Not at all. As long as the little sister enjoys it, it's fine. Lu Fei couldn't help but feel a bit envious. If his grandfather were here, would he also be as innocent and carefree as this little girl? Little Lu, I know what you want to ask, but my interactions with your grandfather were limited. Your grandfather was always low-key, didn't he like to interact with people? And never sought the limelight, Duan Tiankue said gently. He only appeared when evil objects surfaced in the martial world, never interfering in other disputes. Later, he rarely sold evil objects, and 3 years ago, he completely vanished. Everyone thought the evil shop had closed until they heard the news of your reopening. Lu Fei listened silently, realizing that he actually knew very little about his grandfather. Although his grandfather taught him a lot about evil objects, he had never taken him along when collecting them. Perhaps it was because of his parents' death. At first, his grandfather must have hoped that his descendants would inherit the Lu family's legacy, but the accident of Lu Fei's parents made him hesitant. In any case, your grandfather was a very formidable person. I, Duan Tiankue, have few people I admire in my life, and your grandfather is one of them, Duan Tiankue smiled. I can tell you have a good nature. If you work hard on your pawn shop, you won't be any worse than your grandfather in the future. I will. Thank you, old master Duan. Lu Fei nodded vigorously. Don't call me old master. It's too distant. Just call me Grandpa Duan. Yes, Grandpa Duan. Little Lu, it's a fate to meet today. I might not be able to help with your grandfather's matters, but I know a few evil objects. If you're interested, you can try to collect them. Lu Fei quickly poured tea for Duan Tiankue. Grandpa Duan, please go ahead. The first one is the fish scare stone from 100 years ago, Duan Tiankue said after taking a sip of tea. It is said that there is a fish in Fuxian Lake that has become a spirit, having lived for at least 100 years. It's probably already a spirit. This fish's scare stone is not only effective in warding off evil, but also has other wonderful uses. The second one is called coffin fungus, which grows on the boards of a 100-year-old coffin, absorbing the essence of Yin and corpse energy to grow. The evil shop doesn't only collect evil objects from others. If there are wild ones, we also collect them. Lu Fei listened attentively, memorizing everything. Who knew? Before Duan Tiankue could finish his sentence, a man in a white shirt at the next table, drinking tea alone, suddenly burst out laughing. You old men are quite unkind. Sending a fresh young kid to collect 2 major evil objects. Aren't you sending him to his death? Duan Tiankue's expression changed. Looking at the man in white with displeasure. Sir, eavesdropping on others' conversations is not the behavior of a gentleman. Do I need to eavesdrop? The tables are so close. It's hard not to hear. The man in white shrugged, looking quite self-righteous. Even so, you shouldn't interrupt and speak carelessly. I just can't stand you old man taking advantage of the young. That fish that became a spirit in Fuxian Lake has eaten how many people? Coffin fungus only exists on the boards of zombie coffins. Did you tell him that? What nonsense are you talking about? My grandfather would never take advantage of others. Duan Lingyue saw someone talking about her grandfather and immediately stood up, hands on her hips, glaring at the person with her round, bright eyes. She looked ready to hit someone. Duan Tiankue calmed his little granddaughter and sternly said to the person, You are being a bit too arbitrary, sir. I was just about to finish my sentence when you interrupted us. Forget it, you can say whatever you want. You've spoiled my mood for tea. The man in the white shirt lazily got up and said, Hongjia, settle the bill. After saying that, he paid and left. Xiaolu, if you don't believe what I said, you can ignore these 2 evil items and pretend I never said anything. Duan Tiankue resumed his calm tone. Grandpa Duan. Who is he? Lu Fei asked, curious about this strange person. Hongjia walked over with a smile and explained, his name is Jing Jian, a wandering practitioner who knows a bit about yin-yang techniques. He often speaks and acts without thinking. Grandpa Duan, Xiaolu, don't take him too seriously. I don't mind. The clear will clear themselves, Duan Tiankue said lightly. Lu Fei added, Of course I believe Grandpa Duan. The information you shared about these 2 evil items is based on our evil clan. You're quite discerning for someone so young. I haven't misjudged you. Duan Tiankue said with a pleased smile. He continued, However, Jing Jian is right. The big fish in Fuxian Lake has eaten many people and is extremely vicious. And the coffin fungus's coffin board indeed needs to have been buried with a zombie. Some have seen zombies near the Daxian Mountain in the Luo River area. But this news is unverified and its authenticity is uncertain. In short, wanting to acquire these 2 evil items is indeed very dangerous. So I hope you think it through and don't act impulsively. I understand. Thank you for your concern, Grandpa Duan, Lu Fei said appreciatively and rationally. Unless these 2 evil items have special uses for me, I won't easily take risks. No need to be polite. These 2 pieces of information are known to more than just me. I'm just doing a favor and hope your evil clan gets better and better. Saying this, Duan Tiankue took his granddaughter and said goodbye. We've been out long enough today, we should head back. Next time, I'll treat you to tea. Grandpa Duan, take care. Lu Fei said as he stood up. Duan Lingyue turned back and made a playful face at Lu Fei. Big brother, thank you for the delicious food, goodbye. The old and young slowly disappeared from the street. Lu Fei's mood improved. He felt lucky today, with his grandfather's news shedding a bit more light. And he also met an old predecessor who had dealings with his grandfather. Huzi, we should head back too. No way, boss, we haven't finished our tea yet. 3,000 for a pot, don't waste it. Huzi insisted on finishing the tea before leaving. Look at you, Lu Fei shook his head, just as he sat down. His phone rang. It was Mr. Yu. His heart skipped a beat. Mr. Yu was calling at this time. Did he have news about the child? He quickly answered the call. Mr. Yu, did you find the child? Chapter 114. Bloodstains at the back door on the phone. Mr. Yu's voice was hoarse. We found the child's badge on a piece of clothing outside a villa on the mountain. My wife has a gut feeling that the child is on the mountain. Even after the rescue team left, she refused to give up. To our surprise, there was indeed a discovery. That badge was sewn on by her own hands and has the child's name on it. Really? Lu Fei was overjoyed and stood up. That's great. Has the child been found too? No, we searched the entire mountain and asked many people, but no one has seen my child, Mr. Yu's tone was bitter and filled with exhaustion. So, Mr. Lu, if it's convenient for you, I would like to meet and clarify what you saw when you were in the woods with the child. Lu Fei's smile stiffened, and he paused before asking, Mr. Yu, is the restaurant you mentioned called Wanhua Villa? That's right. Is there a problem? I can't say for sure, but since I have some free time now, why don't I come find you? Thank you so much. We're at the foot of the mountain. After hanging up, Lu Fei greeted Hongjia and hurriedly pulled Huzi out of the tea house, hailing a car to rush over. Boss, are you in such a hurry because you think the child's disappearance is related to Wanhua Villa? Huzi asked on the way. I hadn't connected the two matters before, but it seems complicated now. Why did the child's badge appear outside Wanhua Villa? Lu Fei frowned. People's Park is so far from Wanhua Villa. At least 20 to 30 kilometers. How could a 7 or 8-year-old child get there? Unless, Huzi paused and blurted out, unless someone took him there. The badge was sewn on by the child's mother, so it wouldn't easily fall off. If it wasn't accidentally lost during a struggle with someone else, it must have been pulled off by the child himself. I understand. It's the child providing a clue this way, letting others know where he is. Huzi suddenly became agitated. But why would Wanhua Villa want to abduct a child? Are they a human trafficking den? Lu Fei shook his head. These are just our speculations. They may not be true. Furthermore, the badge only proves that the child was in that vicinity, not necessarily that the villa abducted him. It could also have been left by a guest who ate there. If it really was the villa's doing and they don't hand over the child, I'll make them regret it. Huzi cracked his knuckles. The cityscape flashed by outside the car window. Lu Fei knew he could easily ignore this matter, but for some reason, that helpless couple always reminded him of his own parents. Which is more painful, a child losing their parents or parents losing their child? He didn't know. He just wanted to do what he could to help them. The taxi stopped at the foot of the mountain. As soon as Lu Fei got out, he saw a weary couple standing by the roadside. Compared to when he saw them handing out flyers last time, they seemed to have aged a lot. The only constant being the lingering fatigue and worry. Mr. Yu. Lu Fei quickly walked over. You must be Mr. Lu. I'm Yu Jinxing, and this is my wife, Milan. Mr. Yu stepped forward, firmly shaking Lu Fei's hand, his bloodshot eyes filled with gratitude. Thank you for the information you provided. Otherwise, we wouldn't have found Dongdong's badge. Thank you so much. Please allow us to bow to you. His wife also deeply bowed to Lu Fei. You two really don't need to do this. Lu Fei hurriedly supported them. Mr. Lu, where did you see our Dongdong? How was he? Was he injured? Mrs. Yu asked, her eyes red. In that grove over there. I'll take you there right now. Lu Fei knew they were anxious, so he didn't say much and immediately led them toward the forest. It was too dark at the time, so we couldn't see clearly. As they walked, Lu Fei recounted what happened last night, assuring them that the child could run and move, indicating he should be fine. Thank goodness. Yu Jinxing and his wife held tightly to each other's hands. The rescue team has left, but thankfully my wife insisted on searching the mountain, and she finally found Dongdong's badge outside that restaurant. Have you searched inside the restaurant? Lu Fei asked. We asked, but the people in the restaurant said they hadn't seen him and wouldn't let us in to look. Yu Jinxing sighed. That's why we called you. We needed your help. It's no trouble. If I can help you find your child, it's my honor. As they spoke, they had already arrived at the small grove. Everyone walked carefully around here, but apart from a few tufts of wool on the ground, nothing was found. Where on earth is this child? Mrs. Yu couldn't help but shed tears, saying, I keep dreaming at night, dreaming that he is crying. As long as Dongdong is still alive, we will definitely find him. Mr. Yu, with red eyes, comforted his wife, desperately controlling his emotions to prevent tears from falling. Seeing this scene, both Lu Fei and Huzi felt a pang in their noses. Mr. Yu, we will accompany you to the villa to look for him again. Lu Fei said. They won't let us in. We've begged for a long time, and it didn't work, Mr. Yu replied, full of helplessness. We know the owner of the villa. Maybe we can negotiate a bit. That would be great. Mr. Lu, you are such a good person. The Yu couple was both surprised and delighted, wiped their tears, and quickly gathered their spirits to follow Lu Fei and Huzi to Wanhua Villa. The villa only opens at night, and it was quite desolate at this time, with a few waiters cleaning. Mr. Yu was about to greet them when Lu Fei stopped him. Wait, Mr. Yu, first take me to the place where the badge was found. Okay. The couple led them to bypass the main gate, walking along the woods to the back, finally stopping outside a very high wall. This seems to be the back door of the villa. The badge was found outside the door, covered in fallen leaves. If it weren't for my wife being very familiar with the badge, it would really be hard to find, Mr. Yu said. Lu Fei took a look, tried to push the door, but it was locked from the inside and wouldn't budge. However, he discovered a few tufts of wool at the door and a few drops of blood. Wool again, he thought. Mr. Lu, do you also think Dong Dong is inside? Otherwise, how could the badge have fallen here? Mrs. Yu looked at him hopefully. Please help us speak a good word and let us into search. Don't worry, Mrs. Yu. I will go find the owner right now. Lu Fei tucked the wool into his pocket and quickly returned to the main gate. Why are you two here again? I told you, we haven't seen your child. The waiter frowned upon seeing the Yu couple. Miss, my child's belongings were found outside your villa. Please let me in to search, Mr. Yu pleaded with a flattering smile, humbly asking. Found outside the villa? What does that have to do with us? Our boss said you can't come in and cause trouble. The waiter crossed her arms, looking fierce. Their child is lost. What's wrong with going in to look for him? Call your boss out. Huzi shouted angrily. No way. The waiter still tried to block them. What are you doing? Making such a fuss at the door? At this moment, a bald man frowned and walked out. Seeing Lu Fei and Huzi, he was slightly taken aback. Manager Lu, what brings you here? Mr. Hua, my friend's child went missing nearby, and we want to come into the villa to see if anyone has seen him. Lu Fei explained his purpose. The Yu couple couldn't help but feel nervous. To their surprise, the bald man showed a generous smile and instructed the waiter to step aside. Since it's Manager Lu's friend, then you're not here to cause trouble. You can come in and look. Chapter 115. Living creatures feeding fish. Lu Fei and Huzi exchanged glances. Why was this bald man suddenly so generous? Was it really because of their connection? Or was there a trap? Thank you, Mr. Hua. Lu Fei slightly nodded at the bald man, leading the Yu couple into the villa. Thank you. Thank you. The Yu couple was extremely grateful, nodding and bowing repeatedly to the bald man. Wanghua Villa was not too large. Lu Fei and Huzi accompanied Mr. Yu and his wife, searching both inside and outside the villa. Even the kitchen and storage areas were not overlooked. However, there was not a trace of the child anywhere. The bald man even called out the chef and waiters to let them identify the photo on the missing person notice, but everyone shook their heads, saying they had not seen him. Manager Lu, you see, if there really was a child here, everyone would have seen him by now. The bald man said with a faint smile. Dong Dong, where are you? The light in the Yu couple's eyes dimmed, tightly clutching the child's badge. Their faces filled with disappointment and despair. There are still places we haven't searched. Huzi pointed to a small corridor behind the villa. It's back there. Bro, that's where I live. You already checked it out last night, remember? The bald man said calmly with a smile. But we haven't checked the bungalows. Huzi insisted. That's where I raise eels. My breeding methods are my business secret. How can I just let outsiders in? If someone finds out my secret, who will take the loss? It's just raising fish. What's the big deal? Are you afraid? Are you feeling guilty? Huzi shouted, having no good feelings toward this eternally smiling bald man. He had heard his father say that no one could keep smiling forever unless they were pretending. Lu Fei pressed down on his shoulder and stepped forward with a smile. Mr. Hua, as a parent, you should understand. Just let them in for a quick look to ease their minds. It can also prove the villa's innocence. And no one will speak ill of the villa in the future, right? Mr. Yu raised his head, his eyes showing a glimmer of hope, nervously looking at the bald man. Since Manager Lu has spoken, it's not impossible. The bald man thought for a moment and said, but I have a condition. Mr. Hua, rest assured, no matter what we see, we won't disclose it outside, Lu Fei assured. The Yu couple nodded vigorously in agreement. That's one aspect, and additionally, I would like to ask Manager Lu to help me resolve a problem I have. The bald man smiled at Lu Fei. Lu Fei narrowed his eyes slightly. It was broad daylight, and the bald man's spirit was not present, but he could see the dark aura surrounding him. He didn't expect the bald man to use this as a bargaining chip. Mr. Hua, I am not skilled in matters unrelated to the supernatural, Lu Fei replied modestly. Manager Lu is too humble. I've heard that no dirty thing can stand against something with the evil label. The bald man's meaning was clear. If Lu Fei didn't agree, he wouldn't budge. Lu Fei turned to look at Mr. Yu and his wife. They didn't speak, but their eyes were filled with tears. All right, I agree. Lu Fei quickly made a decision. Manager Lu is kind-hearted. I knew you would agree. The bald man smiled with a hint of smugness, leading everyone through the villa to the row of dark bungalows. He used a key to open the door. A wave of dampness immediately hit them. Inside the bungalow were two large water tanks. The surface of the water was calm, but a closer look revealed many yellow eels resembling snakes beneath the surface. The smaller ones were only as thick as a finger, while the larger ones were thicker than a baby's arm. They were squeezed in the mud, seemingly asleep, and the dense outlines made one's skin crawl. The Yu couple anxiously looked around. The bungalow was simply decorated, and it was almost possible to see the end with a single glance, with no hiding places. See, it's impossible for there to be a child here, the bald man said calmly. What about back there? Lu Fei asked, looking at the last door. That's where I store the eel food. The bald man directly opened the door for everyone to see. Huzi was very curious about what the mysterious Wanghua eels were fed, stretching his neck to look inside. He was instantly dumbfounded. Inside were 2 rows of iron cages, each holding a dozen little lambs. The little lambs were all listless, their eyes dull, quietly lying in the cage without a sound. Sheep. Lu Fei's heart skipped a beat. That's right, These lively little lambs are what we use to feed the eels. They are definitely not rotten corpses. Only fish raised with live animals have the best quality meat. Huzi frowned and said, I've never heard of using live sheep to feed fish. Aren't you being too cruel? Cruel? This is just like feeding chickens and ducks with insects, isn't it? The bald man said nonchalantly. After all, the sheep will be killed for meat once they are grown. So what's the difference between feeding them to fish or to humans? Huzi was momentarily speechless. Although he felt uncomfortable all over, he couldn't find a reason to refute. Lu Fei kept looking at the little lambs, remaining silent. The lambs were all weak and feeble. Some still had traces of blood on them, and they showed no reaction to the presence of outsiders. They seemed almost dead. Gentlemen, have you seen enough? I don't have the child you are looking for here, the bald man said, scanning everyone with a confident smile. Huzi was unwilling to accept this. We need to search the building one more time. No problem. The bald man was very patient, directly leading everyone to search the small building again. Of course, they found nothing. Dong Dong, where are you? Unable to find the child, Mrs. Yu finally collapsed under the immense disappointment and grief, her legs giving way. Dong Dong's mom. Dong Dong's mom. Don't scare me. Yu Zhenxing frantically held his wife. Lu Fei quickly stepped forward, pinching Mrs. Yu's cold middle finger to help stabilize her spirit. Huzi hurriedly called 120. The ambulance arrived quickly. Fortunately, Mrs. Yu was not in life-threatening danger, but she was exhausted and could no longer search day and night. She needed to rest. Looking at his weak wife, Yu Zhenxing seemed to have his strength drained. Maybe we should give up. I've already lost my child and can't lose my wife too. Mr. Lu, sorry for the trouble. As he watched the ambulance drive away, Lu Fei's hands unconsciously clenched, not knowing what he was thinking. How pitiful. If heaven had eyes, they should let them find their child back. Huzi sighed, feeling quite uneasy. If praying to heaven worked, there wouldn't be so many tragedies in the world. Lu Fei took a deep breath and turned to face the bald man, unexpectedly showing a smile as if he had changed his expression. Isn't it just a fake smile? Who can't do that? Chapter 116. The Art of Raising Livestock. Mr. Hua, sorry for the trouble. Lu Fei smiled. Not at all. This is a small matter. As long as manager Lu keeps his promise, the bald man said with a relaxed smile, seemingly confident of victory. Of course, Lu Fei walked around the bald man, pretending to observe his condition, suddenly stopping and seriously saying, if I'm not mistaken, there are 7 infant spirits clinging to Mr. Hua. Mr. Hua often hears the cries of infants at night because he is being haunted by these spirits. Although these infant spirits are small, they can drain Mr. Hua's life force, which could pose a danger to his life in the long run. Really? The bald man's smile slightly stiffened, his eyes showing a hint of surprise and urgency. Does Manager Lu have a way to get rid of these little things? We have a type of exorcism talisman that can restrain infant spirits. Lu Fei took out a talisman. When Mr. Hua sleeps at night, place this talisman under your pillow, and the infant spirits will not dare to come near. As long as your head does not leave the pillow and you hold on until dawn, these spirits will no longer dare to cling to you. The bald man took the talisman and looked at it with a half-believing expression. Will this talisman really work? If you don't believe it, then give it back to us. Others want to buy it, but can't get it. Su Ligua from the Su family paid 900,000 for 3 talismans. Huzi said irritably, how could I not believe Manager Lu? The bald man immediately changed his expression, happily putting away the talisman. Thank you, Manager Lu. I will place this talisman under my pillow tonight. If it can help me drive away the dirty things, I will be immensely grateful. As long as Mr. Hua does as I say, you will definitely be safe. It's getting late. We should head back. Lu Fei smiled faintly, pulling Huzi to leave Wangyue Villa. On the way, Huzi asked angrily, Boss, why help this kind of person? Can't we just fool him with something? He still had a bad feeling about this smiling tiger. He's certainly not an honest person. We can't be hasty with people like him. We need to find evidence, Lu Fei said calmly. Boss, what do you mean? What evidence? Huzi was a bit confused. Evidence of the abduction of the child. What? The child is really with them? How did you figure that out? And why didn't you tell Mr. Yu? Huzi was so anxious he could hardly speak. I'm not 100% sure. So I can't confront the bald man directly. Lu Fei said no more, quickening his pace. Watching their retreating figures, the bald man's lips curled into a contemptuous sneer. Honey, did they discover anything? A young woman with a birthmark on her face approached, looking worried. We've done everything flawlessly. What could they discover? The bald man took out the talisman with a smug expression. However, it can detect the infant spirits on me. So it's not entirely useless. We can test this talisman tonight. That's good. The woman sighed in relief, hoping the talisman would work so she wouldn't have to worry about him all the time. Otherwise, once the infant spirits are eliminated, we should stop this. The money we've made is enough for us to live the second half of our lives back home. This little money is nothing. The bald man glared at her, then immediately softened his tone, gently holding her shoulder. Honey, I promise to give you the best life. We're still far from enough. I'm thinking about our future. Don't you want a child? Once I'm better, we'll have a child together. We need money to raise a child well. All right, it's getting late. Hurry and prepare the eels for tonight. The woman looked at him and turned to walk into the bungalow. Antique Street. As soon as Lu Fei returned to the pawnshop, he began to prepare. He first sent Huzi to buy some mugwort, boiled a large pot of mugwort water, and filled it into bottles. Then he packed some mineral water into his backpack. Finally, he took the thunderstruck jujube wood stick and other talismans. Boss, aren't we looking for evidence? Why carry so much water? Huzi asked, carrying the heavy backpack, confused. Whether we can find evidence depends on this water. Lu Fei squinted at the darkening sky. Nighttime. The business at Wanhua Villa was still booming. Cars came and went, continuing until late at night when the diners gradually dispersed. The lights of the villa dimmed, and it became quiet. After waiting for a long time, Lu Fei and Huzi finally approached the villa cautiously with their heavy backpacks. Huzi, can you climb over the wall? Sort of. Lu Fei and Huzi crept in the dark to an outer wall. Lu Fei had already noticed during the day that this was a blind spot for surveillance. The two looked around carefully and climbed over the wall. Once their feet hit the ground, they first observed their surroundings. The small building and bungalow were pitch black. The bald man should have already gone to sleep. The talisman Lu Fei gave was genuinely effective, preventing infant spirits from approaching the bald man. So he would have a good night's sleep tonight. Let us go? Two people crept silently, using the cover of night to arrive at the front of the bungalow. Huzi picked the lock with a small piece of iron wire, and the two immediately slipped inside. The air was thick with moisture and the smell of fish, and there were occasional faint sounds of water from the pool. The two made their way along the wall directly to the storeroom where the lambs were kept. This storeroom had no windows, so Lu Fei turned on the flashlight. A dim light illuminated the scene, revealing the lambs curled up quietly in their cages, lifeless. Huzi splashed the Chun AI water on them. Lu Fei set down his backpack and took out a bottle filled with Chun AI water. Boss, aren't we here to find evidence? What's this for? Huzi asked, confused, but he followed suit. You'll know soon. The two poured all the Chun AI water onto the lambs in their cages. Then, Lu Fei made a shushing gesture to Huzi, watching the lambs nervously. 1 second, 2 seconds, under the faint beam of the flashlight. The previously listless and wilted lambs slowly began to move, as if awakening from some state. They desperately shrank to the back of the cage, their frail bodies trembling, gazing at the two strangers with deep fear in their eyes. Though their mouths were open, they couldn't make a sound. As expected, Lu Fei's heart tightened. Boss, what's wrong with these lambs? Their eyes, they look human. Huzi shivered. They are human. Lu Fei's voice was heavy. What human? Huzi gasped, his face filled with disbelief. This is an ancient evil sorcery called the art of creating livestock, which can turn people into livestock. It was used in ancient times to abduct people. Lu Fei quickly grabbed a bottle of mineral water from his backpack and approached the terrified lambs. There's no time to explain now. We need to save them first. Give them water, and they will be able to regain their human forms. Move quickly. Okay. Huzi gritted his teeth and opened the cage, getting close to a trembling lamb. Lu Fei had already unscrewed the bottle cap. But at that moment, a loud splash came from the direction of the pool. Then, a rustling sound echoed in the darkness, as if something was crawling out of the water. Chapter 117. The human-faced eel. What sound is that? Lu Fei and Huzi exchanged glances and immediately turned off the flashlight, guarding the doorway. In the darkness, the sound of something crawling out of the water was exceptionally clear. A wet body slowly crawled across the floor, making a sticky, fragmented sound as it approached the storeroom. Lu Fei and Huzi instinctively tightened their grips on their weapons. As the creature drew closer, a wave of damp, fishy odor wafted through the crack of the door. This scent was exactly like that of steamed Wanhua eel. Could it be that the Wanhua eel crawled out of the pool? Lu Fei frowned. Can eels still move after leaving the water? The wet creature paused outside the door for a moment and suddenly pushed it open, crawling into the storeroom bit by bit. Something cold slid past their feet, damp and slippery. Lu Fei's skin crawled, and as soon as the creature entered, he quickly shut the door and turned on the flashlight. Huzi. In the instant the flashlight illuminated the scene, Huzi raised his heavy ghost head knife and, regardless of what the writhing shadow on the ground was, he swung it fiercely at the creature. Hiss! The shadow opened its mouth, letting out a hoarse, piercing cry. Its snake-like body twisted and struggled, slipping away from the blade and turning to bite at Huzi. Huzi quickly jumped back. The creature darted underneath the cage, leaving a trail of sticky, wet slime behind. What the hell is that? A python? Its skin is tough enough that my strike didn't leave a mark. Huzi held the knife, uncertain. Lu Fei bent down and shone the flashlight beneath the cage where the shadow was hiding. The creature was coiled up, its skin dark and covered in slimy mucus, as thick as an adult's thigh, resembling a gigantic eel. Hiss! Feeling the light, the creature turned its head and opened its mouth to let out a hoarse roar. What the hell? As they got a good look at its appearance, both Lu Fei and Huzi felt every hair on their bodies stand on end. It was a face that closely resembled that of a human. What kind of monster is this? Huzi whispered in terror. Could it be an eel that has become a spirit? Lu Fei fought against the prickling sensation on his scalp, staring at the creature for a few moments. He noticed that although its body resembled that of a python, it had no scales and was not as long as a snake. Instead, it looked like a greatly enlarged eel. Its human-like face had clear yet twisted features, with a flat nose, a wide mouth, and sharp teeth visible inside. It was like an enormous eel with a human face. Though it looked human, the pitch-black fish eyes held no human expression, only the ferocity of an animal. The lambs in the cage, upon seeing the appearance of this monster, all retreated to the other side of the cage, trembling even more violently. Their eyes filled with unimaginable fear. Could it be that the lambs were meant to feed this monster? Huzi paused, a wave of dread washing over him. No, it was children. The bald man was actually raising living children to feed the monster. Kill it. Lu Fei's eyes flashed with coldness as he approached the strange human-faced eel with the thunderstrike jujube wood stick. He didn't know how many innocent children had already perished in the jaws of this monster. If he didn't kill it, it would be a crime against nature. The iron cage holding the lambs wasn't large. As long as Lu Fei stretched out his arm, he could reach the human-faced eel with the thunderstrike jujube wood stick. Lu Fei bent down, getting close to the hiding spot of the human-faced eel. Huzi blocked the storeroom door with debris, preventing the creature from escaping. Hiss! The human-faced eel kept opening its mouth, letting out threatening, hoarse howls. Its two pitch-black fish eyes stared straight at Lu Fei, and the gaze was extremely chilling. As if two black holes could swallow him whole. Most people would be unable to look directly at a monster, and just a glance would send them into a panic. But Lu Fei had dealt with evil beings and had seen many grand spectacles. Despite his heart racing, he was able to steady his mind. He infused his magical power into the thunderstrike jujube wood stick and swung it at the human-faced eel. Sensing the threat, the human-faced eel twisted its slippery, thick body nimbly to evade, a layer of clear, snot-like mucus secreting from its dark skin. A rich, strange fragrance began to spread. Just catching a whiff, Lu Fei felt his head spin and his body start to weaken. Corpse scent. Lu Fei immediately circulated his magical power to the Baihui point, quickly restoring clarity to his mind. Huzi, bite your tongue, don't get lost in the fragrance. Huzi's body was swaying, his eyes becoming dazed. When Lu Fei shouted, he opened his eyes in a panic and hurriedly bit his tongue. The pain jolted him back to his senses. This thing is seriously sinister. The lambs in the cage all went limp, collapsing onto the ground. Oh no, what's wrong with them? Huzi exclaimed in alarm. They've been enchanted. Lu Fei's voice was calm as he kept his gaze fixed on the human-faced eel crouched in the corner. He had to kill this monster first, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to save the children. Boss, what do you say we should do to kill it? Huzi gripped his big knife tightly, anger overcoming his fear. Lu Fei tried to approach the human-faced eel with a lightning-struck wooden stick, but this creature was cunning and agile. When it dodged, it could even twist its head and bite back. Once Lu Fei moved aside, it would seize the opportunity to bite the unconscious lambs in the cage. Lu Fei had to keep a constant watch on it. This was not a sustainable method. The eel was slippery and difficult to catch, especially since it had turned into a demon. Its skin was thick and covered in a protective slime, impervious to knives and impossible to grab. Lu Fei squinted. Salt. This fish feared salt the most. As long as he dissolved the slime on its body with salt, it wouldn't be able to move. But we didn't bring any. Huzi said angrily. Did you forget where we are? How could we lack salt? Right. I'll go get it right away. Huzi slapped his forehead, moved aside the clutter, and opened the storage room door. Huzi, be careful. Don't alert them until the kids are rescued, Lu Fei warned in a deep voice. Until the Beastman technique is broken, they could kill the children at any moment. I understand. Huzi nodded and carefully slipped out of the flat-roofed house with a knife. He first glanced at the small building where the bald man lived, saw no movement, and then ran towards the back kitchen of the manor. Lu Fei stayed in the storage room, keeping watch over the human-faced eel. This evil creature, with a human face, was curled up in the corner, still secreting a fragrant slime as much as possible. A strong aroma filled the entire storage room, even spreading to the water tank. The eels in the tank seemed to sense something, with the sound of splashing water continuously rising. Lu Fei maintained his mental clarity with magic, not giving the creature any chance to bite the lambs. The splashing sound grew louder, as if more eels were crawling ashore, making their way towards the storage room. The rustling sound sent chills down Lu Fei's spine. He threw a spell at the human-faced eel, and while it dodged, he quickly grabbed some clutter and blocked the door gap. Chapter 118.